Chapter 1. A brother appears through time. At the end of August, on the day of the freshman orientation, a boy, whose appearance was rather unremarkable and dressed in typical student attire, strolled along the path to school, dragging a suitcase behind him. Suddenly, the sound of music resonated in the air. It was the ringtone of his mobile phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, sister. Xiaoyuan, have you arrived at school yet?" "Almost. Just waiting for a traffic light." "That's good to hear." "Sister, is there something you need from me?" the boy asked, somewhat puzzled. "Nothing much, and he just asked me to check if you arrived safely and to remind you that your name has been changed. From now on, you will be known as Huang Shengyuan, so don't get it wrong." "Got it." After hanging up the phone, Huang Shengyuan put away his device, and, as he was about to cross the crosswalk with his suitcase, he was suddenly jolted by a loud honk. In the next moment, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, and he lost consciousness. In a luxurious villa in Suzhou City, a man of above-average looks and a faintly yellow complexion abruptly awoke from his slumber, gasping for air as if he had just experienced a great shock. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "Where am I? I'm not dead. I should be in a hospital. What is happening? Moreover, I have no injuries on me. Could it be that I, Huang Shengyuan, possess some extraordinary physique and have been sent to a research facility?" At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. As his room door slowly creaked open, the first thing Huang Shengyuan noticed was a tall man, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with an exquisite countenance. What astonished Huang Shengyuan was the striking resemblance this man bore to him. Just as Huang Shengyuan was about to inquire, he fell silent upon noticing that the man before him was crying, leaving him utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Huang Shengyuan found himself enveloped in a strong, warm embrace. Before he could comprehend the situation, a magnetic voice resonated above him. "Xiaoyuan, it has been 10 years, an entire decade, and you have finally awakened. It was wrong of me to leave you behind in my pursuit of pleasure. Had it not been for me, you would not have suffered that accident and slept for a full 10 years. Feeling the dampness on his shoulder, an astonishing hypothesis surfaced in Huang Shengyuan's mind. Could it be that, akin to the melodramatic plots of novels, he had indeed traversed time through a car accident? Surely it could not be that ludicrous. "Xiaoyuan, tell your brother if you feel any discomfort, I shall summon the family doctor immediately." As the man prepared to rise, Huang Shengyuan hurriedly grasped his warm, broad hand. The man turned back, a hint of urgency in his gaze, yet he spoke with a gentle tone. "Xiaoyuan, what is the matter?" Huang Shengyuan had not intended to embark on this course of action, however. Without it, he could not ascertain whether he had indeed traversed time and space, nor could he comprehend his current situation or the nature of this place. Thus, with trepidation, he cautiously inquired, "Dear brother, might I ask where we are? And who are you?" "Huang Shengyuan. That is my name, is it not?" The atmosphere grew instantly silent, and Huang Shengyuan observed the disbelief and profound sorrow etched upon the face of the man before him. The man trembled as he raised his arm, gently caressing Huang Shengyuan's cheek with his fingertip, his voice quivering as he uttered, "Xiaoyuan, do you not remember me?" Huang Shengyuan honestly shook his head. "How could that be? Xiaoyuan, look at me. I am your brother, your biological brother, Huang Haoshuan. This is our home, and you're my dear younger brother, Huang Shengyuan. The name Yuan was bestowed upon you by me." Once more, Huang Shengyuan shook his head. The man gazed at him, bewildered and confused, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Xiaoyuan, I am so sorry. I am at fault. It is all my fault." Yet, for reasons unknown, witnessing the man's profound sorrow caused a pang of heartache within Huang Shengyuan. At this moment, Huang Shengyuan was certain. He had indeed traversed to another realm and had acquired an elder brother. Moreover, it appeared he bore the faint and indistinct emotions of the original owner, yet the memories eluded him. Now, he was uncertain of the exact location to which he had arrived. "Please do not cry," he awkwardly comforted, observing the tears cascading from the man's eyes. In his previous life, he had always found tears intolerable, regardless of whether they fell from a male or female. "Indeed, my little Yuan despises it when others weep. Brother shall not cry, I promise." Huang Haoshuan wiped away his tears, and when Huang Shengyuan beheld him again, a smile graced his features. Huang Shengyuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed this brother truly cherished him. Huang Haoshuan recounted the current circumstances, and Huang Shengyuan learned that Huang Haoshuan was a full decade his senior. His age and birthday remained identical to those of his previous life now. At 17, he ought to be in the second year of high school. As for why he had been enrolled in the first year in his former life, it was due to a year-long hiatus from school in the third grade caused by health issues, and he should indeed be a second-year student. A decade prior, the original owner of this body was merely 7 years old and had begun to form memories. During a holiday, 17-year-old Huang Haoshuan took his younger brother out for a day of fun. However, midway, he was called by classmates to play basketball, leaving his brother seated on the surrounding rubber track. The playful disposition of a first grader led to Huang Shengyuan wandering outside the safe zone and onto the busy street, where he was struck by a car with malfunctioning brakes, resulting in a comatose state that persisted for a decade. For the past decade, Huang Haoshuan has carried an indelible burden in his heart. From his words, Huang Shengyuan learned that he resided in a place called Cangnan City, a name that struck a familiar chord with him, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered it. In his moment of confusion, Huang Shengyuan opted to remain offline. Upon awakening, Huang Haoshuan insisted that Huang Shengyuan refrain from getting out of bed, claiming that his body needed time to recuperate and that he should not engage in strenuous activity. Huang Shengyuan found this reasoning absurd after all. Merely walking around should not be deemed excessive exertion. Nonetheless, under Huang Haoshuan's firm insistence, he remained confined to his bed for 3 days. During this time, Huang Shengyuan experienced a life that every student in his previous existence could only dream of being catered to hand and foot. After 3 days, Huang Shengyuan finally ventured out of bed. Faced with the unfamiliar surroundings of the house, he felt an acute sense of awkwardness. According to Huang Haoshuan, their parents had tragically passed away in an accident 3 years prior. Fortunately, they had left behind a substantial inheritance. Huang Shengyuan's brother had proven to be remarkably capable, having taken full control of the family affairs at the age of 25 to manage the considerable expenses associated with Huang Shengyuan's medical care. As for the family's business, Huang Shengyuan remained in the dark. Huang Haoshuan seemed to deliberately avoid discussing the matter. Nevertheless, he was certain that their family was not engaged in a typical enterprise. Chapter 2. A Return to School. After a week of adjustment, Huang Shengyuan gradually acclimated to his new home, even though it was the farthest he had ever been from his parents. He could only imagine the sorrow they must have felt upon his passing, lamenting that he had never had the chance to honor them. This morning, adhering to the habits of a student, Huang Shengyuan rose around 6:30. After completing his morning routine, he entered the kitchen. In his previous life, preparing culinary delights had been one of his greatest passions, initially sparked by the exorbitant prices of food outside. Thus, he resolved to create his own dishes. Following his first successful attempt, his enthusiasm for cooking blossomed, and he became increasingly adept. Before his transmigration, his parents would often praise his culinary skills whenever they visited relatives or friends. Huang Shengyuan dabbled in various cuisines, including pastries, Chinese fare, and Western dishes, with his strongest suits being Chinese cuisine and pastries. However, his knife skills were not up to par, having not inherited his mother's proficiency, which necessitated the use of machines and tools for chopping. In the current villa, the kitchen was equipped with every conceivable tool, so one might wonder why he felt compelled to cook. The answer lay in Huang Haoshuan's preference for a familiar environment. He had not hired a maid or housekeeper. For the past few days, Huang Shengyuan had been enjoying meals prepared by his brother himself. His brother left a lasting impression on Hyman's exceptionally kind and attentive sibling. Each morning, he would rise early to prepare meals for Huang Shengyuan before embarking on his daily endeavors. Whenever Huang Shengyuan felt hungry, he simply needed to retrieve the pre-prepared food from the refrigerator and heat it up. However, Huang Shengyuan did not wish to burden his older brother with excessive toil. He himself suffered from severe insomnia, often finding sleep only around 1 or 2 in the morning, while his brother would not return home until at least 2 or 3 o'clock, sometimes even later. Moreover, he would rise early each day to prepare meals for Huang Shengyuan, a strain that few could endure. As his teacher in a past life had once said, it is essential to assist parents with tasks within one's capabilities, alleviating some of their burdens. In approximately 20 minutes, a delightful array of 3 dishes and a soup graced the dining table. The staple was a bowl of fragrant steamed egg custard, accompanied by a dish of steamed shrimp, a pie, and pan-fried dumplings. The soup was a simple yet comforting seaweed and egg drop concoction. Just as Huang Shengyuan completed the meal, he heard footsteps descending from upstairs. As Huang Shengyuan, clad in a gray robe and gray slippers, made his way down and laid eyes on the breakfast spread, astonishment filled his gaze. However, upon seeing Huang Shengyuan emerge from the kitchen, his expression shifted to one of sheer shock. "Brother, you're awake. Come and have breakfast. I followed a recipe to make these. It's my first attempt, so I'm not sure how they turn out," Huang Shengyuan exclaimed. "Xiao Yuan, did you really make all this?" Huang Shengyuan asked in disbelief. "Brother, in this vast house, it seems there are only the two of us." Huang Shengyuan approached his brother, affectionately linking arms with him and guiding him to the table. He handed a spoon to Huang Shengyuan, who accepted it and then inquired, "Xiao Yuan, what time did you get up?" "Not long ago, around 6:30, Huang Shengyuan replied. Huang Shengyuan glanced at the clock, noting it was 6:55, meaning Huang Shengyuan had risen 25 minutes earlier. "You've only just awakened, and your body is still weak. Why not rest a bit longer?" Huang Shengyuan gently asked. Huang Shengyuan moved behind Huang Shengyuan, placing his hands softly on his shoulders and kneading them gently. "Brother, you rise early and toil late while I remain at home. You're already burdened enough, preparing meals for me and working. This will take a toll on your health, and I do not wish to see you exhausted. Xiao Yuan, you must understand, everything I do for this family and for you is worthwhile." Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's response, Huang Shengyuan's thoughts drifted back to a lesson from their middle school homeroom teacher, who had explained that parents and guardians work tirelessly for the sake of the family. They are not obliged to endure arduous and menial tasks, yet they do so, often receiving little in return, for in their hearts, their family and children hold paramount importance. In Huang Shengyuan, he seemed to glimpse the essence of his own parents. "Brother, please eat and taste my culinary skills," Huang Shengyuan said with a hint of playful charm. "All right, brother, we'll taste it right now," Huang Shengyuan replied affectionately to Huang Shengyuan. Huang Shengyuan gently scooped the egg custard from the bowl before him with a spoon, blowing softly to cool it before bringing it to his lips. The custard was exquisitely flavorful, tender, and perfectly seasoned. Huang Shengyuan generously praised, "Xiao Yuan has done remarkably well. This egg custard is delightful. As long as my brother enjoys it," Huang Shengyuan replied, taking a seat beside Huang Shengyuan to relish the fruits of his labor from the morning. It wasn't long before the two of them polished off the 3 dishes and a soup. As educated students, they were well aware of the principle of the clean plate campaign. After finishing, Huang Shengyuan tidily placed everything into the dishwasher. Huang Shengyuan had no intention of going out, which left Huang Shengyuan feeling somewhat puzzled. Seemingly sensing his brother's uncertainty, Huang Shengyuan rose from his chair and beckoned Huang Shengyuan to come closer. Obediently, Huang Shengyuan positioned himself in front of his brother. Once he stood before Huang Shengyuan, he realized that his brother was significantly taller than him. With his own height at 1.72 meters, he found that he barely reached Huang Shengyuan's armpits, and he was certain that his brother stood well above 1.85 meters. The only noticeable difference in their appearances was that Huang Shengyuan had a fairer complexion and a lack of a mole at the right corner of his mouth. Huang Shengyuan was particularly astonished that his own appearance remained quite similar to that of his previous life, as evidenced by the mole at the right corner of his mouth. Moreover, he felt disheartened by his own slender physique, which paled in comparison to Huang Shengyuan's robust build. The sight of Huang Shengyuan's muscular chest revealed by his robe left Huang Shengyuan feeling particularly dismayed. Why, in both his past and present lives, did he never seem to gain weight? His constitution was undoubtedly the weakest among his peers. Even when compared to his younger brother, he felt like the friliest one. This realization left Huang Shengyuan with a deep sense of helplessness. "Brother, is there something you wish to discuss?" Huang Shengyuan inquired, perplexed. "Yes, I have something I would like to consult you about." "I would like to know your thoughts," Huang Shengyuan replied. "Please, go ahead," Huang Shengyuan encouraged. "I wanted to ask if you would consider going to school. I can easily arrange for you to be registered in the 2nd year of high school. As for whether you will be able to attend university later on, I do not mind at all if necessary. I shall support you for a lifetime." Hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Huang Shengyuan felt a warm sensation in his heart. In his previous life, he and his brother had been like oil and water. One could say that if one was present in the room, the other would not be. The most frequently heard phrase from their parents had been that the elder should yield to the younger. There were many occasions when he wished he could be the younger one, but alas, he was not. This led him to dislike spending time with his brother. In the eyes of outsiders, they appeared as strangers, devoid of any brotherly bond. There was nothing else to it. The elder was too thin, while the younger was more robust. The elder was darker, while the younger was fairer. One resembled their mother, the other their father. When placed together, the two seldom spoke, and almost no one would suspect they were brothers. However, the circumstances have changed. Huang Shengyuan's wish has been fulfilled, as he now possesses a wonderful elder brother, a sensation that truly brings him joy. Although in his previous life he had not mastered the art of being a good brother, he is determined to strive to be an obedient and considerate younger sibling who would not cause his brother any distress. Brother, is it truly acceptable? I haven't even participated in the high school entrance examination. Wouldn't this be unfair to my classmates? Huang Shengyuan sincerely believed that such an action was inappropriate, as he yearned for legitimacy. Huang Haoshuan discerned the sentiments Huang Shengyuan wished to convey. He did not press the matter, but instead gently responded, "Yuan, do you feel that this is improper?" "Brother, I am already 17. Surely, I cannot return to the 9th grade, can I?" As for why Huang Haoshuan did not retain Huang Shengyuan's memories from when he was 7, but now comprehends so many principles without recognizing Huang Shengyuan's perceived shortcomings, it is because the original owner, much like his brother, was exceptional. While others were attending kindergarten, the original owner was already under parental supervision, receiving private tutoring and the like. Before even entering the 1st grade, the original owner had mastered the entire curriculum required for elementary school and had begun delving into the studies of junior high. Moreover, these two brothers learned remarkably quickly, their ability to memorize approaching the level of photographic memory. However, the elder brother surpassed the younger in this regard. At times, Huang Shengyuan questioned whether he had traversed into a fantastical realm. For how could an ordinary person possess such extraordinary capabilities? Chapter 3. Crossing through to slay the gods. Rest assured, leave this to me. I have faith in my brother's intelligence. He will undoubtedly gain admission to university. Huang Haoshuan gently spoke as he caressed Huang Shengyuan's head. Brother, can I truly achieve that? I believe in you, and I believe in your brother. Remember, my dear Yuan, that no matter the circumstances, you will always have me. Huang Shengyuan's pupils dilated, and he suddenly threw himself in a Huang Haoshuan's embrace. Thank you, brother. At this moment, if Huang Shengyuan had initially referred to the person before him as brother merely due to his traversed identity, now his heartfelt call resonated with the genuine desire for this individual to be his true brother. Now, little Yuan, tell your brother which school you wish to attend. Do you prefer one in our city, or would you like to venture to another province? If this were a century ago, when other countries still existed on Earth, I could even send you abroad for your studies. However, since the emergence of that mysterious fog, other nations have been shrouded in obscurity. Alas, this enigmatic mist appeared suddenly in Antarctica, engulfing nearly 98% of the planet within just 24 hours. Over 200 countries, apart from Great Xia, have fallen silent. If only we could connect with other civilizations, my brother might become even more remarkable. Yet, upon hearing Huang Haoshuan's words, a sudden tightness gripped Huang Shengyuan's heart. The mysterious fog had consumed the entire Earth, leaving only Great Xia as a solitary island. Was this not reminiscent of the plot from the novel Slaying the Gods by the author Sanjiu in his past life? Huang Shengyuan hesitantly spoke. Brother, what is it, Yuan? Huang Haoshuan inquired. I believe I have found the school I wish to attend. Huang Shengyuan feigned contemplation before responding. Oh, do share with your brother where that might be. I wish to go to Cangnan City, 2nd High School. Huang Shengyuan answered. Cangnan City. Little Yuan, why are you considering Cangnan City? Huang Haoshuan's expression momentarily shifted to one of discomfort, but he quickly masked it, leaving Huang Shengyuan oblivious. In his mind, Huang Shengyuan lamented his predicament. He had thoroughly enjoyed the captivating narrative of the novel, having reached chapter 1056, but he had skimmed through much of the latter half. The protagonist, Lin Xia, a divine agent, faced a world where mythological deities invaded, and an unnamed mist blanketed nearly the entire globe. The deities of Great Xia, in their efforts to protect their people, had sacrificed their divine powers, transforming into a national monument, all while entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, the pressing concern was that he was merely an ordinary individual. Surviving in such a world without the abilities of a transcendent being would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had not completed the entire novel, leaving him unaware of certain intricate details. This hasty reading had robbed him of some advantages. Now, even the benefit of traversing into the story had diminished by 40%. Brother, I have made a friend on my phone who studies at Cangnan City second high school. I wish to go there, may I? Huang Shengyuan pleaded with a tone of endearment. A friend? Yuan. You made a new friend so quickly? Who is this friend of yours? Huang Shengyuan was reluctant to pry into his younger brother's private matters. Yet he couldn't help but worry that his brother might fall victim to deceit. Don't worry, brother. I understand your concerns, and I promise I won't be deceived. Can I go to Cangnan second high school? Huang Shengyuan pleaded earnestly. Huang Shengyuan, feeling helpless, couldn't bear the thought of the younger brother he had waited a decade for. All right, I promise you, but with the start of the second year approaching in 2 weeks, I'll arrange for 2 tutors to help you review your first-year subjects and touch upon your middle school knowledge as well. Thank you, brother. Silly, why thank me? Huang Shengyuan gently pinched Huang Shengyuan's cheek, eliciting a smile from him. That night, as Huang Shengyuan lay on his large bed, he found himself once again ensnared in the realm of dreams. From the 3rd grade onward, he had frequently dreamt, often finding himself in a dream state 3 to 4 nights a week. In these dreams, he would invariably see 3 towering trees that soared into the sky, which appeared only after his nightmares. Indeed, he was not merely a dreamer. He was plagued by nightmares. Since his 3rd grade days, Huang Shengyuan had been haunted by nightmares, though the sight of those 3 majestic trees often dispelled the terror. Each time he awakened, it was already dawn. He had hoped that his troubles would vanish upon his transmigration, yet he found himself dreaming again that night. This time, he encountered the original soul. The sight of the original soul left Huang Shengyuan utterly astonished, but to his surprise, the original soul spoke. Thank you, stranger yet familiar being, the original soul said. Thank me? Huang Shengyuan queried, puzzled. Had it not been for you, Shengyuan might have had to wait much longer. I know you have many questions, but I cannot answer them all now. What I can tell you is that in your world, your body is not dead. I have merely taken residence within it. Rest assured, I will take good care of our parents. What? Huang Shengyuan's pupils constricted in shock. I mean to say that you're not dead, or rather, I am not. From this moment, you are me, and I am you. We simply inhabit different worlds, the original soul explained. Can we ever switch back? Huang Shengyuan's most pressing question hung in the air. I can tell you with absolute certainty that this is impossible. The probability is 0. How can you be so sure? A stranger imparted this knowledge to me. I could not discern their face, nor could I clearly hear their voice. Their tone was androgynous. I could not tell if they were male or female, the original soul clarified. But I'm certain they did not deceive me. And this moment is meant to ensure we bid a final farewell to our previous world. This farewell is, indeed, a definitive one. And what about my parents? They are well, but the recent accident frightened them. Mother has stated that from now on, she will personally drive me to school each time. Regardless of whether it is returning to school after a holiday or taking leave, Cousin Zhang Yin has bestowed upon me a plethora of delectable treats and numerous gifts. Indeed, I have also finished reading that novel. I never anticipated that the world I inhabit harbors so many unknowns. Your reassurance brings me solace, and rest assured, my brother is well. However, the car accident from years past has left him with significant psychological scars, and I shall endeavor to help him overcome them swiftly. By the way, my brother is soon to escort me to Cangnan Second High School. Cangnan Second High School? ISNT that the institution attended by Great Xia? The original host expressed surprise. Indeed, I wish to explore whether there are any opportunities there. At the very least, I must acquire a forbidden realm to ensure my brother's protection. You seem to be burdening yourself even more. No, you shall bear a heavier load than I. Huang Shengyuan replied without hesitation. I understand. I have inherited your memories. You have had no companions since childhood, and it seems you have only one true friend to speak of to this day. They perceive you as effeminate, a peculiar individual. Am I mistaken? You have inherited my memories. Huang Shengyuan's expression turned slightly anxious. Rest assured, I have not taken on any overly private memories. Yet I wish to convey that a troubled heart may find solace through understanding. I wish you a swift recovery and great success, facing the gods with the fortitude of a mere mortal, under the protection of the Great Xia. I will, and you must strive as well, Huang Shengyuan. Let's endeavor together. With that, the original host's figure transformed into a myriad of starlight, vanishing into his dreamscape. Chapter 4. The peculiar vendor. After bidding farewell to his original self, Huang Shengyuan awoke from his dream, the clock striking just past 6:20. Once again, he rose early to prepare breakfast. By around 6:50, Huang Haoshuan had also risen. This morning, Huang Shengyuan prepared 2 bowls of Yanshan noodles, which warmed Huang Haoshuan's heart upon seeing them on the dining table. Yuaner, you really needn't rise so early. Your brother isn't in a rush. Moreover, as the eldest, I'm the ultimate boss here. I know best. Who would dare to speak against me? It is only I who may comment on others. He remarked with a teasing tone. Brother, I ascend it just a short while before I must return to school. I want to acclimate to high school life in advance. Rest assured, I still have ample time for sleep, Huang Shengyuan replied. You know, you haven't even started school yet. You should take the opportunity to sleep a little longer, Huang Haoshuan expressed, still somewhat disapproving. Brother, I've already lingered in bed for quite some time. I've slept enough. Right now, I only wish to spend more time with you. Huang Shengyuan pulled out a chair and sat beside Huang Haoshuan, affectionately leaning against his brother's arm. Xiao Yuan. Huang Haoshuan began to speak, but before he could finish, Huang Shengyuan covered his mouth, interrupting him. Brother, if there is blame to be assigned, it should fall upon my own folly. You have done exceedingly well. No, not nearly well enough. As your brother, I should have been a better guardian, and it is my failure that has led to your suffering, Huang Haoshuan replied, removing Huang Shengyuan's hand. Disappointment etched across his face, disappointment in himself. Hearing his brother speak this way, Huang Shengyuan's heart ached anew. He rose and enveloped Huang Haoshuan in his embrace, speaking softly. Brother, I have told you, you cannot shoulder all the blame. In your youth, you should not have to bear such burdens. Pursue what you love. I do not wish to be a chain that restricts your freedom. I noticed the basketball in the attic deflated and covered in a thick layer of dust. I nearly failed to recognize it as a basketball. Have you not touched it since that day? Yuaner, I am afraid, truly afraid. Do you know how terrified I was when I saw you lying in a pool of blood? I feared you would hate me, but I feared even more the thought of losing you. Tears streamed down Huang Haoshuan's cheeks, falling onto Huang Shengyuan's hand. Huang Shengyuan half-knelt, taking 2 tissues from the dining table and gently wiping away his brother's tears. Brother, do not be afraid. I am back. Let go of yourself. I have never blamed you. Do not fear, for I will never leave you again, Huang Shengyuan reassured. Xiao Yuan, Huang Haoshuan said, pulling Huang Shengyuan tightly into his embrace. Huang Shengyuan could feel his brother trembling, and he reciprocated the hug, offering silent comfort. Brother, let us eat. We are both well, no more tears. Yes, I will listen to you, Xiao Yuan. After they finished their breakfast, Huang Haoshuan left first. Huang Shengyuan tidied the table, then took a key and changed his shoes before stepping outside. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to explore and play around. Before leaving, he made a phone call to Huang Haoshuan to inform him of his plans, indicating that he could enjoy himself until around 8 in the evening. Huang Haoshuan did not impose strict restrictions on him. Huang Shengyuan strolled through the streets, having not indulged in shopping for quite some time. During the semester leading up to the high school entrance examination, he had opted to remain at school. Apart from the longer holidays, he rarely returned home. Every time he did go home, he, like other students, was solely focused on leisure, finding it challenging to restrain himself. After all, electronic devices posed a significant distraction for someone with limited self-discipline. It was only within the conducive learning environment of the school that he could concentrate on his studies. Thus, throughout the semester approaching the examination, he had not ventured into the streets, relying on his parents to procure anything he desired. If he needed something while at school, he would request his teacher's assistance in retrieving it. As he wandered, he eventually found himself in an antique market, a place that piqued his interest. Despite his lack of proficiency in history, He had a fondness for ancient artifacts, such as copper coins, jade hairpins, Han clothing, Tang swords, and bronze mirrors. He browsed the market, yet found little that captured his attention, fully aware that the likelihood of uncovering genuine treasures in such a venue was minuscule. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, disrupting his previously steady rhythm, as if something were beckoning him. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation, he followed his instincts into a secluded alley. The alley was dim and somber, nearly devoid of passers-by. However, an intriguing sight awaited him. A tall man, his eyes covered by a black cloth, donned in an ornate and ancient-looking black Han outfit, with long hair cascading naturally down to his waist. His presence exuded an air of antiquity and solemnity that seemed incongruous with his surroundings. Yet, Huang Shengyuan felt an undeniable pull, as if something or someone was stirring his emotions. Estimating the man to be in his 20s or 30s, Huang Shengyuan, despite the blindfold, could sense that he was undoubtedly a strikingly handsome individual. Approaching the man, he examined the items displayed on the ground before him, which seemed rather unremarkable. Curiously, the stall contained only 10 items: a bell, an axe, a rusted sword, a dusty pot, a somewhat tattered small tower, a hanging ornament resembling a guqin, a censer-like vessel, a bronze mirror that obscured one's reflection, a worn seal, and most peculiarly, a stone that could be easily grasped in one hand. Huang Shengyuan felt an inexplicable connection to these items, sensing they were somehow calling to him. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the man and inquired, "Excuse me, how much are these items? I would like to purchase them." The man slowly lifted his gaze, and Huang Shengyuan was met with a rich, resonant voice that carried a soft chuckle. Confused, Huang Shengyuan wondered what had elicited the man's laughter. "The young friend, the way you address me as brother." The man smiled and shook his head. "Did I err my address?" Huang Shengyuan blinked. "I am 17. This young man appears to be merely in his 20s, just a decade older than I. Is it inappropriate to call him brother?" "Alas, let it be so," the man said with a hint of indulgence in his tone. Huang Shengyuan found the individual before him rather peculiar. He sensed the young man's manner of speaking was rather antiquated. "Brother, how much do these cost?" "Priceless to others, yet a gift to you," the man replied slowly. Huang Shengyuan twitched at the classical phrasing. Although he could comprehend and translate the words, he felt the man was exaggerating. Surely, these trinkets could not surpass the value of fine imperial jade. "Brother, are you truly giving these to me?" "A gentleman's word is as binding as a team of 4 horses," the man responded once more. No, brother, please name your price." The man appeared taken aback, questioning, "Young friend, why do you refuse my gift?" Huang Shengyuan had grown accustomed to the man's peculiar speech, but found it odd that he consistently emphasized the term young friend. "Brother, as the saying goes, a gentleman cherishes wealth obtained through proper means, while a lady appreciates beauty and does not accept ill-gotten gains. One should not take rewards without effort, and since you are not my elder, I cannot accept your offerings without due cause." "Ha! The children of Huaxia are quite commendable," the man exclaimed with hearty laughter, then generously praised him. Huang Shengyuan felt momentarily bewildered, having overlooked that the man referred to Huaxia rather than Daxia. Uncertain of the man's amusement, he inquired, "Brother, is there something you require my assistance with?" "This matter holds great significance for me, young friend. Listen carefully. I need you to follow your heart in whatever endeavors you pursue in the future. Will you promise me this?" At this moment, Huang Shengyuan was even more perplexed. What did it mean to act according to one's heart? How else would one act? What a curious individual, Huang Shengyuan mused. "Very well, brother, I shall promise you." "May I truly take these?" Huang Shengyuan said cautiously. "Go ahead." Upon receiving consent, Huang Shengyuan first tied the small bell, the ancient qin ornament, and a small stone together with a red thread, securing them at his waist. As for the small bronze mirror, he carefully placed it in the pocket of his chest. The other items were rather large. The small pagoda and the ding could be lifted with both hands. The 9-tiered pagoda, though dust-laden, still revealed exquisite craftsmanship, as did the ding. However, he could not manage the other items, especially the seemingly ordinary axe, which was surprisingly heavy, its weight not at all befitting its size, leaving him to ponder the material from which it was made. Huang Shengyuan could only gaze longingly at the man before him, who, with a weary smile, shook his head. The man then withdrew a delicate silver bracelet from his long sleeves and presented it to Huang Shengyuan. Confusion washed over Huang Shengyuan's face. Why was he being given a bracelet? The man, sensing his bewilderment, explained, "This item is a treasure I stumbled upon. It possesses the ability to store objects, allowing you to retrieve them at will. I shall gift it to you, as it holds no value for me." Huang Shengyuan's mind raced with questions. Who was this man? Where did he come from? Was this not the legendary realm of spatial storage? Although he was aware of the existence of forbidden objects in this world, the ability to merely store items seemed to classify it as a low-risk forbidden object. He inwardly lamented his own lack of fortune in acquiring such treasures by chance. He did not suspect the man's true identity, for in his eyes, the man was merely someone knowledgeable about the Night Watchers and the existence of the Forbidden Abyss. Matters he felt no need to probe further. Revealing his awareness of the Night Watchers could invite a host of troubles. Is this bracelet truly as miraculous as you say? Huang Shengyuan inquired. Believe it or not, a trial will reveal the truth, the man replied gently. Huang Shengyuan eagerly accepted the bracelet, bringing it close to an axe. And in an instant, the axe vanished into thin air. Wow, you are remarkable. Since you possess such an extraordinary treasure, are you perhaps a deity? If so, would you consider taking me on as your apprentice? A deity? In a sense, yes, but I do not take apprentices, the man quipped half-jokingly. Huang Shengyuan smirked, finding the young man quite intriguing, and his responses rather amusing. With this newfound storage tool, he promptly stored the bronze mirror and other items hanging from his waist into the bracelet. Thank you for this precious gift. I truly appreciate it. Should you ever decide to take on disciples, do remember to seek me out, he said, and with that, Huang Shengyuan departed from the alley. What he did not realize was that after his departure, the man smiled broadly and murmured, "The little one performed admirably. He is indeed an outsider. May you embody the will and spirit of Huaxia, striving tirelessly in this world to elevate the name of Huaxia, or perhaps the might of the Great Xia. I also hope you find someone who truly cares for you." In the next moment, the man transformed into a wisp of mist, drifting towards Huang Shengyuan, who had already ventured far from the alley and merged into his being. Chapter 5. The Dangerous Spider-Woman. After purchasing his items, Huang Shengyuan departed from the antique street. Although he did not manage to find anything particularly valuable, he felt satisfied with the acquisition of a forbidden object. Once he left the antique street, he had no intention of returning home too early. After all, his brother would be late, and dining alone seemed rather dreary. Thus, Huang Shengyuan leisurely wandered through the commercial street until around 6 o'clock, when he found a place to have a simple dinner. Following that, he stopped by a tea shop to buy a cup of milk tea, sipping it while strolling along the path. As dusk descended, Huang Shengyuan glanced at the time, noting it was 10 minutes past 7, and began making his way home. Although the commercial street was a considerable distance from his residence, he felt confident he could arrive before 8 by walking. He retraced his steps towards home, the sky darkening gradually, while the streetlights along the commercial street continued to shine brightly. Upon exiting the commercial area, he encountered a broad road where the illumination was significantly dimmer compared to the bustling streets. The night was lively with the sounds of rustling grass, creating a serene ambience that made Huang Shengyuan feel at ease. Despite his fear of darkness, he was determined to confront it. After all, the terrors he would face in the future would surely be no less daunting than the shadows of the night. The path Huang Shengyuan traversed became increasingly secluded, with fewer people around, leaving him alone as he ventured further. At this moment, his trepidation of the dark intensified. Under the faint light, only his solitary silhouette was cast upon the ground. With each passing moment, Huang Shengyuan quickened his pace. Upon reaching the mouth of an alley, a pungent, briny odor assaulted his nostrils, accompanied by the faint sound of something heavy collapsing within. An unsettling sensation swelled within him. Nonetheless, he stepped into the alley, his footsteps light, yet burdened with gravity. After a while, the sounds grew closer, resembling a scuffle or perhaps the one-sided beating of an unfortunate soul. Though fear gripped him, he pressed onward, the stench becoming more pronounced, causing a wave of nausea to wash over him. The odor was suffocating, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Finally, at a corner, Huang Shengyuan arrived at the source of the commotion. He leaned slightly, cautiously peering around the corner of the wall. What met his eyes sent a shiver down his spine. A creature with the body of a spider and the visage of a woman was inching closer to a handsome young man clad in a blue school uniform. He was tall and well-built, with sharp, striking features that conveyed an air of coldness. His deep-set, sculpted facial lines resembled a masterful carving, particularly his sword-like eyebrows that seemed to glint like blades. The man possessed captivating phoenix eyes, a straight, noble nose, and elegantly curved lips that turned up slightly at the corners, exuding an aloof charm. His long, handsome ears only added to his striking appearance. Huang Shengyuan could not suppress a gulp. The man before him, in comparison to his brother, was undeniably superior. Recently, Huang Shengyuan had encountered a plethora of handsome men, and as he gazed at his own unremarkable appearance, while not exactly ugly, it was nonetheless a blow to his self-esteem. At that moment, the man was gritting his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his brow, and upon closer inspection, his arm was seeping with crimson blood. He had been injured by the monstrous creature before him, resembling a spider. The man's eyes were filled with defiance and resentment. As the creature's spider legs lunged towards the man's body, Huang Shengyuan felt an inexplicable surge of courage and swiftly picked up a palm-sized stone from the roadside, hurling it at the spider monster. The stone struck the creature squarely on the head. The spider demon turned with a ferocious expression, and upon spotting Huang Shengyuan cowering in the corner, lunged directly at him. As Huang Shengyuan discerned the full form of the monster, he suddenly recognized it. This was the infamous spider woman, known in Japanese folklore as the Rokurokubi. It was said that this creature would ensnare men with her allure, wrapping them in her web for her leisurely consumption. Now, however, she had opted for a more direct method of murder, indicating her seduction had failed. The injured man also noticed Huang Shengyuan, astonished that someone would come to his rescue, and that this person seemed to be of similar age. As the giant spider charged towards them, Huang Shengyuan instinctively darted to the side with unprecedented speed, causing the spider woman to miss her mark. He quickly approached the man and helped him to his feet. "How are you? Are you injured? Anywhere else? Can you run?" Huang Shengyuan asked urgently. "Don't worry about me. Just run." The man's voice was weak, clearly suffering from severe injuries. "Shut up and answer me," Huang Shengyuan insisted. "I can still move, but I think my ribs are broken. I'll only slow you down." Seeing the spider woman regaining her bearings and preparing to pounce again, Huang Shengyuan disregarded everything and hoisted the man onto his back, sprinting towards the alley's exit. Yet his physical condition was not robust, and with an extra person on his back, escaping the eight-legged spider woman was nearly impossible. The creature closely pursued them, gaining ground with each passing moment. The man on Huang Shengyuan's back gritted his teeth against the pain and urged, "Just go. Leave me behind and run." "Not a chance. I've angered that thing to save you. Leaving you would be a loss for me. You wish. Be quiet. If we can escape, we will. If we can't, then we'll face our fates together. The worst that could happen is death, and I refuse to abandon a life." The man was taken aback by Huang Shengyuan's words, astonished that a stranger would go to such lengths for him. "Why? Why save me? I'm just a cursed soul. Do I even deserve it?" His expression revealed sorrow mingled with a hint of defiance. "What cursed soul? What do you mean by deserving? Remember this. Saving you is what makes you worthy." Huang Shengyuan quickened his pace once more, yet he could not shake off the pursuing spider woman. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in danger," he retorted. "You, be quiet. What do you mean I wouldn't be in danger? It is I who must save you. No one is compelling me." Without allowing the other to finish, Huang Shengyuan interrupted him. After running for a while, he felt his energy waning, his speed diminishing significantly. Suddenly, a sharp spider leg struck at Huang Shengyuan's side, toppling him and the person on his back some distance away. His left sleeve was torn, blood seeping from his arm and dripping onto the bracelet on his left hand. The bracelet emitted a faint silvery glow before vanishing. Unbeknownst to Huang Shengyuan, it had transformed into a dragon-shaped tattoo, now coiling around his left arm. At that moment, despair washed over Huang Shengyuan. Had he just been reborn and traversed time only to meet his end? He closed his eyes, seemingly welcoming death, yet a defiant anger surged within him. As the Spider-Woman launched another attack, this time aiming for his heart, the man whom Huang Shengyuan had saved watched in horror, his pupils dilating as he beheld the scene. He wished to intervene, to block the impending strike, but he was utterly immobilized, left to await death in despair. In that critical instant, Huang Shengyuan abruptly opened his eyes. His pupils shifted from obsidian black to a vibrant array of colors. Instantly, the world transformed. The sky above darkened as multicolored thunderclouds gathered, pulsating with colorful lightning, their immense pressure bearing down like the weight of Mount Everest. Just as the Spider-Woman's leg was about to pierce Huang Shengyuan's heart, a bolt of 9-colored lightning struck her directly, reducing her to ash before she could even utter a scream. However, Huang Shengyuan himself succumbed to unconsciousness. The man, witnessing the extraordinary event, was filled with disbelief but managed to gather himself and crawled to Huang Shengyuan's side. Placing his hand on Huang Shengyuan's heart, he felt the steady rhythm of life within and smiled, a grin of survival against the odds. He pulled out his phone from his pocket and dialed 120. The call connected, and the voice of a female operator reached his ears. "Hello, this is the 120 Emergency Center. How may I assist you? Is there a patient in need of urgent care? Please help us. We were attacked. There are 2 injured, one with unknown injuries, and I believe my ribs are fractured. We are in the commercial street, in the 3rd alley from the right to the left. Please, hurry." With that, he too succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 6. The 3 Divine Trees in Nüwa. When Huang Shengyuan awoke once more, a week had already elapsed. The pungent scent of disinfectant and alcohol in the hospital evoked memories of his previous life spent in a medical facility, a recollection that was far from pleasant. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the haggard visage of Huang Shengyuan. A sharp pain gripped Huang Shengyuan's heart. The deep shadows under his brother's eyes betrayed the fact that he had endured a prolonged period without rest. Seeing Huang Shengyuan awake filled Huang Shengyuan with joy, and he hastily pressed the call button. After the doctor arrived to conduct a thorough examination, he determined that aside from the wound on the left arm, there were no significant issues, and he departed. Once the doctor left, Huang Shengyuan settled beside Huang Shengyuan's bed, silently gazing at him, his lips pressed tightly together. The atmosphere remained heavy with silence for quite some time until Huang Shengyuan, breaking the stillness, reached out to gently tug at his brother's sleeve. Huang Shengyuan promptly grasped his wrist. "Brother." Huang Shengyuan's voice was hoarse, a result of relying solely on nutritional fluids for sustenance throughout the week and lying in bed for so long. This was a natural response. "Alas, how do you feel, little Yuan?" Huang Shengyuan's voice trembled, betraying his concern. "I am afraid." Huang Shengyuan uttered these 2 words, his fear palpable, fear of truly succumbing, of facing an irreversible death. "Yuan, do not be afraid. Brother is here. I shall stay with you." Huang Shengyuan placed Huang Shengyuan's palm against his own cheek, tenderly caressing it. "Yuan, I am sorry for arriving late. Brother, why do you take everything upon yourself?" Huang Shengyuan pouted, feigning anger. "Yuan, how could you possibly encounter such a scene of violence? Wasn't it on your way home? Why did you venture there?" Huang Shengyuan inquired, bewildered. "Brother, I am sorry," Huang Shengyuan muttered, reflecting on the reasons that had led him there. "Yuan, promise me you'll be all right, will you?" Huang Shengyuan struggled to mask his sorrow. "Brother, I truly am fine. I know, little one. Brother, please do not be sad. As the big boss, you must not allow your employees to mock you." Huang Shengyuan whispered. "All right, I shall not cry. Are you hungry, little Yuan?" "I'm not hungry. I am tired and wish to sleep." "Very well, sleep, little Yuan. I shall not disturb you." After ensuring Huang Shengyuan was comfortable, Huang Shengyuan exited the room. Once outside the ward, Huang Shengyuan's expression darkened. He placed his hand to his ear, revealing a miniature earbud nestled within. Activating the device, a youthful voice resonated in his ear. "Captain, what is the condition of that boy?" "Captain, we have observed that the boy has not awakened the forbidden ruins nor any divine restrictions. He is merely an ordinary student. I have also checked. My brother has not acquired either divine or forbidden ruins." "Captain, was that bolt of heavenly thunder truly a divine intervention? Could have been merely an accident? Ordinary lightning could obliterate the remnants of the fourth realm, the Sea realm, and leave nothing of the Spider-Woman. Ling Xiao insisted that I send you back to the training camp for a complete overhaul. No, no, no. Captain, please spare me. I can only hope that the deity poses no threat to the Great Xia. If it truly dares to act against Suzhou, I would rather perish alongside it than allow it to retain its divine status. Captain, I wonder how my younger brother, Xiao Yuan, is faring? He is unscathed, only suffering minor injuries. As for his prolonged unconsciousness, it may be due to the divine thunder that has shaken his soul. However, he should recover in no time. What if this indeed is the work of a deity, Captain? Perhaps we should report to our superiors and request a human pinnacle to guard Suzhou? That is not advisable. Firstly, we are uncertain whether it is indeed the work of a deity. Moreover, the position of a human pinnacle cannot be altered arbitrarily, as it would invite great calamity. Captain, I am merely being cautious. Do not worry. Do not forget what my forbidden domain entails. Even if it were a deity, I could manage for 3 or 4 hours. At worst, I could use spiritual beings to force a breakthrough to the human pinnacle realm. Indeed, Captain, your forbidden domain is the new forbidden domain, Wanjiang Shanhe. Even the commander holds it in high regard. Otherwise, you would not have been appointed as the captain of our Suzhou Team 017 so swiftly. Furthermore, your resources are second only to the existence of the Forbidden Objects Museums by Li family. By the way, Captain, how many years has it been since you revealed the capabilities of your forbidden domain beyond merely attracting wealth? While it sounds grand, can it truly withstand a deity's onslaught? How could one possibly crush a deity with mere riches? Rest assured, my forbidden domain is unique. Even the supreme deities would find it difficult to breach. Moreover, I am nearly half a step into the fifth realm, Wuliang. Even if it were breached, I would still manage to survive. Can't you share this with us, Captain? Why the air of mystery? Because I have my own concerns. With a single statement, the counterpart fell silent. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyuan, after Huang Haoshuan departed, succumbed to a profound slumber, and this time his dreams transformed dramatically. Unlike before, he was no longer engulfed in endless darkness. The 3 trees in his dream radiated golden light, surrounded by swirling clouds and purple mist. His dream now resembled a celestial paradise, and the full forms of the 3 trees were unveiled before him. The tallest of the 3 stood in the center, with a trunk resembling that of an ox, bark akin to the ribbons on a crown, and leaves resembling a net, bearing fruit similar to that of a locust tree. This towering tree reached a height of 100 fathoms, lacking branches, with 9 curved branches at its summit and 9 entwined roots below. This was a tree unlike any Huang Shengyuan had ever encountered. At that moment, information about the tree flooded his mind. The Tongtian Jinmu, recorded in the ancient text Shanhai Jing as one of the 3 great divine trees of antiquity, said to be a passage between the realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Its leaves resemble those of mustard greens, and the entire tree consists of 2 mutually supportive pine trees, towering to heights of several thousand zhang. The foliage is a striking red. Yet, the essence of this tree also emerged within his mind, as recorded in the ancient text Shanhai Jing, which chronicles the legendary 3 divine trees of antiquity, including the Fusang tree, the mythical abode of the 10 suns, nestled somewhere in the east. To the right of the towering Jianmu stands a bare, intricately twisted trunk, devoid of branches yet remarkably tall. This tree's essence, too, surfaced in Huang Shengyuan's consciousness. It is one of the 3 divine trees mentioned in Shanhai Jing, known as the immortal tree, which grants eternal life to those who consume its trunk. Confronted with this triad of revelations, Huang Shengyuan was utterly astonished. The previously dormant power had now manifested in a grand manner. 3 divine trees had seemingly been summoned to his presence. At that moment, a gentle laugh from a woman reached his ears. Who? Huang Shengyuan, filled with suspicion, cast his gaze around. In the next instant, the dragon pattern on his left arm materialized, and simultaneously, the seemingly ordinary stone gifted to him by the mysterious man in the antique market soared forth. As Huang Shengyuan watched in bewilderment, the unremarkable stone erupted in a dazzling spectrum of colors, blinding him momentarily. He beheld the stone Shengyuan's exterior gradually fracturing, transforming into a radiant five-colored divine stone, which floated before the Jimu. In the following moment, a stunning woman with long black hair, a human head atop a serpentine body, slender waist, adorned with a phoenix crown, and a benevolent expression, appeared before Huang Shengyuan. Her azure serpent tail extended approximately 5 to 6 meters in length. "Child, do you recognize who I am?" The sudden appearance of the woman, coupled with her serpentine form, sparked an astonishing thought in Huang Shengyuan's mind. "Are you the goddess Nüwa?" "Indeed, you are quite astute." Huang Shengyuan nearly succumbed to excitement, almost fainting at the thought, for in his past life. And what was his idol? While others might idolize figures such as Sun Wukong, Erlang Shun, or Neza, Huang Shengyuan found his admiration lying with the gentle and virtuous Fuxi, and the nurturing goddess, Mother Earth Nüwa. If one were to inquire who his hero was, it would undoubtedly be the cultural progenitor, the Yellow Emperor Shengyuan, for it was through him that the broader identity of the Huaxia people emerged. "You truly are Nüwa. Did that person not inform you?" "That person? Who?" Huang Shengyuan inquired cautiously. "Do not worry. You shall meet again in due time," Nüwa assured him. "Child, I have a matter to discuss. Would you be willing to assist me?" Nüwa's expression grew serious as she regarded Huang Shengyuan. "Your Majesty, command me, and I shall fulfill the task with unwavering resolve," Huang Shengyuan replied, his tone resolute as if addressing a commanding officer during military training. "Very well. Are you willing to inherit my mantle and protect the innocent people of Huaxia?" "Your Majesty, I am naturally willing to comply with your request, but I fear I lack the skills for combat, and my frail body may only lead to my demise." "Dear child, do not fret. As long as I am here, you shall not be harmed. I trust you implicitly, for you are the first woman of Chinese mythology, the primordial goddess of creation, the mother of earth, and the nurturing figure of the Han people." "Very well. Truly, you are deserving of my unwavering faith, as you are my blood and flesh." At that moment, the goddess Nüwa placed her jade hand to her crimson lips, gently biting down, causing a drop of bright red blood to appear upon her fingertip. With a graceful wave of her hand, that droplet of blood entered Huang Shengyuan's body. In the next instant, Huang Shengyuan felt a warm current spreading from his dantian throughout his entire being. His bones crackled audibly, and he distinctly sensed that his body was undergoing transformation. However, it was not the agonizing experience often depicted in tales. Instead, it was a most pleasant sensation. Huang Shengyuan felt as though he were basking in the warm and comforting rays of the spring sun. Soon after, his body underwent a profound metamorphosis. As his lower half transformed from legs into a serpentine tail, a vibrant blue stretching 4 to 5 meters in length. His skin also lightened significantly, and he could feel the impurities within him being entirely purged. Chapter 7. The Divine Ruins, Creation and Governance. Upon witnessing the transformation of his own body, Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, utterly astonished. Just a single drop of blood from the goddess Nüwa had rejuvenated him profoundly. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. He redirected his gaze to his own form, and his face flushed crimson. Aside from the serpentine tail that adorned his lower half, his upper body was completely bare. Alarmed, Huang Shengyuan swiftly retreated behind the immortal tree, dragging his lengthy tail along, while a faint smile graced the countenance of the goddess Nüwa. "Why did you not inform me that I would become a naked man during this transformation?" Huang Shengyuan exclaimed, clearly flustered. "When I created humanity, you were all laid bare before me. Come forth." Furthermore, in my ancient scriptures, a naked form is entirely natural. Is that truly so? "Indeed," Nüwa replied, finding amusement in Huang Shengyuan's predicament. Eventually, he emerged from behind the immortal wood, still dragging his long tail. Yet he was pleased to note that his skin had become fairer, although it did not compare to his brother's complexion, nor to that of the man he had encountered that day. The change was still a positive development. "Goddess, can I revert to my previous form?" "Yes. Thank you." "Goddess Nüwa." Huang Shengyuan did not rush to return to his former state, for if he did, he would indeed become a literal naked man. Suddenly, he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through him, powerful yet gentle. "Goddess, what is this?" In this realm, You harbor what could be described as a significant forbidden ruin, a gift I have bestowed upon you. This forbidden ruin is known as creation and governance. I possess a forbidden ruin now. To be precise, it is a divine ruin. Thank you, Goddess Nüwa. Without hesitation, Huang Shengyuan knelt before the ground, but as he began to lower himself, a gentle breeze lifted him softly. Do not kneel before me. I am your mother. In my presence, you need not regard me as a lofty deity. Remember that. The goddess Nüwa spoke softly. Understood. Now, you must take your leave. Remember, should you encounter peril, simply call my name in the land of mortals. When Huang Shengyuan opened his eyes, he was greeted by the stark whiteness of a hospital ceiling. However, the discomfort that had plagued him was now alleviated. He raised his left arm and suddenly sprang upright from the bed, realizing that his bracelet was missing. Yet in his mind, he vividly recalled the place he had just occupied. What had transpired was no mere dream, but a reality akin to the psychiatric hospital of Great Xia. The dream had morphed into an authentic world, prompting Huang Shengyuan to marvel at the prowess of the Chinese deities. From the few words of the goddess Nüwa, he understood that she was indeed the Nüwa of Chinese mythology, though he was left pondering which was more formidable, the ancient civilization of Huaxia or the present-day Great Xia. With differing worldviews and cultivation methods, Huang Shengyuan found it impossible to draw a comparison. Finally, glancing at the faint dragon patterns on his left arm, he comprehended that the bracelet had merged with him, suggesting that the identity of the mysterious figure he had encountered that day was far from ordinary. At this moment, Huang Shengyuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Why hadn't Taiyi persistently begged the other party to accept him as a disciple that day? Perhaps he could have acquired an additional 2 volumes of techniques. He recalled the 10 items that mysterious figure had presented to him, each corresponding to one of the 10 legendary artifacts of China: the Dongwang Bell, the Xianyuan Sword, the Pango Axe, the Haotian Tower, the Refining Demon Pot, the Kunlun Mirror, the Kongtong Seal, the Shinnong Cauldron, the Inhua Stone, and the Fushi Qin. Who was that enigmatic figure, he mused? How audacious of him to have referred to them as little brother, which explained the constant emphasis on little friend. Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but lament. Just then, he noticed something amiss. Glancing at his left arm, he was astonished to find that there were no wounds. It was smoother than before he had been injured. This is bad. What should I do? What if my brother sees this? Perhaps I should inflict a superficial cut. Huang Shengyuan pressed his lips together, directing his gaze toward a fruit knife in the basket beside him. He had just lifted the knife and traced it along his left arm when the hospital room door swung open, prompting him to hurriedly return the knife. Huang Haoshuan entered and immediately spotted Huang Shengyuan cocooned beneath the covers. Internally, Huang Shengyuan implored, "Goddess, please assist me. Otherwise, I cannot overcome this predicament." Though he harbored little hope, he merely thought this, and suddenly a sigh echoed in his mind. Almost instantaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his left arm, and the grotesque wound resurfaced, allowing him the courage to peek out from under the blankets. He silently exclaimed, "Long live the goddess." "Brother, what brings you here? Aren't you busy today?" he inquired. "I came to see you. I postponed today's work," Huang Haoshuan replied. "By the way, why were you hiding under the covers? You haven't suffocated, have you?" "Not at all. Just a bit of pain from the wound," Huang Shengyuan reassured him. Huang Haoshuan's expression shifted to one of concern, and he asked urgently, "Where does it hurt? Tell me, and I will call a doctor." "Brother, it's just a little, with such a long cut. How could it not hurt? Are you truly all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Very well. I shall keep you company for the day." "Thank you, brother." At this moment, Huang Shengyuan glanced at Huang Haoshuan seated beside his bed and pondered for a moment before speaking again. "Brother, what is it you honor? Do you believe in monsters in this world?" Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Huang Haoshuan's heart tightened. He was aware of the truth, and the one suffering from this calamity was his dear brother. He had refrained from using forbidden items to erase Huang Shengyuan's memory, wanting him to learn from this experience to avoid venturing into danger in the future. Huang Shengyuan, on the other hand, wished to reveal the truth of this world, for in his understanding, his brother was merely an ordinary person. What if one day he encountered something mysterious without sufficient knowledge? "You honor, what are you talking about? What monsters could possibly exist in this world? It's all my fault for putting you through this ordeal. You must have been quite frightened. Brother, Huang Shengyuan attempted to articulate further. However, Huang Shengyuan did not wait for him to finish speaking and interrupted him. All right, in 3 days, you shall embark on your journey to Cangnan City. Your luggage has already been prepared by me. Now, tell me what you desire. I shall procure anything for you. Huang Shengyuan let out a soft snort, perceiving that Huang Shengyuan had no intention of allowing him to complete his thoughts. In Huang Shengyuan's eyes, Huang Shengyuan had transformed into a stubborn individual, one who disregarded the words of others. What is it, Yuan? Why are you upset? Has elder brother done something wrong? Or is there something I have failed to prepare? Please enlighten me. Upon witnessing Huang Shengyuan's displeased expression, Huang Shengyuan grew anxious and hurriedly sought to console him. It's nothing, just a troubling incident that occurred at home during the first few days after I woke up. Such a matter has lingered in your mind for so long. What is it? Please share it with your brother. Huang Shengyuan inwardly lamented, realizing that he had indeed angered his younger sibling, who now refused to disclose the reason. It's a trivial matter, brother. When are we being discharged from the hospital? We can leave today. The doctor has stated that you are recovering splendidly. Huang Shengyuan spoke these words, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to alleviate his brother's ire. By the way, brother, I recall there was someone else with me that day. What has become of that person? You mean the lad who collapsed beside you? He sustained more severe injuries, but he will be fine. He has fractured 2 ribs. With proper rest, he should recover fully within a year. Oh, do you know his name? Let me think. I believe he is called Yanziyu. Chapter 8. Meeting the protagonist in another hospital room, a handsome young man lay bandaged, with an 4 drip attached to his hand. This was Yanziyu, the individual whom Huang Shengyuan had previously rescued. Yanziyu found himself perpetually recalling every word spoken by Huang Shengyuan that fateful night, for Huang's presence had profoundly impacted him. Having grown up devoid of affection, he harbored an inexplicable emotion towards Huang Shengyuan, the one who had saved his life, an emotion he had never experienced before. That night, he had come to understand the extraordinary nature of this world, encountering a spider-woman and the thunder that descended from the heavens. Huang Shengyuan, I will remember you, Yanziyu whispered softly. He turned to gaze out the window, where a fragrant osmanthus tree stood, its scent wafting into his nostrils, soothing his troubled mind. At that moment, Yanziyu spoke to himself, from now on, my wound shall heal at 5 times the usual speed. A faint golden light emanated from his body, only to dissipate swiftly. A week later, at the second middle school of Cangnan City, Huang Shengyuan approached the long-anticipated school gates, adorned in the uniform his brother had procured for him in advance. With a heart full of hope, he stepped into the high school, recalling that he had also earned his way in a high school in his previous life. The original owner's transition into his being felt fortuitous, yet he pondered whether the original owner would adapt to his family, especially since his parents were rather strict. Throughout his life, he had never even held a girl's hand, remaining a novice in romantic endeavors. Upon entering the school, Huang Shengyuan glanced at the messages sent by his brother and was taken aback to discover that he had been transferred to the same class as the protagonist. Could this be fate, he wondered? Turning around, he spotted a middle-aged woman standing at the school gate, holding a basket of eggs. Recognition struck him instantly. She was Aunt Lin Xia, the mother of the reincarnated body of the divine Lord Erlang of the Great Xia. With a fleeting glance, Huang Shengyuan proceeded toward the teaching building, heading for the teacher's office instead of rushing to his classroom. The reason for his hesitation stemmed from his naturally introverted nature. He felt the need for a familiar companion whenever faced with more than 3 strangers. He recalled his previous life when he transferred to a new school in the 9th grade, remaining silent for an entire week, having not uttered a single word to his classmates. Were it not for his eagerness to answer the teacher's questions, he might have been mistaken for mute. By the end of the academic year, he had barely learned half of his classmates' names, as there were 70 students in total, and he occasionally called them by the wrong names. The only names he could recall with clarity were those of the class monitor, the academic representative, and the top 10 students. Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of helplessness about this. After all, his parents had been exceedingly strict, and he had never ventured outside alone or visited a classmate's home to play before entering the first year of junior high. During holidays, he would remain at home, watching television, completing homework, and preparing meals. Upon arriving at the teacher's office, the teacher regarded Huang Shengyuan with curiosity. When Huang Shengyuan introduced him, it became apparent that their class would be welcoming a truly exceptional boy. Today, when a young man sought him out, he was naturally filled with confusion. One would expect that transferring schools would simply entail taking a seat in class. Huang Shengyuan, may I inquire why you are looking for the teacher? The homeroom teacher asked first. Well, teacher, I feel a bit shy and somewhat nervous. There are too many people, and I'm not quite brave enough, Huang Shengyuan stammered, his face flushing as he revealed his background. Even the homeroom teacher had not anticipated that such a reserved child would stand before her. Ultimately, she arranged for the teacher of the current class to escort Huang Shengyuan to the classroom. Huang Shengyuan closely followed the female teacher toward the class. Upon reaching the second class of the second year, the teacher pushed open the door and entered, with Huang Shengyuan following closely behind. The classroom, still buzzing with chatter, quieted down significantly upon the teacher's arrival. Huang Shengyuan's gaze swiftly fell upon a boy with darkened eyes seated at the front of the podium. That was Lin Xia. Huang Shengyuan took a seat in the left front position relative to Lin Xia, yet he could still sense numerous eyes upon him, leaving him feeling somewhat out of place. After offering a brief word of comfort to Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia, the female teacher commenced her lesson. Please turn to page 91. Today we shall discuss the history and challenges of modern-day Xia. Huang Shengyuan was already well-versed in the topics the teacher presented, not only having memorized them, but also understanding their origins. The Day of Survival, also known as the Day of Rebirth for the deities of the day, Xia South Celestial Court. As the moon hung bright and stars were sparse, Huang Shengyuan walked alone on his way home, though it was not quite home, as his brother had merely rented an apartment for him in the city, situated in an older district. Anticipating the events of the evening, Huang Shengyuan had preemptively acquired a baseball bat, holding it firmly in his grasp. The creation and governance path is a sacred void that possesses the ability to create all things, govern the laws, manipulate the yin and yang, mend the heavens, create humanity, and regulate relationships. It is all-encompassing, drawing upon the essence of the earth for its own use. Wherever there is soil, wherever there is ground, it is an invincible presence, capable of harnessing the power of the earth's veins for its own purposes. Furthermore, the creation and governance path encompasses the two divine powers of the goddess Nüwa, namely mystical transformation of 70 changes and divine thunder of creation. The might of the divine thunder of creation is immense, even with his current lamp realm strength. It is sufficient to reduce a main deity to ashes, though its usage comes at a great personal cost. The mystical transformation of 70 changes allows him to transform into any object or life form, remaining undetectable. Should he choose to transform into a mythical creature, he would inherit all the abilities of that being. Transforming into an ordinary human or object incurs minimal expenditure, yet to change into a deity or mythical being demands significant resources. This remarkable ability will only be completely unfettered once he attains the pinnacle of divinity. It is currently beyond Huang Shengyuan's capabilities to create a human being. After all, the act of creation necessitates an immense vitality to bestow life upon the inanimate. One need not rely solely on clay. Forms such as the lotus-like transformation of Nüwa or the carving of trees are equally viable. However, to successfully create a human, Huang Shengyuan must possess at least the strength of the Chuan realm. Should he attempt to mold earth into form, his ability to harness the essence of the earth would only allow him to shape a body devoid of a soul, unless he were to receive the sacred yellow earth directly from the goddess Nüwa. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the ability to sculpt a vessel capable of housing a soul would be immensely beneficial to Huang Shengyuan. After all, upon the demise of Zhao Kongsheng, he could opt to create a corporeal form for him, merely to preserve his spirit. It would indeed be a disservice to a warrior of Zhao Kongsheng's caliber to confine him within a small pouch. Chapter 9. The phantom-faced man Huang Shengyuan walked slowly along the dimly lit path. As he ambled along, he could hear the chatter of several classmates behind him, with Li Yifei's voice standing out as the most familiar. He realized that Lin Xia and the others had caught up with him, maintaining his pace. Huang Shengyuan tightened his grip on the baseball bat, resting it on his shoulder and feigning nonchalance. Due to the nurturing blood of the goddess Nüwa, Huang Shengyuan's physical strength had reached the pinnacle of the perfect world's blood-molding realm. As a result, he had been apprehended by Nüwa for several days to practice controlling his newfound power in the sacred land of mountains and seas, a name he had bestowed upon the ethereal realm in his mind. Within this sacred domain, his cultivation proved remarkably effective, and it was replete with numerous rare herbs, some of which possessed a certain spiritual essence. The most notable among them was the 1,000-year-old ginseng, which, astonishingly, could move on its own, nearly rendering the formerly science-believing Huang Shengyuan faint with disbelief. The sacred land of mountains and seas also harbored many precious minerals, far from ordinary. These were materials suitable for forging magical artifacts. Among these were the 1,000-year-old dark iron, 5 colored stones, solid iron ore, and the 10,000-year-old cold iron, each a treasure in its own right. The presence of 5 colored stones, a primary material for crafting the repairing stone of the heavens, took Huang Shengyuan by surprise. Under Nüwa's strict supervision, Huang Shengyuan had perfected his control over his strength. At this moment, even unarmed, he possessed the capability to defeat the phantom-faced man with his bare hands. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the class monitor, Jiang Qian, behind him. "Hey, look, isn't that Huang Shengyuan up ahead?" With Jiang Qian's exclamation, everyone turned their attention to Huang Shengyuan. Li Yifei shouted out directly, "Huang Shengyuan." Upon hearing his name, Huang Shengyuan slowly turned his head to face Li Yifei. The mere glance sent a chill down Li Yifei's spine, akin to a giant looking down upon an ant. It was a forceful suppression that seemed to emanate from Huang Shengyuan's very bloodline, filling Li Yifei with an inexplicable dread, the source of which was unknown even to him. "Oh, Lin Xia and the class monitor, you are all taking this path?" Huang Shengyuan feigned curiosity. "No, we are here to see off Lin Xia," Li Yifei stammered. "Very well, let us proceed together then." With that, Huang Shengyuan paused for a moment, and thus the original group was joined by him. However, Lin Xia regarded Huang Shengyuan with a hint of confusion. Sensing the fluctuations of mental energy, Huang Shengyuan understood that Lin Xia was scrutinizing him. He chose to remain silent, continuing his forward march, while Li Yifei walked in trepidation, unable to comprehend why he felt akin to a kitten standing before a lion upon encountering Huang Shengyuan. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan sensed a surge of energy. He gazed into the distance and noticed a thin veil appearing high in the sky, a clear indication that Team 136 Spectre had begun their cleanup. Soon, he would encounter the renowned Zhao Kongcheng. As Huang Shengyuan continued walking with the group, they reached a corner where Li Yifei, visibly relieved, sighed and bid farewell before swiftly fleeing. Indeed, it was a flight. Yet, Huang Shengyuan took note of Li Yifei's pupils transforming into slits. Regrettably, this time, Li Yifei escaped without a word of caution. After Li Yifei's departure, Huang Shengyuan's gaze fixated on the dim, narrow alleyway. Currently, Huang Shengyuan felt a wave of nausea. Not from anything but the foul stench. He could confidently assert that even the legendary Hound of Heaven could not rival his acute sense of smell. This odor was far worse than the previous scent of blood. It resembled the repugnant combination of decaying flesh, rotting for over 10 days, tossed into a cesspool, mixed with a dozen putrid eggs, a most fitting description of the foul air. "Come on, Huang Shengyuan, why have you stopped?" Jiang Qian inquired, puzzled. "Yes, we're pressed for time to get home for dinner," chimed in one of the boys. Noticing the lifelessness in the boy's eyes, Huang Shengyuan deduced that this was the character Wang Xiao, the first tragic victim from the original tale. Having spoken, Wang Xiao attempted to venture deeper into the alley alone, but Huang Shengyuan quickly restrained him. Wang Xiao shot an irritated glance at Huang Shengyuan, his tone harsh as he demanded, "What are you doing? If you're not going home, I'm anxious." "Wait, there's danger in the alley," Huang Shengyuan replied with a serious expression. "I traversed this path for over a decade. What danger could there possibly be?" "You're insane." Huang Shengyuan remained unfazed by the insult. With a flick of his wrist, a baseball bat spun gracefully in his hand before he released it, sending it flying into the alley. What the hell? Huang Shengyuan, what are you doing? What if it hit someone? Another boy, Lu Yuan, exclaimed in anger. Jiang Qian frowned at Huang Shengyuan, but in the next moment, the bat soared back from the dim alley, returning to Huang Shengyuan's hand. The group stood in astonishment, eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Xiao even exclaimed, wow, wow. It came back. Huang Shengyuan, how did you do that? Teach me. Lu Yuan said, a mix of envy and excitement in his voice. Among them, only Lin Qian noticed the bloodstains on the baseball bat, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. I ask you all, is this not something you should pay attention to? Can you smell what my bat reeks of? Jiang Qian, perplexed, leaned in to sniff. Ugh, ugh. How can it be so foul? The entire group began to retch in unison, the collective heaving only exacerbating Huang Shengyuan's nausea. Suddenly, a piercing roar emanated from the alley, capturing the attention of everyone present. As they discerned the creature emerging from the shadows, fear enveloped all but Huang Shengyuan. Before their eyes stood a grotesque figure, its face a twisted mask of pallid horror. Jiang Qian's scream echoed in Huang Shengyuan's ears. Huang Shengyuan, taken aback, turned to the crowd with a hint of confusion and exclaimed, aren't you all going to run? Are you waiting for a buffet? Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, the crowd sprang into action, hastily retreating, Lin Xia among them. However, Huang Shengyuan remained steadfast, his grip tightening around the baseball bat as he faced the ghastly figure. In an instant, the creature propelled itself forward with the force of a grizzly bear, lunging at Huang Shengyuan. Yet, he neither flinched nor fled. Instead, he raised his bat and swung it with ferocity, resulting in a sickening squelch as the creature's head erupted into a mist of crimson. In this realm, he was an invincible entity. Witnessing the demise of the ghastly figure, Huang Shengyuan leapt effortlessly 30 meters away. At that moment, a brilliant golden light shot skyward, illuminating the entirety of Cangnan City, rendering it as bright as day. Huang Shengyuan could sense the immense power coursing through him. Having ascended to the sixth realm, Klein, seemingly unfazed by Lin Qia's situation, Huang Shengyuan had previously bestowed protective talismans upon Jiang Qian, Wang Xiao, Lu Yuan, and Lin Xia. Jiang Qian, Wang Xiao, and Lu Yuan received teleportation talismans, capable of whisking them away 50 meters in an instant, ensuring their escape given their speed. For Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan had provided a talisman to guide the output of spiritual energy, facilitating a more seamless awakening. Chapter 10. How Yuan group upon sensing that Lin Xia had successfully encountered Zhao Kongsheng. Huang Shengyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaped across the rooftops of the old district, the gentle evening breeze caressing his face, providing a refreshing respite. Before long, he arrived at his destination, only to find himself rendered speechless by the uncanny coincidence of his brother's rental property. It turned out to be situated right next to Lin Qia's residence. Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but marvel at his brother's remarkable ability to bring him so close to the protagonist. Upon entering the abode, he was greeted by a warm and inviting atmosphere, indicative of the original owner's meticulous nature. The furnishings were complete, lacking nothing essential. His brother had already sent over Huang Shengyuan's clothing and toiletries, and after freshening up, he returned to his room. Instead of succumbing to slumber, he chose to make a phone call to Huang Haoshuan. A short while later, the call was answered, and Huang Haoshuan's gentle voice emanated from the receiver, easing some of Huang Shengyuan's unease. After all, this was his first experience with taking a life, and it was only natural for him to feel a twinge of remorse. Xiaoyuan, are you back from school? Yes, how was school? Did you find it satisfactory? The school is excellent. The classmates are very warm, and the academic workload isn't too heavy. I'm glad to hear that, little brother. Brother, do you really believe there are no monsters or demons in this world? Huang Shengyuan decided to broach the topic once more. Xiaoyuan, what is troubling you? Why do you ask such questions again? Did something happen? Huang Haoshuan's tone turned urgent, his grip on the phone tightening, while his other hand left deep scratches on the desk. Brother, just now on my way back, I saw two figures, monsters with pale, twisted faces. Upon hearing this, Huang Haoshuan's pupils dilated and his heart raced. Xiao Yuan, could it be a prank? Perhaps they were just cosplaying characters from a show? Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of helplessness. His brother remained skeptical. But brother, there was blood, he whispered. Meanwhile, Huang Haoshuan assumed his brother was frightened and quickly sought to redirect his thoughts. Xiao Yuan, have you forgotten that many young people enjoy purchasing fake blood for fun? Don't overthink it. Just get a good night's sleep. Feeling somewhat belittled by being treated like a child, Huang Shengyuan could only let the conversation come to a hasty conclusion. After hanging up, Huang Haoshuan made another call. Peacekeeping office at that moment. Chen Mai was listening to Zhao Kongqing report on the situation when suddenly the phone on his desk rang. As soon as he answered, a voice as smooth as jade reached his ears. May I ask if you are Captain Chen Mai of the 136 team in Cangnan City? Yes, who is this? I am Huang Haoshuan, the captain of the 017th team from Gusu City. Gusu City? How'd you get my number? My younger brother is currently attending the second high school in Cangnan City. I would like to inquire whether Captain Shun is aware of the presence of the Phantom Mask in Cangnan City. Indeed. May I ask if Captain Huang has any inquiries? The encirclement was unsuccessful, allowing it to escape. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Chen Mai was particularly astounded, for he had yet to report this matter to the higher authorities. How did the Night Watch team from Gusu City become privy to this information? May I ask? Captain Huang, how did this situation arise? My younger brother spoke with me today, and from him, I learned that he had witnessed the existence of what appeared to be the Phantom Mask, and he even happened to see the scene of its attack. Everyone present was taken aback, especially Zhao Kongqing. The sound from the phone was loud enough for all to hear, and they could sense that Captain Huang from the Gusu City Night Watch team was seemingly suppressing his anger. This time, Chen Mai's gaze turned directly to Zhao Kongqing, who suddenly recalled something in a moment of urgency and spoke again. By the way, Captain, when I was en route to that divine agent, I discovered another corpse of a Phantom Mask along the way, and, curiously, the head of that Phantom Mask was missing. Upon hearing Zhao Kongqing's words, everyone in attendance was once again astonished, and Chen Mai's expression also froze. He then inquired into the phone. May I ask, Captain Huang, is my younger brother the owner of the Forbidden Ruins? Not at all. He is merely an ordinary person. Does he possess any high-risk forbidden items? None. Not to mention whether my brother can even utilize them. He is too frail to contend with the Phantom Mask in the Lantern Realm. The words of Huang Haoshuan plunged everyone present from the Peace Affairs office into an eerie silence. They had never anticipated that the hunt for a Phantom Mask would lead to another matter altogether. Captain, I hope my younger brother can be ensured safety. I sincerely apologize. Captain Huang, this time we were negligent. We did not expect a Phantom Mask to suddenly ascend to the Chuan Phantom King and severely injure one of our team members before escaping. It was our oversight. What? The Phantom King? Has it escaped? Yes. Chen Mai's face was filled with regret. Meanwhile, on the other end, Huang Haoshuan felt a tightness in his chest, for he knew that his only family member was currently in Cangnan City. Captain, I implore you, both as an individual and as the head of the Haoyuan group, to pay close attention to the old district. I beg you to grant me this request. He is my only relative. Captain Huang, as you are aware, we 3 high-risk forbidden items. Chen Mai's pupils constricted. He had not expected the other party to present such a high condition. After careful consideration, he chose to acquiesce. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mai found himself perplexed. For, in his memory, the captain of the Gusu City Team 017 was not the Captain Huang from the earlier call. He had been out of touch with external affairs for far too long. If Huang Shengyuan were to overhear the conversation between the two individuals, his expression would undoubtedly be far from ordinary. In the original narrative, the captain of the 017 team from Gusu City is named Qin Kai, a formidable figure in the realm of the sea. Zhao Kongqing, as the captain, tomorrow, you shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Pay particular attention to the child with the surname Huang. If what you say is accurate, the apparitional figure the child encountered should not be too dissimilar from the one faced by the agent of the Seraphim. Seek out clues, or inquire with the other children present at the time, to see if anything can be uncovered. After attending to these immediate tasks, Chen Mai reflected on the previous conversation. He seemed to recall the captain with the surname Huang mentioning that he was the head of the Haoyuan group. Suddenly, Chun Mai sprang from his seat in astonishment. The Haoyuan group. Wasn't that the organization renowned for its extensive collection of forbidden artifacts, second only to the Bailey family, and nearly monopolizing the economic lifeblood of the entire Xia dynasty? As he pondered the Haoyuan group, Chun Mai also remembered that the head of this organization was reputed to possess a unique forbidden realm and had earned the favor of the Night Watchers elite at the tender age of 25, thereby establishing the Haoyuan group's illustrious reputation across the Xia dynasty. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that the reason the Haoyuan group did not bear the title of a forbidden artifact museum was that its collection comprised solely of high-risk and exceptionally dangerous artifacts. Currently, the group possessed no fewer than 600 high-risk artifacts, with an additional baseline of at least 1,000 artifacts endowed with unique abilities not categorized within a sequence. It is indeed a pity that Huang Shengyuan remains blissfully unaware, believing his brother to be merely an ordinary CEO. Chapter 11. The Pursuit of Martial Arts. On the following morning, Huang Shengyuan rose early, completing his morning rituals before swiftly resolving his breakfast. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he stepped outside. Just as he exited, he encountered Lin Xia, who had just descended the stairs. Upon seeing Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia was taken aback, not expecting that Huang Shengyuan was alive and residing so close to his home. Huang Shengyuan glanced at Lin Xia and raised his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Subsequently, he made his way towards the school. While Lin Xia took a distinctly different path, Huang Shengyuan was aware that the divine mental hospital had opened, and Lin Xia had become the agent of the dark goddess Nyx. Thus, the first dual god agent of the Great Xia was born. The previous night, Huang Shengyuan had not been idle. In the sacred land of Shanghai, the goddess Nüwa had begun to supervise his martial training. He was granted the liberty to select any form of Chinese martial arts. After careful consideration, he chose two styles that he believed suited him best, Taiyi and Wing Chun. Though his body had been enhanced, granting him immense strength, he acknowledged his lack of finesse and technique. Wing Chun, centered on the principles of short bridges, narrow stances, and the central line theory, emphasizes rapid responses and efficient strikes. It excels in close combat within confined spaces, making it ideal for practitioners seeking practical results, a necessity for Huang Shengyuan at this moment. On the other hand, Taiyi, which advocates the principle of yielding to overcome rigidity, emphasizes the cultivation of both inner and outer strength. Although it may appear deceptively gentle, Huang Shengyuan deemed it essential for refining his temperament, which tended towards restlessness. Taiyi would aid him in nurturing both body and spirit. A year within the sacred land of Shanghai equates to merely a day in the outside world. Due to this temporal disparity, Huang Shengyuan had undergone significant training under the guidance of the goddess Nüwa, resulting in rapid progress and a notable strengthening of his foundation. Upon entering the campus and returning to his class, Huang Shengyuan was met with astonished gazes from Jiang Qian, Wang Xiao, and Lu Yuan. Observing that class had yet to commence, they approached him in unison to express their gratitude. Were it not for Huang Shengyuan urging them to flee, they might have become the monster's next meal. Huang Shengyuan, noticing their gratitude, gently replied, "As long as you are safe, that is what matters. You may return now." Having witnessed Huang Shengyuan's remarkable abilities, the trio was merely slightly astonished at his escape from the clutches of the monsters. During class, Huang Shengyuan was notably diligent, as he had only just transitioned into high school and had yet to fully relish the experience. Compared to the tumult of battles, he preferred the vibrant and exhilarating atmosphere of campus life. During breaks, he occasionally utilized his mental prowess to survey the surroundings. Upon spotting Zhao Kongsheng at the school gate, Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but chuckle, having observed that the person he awaited had yet to arrive, waiting for morning until the students were dismissed, only to see Lin Xia strolling leisurely. In response, Huang Shengyuan could only express his helplessness. However, he estimated that within a day or two, Zhao Kongsheng would meet his demise while guarding Lin Xia's small abode. Lin Xia had sworn an oath to join the Night Watchers for a decade, yet he never anticipated that this commitment would lead to a point of no return. After a day of classes, as Huang Shengyuan stepped out of the campus gates, he spotted Lin Xia being led away by Zhao Kongsheng. The thought of their destination brought an involuntary smile to his face. In high spirits, Huang Shengyuan made his way home, having resolved half of the issues concerning Li Yifei. He had placed a restriction on Li Yifei, rendering the Nüwa serpent demon incapable of procreation since yesterday, even preventing it from harming humanity. Now he awaited the 136 squad to encircle and eliminate the Nüwa serpent demon. Upon returning home, Huang Shengyuan changed his shoes and directly entered the sacred land of mountains and seas. This time, he approached the immortal tree, closing his eyes and murmuring softly, "O immortal divine tree of Huaxia legend, I beseech your aid. A descendant of Huaxia, with blood of Yin and Huang, implores you for a branch to save a life." With a mindset of cautious hope, Huang Shengyuan was astonished when, in the next moment, a portion of the immortal tree's branch was in his grasp. Remarkably, the tree swiftly regenerated the lost part. Huang Shengyuan marveled at the resilience of the immortal tree, truly deserving of its title. With its ability to grant longevity in life, saving Zhao Kongsheng should suffice. Originally intending to create a being from clay, he suddenly realized that if he were to do so, he might attract considerable trouble. It would be far simpler to resurrect instead. "Ah, child, why have you returned?" Lady Nüwa inquired, observing Huang Shengyuan's perplexed expression as he entered the sacred land. "Lady, I seek a branch of the immortal tree to save someone," he replied. "Why not use the method of creation to save him? For you, forming a body is not difficult. Lady, apart from the uncertainty of the soul's compatibility, the very act of creating a body could draw the attention of other powers. You understand the importance of concealing your brilliance. Your temperament is commendable. Lady Nüwa, why have you chosen someone as timid and weak as me? I am not remarkable among my peers and possess no notable virtues. Child, remember that every existence is the world's most precious gift. Regardless of one's nature, be it good or evil, they all deserve the right to live. Even the most wicked among them have the chance for redemption. The 9 netherworlds are not only their final resting place, but also a new beginning. Lady Nüwa, I fear I am not worthy. I know I am weak and afraid of pain. Can I truly bear such a great responsibility? Child, believe in yourself. You are already quite brave. You confront your own shortcomings and have a clear understanding of yourself. You have distinguished yourself among your peers. Do not belittle your worth." Lady Nüwa's gentle voice resonated like a soothing balm, bringing comfort to Huang Shengyuan's heart. Within the sacred realm of mountains and seas, Huang Shengyuan diligently continued his practice of Wing Chun, having nearly mastered the intricacies of the martial art. His current endeavor was to enhance his internal energy, aspiring to elevate his skills to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the goddess Nüwa sat gracefully atop the towering tree of heaven, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed Huang Shengyuan's training, occasionally applauding in appreciation. In this hallowed sanctuary, even in the absence of sleep, he felt no weariness, for it was infused with boundless spiritual energy that nourished both his body and mind. Time appeared to stand still, enveloped in an aura of tranquility. Chapter 12. A flurry of thoughts. As Huang Shengyuan opened his eyes once more, he realized that the night had deepened. He surmised that Great Xia had likely attained the divine ability of Starry Night Dancer, Nyx. The thought of Nyx's numerous powers, particularly extraordinary fertility, conjured a vivid image in Huang Shengyuan's mind. Great Xia with a prominent belly. He felt an immense sense of gratitude that the progeny of the creator goddess of China were not birthed through labor, but rather nurtured from the essence of blood molded into clay. Should he possess such an ability, Huang Shengyuan could not help but feel exceedingly fortunate to have been born in China, growing up under the radiant banner of the red flag. Gazing at the immortal wood in his possession, Huang Shengyuan carefully tucked it away. As the night wore on and sleep eluded him, he slipped on his slippers and made his way to the balcony, relishing the comfort brought by the evening breeze. Observing the twinkling stars above, he was inexplicably reminded of the nights spent stargazing with his grandfather. Since his grandfather's passing when he was in the 6th grade, he had not indulged in such celestial contemplation for quite some time, nor had he ventured outdoors to play. In those days, his grandfather frequently took him on adventures, and during that period, he experienced genuine joy. However, as he grew older and gained more understanding, worries began to accumulate: social interactions, academic performance, and the etiquette of learning all weighed heavily upon him. His parents, with their subtle comparisons, alongside his grandmother's antiquated educational philosophies, contributed to the gradual erosion of Huang Shengyuan's authentic smile. Even the decision to take a break from school in the third year of junior high was a consequence of his own making. As he gazed into the night sky, his thoughts meandered with the evening breeze toward distant horizons. His rebellious phase had manifested in childhood, a time when he had indulged in sufficient defiance and gradually learned the essential skills that adults must master: communication and language, both of which are forms of art. He had once been oblivious to the necessity of these skills, but by the fourth grade, he began to comprehend their significance. Wielded wisely, they could open a world of opportunities, yet wielded poorly, they could lead to a veritable hell. Nighttime serves as a powerful catalyst for memories, and Huang Shengyuan's gaze lingered on the horizon. It was only when the first rays of dawn broke that he leisurely proceeded to wash up. After grooming himself and preparing a simple breakfast, he shouldered his backpack and stepped outside. This time, he did not rush to school, opting instead to lean against the wall of the flat-roof building. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, he finally spotted Lin Xia descending the stairs. Upon noticing Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia approached him directly. Huang Shengyuan lifted his gaze to meet Lin Xia's and spoke. "Classmate Huang Shengyuan, I wish to ask you something." "Go ahead," Huang Shengyuan replied. "How did you manage to deal with the ghost-faced man so effectively? Do you possess some special ability?" "Indeed," Huang Shengyuan answered. "What is your forbidden realm?" "Forbidden realm?" Huang Shengyuan feigned confusion. As they walked, Lin Xia recounted what Zhao Kongsheng had shared with him the previous day. Huang Shengyuan pretended to listen intently. "So, classmate Huang Shengyuan, what is your forbidden realm? Or perhaps you are a divine agent. My ability to manipulate the forbidden realms is limited to the category of highly dangerous domains. This particular realm is known as the Power of Thousand June, and as for the scope of its capabilities, my physical strength has reached a staggering 100,000 pounds, and it can further increase." "How much more?" Lin Xia inquired, a hint of disbelief in his voice. 100,000 pounds is merely 50 tons. "Ah, merely?" Lin Xia's lips twitched. 100,000 pounds is not something that can be compared to just a few hundred. "So, can you control it?" Lin Xia asked, his tone trembling slightly. "You are quite amusing, Lin Xia. If I were unable to control my strength, wouldn't the ground be shattered beneath my feet?" Huang Shengyuan replied, half jokingly. "Well, let us hurry. What if we're late?" With that, Huang Shengyuan quickened his pace, with Lin Xia closely following. As the two entered the classroom, every student stared in wide-eyed astonishment, casting puzzled glances at Lin Xia, who stood behind Huang Shengyuan, as if he were a rare curiosity. One student boldly asked, "You're Lin Xia?" Lin Xia nodded affirmatively, while Huang Shengyuan took his seat without a care, observing the awkward expressions of Jiang Qian and the others. Many students' gazes lingered on Lin Xia's face. With his fair complexion and pure appearance, he was indeed a strikingly handsome young man. Soon after, Lin Xia was called out of the classroom by Jiang Qian and her companions, and Huang Shengyuan paid no heed. He was preoccupied with thoughts of how to explain his ability to resurrect the dead later that evening. The secret of the undying tree must remain undisclosed for now. Claiming it was merely a coincidental acquisition of forbidden objects would seem implausible, with a credibility of only around 60%. Huang Shengyuan did not wish to reveal his identity as a representative of Nüwa before the divine conflict. He preferred to remain in the shadows. He was also contemplating how to safeguard Cangnan City when the divine war commenced. After all, the task of saving an entire city was daunting, and Huang Shengyuan felt utterly a loss. Resurrecting one person was manageable, but to revive a city, no matter the presence of the undying tree, would be an impossible feat, as not all lives could be saved. With little time remaining before the impending calamity in Cangnan City, Huang Shengyuan understood the need for early preparations. Thus, He spent the entire day in a state that was half distracted, half aware. The school canceled evening study sessions due to the reactions of Jiang Qian and others, as well as parental concerns. The principal, under pressure, had no choice but to temporarily suspend evening classes for both high school and middle school, allowing students to return home earlier. As he walked along the road, the sky gradually darkened and a gentle drizzle began to fall. Huang Shengyuan gazed at the dull and lifeless sky, as if the heavens were weeping. The rain intensified, yet Huang Shengyuan did not quicken his pace. Instead, he walked amidst the heavy downpour, his shirt clinging to his body beneath his school uniform, droplets cascading down from his hair. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, and neither did Huang Shengyuan exhibit any intention to hasten his return. After approximately 15 to 20 minutes, he finally arrived home. Upon entering the bathroom, he indulged in a warm shower and changed into fresh attire before retreating to the balcony, where he sat in solitude. His gaze remained fixed on the cozy home of Lin Xia next door, who had dashed homeward, having changed into comfortable clothes long before Huang Shengyuan's arrival. After a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Shengyuan made his way to the kitchen, retrieving a slab of pork belly, some garlic sprouts, and a handful of green beans from the refrigerator. He then began to prepare dinner for the evening. Living alone, indeed, carried an air of loneliness. Huang Shengyuan settled for a modest meal comprising merely 2 dishes and a soup, sufficient for one. He abhorred waste and had grown accustomed to the practice of clearing his plate. The thought of excess food lingering uneaten sometimes felt rather bothersome to him. Chapter 13. Rescuing Lives. Reviving the dead. Huang Shengyuan worked swiftly, preparing a delightful dinner within a mere 10 minutes, consisting of twice-cooked pork, sautéed green beans, and a bowl of tomato egg drop soup. After savoring the meal at the dining table, he leisurely tidied up the dishes, as the rented accommodation lacked a dishwasher. With 4 bowls and a pair of chopsticks in hand, he quickly washed them all. Upon finishing, as Huang Shengyuan approached the balcony once more, he caught sight of a man holding a black umbrella, emerging from Lin Xia's residence and disappearing into the depths of the rainy night. After a moment of contemplation, a subtle smile graced Huang Shengyuan's lips, and in an instant, his figure vanished, replaced by a mysterious individual clad in a black robe, his hat obscuring much of his face. The enigmatic figure lingered by the balcony for a considerable time, gazing at the torrential downpour outside, while Huang Shengyuan's expression beneath the robe turned somber. At that moment, a thin veil appeared in the sky, enveloping a small area of the old town. Huang Shengyuan realized that Zhao Kongcheng had encountered the Ghost-Faced King, a being of the third realm, Chuan. It was worth noting that the most formidable entity Huang Shengyuan had previously encountered was the Spider-Woman in Suzhou, a being of high realm strength. Although the Ghost-Faced King belonged to the Chuan realm, he was far from an ordinary adversary, an insight that resonated deeply with Huang Shengyuan. The Spider-Woman had toyed with him as if he were but a plaything, and Huang Shengyuan was certain that the divine lightning that had saved him was the intervention of Nüwa, for otherwise he would have perished right then, experiencing the overwhelming dominance of a powerful being, a truly terrifying sensation. Huang Shengyuan's admiration for Zhao Kongcheng's endurance was profound. After a while, Lin Xia rushed out his home, panic evident in his demeanor. Meanwhile, atop the balcony, Huang Shengyuan exchanged glances with a young man. Huang Shengyuan recognized him as the renowned Qingyuan Miaodao Xinjuan, the spokesperson of the Guanjingku, one of the 3 rebellious figures, the Erlang Shun. Huang Shengyuan waved at him, but Yang Jin appeared troubled, as he could not discern the identity of the mysterious figure before him. The past and future of this person remained shrouded in enigma, eluding his understanding. Suddenly, Huang Shengyuan recalled his disguise. Feeling no need to conceal himself before Erlang Shun, he removed his hat in plain view of Yang Jin. When Yang Jin beheld Huang Shengyuan's true visage, he was utterly astonished, never expecting the mysterious figure to be a youthful lad in his teens. Huang Shengyuan promptly donned his hat again, noting that the time was ripe. He positioned himself at the balcony's edge and, with a gentle movement of his feet, leaped to another building. Observing Huang Shengyuan's departure, Yang Jin turned to his small black dog beside him and remarked, "There's no need to follow. I believe that person will save him. Let us return for dinner." The little black dog wagged its tail, barking in agreement. As Huang Shengyuan soared between the buildings, he noticed 2 or 3 individuals swiftly converging in one direction. Among them, a woman in red caught his eye, and he recognized her as Hong Ying from Team 136. Huang Shengyuan's footsteps were light as he traversed the space between the houses, his presence unnoticed. Upon reaching his destination, he beheld a striking scene. Lin Xia, with a blade strapped to his back and a lifeless body cradled in his arms, gazed skyward and roared, "I, Lin Xia, honorably send General Zhao Kongsheng home." Hong Ying was the first to rush to Lin Xia's side, disbelief etched on his tear-streaked face as he gazed at the corpse with trembling lips, whispering, Old Zhao, no, this cannot be." Next, Huang Shengyuan observed a middle-aged man wielding a long knife, accompanied by several others who arrived at the scene, their hearts heavy with sorrow at the sight of Lin Xia's grief-stricken embrace. Another woman, covering her mouth with her hand, fought back tears and tremulously uttered, "Zhao, uncle, is this truly?" A dashing young man in a cap removed his hat, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow as he looked upon the body Lin Xia held. The atmosphere thickened with palpable grief, enveloping the gathering in a somber shroud. Huang Shengyuan then witnessed Chun Mai and his companions leap from a high building, landing beside the mourners. Chun Mai abruptly drew his knife, pointing it at Huang Shengyuan, his tone grave as he demanded, "Who are you?" The others, too, regarded Huang Shengyuan with anger, particularly Hong Ying, who, upon seeing the numerous weapons aimed at him, glanced at Lin Xia, whose expression was one of confusion. Huang Shengyuan spoke, "What? You do not wish for me to save him? Then I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Hong Ying was the first to react, swiftly retracting her spear and stepping forward to seize Huang Shengyuan's arm, her voice a mixture of disbelief and shock as she implored, You can save old Zhao?" The crowd exchanged wary glances, their vigilance unyielding. "No," Huang Shengyuan replied, causing Hong Ying to lower her hand in disappointment. The others regarded him with suspicion, yet Huang Shengyuan continued, "The man is gone. I cannot alter the flow of time to save him. However, I can indeed bring him back to life." A wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers, their eyes filled with skepticism as they scrutinized Huang Shengyuan. Yet, only Hong Ying's expression brightened, her heart inexplicably trusting the man before her. "Very well, I believe you. I beg you, save old Zhao," she pleaded earnestly. Huang Shengyuan then turned his gaze to the imposing Chun Mai, speaking slowly, "You possess the most authority here. Express your thoughts. Can you truly save him?" Chun Mai queried. "If so, as the captain of Team 136 in Cangnan City, I earnestly request you to save my comrade. I am willing to offer 3 high-risk forbidden items as recompense." Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, impressed by Chun Mai's audacity. 3 high-risk forbidden items were indeed rare treasures. Yet Huang Shengyuan's interest waned. He replied, "No need for that. I had originally come to save him." A glimmer of joy illuminated Hong Ying's face as, in the next moment, a seemingly ordinary branch materialized in Huang Shengyuan's hand. Initially, the onlookers were filled with confusion. Undeterred by their bewildered gazes, Huang Shengyuan approached Lin Xia. At that moment, Lin Xia was employing his mental faculties to scrutinize Huang Shengyuan. With a smile, Huang Shengyuan remarked, "Dear Lin Xia, do not squander your mental energy. You will never be able to discern my visage." Taken aback by Huang Shengyuan's words, Lin Xia found that the latter had not concealed his voice, evoking a sense of familiarity in him. Huang Shengyuan smirked and shook his head, then placed the immortal wood against Zhao Kongqing's chest, under the tense scrutiny of the others. The branch astonishingly vanished from sight. It was only after the branch's disappearance that the corpse in Lin Xia's grasp suddenly began to gasp for air. Chapter 14. Joining the night watch after Huang Shengyuan had saved the individuals, he turned to leave, when suddenly Chun Mai called out to him, "Please, do not hurry away. Is there something else, Captain Chun? May I inquire your esteemed name? You shall learn it in due course." Chun Mai's lips twitched at this ambiguous response, which was akin to evasion. "Is there anything else you wish to ask? Senior, might I ask what that object you used to save those individuals was?" At this moment, a voice emerged from the right of Chun Mai, belonging to Wu Xiangnan, a former member of the Special Squad Blue Rain. Just a forbidden item, nothing of significance. This time, it was Wu Xiangnan who felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, not for any other reason than Huang Shengyuan's remarkable ability to counter every inquiry. Each of his statements was reasonable, yet devoid of a definitive answer. May I ask the name of that forbidden item? Immortal. Upon hearing this term, Wu Xiangnan was taken aback. He could not ascertain whether Huang Shengyuan referred to him or the forbidden item. He fell silent thereafter. The others were about to pose further questions when Huang Shengyuan leaped into the air, his speed so rapid that even Chun Mai could not perceive it. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, Huang Shengyuan was the preeminent force of the surface, and thus, it was unsurprising that others could not detect his movements. Upon returning home, Huang Shengyuan shed his disguise. After completing this, he ascended to his bed. This night, he chose not to enter the sacred land of Shanghai, for it was already late. Huang Shengyuan's realm remained at the Zhan stage, due to the significant enhancement of his physical strength and innate talent. His realm would consequently alter. Nevertheless, he could still elevate his level to confront adversaries. Each ascension in realm brought an increase in his physical prowess. Huang Shengyuan refrained from returning to the sacred land because he had been diligently practicing a particular craft, molding clay. Although he had a fondness for handicrafts, his practical skills were rather lacking, prompting him to persist in the art of sculpting clay figures. Initially, his creations bore no resemblance to human forms, with noses misaligned and mouths twisted, eyes oddly shaped. Now, while his figures may not be flawless, they at least resembled human shapes and could be distinguished as distinct species. Huang Shengyuan approached this endeavor with earnestness, as he had always enjoyed crafting. Whether it be paper cutting, embroidery, or ceramics, he found joy in all. He often accompanied his mother to learn embroidery, and sometimes his uncle would tease him, saying his parents had raised a young lady. In this instance, Huang Shengyuan felt somewhat helpless, for he simply adored such delicate pursuits. Sports like basketball and football failed to captivate him, though he held a slight interest in badminton. Anything associated with athletics generally did not appeal to him. Gazing at the clay in his hands, Huang Shengyuan reminisced about his childhood, recalling the days he played with mud. He would mold the clay into the shape of a bowl and foolishly run to the rice cooker to scoop a bowl of rice, only to end up with a mouthful of dirt. After successfully crafting 3 figures, Huang Shengyuan extinguished the lights and retired to bed. The following day, upon rising, Huang Shengyuan did not proceed to school as per his usual routine. Instead, he requested a leave of absence from his teacher. In the morning, rather than hastily preparing breakfast, he leaned against the balcony, where he caught sight of Lin Xia, along with Chun Mai and Wen Qima. After Chun Mai and Wen Qima entered Lin Xia's residence, Huang Shengyuan observed Lin Xia from below and released a strand of spiritual energy. Sensing the fluctuation of that energy, Lin Xia lifted his gaze and met Huang Shengyuan's eyes. "You have joined them," Lin Xia remarked after a prolonged silence, slowly nodding in affirmation. "Why the sudden agreement? Is it because of that man from last night?" Huang Shengyuan inquired, to which Lin Xia nodded once more. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Shengyuan continued, "Lin Xia, once those two descend, could you do me a favor?" Noticing Lin Xia's look of bewilderment, Huang Shengyuan smiled and added, "Would you introduce me to them?" Lin Xia stared at Huang Shengyuan in shock. "Please, do not look at me like that. It makes me feel shy. Can you assist me?" After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Xia nodded in compliance. With a response secured, Huang Shengyuan turned and returned indoors to change into formal attire. He prepared a kettle of boiling water and steeped 4 cups of tea. Once these tasks were completed, Huang Shengyuan awaited in quiet anticipation. Approximately 20 minutes later, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Upon opening it, Huang Shengyuan was greeted by the sight of 2 individuals clad in military uniforms. "Please come in," he invited, ushering the 3 inside. Chumai, recognizing the familiarity of Huang Shengyuan's voice, found himself unable to recall where he had heard it before. "You are the one Lin Xia spoke of, the one possessing the forbidden domain," he stated. "I presume there are no others like you here?" The 2 men wasted no time in getting to the point. "Good lad. You possess spirit. What is your name? Did Xia not inform you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huang Shengyuan, and I have recently relocated to Great City. Great City, surname Huang. Wait. Chen Mai suddenly interjected, remembering something. Do you reside in Great City? How many family members do you have? Huang Shengyuan, somewhat perplexed, wondered if joining the night watch required census. Recalling the military enlistment process from his previous life, he retained a degree of skepticism, but proceeded to disclose some personal information. My parents are no longer with us. It is just my older brother and me. In my understanding, he is quite affluent, likely a CEO or something similar. Chen Mai's lips twitched. He had anticipated that finding Huang Shengyuan would take considerable time. To his astonishment, Huang Shengyuan presented a significant surprise. Contrary to what Captain Huang had conveyed, Huang Shengyuan not only possessed a forbidden domain, but also appeared to be a potential high-risk entity. At this moment, Wen Qima, who stood beside Chen Mai, curiously inquired, "Excuse me, young student, what is the nature of your forbidden domain? Could you share with us?" "Certainly. My forbidden domain is known as Thousand June Power. It is a newly classified forbidden domain, not listed within the established sequences." After pondering for a moment, Chen Mai realized that Huang Shengyuan's forbidden domain was unprecedented within the series of forbidden domains. Even he was unaware of the specific capabilities of Huang Shengyuan's domain. Thus, he inquired once more, "What abilities does your forbidden domain possess?" "Great strength and formidable physicality. Those are its only attributes," Huang Shengyuan replied. Chen Mai, somewhat disheartened, shook his head. He lifted his cup to his lips for a sip of tea, when Wen Qima, sitting beside him, interjected with another question. "Great strength? Formidable physicality? To what extent, precisely?" "My physical form can withstand a weight of 100,000 units, while simultaneously being capable of lifting the same amount," Huang Shengyuan stated. At this revelation, Chen Mai spluttered, tea spraying from his mouth as he gazed at Huang Shengyuan in utter astonishment. "How much?" 100,000 units, which is approximately 50 tons, Huang Shengyuan clarified. 100,000 units? Chen Mai exclaimed, incredulous. "Indeed, and as my realm advances, these capabilities will only increase," Huang Shengyuan added. The peculiar Wen Qima, having struggled for a while, could only muster that one statement. Chapter 15. Huang Haoshuan's past. With Huang Shengyuan's revelation of his unique traits, he naturally succeeded in becoming a temporary member of the Night Watch. Huang Shengyuan did not accompany the others to the Peace Bureau, and Chen Mai did not insist, as it was undoubtedly more convenient for him to be alone. After Chen Mai and the others departed, Huang Shengyuan lightly tapped his fingers on the head of a clay bird on the table. In the next moment, that clay bird astonishingly transformed into a living creature, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Huang Haoshuan found it hard to believe that his younger brother possessed the Forbidden Ruins and had joined the Night Watch. He had previously failed to notice the Forbidden Ruins within his brother, so why did it suddenly manifest upon arriving in Cangnan City? Deep down, Huang Haoshuan wished to shield Huang Shengyuan from this tumultuous path. He desired nothing more than for his brother to live a life filled with joy and safety. Yet, he was acutely aware that as an elder brother, he could not entirely dictate his brother's choices, leaving him feeling profoundly unsettled. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Huang Haoshuan composed himself and answered the call. He endeavored to soften his tone as he spoke. "Xia Yuan, is there something you wish to discuss with your brother?" Huang Shengyuan softly called out, but fell silent thereafter. Huang Haoshuan gently pressed further. "Yuaner, has something happened? Do not be afraid. Tell your brother." "Brother, I have enlisted in the army." Upon hearing his brother's words, Huang Haoshuan's grip on the phone tightened. Although he had long been aware of Huang Shengyuan's involvement with the Night Watch, he could not suppress his urge to inquire, "Yuaner, why do you wish to enlist? Would it not be better to attend a good university?" "Go. Ever since I awakened, you have tirelessly taken care of me, even managing my schooling. You have worked so hard. I do not wish to be a burden to you. I want to stand on my own and protect you. Xia Yuaner, you have never been a burden to me. I am your brother." Huang Haoshuan never anticipated that Huang Shengyuan would harbor such thoughts, and his heart ached deeply. "Brother, do not worry. It is merely a matter of joining the army. I will take good care of myself. Besides, I am quite capable. Yes, your brother knows. Xia Yuan has always been remarkable. You have been exceptional since childhood." Huang Shengyuan fought back tears, having never cried during his training camp, nor felt fear in the face of cunning adversaries. Even while serving as the captain of the Sioux City Night Watch Team 017 and the head of the Huang group, he had never felt weary. Yet, before his brother, he found himself overwhelmed with sorrow and fear. He felt powerless in the face of his brother's resolve. He wept for his inability to dissuade him, and he feared the uncertainties that lay ahead for his brother. What rendered him most helpless was his inability to intervene or employ forceful measures. Due to the fact that the individual in question is his brother, his only kin, Huang Shengyuan stands as the youngest prodigy among the Night Watchers, possessing a cultivation level that is infinitely close to the limitless realm. Even when compared to the captains of the 5 elite teams, he holds his own, having single-handedly led the newly appointed 017 team in Suzhou City, where each member boasts a cultivation level no less than that of the Pool Realm. Yet, despite his formidable abilities, he finds himself unable to fully shield his brother from harm. At times, he yearns for a world uncomplicated enough that he could simply be an ordinary brother, taking his sibling on journeys and adventures. Initially, Huang Shengyuan was an average student, but after his brother fell into a vegetative state, their parents tirelessly sought medical help. Tragically, when he turned 20, his parents perished in an accident, leaving him to manage an immense family enterprise alone, a burden far too heavy for a single child. Many viewed the Huang group as prey, particularly the cunning old foxes within the company. In desperate need of funds for his brother's medical treatment, he reluctantly assumed the position of leadership, experiencing failures and setbacks along the way. Now, he navigates the complexities of the business world, unaware of how long it has been since he enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. He initially believed this challenging existence would become his new normal, with the company gradually improving. However, reality proved otherwise. It was only during his first encounter with assassination that he truly grasped the treachery of the marketplace. In that moment, teetering on the brink of death, thoughts of his brother flooded his mind, and amidst the haze of consciousness, a powerful, authoritative voice echoed within him, repeating the words, "The greatest of all time should not be subject to the petty musings of the small-minded. The ambitions of an emperor cannot be undermined by the trivial." Thus, he acquired a supernatural ability, which he later learned was called the Forbidden Abyss after joining the Night Watchers. His unique variant of this ability garnered the attention of high-ranking officials within the organization, even prompting the commander-in-chief to propose the formation of a 5th elite team under his command. However, for the sake of his brother, he declined, vividly recalling the disappointment etched on the commander's face at that moment. Upon returning to Suzhou City, he employed ruthless measures to suppress those old foxes who sought to carve up the Huang group. Originally, the members of the 017 team had been reassigned to other regions, but the commander ensured that the former team members and their families were well taken care of. Huang Shengyuan recognized that the commander was aiding him, and he now owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to that individual. At the age of 25, he became the captain of the Suzhou City 017 team, with his recruits selected from the new soldiers' camp, 2 of whom were from the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Abyss, while 3 others were from high-risk zones. In just 2 years, the collective strength of the team could rival that of a limitless entity. When his brother awakened, it validated all his previous efforts. Now that his brother has also joined the Night Watchers, he is uncertain of his ability to protect Huang Shengyuan. Should anything happen to him, he knows he would never forgive himself. Huang Shengyuan was momentarily lost in thought, scarcely absorbing the words spoken by Huang Shengyuan. However, he felt a sense of relief that his younger brother was diligently attempting to persuade him to enlist in the military, oblivious to his own peculiarities. "Brother, let me tell you, the current military policies are quite favorable. When I return from service, I will help ease your burdens. Rest assured, I will take good care of myself." "All right, brother understands. Pursue whatever you desire, and I will support you." On the other side, Huang Shengyuan, who had been speaking fervently, was filled with joy upon receiving his brother's affirmation. "Thank you, brother, you are the best." Initially, Huang Shengyuan had anticipated that it would require considerable effort to gain his brother's approval. Chapter 16. The Fairy Chang'e. After successfully persuading his brother, Huang Shengyuan felt an immense sense of relief. The details of the peace negotiations had been provided to him by Chiang Mai, and all that remained was to attend the meeting the following day. With an unexpected day to spare, Huang Shengyuan ventured directly into the sacred land of Shanghai. Upon seeing him, the goddess Nüwa smiled warmly and inquired, "My child, do you require any assistance? You have made significant progress in your martial training. Now, you merely need to practice a bit more to solidify your skills." Huang Shengyuan gazed at the goddess Nüwa, momentarily at a loss for words. "Child, do you wish for a weapon that suits your needs?" Startled, Huang Shengyuan could not help but ask, "Goddess, how did you know?" "It is not difficult. Upon your entrance, your eyes were drawn to the various materials here, such as Xian iron, five-color stone, and cold iron, which are used to forge divine weapons. It was easy to deduce." She explained, "Yes, goddess, I desire a weapon that is well suited to me. Have you contemplated what kind of divine weapon you seek? I can assist you in finding one." "Alas, in my view, the weapons most fitting for you are the sword, spear, polearm, hammer, whip, bow, and arrow. Originally, the hammer and polearm would not have suited you, but as your physical strength increases, you may wield these heavier weapons as well. As for other weapons like hooks and claws that require finesse, they are not appropriate for you." "Goddess, I understand. Oh, have you already formed a decision? Please share what kind of divine weapon you desire, and I shall personally forge it for you." "Goddess, I wish to wield both the bow and the whip." "May I ask why?" "The bow has been my favorite weapon since childhood, and it was one of the toys my grandfather often crafted for me. My fondness for it embodies my longing for him. As for the whip, it serves as a tool to interrogate the wicked. I wish to use it to strike down the malevolent spirits of this world. If possible, I would also hope that the goddess Nüwa could forge a long spear for me." "A long spear?" "My child, what prompts your desire for such a weapon? In Huaxia, the spear is the king of weapons, while the sword is the lord. I believe my status does not merit the title of lord. I am rather reckless in nature. Thus, I choose the spear, the king of all weapons." "Indeed, well said. You truly embody the spirit of Huaxia. The blood of Yin and Huang flows within you. I shall grant your request." The goddess Nüwa replied slowly, "Thank you, goddess Nüwa. However, I have a gift for you." With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a magnificent bow of solid gold appeared in Huang Shengyuan's grasp, its weight formidable. Huang Shengyuan swallowed hard, casting a puzzled glance at the goddess Nüwa. "This bow is known as the Shengyuan bow. It once felled Qiyu with just 3 arrows. Now, it is bestowed upon you. May you use it to benefit the common people." "I understand. Thank you, goddess Nüwa, for this ancestral treasure." After uttering these words, Huang Shengyuan suddenly felt a pair of warm hands caressing his head. Yet, when he looked up, he saw only the goddess Nüwa before him. "Child, this bow possesses tremendous power. Unless confronted by an outer deity, it should not be wielded lightly. If the target is unclear and friend or foe indistinguishable, one should refrain from its use, lest regret ensue." "I understand, Lady Nüwa." As Huang Shengyuan's voice faded, the Shengyuan bow transformed into a golden light, fastening itself at his waist as an ornament. After a considerable period of cultivation in the sacred land of Shanghai, Huang Shengyuan emerged, although little time had passed in reality. Observing the ornament at his waist, he found it rather conspicuous and removed the Shengyuan bow. He mused that if only the bow could transform into a ring or bracelet, it would be more discreet. Yet, in the very next moment, as if responding to his thoughts, the bow shimmered and morphed into a gold bracelet etched with dragon patterns around his left wrist. Stunned, Huang Shengyuan widened his eyes, then contemplated. If it could turn into a silver bracelet instead, the golden one was too ostentatious. To his delight, the bracelet instantly shifted from a brilliant gold to a sleek silver, akin to the obedient staff of Sun Wukong, capable of altering size and color at will. With a gleam in his eyes, Huang Shengyuan acknowledged the true worth of the Shengyuan bow, a treasure of the Yellow Emperor. Glancing at the sky, he felt the tedium of remaining indoors, so he donned his shoes and purchased a set of high-quality traditional bows and arrows from a craftsman's shop. After acquiring these items, he ventured alone beyond Cangnan City to a suburban area, where he came to a halt, surveying the surroundings while holding the bow and arrows. Finally, He set his sights on a grand tree, employing the divine ruins to craft a target conforming to international archery standards upon its trunk. He commenced his practice, shooting 10 arrows from a distance of 18 meters. 4 scored 10 rings, 2 scored 9, 3 scored 7, and 1 missed the target entirely. Next, he attempted 30 meters. 1 arrow achieved 10 rings, 4 scored 9, 2 scored 6, and 3 missed. He then progressed to the professional athlete's standard distance of 70 meters, where 2 arrows hit 8 rings. 1 scored 5, 4 scored 2, and the rest missed. At 100 meters, the results were even disheartening, with only a single arrow striking the target while the others fell short. Yet, Huang Shengyuan remained undeterred, persistently practicing, seeking techniques amidst countless failures, striving to discover his own methods. Initially reliant on the aid of the divine ruins for distances beyond 100 meters, he gradually aimed to detach from such assistance. Thus, he trained tirelessly from daylight until nightfall, continuing even in the dark, for he understood that combat under the cloak of night was inevitable. This was merely the beginning. His goal was to enhance his archery skills, to discern sound and location, achieving perfect accuracy. Ultimately, he aspired to strike down outer deities from thousands of miles away. In the darkness of night, the probability of hitting the target diminished significantly. Yet Huang Shengyuan felt that his progress remained insufficient. Huang Shengyuan did not relinquish his practice. He toiled from the early hours of the night until the latter part, and upon realizing that he had reached a plateau in his progress, he chose to enter the sacred land of Shanghai. However, he was met with disappointment as the goddess Nüwa was absent from the sacred realm. The entire expanse of the sacred land felt desolate, with Huang Shengyuan as its sole occupant. He found a massive stone within the sacred land to sit upon, propping his head on his hand, lost in contemplation. Alas, why can I never shoot accurately? At that moment, Huang Shengyuan was deeply troubled. Suddenly, an enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Following the scent, he turned, and upon merely a glance, he was rendered speechless. Before him stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a celestial robe, her visage as pure as the bright moon, and her figure slender and graceful. The beauty before him was unlike that of the goddess Nüwa. Nüwa possessed a divine grace intertwined with humanity, her beauty exuding warmth, kindness, and a natural allure. In contrast, the woman before him embodied pure divinity. Her beauty was as pristine and ethereal as the full moon, cold yet filled with longing, a beauty untainted and sublime, reminiscent of the celestial, moonlit sky. "May I inquire who you are?" he asked. "I am the fairy of the cold moon. My name is Cangnan." Cangnan. Upon hearing this name, Huang Shengyuan was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated encountering the legendary Cangnan. She was famously known as the wife of the great archer Taiyi, who ascended to immortality after consuming the elixir of life bestowed by the Queen Mother of the West. "Dear Cangnan, might I inquire if there is something you wish to convey?" he asked. "I perceive that you seem to be facing a dilemma. Do you require assistance?" Cangnan spoke gently. "Fairy Cangnan, I wish to learn archery, yet as a novice, my aim is poor. I had intended to seek guidance from the goddess Nüwa, but alas, she is not here." "The goddess Nüwa? She has been residing here? Does that imply I could have met the legendary deity had I arrived earlier? Alas, it seems fate has conspired against our meeting." "Fairy Cangnan, what should I do now?" "Perhaps I could assist you," she offered. "Fairy Cangnan, I think it best to refrain." "Why? Do you doubt my ability to teach you? Then please observe closely." Before Huang Shengyuan could react, Cangnan deftly seized the bow from his hands, effortlessly drawing an arrow from the quiver. With a fluid motion, she knocked the arrow and drew the bowstring back, taking aim with precision. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared, striking a great tree that stood 100 meters away within the sacred land of Shanghai. Huang Shengyuan was left astonished. He had not expected the gentle and graceful Cangnan to possess such remarkable prowess. Chapter 17. Improvement in archery. Huang Shengyuan had never anticipated that the archery skills of the couple, Taiyi and Cangnan, were so formidable. If Cangnan was this impressive, then surely Taiyi must be even more extraordinary. Huang Shengyuan gazed at Cangnan with starry-eyed admiration. Cangnan, feeling a bit bashful under his gaze, cleared her throat and said, "Stand up and take the bow. I shall teach you." Obediently, Huang Shengyuan rose and accepted the bow from the hands of the celestial Chang'e. He also drew an arrow from the quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring. At that moment, Chang'e's voice reached his ears. "Fix your gaze ahead, align your body, and keep both eyes open while shooting. Do not close one eye. Aim the arrowhead at your target." Huang Shengyuan focused on a distant yellow flower, located 100 meters away. Chang'e's expression sharpened, and suddenly she commanded, "Release." With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew from a bow. When Huang Shengyuan turned to look at the yellow flower, he found it had quietly fallen. A look of elation spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Chang'e, I did it. Do not be too proud. Your journey is still long. Continue to practice diligently. Hitting 9 out of 10 targets will prove your proficiency." "Yes," Huang Shengyuan replied with resolute determination. He spent several months within the sacred land of mountains and seas, where the sky and seasons shifted, and during this time, his archery skills improved significantly. He could now hit targets from a kilometer away with near-perfect accuracy. Witnessing Huang Shengyuan's rapid progress, even Chang'e was astonished. It was worth noting that when Hui taught her archery, she had not achieved such proficiency in such a short time. One day, as Chang'e watched Huang Shengyuan practicing, she called for him to stop. "Chang'e, is something the matter?" Huang Shengyuan asked, somewhat puzzled. "You have nearly mastered hitting prohibited objects with precision. It is time to advance to the next level of training. I have brought a myriad of silks. These silks are resistant to ordinary weapons. I will drop them from a great height, and you must hit 1,000 of them within the hour." Upon hearing Chang'e's words, Huang Shengyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hitting 1,000 is something a person can achieve? Seeing his astonishment, Chang'e smiled and replied, "You possess remarkable talent and learn swiftly. If we do not increase the difficulty, you will not progress further. Do you wish to remain stagnant?" Huang Shengyuan pondered for a moment, then resolutely shook his head. "Very well, then let us proceed as I have instructed. Your trial begins now." Chang'e first released 1,000 vibrant red silks from a height of 10,000 meters. The fiery silks floated down like autumn leaves. Huang Shengyuan knocked his arrow and released it with fluid grace. The sound of arrows slicing through the air accompanied the descent of the myriad red silks. When the rain of silks settled, Huang Shengyuan had only managed to hit 300 of them, falling far short of Chang'e's requirement, having not even reached half. Thus, Huang Shengyuan remained in the sacred land of mountains and seas, where the spiritual energy nourished his body, leaving him free from hunger and fatigue. Due to the time difference, Huang Shengyuan remained unfazed by the outside world and once again immersed himself in his daily archery practice. It was evident that this time, the challenge posed by the celestial maiden Chang'e was of a higher caliber than before. The silk danced with the wind, its trajectory unpredictable, making it difficult to decipher. To achieve the desired outcome, one must anticipate the silk's movements, demanding both mental acuity and physical prowess. Huang Shengyuan had lost count of his failures. After each setback, Chang'e would provide him with insights. With every attempt, he experienced growth, which was the sole source of his joy. Failure was merely a stepping stone to progress, and thus, Huang Shengyuan diligently practiced day after day in the sacred realm of Shanghai. Approximately 4 to 5 months passed in the Shanghai world, during which Huang Shengyuan had fulfilled all the requirements set forth by Chang'e. By today, he had successfully struck every strand of silk, amounting to tens of thousands in total. "My dear boy, should I truly summon my husband to instruct you? I'm nearly a loss as to how to guide you further. Remember, if I can achieve it, so can you," Chang'e praised. "Please, celestial maiden, direct me on the next steps. I shall exert every effort to succeed. Your training is not yet complete, and I regret my inability to assist you further. I possess no suitable instruments to aid your trials. However, I can impart to you 2 final tests. First, you must aim at the most minuscule of objects, ensuring your arrows strike true and without bias. Second, your ultimate test shall be to focus on the formless and intangible, mastering the art of precision to achieve a perfect score. Only then may you embark on your journey. For the first task, you may use strands of hair or particles of dust as your reference. For the second, seek the assistance of the goddess Nüwa. She should possess the necessary treasures for such endeavors. Chang'e, why do you say you can no longer assist me? Your talents are exceptional. You have already reached the level I sought to attain. I have nothing more to offer, Chang'e replied candidly. Huang Shengyuan understood, as it was clear that Chang'e was not a deity skilled in combat. Very well, my young friend, until we meet again. The palace of Guanghan cannot be left without a master for even a day. Farewell. Huang Shengyuan bid Chang'e farewell as she departed. Afterward, he exited the sacred realm of Shanghai, and the day had fully dawned. It was now 10:30 in the morning. He gathered his bow and arrows and made his way towards the Peace Affairs office. Ding dong, welcome. The electronic sound system greeted him as he entered the Peace Affairs office. Upon crossing the threshold, a woman clad in red approached him. Excuse me, young sir. How may I assist you? Hello, I'm looking for Wenqima. You seek Wenqima? Please wait a moment. I will summon him immediately. Wenqima, come quickly. There is a young gentleman here looking for you. Wenqima rushed over, and upon seeing Huang Shengyuan, promptly led him deeper into the premises. The others present noticed that Wenqima was guiding someone toward the captain's direction, and realization dawned upon them. This was the new temporary team member previously mentioned by the captain, and Hong Ying curiously followed suit. Wenqima escorted him through a corridor, progressing towards its end. The path was remarkably wide, akin to the breadth of 2 streets, and the entire expanse felt particularly vast. There was no discernible difference from what was described in the novel. Wenqima led Huang Shengyuan to a large iron door at the end of the corridor. Just as they were about to knock, Huang Shengyuan suddenly heard a chilling scream emanating from behind the door. He surmised that Lin Xie must be enduring torment within. Wenqima involuntarily shuddered, but at that moment, someone suddenly clapped Huang Shengyuan forcefully on the back. Huang Shengyuan was startled. Why is this little brother so timid? So easily frightened? Hong Ying teased, observing the expression of sheer shock on Huang Shengyuan's face. He could only respond with a sense of exasperation. Oh dear, poor Xia seems to be in quite the predicament. He must be getting beaten quite badly, Hong Ying lamented. Wenqima cleared his throat twice, knocked on the door twice, and then the 3 of them pushed the door open to enter the training arena. Just as Wenqima was about to call out to the fervently engaged Chunmai, something suddenly whizzed past them. Huang Shengyuan slowly turned his head to see Lin Xie sprawled on the ground, his body mottled with bruises. Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. The severity of the blows was evidently ruthless. Chapter 18. Chunmai's downfall. Upon noticing the 3 individuals approaching, Chunmai waved at Huang Shengyuan, who obediently walked over. Chunmai addressed him, stating, with over a month remaining until the training officially begins, we will take turns teaching you both various skills. We cannot afford to waste time, especially since you are recommended by our Squad 136. Poor performance during training could bring embarrassment to us. Huang Shengyuan nodded dutifully, while Hong Ying and Wenqima shielded their eyes in sympathy. In their minds, a singular thought emerged simultaneously. Wenqima, this kid is doomed. Hong Ying, this kid is doomed. After finishing his statement, Chunmai casually tossed a knife to Huang Shengyuan, who caught it with one hand. He examined the sleek blade, practicing a few movements, and found it manageable. In the morning, you will practice with me. In the afternoon, you'll train with that one beside you using the forbidden techniques. In the evening, you'll learn firearms from a team member named Lung Xian. With that, Chunmai gripped his bamboo sword, observing Huang Shengyuan, holding the real blade. Huang Shengyuan reflected that the former version of himself would have been no match for the trained Chunmai, but times had changed. He had undergone rigorous training under Nüwa and Chang'e, significantly enhancing his physical abilities and techniques. While a day in the outside world equated to a year within the sacred land of the mountains and seas, Chunmai likely still considered himself a defenseless student. Captain, why not switch to a real sword as well? Lin Xie, just rising from the ground, looked at the comparatively smaller Huang Shengyuan with sympathy. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's suggestion, he quickly shook his head in disapproval. Huang Shengyuan noticed, but chose to ignore it. It doesn't matter, Chunmai said, his expression devoid of emotion, as he approached Huang Shengyuan wielding dual blades. In the end, the outcome will be the same. I'll just go a bit easier on you. At least you won't teeing up like that kid. Is that so? Huang Shengyuan replied, and in the next moment, he vanished like a specter, reappearing behind Chunmai. Chen Mai was taken aback, and the bamboo sword in his hand shattered into several pieces. The onlookers failed to comprehend the sequence of events, only witnessing Huang Shengyuan's sudden disappearance and subsequent reappearance behind their captain, culminating in the breaking of Chen Mai's weapon. Hong Ying and Wen Shimal were left speechless, as was Lin Xia, who understood Chen Mai's strength. Huang Shengyuan had severed the captain's sword, leaving even him in disbelief at what he had witnessed. "Captain, I suggested you should switch to a real sword. Good lad. You've indeed trained. Captain, take the sword," Huang Shengyuan urged. Chen Mai drew a gleaming blade from the weapon rack, and Huang Shengyuan tightened his grip on his own weapon. In the next instant, Chen Mai launched the first attack, while Huang Shengyuan remained still. As the back of the blade was about to strike him, Hong Ying gasped and covered her eyes. Huang Shengyuan, however, executed a slight pivot, just as the blade was about to make contact. He suddenly bent down, and Chen Mai's attack missed its target. Yet the assault was far from over. Chen Mai's onslaught surged towards him once more. Huang Shengyuan deftly evaded each strike, while Chen Mai grew increasingly alarmed. Every step taken by Huang Shengyuan appeared unintentional, yet was impeccably timed, as if meticulously calculated. At this moment, Chen Mai's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Huang Shengyuan, however, had no intention of merely dodging. Gripping his long knife, he met Chen Mai's next attack head-on, delivering a decisive blow that shattered both weapons in an instant. The three spectators were once again left astounded. Observing the broken weapons, Huang Shengyuan engaged Chen Mai in unarmed combat. Chen Mai's strikes were powerful, yet each attempt to land a blow on Huang Shengyuan was skillfully countered. "Kid, is this some form of Tai Chi?" Chen Mai recognized the source of Huang Shengyuan's combat style. Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, his technique transformed abruptly from gentle to forceful as he struck Chen Mai fiercely in the waist, sending him flying. The trio of Hong Ying, Wen Shimal, and Lin Xia stood in stunned silence, a blend of disbelief, shock, and a sense of amusement washing over them. They unanimously raised their thumbs to Huang Shengyuan, who had managed to repel their captain without resorting to the forbidden ruins. The onlookers understood this due to Lin Xia's radiant golden eyes. Chen Mai rose to his feet. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Huang Shengyuan. He had indeed been bested today. His face burned with pain, for Huang Shengyuan wished to convey that the captain had performed admirably. Had it not been for the blood granted by the goddess Nüwa and the guidance from both Nüwa and the fairy Chang'e, he would not possess such prowess today. "Captain, do you wish to continue? You little brat, just get lost." Huang Shengyuan discreetly stuck out his tongue, not wishing to endure further punishment or lose face. Let the unfortunate captain bear the brunt of it instead. Subsequently, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia were led away by Wen Shimal, and Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Xia's bruised appearance. This was the true suffering of the world, and feeling Huang Shengyuan's mirth, Lin Xia felt quite dejected. Meanwhile, Wen Shimal had yet to come to terms with the fact that their captain had been defeated by a second-year student. Even upon reaching their destination, Wen Shimal remained in a daze, only snapping back to reality when Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia reminded him. He regarded the two with a complex expression, one battered and bruised, the other unscathed, and was at a loss for words. After a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "Let us commence the lesson." Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia sat up straight, attentively listening. "First, we shall discuss what the forbidden ruins are. This had been previously mentioned by Zhao Kongsheng, and Lin Xia had shared this information with me. Let me share with you the tale of the divine ruins. It has been discussed before, and 7 Nights has imparted some insights to me. Now, let us delve into the phenomenon generated by objects." This time, Huang Shengyuan did not wait for the other party to finish speaking and interrupted with a coarse remark. "Teacher Wen, we can skip this topic. Little 7 Nights has already informed me." Wen Shimal cast a resentful glance at Lin Xia, his heart yearning to seize Zhao Kongsheng and deliver a thorough thrashing. Taking a deep breath, he inquired once more, "What about the forbidden ruins sequence? Has that been mentioned?" Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia exchanged a tacit nod, aware that if they did not respond, Huang Shengyuan feared being mistaken for an undercover agent of the ancient deity cult and apprehended by the Night Watchers. Chapter 19. the Forbidden Ruins sequence when Qima recounted the entirety of the Forbidden Ruins sequence, captivating both listeners. However, one feigned interest while the other was genuinely engrossed. After a lengthy discourse, Huang Shengyuan posed a question that had long perplexed him. What if a new Forbidden Ruins emerged that was not listed in the sequence? For instance, my Thousand June power. This dilemma had troubled Huang Shengyuan during his readings, as the Traversers possessed Forbidden Ruins that were virtually absent from the original texts. Much like his own current state, how should one assess the power of these newly manifested ruins, which could potentially wield extraordinary strength? To your inquiry, I must confess I cannot provide an answer. The Night Watchers have yet to categorize any Forbidden Ruins not included in the sequence. However, it is crucial to understand that this sequence is not absolute. Ultimately, it will depend on how far you can advance. By the way, I would like to inquire about my position in the Forbidden Ruins sequence. Lin Xia interjected, pointing questioningly at himself. The divine designation 003, the Seraphim Michael's divine ruin, is called Mortal Realm of the Gods, and its sequence is also 003. Upon hearing Wen Qima's explanation, Huang Shengyuan posed another question. Brother Qima, if hypothetically the gods of Daxia were to manifest in the future, how would you gauge their Forbidden Ruins sequence? Could they possibly rank within the Forbidden Ruins sequence? That is beyond my authority to determine. It will depend on the decisions made by the higher-ups of the Night Watchers. Moreover, we have yet to confirm the existence of Daxia's deities, nor do we know if they truly exist. Huang Shengyuan mused to himself. They will emerge soon. Not only the deities of Daxia, but also the ancient gods of Huaxia, to which he belonged. Do you have any further questions? Ido, Lin Kai promptly replied. Ask away. Is it possible for the same individual to embody multiple deities simultaneously? That is improbable. At least, such an occurrence has never been recorded in human history. Huang Shengyuan glanced at Lin Xia, beside him, and then at himself. That changes now. Moreover, it is not just one. The fairy Chang'e left behind a gift before her departure, which is her divine power, and she crafted for him a forbidden ruin named Wangshu Water Mirror, granting him the formidable ability to discern good from evil, shatter illusions, and perceive the truth. He possesses eyes capable of seeing the essence of all things. Akin to Lin Xia's current gaze, albeit the Wangshu Water Mirror is far more potent. Furthermore, under the moonlight, Huang Shengyuan can soar through the lunar radiance, with the moonlight illuminating all places visible to his eyes. At that moment, the moon becomes his eye, and his eye becomes the moon. Thus, Huang Shengyuan can be considered a dual divine agent. As for Lin Xia, he is beyond comparison, housing the powers of 6 formidable deities within him. Well then, we have disseminated sufficient knowledge. We are now aware of Lin Xia's Forbidden Ruins abilities. Let us turn our attention to you. What capabilities does your mortal realm of the gods currently possess? In a circular domain centered around me, with a radius of 20 meters, I possess the ability to perceive everything within, leaving no blind spots. Not even an ant can escape my notice. Huang Shengyuan observed the cunning glint in Wen Qima's eyes and immediately sensed that the lad harbored ill intentions. As expected, in the next moment he heard Wen Qima inquire, "What color is Hong Ying's lingerie today?" "White," Huang Shengyuan replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Suddenly, with a mischievous smile, he quipped, "Do you think Sister Hong Ying is aware of this? How do you suppose she would react?" Swiftly, the expressions of both individuals fell, their eyes pleading with Huang Shengyuan. The corners of his lips twitched. It appeared that certain individuals had indeed learned their lesson. Ultimately, Huang Shengyuan could no longer bear to watch and agreed to keep their secret, allowing the matter to pass. Subsequently, Wen Qima shifted the conversation to the pivotal topic surrounding Lin Xia's mortal realm. Upon discovering the capabilities of the mortal realm, Wen Qima sensed something amiss. This can't be all there is. Its power must extend beyond this. After all, the divine agent of the Phoenix Squad, Athena, could demolish a building with a single punch upon entering the Zhan realm and tear apart the mysteries of the Qi realm. In light of Wen Qima's concerns, Huang Shengyuan chuckled inwardly. If it were indeed that simple, the entire Cangnan City would cease to exist. The very existence of the city hinged upon Lin Xia. If he were to encompass the city's boundaries, it would be obliterated in an instant. After analyzing Lin Xia, Wen Qima devised a uniform training regimen for the two. They were to evade the onslaught of rubber bullets. At the moment the rubber bullets were fired, Huang Shengyuan, light as a swallow, evaded a significant portion. It was noteworthy that during his archery training with the celestial Chang'e, the second trial tested his reflexes, speed, and accuracy. Presently, these rubber bullets were child's play for him. Occasionally, he even employed them to showcase his agility. Witnessing Huang Shengyuan's prowess, Wen Qima was somewhat astonished. Yet it paled in comparison to the shock he felt when Huang Shengyuan had defeated their captain. Remarkably, Huang Shengyuan managed to evade all the bullets unscathed. Wen Qima diligently noted the training conditions in his notebook. Huang Shengyuan's speed amidst the barrage of bullets escalated, to the point where even Lin Xia found it difficult to perceive his trajectory, let alone catch a glimpse of his figure. This left Lin Xia once again astonished. He could scarcely discern Huang Shengyuan's speed, much less Wen Qima. Meanwhile, in the activity room, Chen Mai donned an apron and prepared a lavish spread. Yet, the dining table remained untouched, as if everyone awaited something. As Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, and Wen Qima entered the activity room, they were met with several resentful gazes, as if they were about to be devoured alive. Huang Shengyuan surmised that their presence had caused a delay for those eager to dine. After all, even he felt hunger gnawing at him, let alone the others. Huang Shengyuan approached the table and found seat, after which Hong Ying was the first to pick up her chopsticks. With a hint of helplessness, Huang Shengyuan smiled lightly, then leisurely took the chopsticks resting by his bowl and began to eat at a measured pace. It must be said that Chen Mai's culinary skills were truly exceptional. Each dish was remarkably flavorful, with the meat delicacies being rich yet not greasy. Faced with such delectable offerings, Huang Shengyuan chose to indulge, for his initial passion for learning the art of cooking stemmed from his love for food. Chapter 20. Practicing with the bow. Once Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia finished their meals, Lung Xian approached them from behind with a nonchalant demeanor, inquiring, "Are you both satisfied?" "Yes," Huang Shengyuan replied. Likewise, Lin Xia echoed. "Very well, let us practice shooting." With that, Lung Xian took the lead, followed closely by the two. In the shooting range, Lung Xian stood before a wall adorned with an array of firearms, his expression impassive as he spoke. Firearms are a manifestation of human ingenuity, a testament to our intellect. They have been indispensable in the battles of yore, with gunpowder, one of our nation's 4 great inventions, playing a pivotal role. Huang Shengyuan nodded in agreement, attentively listening to Lung Xian's discourse, while Lin Xia remained equally focused. For mythical beings of elevated realms, the efficacy of firearms may seem trivial. However, for lesser mythical creatures, they wield considerable influence, especially for newcomers such as yourselves. Before you acquire formidable combat prowess, firearms are the most suitable weapons for you. With this, Lung Xian retrieved 2 handguns, placing them before Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan. "I shall instruct you in 2 fundamental aspects, the techniques of shooting and the principles of firearm mechanics. Now, fix your gaze upon the target before you, grasp your weapons, and fire. I wish to observe your innate talents." Huang Shengyuan took hold of his gun with both hands, positioning himself at the shooting platform, standing erect while focusing on the target ahead. Recalling the steps from his archery practice, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Huang Shengyuan fired 10 shots in quick succession. As the echoes of his gunfire faded, another shot rang out. When Lung Xian beheld Lin Xia's results, his countenance darkened. He had missed the target entirely. After thorough verification, the target remained unscathed. "So, how my talent?" Lin Xia inquired, hope lingering in his voice. With a resigned gesture, Lung Xian placed a hand upon his forehead, replying with exasperation, You possess no talent whatsoever." Turning his attention to Huang Shengyuan's target, Lung Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. He gazed incredulously at Huang Shengyuan's target, which bore a single hole, precisely at the 10-ring position. With a skeptical mindset, Lung Xian meticulously examined Huang Shengyuan's target once more. The indifference in his gaze began to shift, igniting with a flicker of fervor. 10 shots, each striking the same point. How did you achieve this? Well, just watch, Huang Shengyuan replied, setting down the handgun in favor of a traditional bow. Stepping back 70 meters, he nimbly knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring with fluidity. With a gentle release, the solitary hole in the target was widened. This spectacle once again left Lung Xian and Lin Xia in utter astonishment. The scene before them was beyond their wildest imaginings. At that moment, Lin Xia felt a profound admiration for Huang Shengyuan. Upon returning home one evening, Huang Shengyuan refreshed himself and immediately entered the sacred land of mountains and seas, resuming his archery practice. This time, he had prepared numerous small scraps of paper, each no larger than a fingernail. Utilizing the power of the forbidden ruins, he summoned a fierce gust of wind to lift the paper scraps into the air before commencing the next phase of his training. The initial results were far from satisfactory. Out of hundreds of scraps, he only managed to hit a few dozen. Thus, he entered a relentless cycle of practice. During this period, he mastered the technique of shooting 3 arrows simultaneously, achieving a success rate of over 90 for hitting targets. Throughout, Huang Shengyuan refrained from employing the forbidden ruins or the abilities granted by the celestial maiden Chang'e for aiming. His sole focus was to transcend his own limits, aspiring to reach the prowess of the legendary archer Taiyi. It became evident that training and learning are far more effective under the guidance of a mentor. Without such guidance, blind practice yielded poor results. After residing in the sacred land for 3 months, Huang Shengyuan struggled to maintain a success rate exceeding 90, and the prospect of achieving perfection appeared increasingly elusive. Although somewhat disheartened, he did not yield to despair. His time in the sacred land extended to over half a year. While merely 12 hours had passed in the outside world, Huang Shengyuan had managed to elevate his accuracy to approximately 75. He understood that mastering archery was not an endeavor accomplished in a day or two. It required a gradual, incremental approach. Nevertheless, his current skill level was sufficient for self-preservation. After concluding his practice, Huang Shengyuan was drenched in sweat, though he had grown accustomed to it. His physique was resilient enough to withstand the rigors of his training, even as he aspired to eventually reach the pinnacle of human potential. He was determined to ascend to the divine realm without succumbing to the corruption of the laws that govern existence. In truth, Huang Shengyuan harbored a desire to test the might of the Shengyuan Bao, yet the circumstances were not conducive. The sacred land was home to many precious herbs and spiritual plants. To destroy them would be a lamentable loss. In a vast expanse of the Great Xia realm, the risk of accidentally harming others was an even graver concern. Shooting into the cosmos would yield no visible demonstration of the Bao's power. Any arrow released would be an exercise in futility. Moreover, he had no intention of shooting at the moon or the sun, as he did not wish to replicate the audacious act of shooting the sun. Interestingly, within Greek mythology, there existed a deity known as Apollo, the sun god, who was capable of such feats. With the impending divine conflict nearing, he envisioned utilizing Indra, Poseidon, and Hades as targets for his arrows. Originally, as a mortal, he lacked the authority to slay deities. However, the divine weapons he wielded were not bound by such limitations. Notably, the Shengyuan Bao was the legendary weapon that the Yellow Emperor used to vanquish the war god Qiyu. In the sacred land, Huang Shengyuan retrieved the Shengyuan Bao. Weighing heavily in his hands, approximately 80 to 90,000 pounds, its taut string required considerable effort to draw, a stark contrast to the ordinary bows he had previously handled. When transformed into a bracelet, the Bao's weight diminished, becoming indistinguishable from a regular accessory. Yet, upon reverting to its original form as a bow and arrow, its weight returned to its formidable nature. Huang Shengyuan suddenly realized a potential flaw. If he was accustomed solely to an ordinary traditional bow, utilizing this divine artifact might lead to significant discrepancies in results. After pondering for a moment, he spoke to the Shengyuan Bao in his hand, commanding it to revert to its bracelet form while retaining its original weight. As he had anticipated, the Bao transformed in accordance with his thoughts. Presently, his left hand bore the weight equivalent to 10,000 pounds. However, through continuous effort over this period, he had reached the pinnacle of the Zhan realm, being but a step away from breaking through to the Qi realm. Huang Shengyuan chose to endure such a weight and continued his training, which lasted for 3 months. Only after gradually acclimating to the burden and ensuring his accuracy remained unblemished did he finally feel assured enough to return to reality. Chapter 21. The Naga Demon and the Xionghuang Wine. Returning to reality, Huang Shengyuan chose not to visit the Peace Affairs office. He had requested a brief leave from the captain the previous day, for he was aware that a mysterious event would transpire at Cangnan No. 2 Middle School today. Clad in his old-school uniform, he leaped towards the school with determination. Upon his arrival at the school, he was met with a cacophony of terrified screams. The entire institution was in disarray. Just as Huang Shengyuan entered the campus, Cold Qian activated the Wujia Void. With the initiation of Wangshu Water Mirror, Huang Shengyuan's pupils transformed into a pure, radiant white, distinguishable from the Skara. He gazed into the crowd and beheld towering, serpent-like monstrosities. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and unleashed arrows into the throng. Each struck individual collapsing into grotesque, humanoid serpent forms. The screams intensified, drawing the attention of others. How'd he get here? Didn't come this morning? How could he possibly know about the mystery? Zhao Kongqing pondered, perplexed. Since Huang Shengyuan had not attended that morning, he was not equipped with a headset and could not directly inquire. Little Yuan is here too, exclaimed Hong Ying from the girls' dormitory, her excitement palpable. It must be him, judging by Zhao Shu's voice. All right then, let me see how strong these two little brothers are today. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyuan occupied a vantage point similar to Cold Qian's. He continued to rain arrows upon the crowd with remarkable speed, leaving the assailed entities no time to anticipate or evade the onslaught. Cold Qian felt a blow to his confidence. Despite wielding firearms, he found himself outmatched by a mere archer. If only he could discern the mysterious entities from the crowd, he would not be at such a disadvantage. Suddenly, a realization struck Cold Qian, filling him with astonishment. Huang Shengyuan could indeed distinguish the mysterious from the ordinary crowd. On the other hand, Huang Shengyuan felt no psychological burden. He had already prepared his words beforehand, so he was unconcerned. Moreover, the secrets of the Forbidden Abyss had yet to be fully explored by the Night Watchers. Each of Huang Shengyuan's arrows found their mark, and even if he ran out of arrows, he could harness his mental energy to condense the surrounding spiritual essence into arrows. Utilizing the Xianyuan Bao would yield greater power and convenience. Although his current strength rendered the spiritual arrows somewhat weak, he could easily vanquish the Naga demon spawn below. However, the sheer number of Naga demons was overwhelming. Determined, Huang Shengyuan decided to continue employing the method of spiritual arrows. He shouted to Cold Qian, who was situated over 20 meters away, "Brother Cold Qian, toss me 2 handguns." Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's call, Cold Qian swiftly retrieved 2 handguns from a nearby box and hurled them towards Huang Shengyuan. Receiving the weapons, Huang Shengyuan smiled, chambered round, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Watching as 2 more serpent demons fell, he whispered, "Hunting time." In the next moment, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire echoed, and several serpent-like creatures fell to the ground, lifeless. The situation surrounding Huang Shengyuan captured the attention of Lin Xia and Xingyu in the adjacent teaching building. The gunfire was too loud, too disruptive. It was impossible for them to ignore. Why is he here? Lin Xia pondered with curiosity. Do you know him? And Xingyu inquired with keen interest. He is my classmate. His name is Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia explained. His marksmanship seems to surpass yours by quite a margin. This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. Does he possess special abilities like you? I suppose so, Lin Xia replied. Who is stronger between the two of you? Currently, he is stronger than I am. But that may not hold true in the future, Lin Xia asserted confidently. Confidence is commendable, but one must also accept reality, and Xingyu mused after a moment of contemplation. Lin Xia, I wonder what your bodies would reveal if I were to dissect you, particularly your brains. Would they resemble the fantastical depictions found in novels? Upon hearing Xingyu's words, Lin Xia shuddered involuntarily, casting a peculiar glance at the person before him. Rest assured, I possess the ability to assist in stitching you back together. No need for thanks, Huang Shengyuan remarked with a chuckle. On the other side, Huang Shengyuan surveyed the more than 40 fallen serpent demons, noted the lack of any remaining mysteries in the crowd, and then leaped toward the teaching building. With dual pistols in hand, he dispatched any foes he encountered along the way, ultimately arriving at the location of Lin Xia and Xingyu. Observing the bespectacled, handsome youth clad in school uniform, Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow. The academic prodigy, and Xingyu. Do you know this, classmate? Lin Xia questioned, somewhat perplexed. His name is quite renowned throughout the school. It's hard not to know him. You flatter me. I'm merely an ordinary person, and Xingyu replied with a smile. Huang Shengyuan returned a grin and continued. Academic prodigy, what would you like to dissect in the future? Don't be shy. Just come to me. Really? And Xingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Invade. These serpent demons are merely lesser beings and hold little value. Let us proceed. It is time to investigate the source. Academic prodigy, share your thoughts. Who do you believe the source to be? Are you asking me? And Xingyu pointed to himself. I don't believe it. Haven't you noticed anything unusual? You are quite intriguing, Huang Shengyuan. Likewise, Lin Xia appeared utterly lost, wearing an expression of confusion. All right, gentlemen, we must seek out the individual in question. Xiao Xia, I also find it hard to believe that you haven't noticed something amiss. After a prolonged silence following Huang Shengyuan's statement, Lin Xia finally turned to him and slowly asked, how did you discern this upon your arrival? Moreover, you can distinguish between humans and the mysterious. At this moment, Huang Shengyuan extracted from his pocket a pouch exuding a strong aroma of liquor. What is this? Lin Xia inquired with curiosity. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Xionghuang wine, correct? And Xingyu responded with a smile, her tone oscillating between questioning and stating a fact. Indeed. Oh, little Xia, your literary knowledge seems to have waned. As long as it is Xionghuang wine, it serves as their innate discernment tool, while it may not significantly affect those of higher realms. Can we truly believe that those of lower realms are immune to the repugnant scent of Xionghuang wine? A careful observation would reveal the truth. Lin Xia suddenly realized, indeed, how could he have forgotten that the target of their endeavor was the serpentine enigma? Even the legendary by Nyangzi, who is infinitely close to immortality in the folklore of the Great Xia, harbors a fear of Xionghuang wine. How could these small serpents possibly remain unbothered by its odor? Furthermore, I have employed some special techniques on this Xionghuang wine to ensure its fragrance travels farther while maintaining its potency. With this explanation from Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia finally comprehended the situation. Huang Shengyuan had not deceived Lin Xia. Xionghuang wine indeed has the capacity to influence those serpentine creatures, albeit not as effectively as his own keen sight, serving merely to obscure the truth from prying eyes. Chapter 22. The Slaying of the Nanda Serpent Demon. Midway through their endeavor, Huang Shengyuan instructed Xingyu to proceed to the grand auditorium, while he and Lin Xia exchanged a silent glance, both choosing to remain taciturn. The two then made their way to the art building, and upon arrival, Lin Xia employed his spiritual perception. Huang Shengyuan, who was running alongside Lin Xia, noted the remarkable expression on Lin Xia's face, reminiscent of the vivid scenes described in the original narrative, prompting him to let out a slight cough. Having sensed the situation within the art building, Huang Shengyuan turned to Lin Xia and spoke, Little Xia, allow me to take charge here. You should carry this Xionghuang wine to the grand auditorium, and upon meeting him, regardless of the circumstances, pour it down his throat. Can you manage alone? Lin Xia inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Don't worry about me. Hong Ying and the others are nearby. Just go ahead, Huang Shengyuan reassured him. Although Lin Xia hesitated, he ultimately resolved to head to the grand auditorium, where a greater number of survivors were likely to be found. Despite having previously given his firearm to Xingyu, he could not dismiss the possibility of encountering a high-level enigma. Once Lin Xia departed, Huang Shengyuan approached the door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from within. After hearing a scream, he pushed the door open. Rather than tearing the creature apart, he opted to sow the seeds of the serpent. A clever move indeed. At that moment, A male corpse on the ground suddenly sat up as if resurrected, two serpent-tailed humanoid monsters glaring at Huang Shengyuan with predatory intent, poised to attack. Nanda's serpent demon. I presume your true form is aware of the circumstances here? Shall we engage in conversation? One of the serpent demons transformed into a woman, and Huang Shengyuan instantly recognized her as Han Ruo. I have nothing to discuss with you, Night Watchman. There is nothing to deliberate upon. You harm the innocent citizens of my Great Xia. I shall not hold it against you, considering it was your own refusal to heed warnings motivated by jealousy. However, the other students are blameless. Reproduction is an instinct of my kind, yet your procreation is predicated on the destruction of others' lives. At that moment, the Nanda serpent demon, transformed from Lu Yuan, lunged fiercely at Huang Shengyuan. Audacious. With merely a few words, the serpent demon was instantly repelled, its fate uncertain. This is impossible. Who are you? Han Ruo exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. If Huang Shengyuan had wielded a weapon to vanquish the foe, she might not have been so astonished. However, to slay a progeny with just a phrase was utterly inconceivable. No, you are an agent of the divine? That is divine might. Who exactly are you? You lack the right to know. Just understand that he is the deity of Great Xia. I refuse to believe you lack the memories of inheritance. You should be familiar with the myths of Great Xia, should you not? Even a mere earth deity would possess the prowess of a principal god. Impossible. Great Xia is devoid of deities. This cannot be. At this juncture, Han Ruo was thoroughly terrified, unable to accept or even fathom the reality before her. It is no longer a matter of belief, but rather whether you can survive before me. Hisses. Han Ruo instantly transformed into the Nandu snake demon, lunging towards Huang Shengyuan. Unperturbed, Huang Shengyuan slowly raised his hand. Farewell five elements technique, ignite. In an instant, searing flames engulfed the approaching Nandu snake demon, reducing it to ashes in mere moments. Huang Shengyuan then turned and hastened toward the Grand Hall. Upon arriving, he beheld Li Yifei writhing in agony on the ground, his form oscillating between human and serpent. Huang Shengyuan approached Lin Xia, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, "In this, they're independent personas, and the torment of the body will be shared by both. Li Yifei is not the Nandu snake demon, yet the demon resides within him." Lin Xia bit his lip, but he nonetheless raised the blade in his hand. With a swift thrust, blood sprayed forth. The tormented figure on the ground transformed completely into a serpentine monstrosity, its head rolling away. Huang Shengyuan glanced at Qingyu, casually waving his hand to make the corpse vanish, offering a smile to the other. He then turned to Lin Xia, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, I shall keep this secret." Lin Xia felt a sense of helplessness, pondering how he had found himself entangled in this predicament. Once the turmoil subsided, and Qingyu remained behind. Prior to this, Huang Shengyuan had slipped a note into his possession, instructing him to only reveal it after leaving the school. Although Qingyu's memories might not be erased, Huang Shengyuan wished to uphold his promise, primarily because he did not wish to have a corpse lingering in his sacred domain. Meanwhile, the witnesses in the hall were left utterly speechless, making it highly unlikely they would disclose what they had witnessed. This was precisely why Huang Shengyuan had the audacity to carry the entire body away. After exiting the hall, they reunited with Hong Ying, who expressed great joy upon seeing Huang Shengyuan. "Little Yuan, you did splendidly. How could we have overlooked the use of Xionghuang liquor? This would have spared us from such passivity, leaving it all to little Xia to seek out one by one." Huang Shengyuan's method of identifying the snake demon was indeed relayed by Lin Xia. As for why Huang Shengyuan appeared at the school, he simply explained, "I found myself missing the school. After all, we may not return here again." Chen Mai found this excuse credible, as he perceived Huang Shengyuan merely as a fledgling youth. It is concluded, they are about to emerge. Outside, the Wujia void, Chen Mai, upon receiving the report through his earpiece, slowly spoke. "How do we manage to be so foolish this time? Why do we not think to use Xionghuang liquor for identification? You ask me, yet how can I provide an answer? Besides, who would have known that Xionghuang liquor also affects mythical creatures? Have you forgotten about Lady Bai?" Wu Xiangnan said earnestly. Chimai sighed. Alas, both Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia performed admirably this time. Particularly, Huang Shengyuan, without prior knowledge of the operation, seamlessly integrated himself into the mission and managed to handle it with remarkable finesse. Undoubtedly, he must have accounted for the majority of the kills. However, that may not be entirely accurate. Lin Xia, the little rascal, also claimed quite a few. Moreover, he excels in close combat rather than ranged. It is only to be expected. Enough of this. It's merely envy that Huang Shengyuan, after the training session, will certainly not be assigned to our squad. Wu Xiangnan remarked coldly. Chun Mai's expression darkened as he shot a fierce glare at Wu Xiangnan. Chapter 23. Lady Nüwa. Upon exiting the school, Chun Mai gazed at the starkly contrasting figures before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xia was drenched in blood, his uniform rendered unrecognizable, while Huang Shengyuan appeared immaculate, not a hair out of place. Such pristine cleanliness made it hard to believe that this individual had just vanquished a horde of mythical creatures. "Are you both unscathed?" Chun Mai inquired with a tone of concern. The two shook their heads. "How do you feel?" Lin Xia replied. "It was far easier than I had anticipated." Huang Shengyuan contemplated for a moment before adding, "I didn't have enough fun." Chun Mai. Sik Xiaonan. Ong Ying. Lin Xia. Wu Xiangnan. "What is wrong with you all?" The captain remarked. "Your mouth has also developed a twitch." "Get lost." "What twitch?" "I merely had some thoughts that stir my emotions." "Oh." Later that night, Huang Shengyuan wrapped a scarf around his neck, donned a mask and sunglasses, and stepped out of his home, making his way slowly towards the school. Strangely, with each step he took, he covered several meters instantaneously. The luminous full moon illuminated the night sky, a small boon from the Wangshu water mirror, a weakened variant of the skill short-distance travel, making nocturnal travel quite convenient. Upon reaching the school gate, Huang Shengyuan spotted a boy dressed similarly to himself. The boy approached and spoke slowly. "You've arrived. Did you bring the items?" Huang Shengyuan. He couldn't help but feel reminiscent of those involved in clandestine dealings. "Of course, if you have the means to carry it. Can you manage?" Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, questioning. "That is not for you to worry about, Huang." With a casual wave of his hand, a heavy object wrapped in a bag fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The night security was patrolling the school grounds, not stationed in the security room. But Huang Shengyuan had already disabled the surveillance cameras at the entrance, so he felt no apprehension. "By the way, I will soon embark on a training session, and you won't see me for a while. Moreover, there shouldn't be many mysteries appearing in our vicinity for some time." "That is fine. This one is sufficient for my dissection studies for a while. Sometimes I wonder, how does your mind work? Why do you have such a penchant for dissection?" "Because it allows me to acquire knowledge. Truly a scholar at heart. I commend you," Huang Shengyuan remarked, giving a thumbs up. "Well then, I must take my leave. Until we meet again, I hope to see you possess the ability to capture mysteries on your own." "Thank you for this." With that, Huang Shengyuan turned to depart, and under the still bright moonlight, he quickly returned home. Once inside, he settled onto his bed, reflecting on the upcoming training that awaited him, which was particularly unique due to Lin Xia's influence, as the entire new recruit training had been relocated to Cangnan City. Huang Shengyuan was contemplating the establishment of his own squad after the divine battle. The new recruit training presented an opportunity. He was reluctant to dismantle the Nightfall team, for those within it might possess unique attributes. However, he was convinced that beyond these individuals, there existed others with exceptional abilities. The reasons for their absence in the original narrative being either premature demise or other circumstances leading to their obscurity. Huang Shengyuan stretched his back and rotated his neck when suddenly, the voice of the goddess Nüwa resonated in his ears, startling him. "Child, your highness," Huang Shengyuan exclaimed, filled with joy. "Ah, why do you carry the essence of Chang'e?" "Indeed, during your absence, it was the fairy Chang'e who taught me archery." "Quite understandable. My dear child, you have missed me." "Yes, your highness. Do you possess a means to save the entire Cangnan City?" "The time has not yet come. You need only to wait." "Understood, your highness." "Now extend your hands." Huang Shengyuan obediently stretched forth his hands, and in the next moment he felt a cold, heavy sensation in both palms, his face lighting up with surprise. In his left hand, he grasped a 4-meter-long soft whip, its handle a striking black and white, the whip itself a deep black. Merely holding it allowed him to perceive the boundless power contained within. In his right hand was a 5-meter-long spear, its silver leaf-shaped tip exuding a chilling radiance. While the dark spear shaft bore a faint golden dragon motif, its texture reminiscent of scales. Suddenly, a red thread coiled around the spear, and Huang Shengyuan sensed that this thread also harbored formidable strength, rivaling the sharpness of the spear tip. "Your Highness, you haven't gone for so long just to craft these 2 items for me?" "Not entirely. I obtained certain items. This spear was forged by the legendary Yinglong, infused with a drop of his essence. The red thread was a gift from the goddess Lezu. I merely provided the raw material for the spearhead, the scales of the black dragon, the creator dragon Yinglong, the legendary being who aided the ancestor Huang Di in the battle against Qi Yu, and assisted Emperor Yu in controlling the floods, the first dragon in existence. Indeed, the whip, gifted by Zuin, possesses the ability to balance yin and yang, to control water, fire, and wind. It can strike down deities and demons alike, sever rivers and cleave seas, summon winds and rain, and guide souls through reincarnation, embodying limitless divine might. May I inquire, Your Highness, if the Zuin you speak of is the revered Jiutian Zuin, known for imparting military strategies in ancient Chinese mythology? Precisely. Huang Shengyuan inhaled sharply. Realizing he was in the presence of the illustrious Jiutian Zuin, a figure renowned for her involvement in the Battle of Zhuolu, where both sides had divine assistance, with Qi Yu summoning the wind and rain gods to aid him, enveloping the battlefield in clouds and storms. According to legend, the Yellow Emperor faced 9 battles and suffered 9 defeats, until the Celestial Maiden descended to quell the raging winds and torrential rains, thus allowing the Yellow Emperor to achieve victory. This Celestial Maiden was none other than the 9 heavens Xian Nu renowned as one of the most powerful female deities, second only to Nüwa, the Queen Mother of the West, and the Earth Mother. She held a position of utmost reverence within Taoism. The deities of the Huaxia mythology and ancient gods have left an indelible mark on the development of subsequent generations. As a native religion of Huaxia, Taoism boasts a more systematic and comprehensive pantheon, characterized by greater organizational coherence and ritualistic significance, ensuring its enduring strength and stability. The ancient gods are steeped in even more archaic and enduring beliefs. While knowledge of Taoist deities may be gleaned from fragments of text and renowned literature, the ancient gods of Huaxia are universally associated with compelling mythological narratives. For instance, tales such as Pangu's creation of the heavens, Nüwa's crafting of humanity and mending of the sky, Gonggong's wrath against Mount Buzhou, and Hoi's archery at the suns are well known. These ancient deities play an irreplaceable role in folk tales and cultural heritage. The 2 great mythologies of Huaxia, each excelling in their respective domains, underscore a mythological depth that is not easily comparable to the deities of other nations. Chapter 24. Training of new recruits. All right, my child. Let us bestow names upon them. The goddess Nüwa smiled gently at the astonished Huang Shengyuan, who was covering his face in disbelief. They lack names still. Naturally, this is a gift from our ancestors. The names are yours to create. The whip of Zuin was crafted to enhance the power and efficacy of the treasured artifact. She journeyed to the depths of the 9 netherworlds to seek out Hutu, borrowed the bloodthirsty Yin energy of the underworld, and requested the waters of Yaoqi from the Queen Mother to forge this whip. Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Huang Shengyuan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and emotion. In this foreign realm, he stood with the myriad deities of Huaxia, bearing the profound heritage of millennia. In this moment, he felt that Huaxia truly cherishes every individual, be they divine or mortal. Now let's name it. He pondered. Let's call it Yubing. Yubing is a splendid name, quite melodious. However, no sooner had Huang Shengyuan uttered these words than a soft golden light emanated from the whip's handle, imprinting the characters for Yubing upon it. Congratulations! It seems it has taken a liking to this name, already recognizing you as its master. Is it truly bound to me now? Must it not be a blood right? Huang Shengyuan inquired, perplexed. Blood right? What for? Nüwa was somewhat bewildered. A treasured artifact is simply usable upon acquisition, Sentient treasures recognize their masters, and those forged by oneself will also acknowledge their creator. Only with the master's consent can others utilize the artifact. Nüwa found it curious that Huang Shengyuan believed blood was necessary for the recognition of a weapon. Well, I read something similar in a book before. Nüwa was momentarily rendered speechless by Huang Shengyuan's response. She waved her hand, drawing him into the sacred land of mountains and seas. Suddenly thrust into this realm, Huang Shengyuan felt somewhat dazed. Upon seeing Nüwa, he chose to remain silent despite his myriad questions. He understood that aside from his own volition to enter, any deity wishing to summon him could easily do so. Currently, only Nüwa was present, and the outcome was evident. My lady, it seems necessary to elucidate the wondrous nature of treasured artifacts. Artifacts do not possess inherent strength or weakness. Rather, they're defined by their users. Unclaimed objects can be wielded by anyone, while those with a master require consent for their use. The strength of a treasured artifact depends on the wielder and their familiarity with it. Consider the Xianyuan Bao. The Yellow Emperor bestowed it upon you, making you its new master. The moment the Yellow Emperor uttered the word gift, the Xianyuan Bao became an unclaimed object, and from now on, only you can unlock its full potential. Yubing is no different. All three of these artifacts possess spirit. Once they attain wisdom, you shall be their sole user for eternity, and they will recognize no other master. The Xianyuan Bao has served the Yellow Emperor for millennia without gaining sentience, thus allowing him to bestow it upon you. However, the Xianyuan sword is different. Only the Yellow Emperor can wield its full powers, as is the case with the Nüwa stone. Treasure artifacts can be borrowed, but they must never be stolen. Those who attempt theft will face retribution from the artifact itself. Do you comprehend my words, my child? Thank you, Lady Nüwa. I comprehend now. It is good to understand. Now, let us bestow a name upon your second treasure. This artifact requires a dual name, one for the spear and another for the tassel. The spear, the sovereign of all weapons, emerges like a dragon, sweeping away countless armies. This was forged for me by the venerable ancestor, the Yinglong, and shall be named Yingzhan. As for the tassel, I shall call it Ying. Upon the conclusion of Huang Shengyuan's words, two resplendent golden characters appeared upon the spear shaft. Yingzhan, the tassel entangled around his left ring finger and wrist, adorned with a small jade pendant of imperial green, upon which the name Yin was reflected. He then heard a weary sigh from Lady Nüwa. Alas, indeed, this connection is truly indomitable. My lady, is something amiss? No matter. You may go. Should you encounter peril in the future, call for me towards the earth, the mountains, the rivers, or the yellow loam. Lady Nüwa's voice was gentle, and with that, she transformed into a wisp of mist and vanished from Huang Shengyuan's sight. After her departure, the spear in his hand transformed into a tattoo that adhered to the back of his right hand, its design subtle and elusive, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. The tassel, in turn, morphed into a dark-hued ring that adorned his index finger. Huang Shengyuan emerged from the sacred land of the mountains and seas, finding the world outside bathed in bright daylight. He promptly donned his attire and proceeded to the peace affairs office. In the ensuing days, the city of Cangnan witnessed little of the mysterious. Each day unfolded in serene tranquility. Lin Xie continued to undergo training alongside all the members of the office, with Huang Shengyuan becoming one of his instructors. Lin Xie showed reasonable progress in combat, yet his marksmanship left much to be desired. Huang Shengyuan relayed all the essential teachings imparted by the goddess Chang'e, but Lin Xie, though intellectually grasping the concepts, struggled to translate that understanding into action, managing to hit the target only about 4 out of 10 attempts. This was the utmost improvement Huang Shengyuan could offer him, as he felt utterly at a loss. Lin Xie was on the verge of fracturing his mindset. The achievements he had attained through Chang'e's guidance were commendable, yet when it came to Lin Xie, her teachings only enabled him to graze the target, leaving Huang Shengyuan exasperated. 10 days later, Huang Shengyuan diligently honed both his whip and spear techniques. The fundamental spear maneuvers included thrusts, jabs, sweeps, deflections, blocks, grabs, chokes, lifts, presses, chops, and flourishes. By methodically practicing these steps, he began to acquire a preliminary capacity to confront adversaries. However, against those with profound mastery of other spear, sword, or knife techniques, he would merely be a jester, vulnerable to their whims. Lady Nüwa occasionally visited to offer her guidance, and Huang Shengyuan continually refined his whip and spear methods, ensuring that archery was not neglected. Whenever time permitted, he would enter the Three Seas sacred land, engaging in daily practice. Although only a brief span of over 10 days had passed in the outside world, he experienced the passage of 4 seasons, braving the elements of wind, rain, cold, and frost. The art of whip techniques does not possess a specific mnemonic, as the whips utilized on the battlefield are rigid and steel, thus rendering them unsuitable for the supple whip. The application of the supple whip is limited to a few methods, primarily employed to coerce confessions from offenders, with only a handful of techniques available. Huang Shengyuan has distilled the use of the supple whip into 3 essential principles: speed, accuracy, and ferocity. Speed is paramount. One must strike swiftly enough to prevent the adversary from grasping the whip in retaliation. Failing to do so may result in jeopardy for oneself. Accuracy is imperative. Every strike must target the vital points of the enemy, ensuring that the blow swiftly incapacitates them. Ferocity entails that each lash must draw blood. Only then can it be deemed a genuine injury to the foe, lest it resemble a mere reprimand from a parent to a child. It is only by adhering to these 3 tenets that the whip in one's hand can unleash its true potential. 10 days later, both Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia were summoned to the captain's office. Inside, they found Chen Mai meticulously perusing a document. Chen glanced at them before speaking slowly. In a few days, the new recruit training will commence. I have prepared everything the captain requires: clothing, trousers, socks, face towels, basins, toothbrushes, toothpaste, Banlan gin, alcohol, disinfectant, iodine, undergarments, adhesive bandages, and other essential items for daily life. You must safeguard your tickets when boarding the train. I'm aware of this. The lower bunk is more comfortable and convenient, aside from the VIP compartment, while the upper bunk offers better concealment, providing enhanced protection for our secrets. However, I doubt there will be any perverse individuals who would take an interest in us 2 strapping young men. Lin Xia stared at Huang Shengyuan in disbelief, astonished by the extensive preparations required for new recruit training and the multitude of considerations involved. Huang Shengyuan's words even elicited a twitch from the corner of Chen Mai's mouth. You, Sai, never mind. You 2 may leave. Have Hong Ying take Lin Xia out to purchase some supplies. They have both participated in new recruit training and possess experience. Off you go, Huang Shengyuan. Do as you please. I merely wanted to inform you. Lin Xia absorbed Huang Shengyuan's advice and resolved to follow it. That day, Huang Shengyuan opted not to return home due to the distance, and Hong Ying graciously invited him to her residence. However, Huang could distinctly sense the murderous glares from Wu, Xiangnan, and Wenqima, compelling him to wear a smug and provocative expression. He relished the sight of others harboring animosity towards him, yet feeling powerless to act upon it. Chapter 25. The change of the new recruit's training location that night. After a shopping excursion, Lin Xia and his companions returned, only to leave Huang Shengyuan momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Lin Xia's purchases. The rabbit slippers were one thing, and the rabbit pajamas were another. However, the black silk suspender dress was truly a surprise. Huang Shengyuan gazed at Lin Xia, whose choices seemed even more astonishing than those described in the original narrative. Lin Xia felt a wave of despair. Shopping with girls was an ordeal. Huang Shengyuan surveyed the array of colorful items, a vivid spectacle of pinks, reds, and greens, some of which were rather provocative, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Redding, did you buy these? He inquired. Yes. This is what Sister Redding and I picked out for little Xia. What do you think, Xiao Yuan? It looks good, Huang Shengyuan replied, suppressing a chuckle, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. Lin Xia felt utterly defeated. What a pity, Shengyuan. If only you hadn't bought your things in advance. We could have coordinated outfits, making it easier on your conscience, Lin Xia lamented. There's no need. Thank you for the kind gesture, Huang Shengyuan retorted. Lin Xia sighed dramatically. After Huang Shengyuan took a hot shower in the bathroom, he proceeded to the room that Redding had meticulously prepared for him. That night, he opted for a restful slumber, having not slept well for quite some time. Though not fatigued, the absence of sleep rendered his experiences somewhat less tangible. The following morning, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia were escorted to the train station. Huang Shengyuan's suitcase was quite large, though only he knew that it contained merely a few articles of clothing. He was impervious to the elements. Cold or heat posed no threat to him. Even in winter, he could wear nothing but a short-sleeved shirt without fear. Injuries were of no concern either. Should he sustain a broken arm or leg, he could easily mend it with earth. The powers of creation and healing encompass chaos, creation, eternity, transformation, time and space, rules, elements, life, and nature. It was noteworthy that Lin Xia's divine realm, mortal realm, possessed only the unique ability to create miracles. But unlike others, this power had no limits and was immensely potent, so much so that even the chaotic powers yearned to possess it. Yet, within creation and healing, both creation and rules similarly had no boundaries. The act of creating, be it an era, life, or history, continued to forge the technological and cultural advancements of time. Rules govern everything, from animals to plants to inanimate objects, each bound by their own inherent laws. In the animal kingdom, survival of the fittest prevails. In the human realm, one toils for the essentials of life. In nature, various elements coexist in a delicate balance, each abiding by its own set of principles. The evolution of rules is perpetual and limitless. Creation and healing encompasses nearly all of the divine capabilities of Nüwa, and in comparison to Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan finds himself at no disadvantage. The divine abilities Lin Xia had drawn upon were akin to a deity's powers fragmented into numerous facets. However, his creation and governance encompasses nearly all the capabilities of a supreme deity. As for other concerns, such as insufficient attire, Huang Shengyuan was unconcerned. He could simply conjure an outfit at will. Everything can be resolved with the earth. After bidding farewell to everyone, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia entered the train station. Yet, Huang Shengyuan deliberately slowed his pace, leading Lin Xia to believe he was reluctant to part from their captain and the others. "Xiaoyuan, there's no need to feel sad. We will surely return," Lin Xia reassured. "Oh," Huang Shengyuan replied faintly, aware that Lin Xia had misunderstood, but he chose not to clarify. "Xia, would you mind waiting a moment?" Huang Shengyuan said, fixing his gaze on Lin Xia. "What is the matter, Xiaoyuan?" Lin Xia inquired, puzzled. "I think I heard the captain calling us," Huang Shengyuan stated. "Xiaoyuan, how could the captain be calling us? We are supposed to attend the training camp. It would be terrible to miss our train." No sooner had Lin Xia finished speaking than he heard the shouts of Chun Mai, Hong Ying, and Zhao Kongchang behind him. Upon turning around, he saw all members of Team 136 breathlessly approaching. "Xia, there's been a change. The new recruits' training is set in Cangnan. Fortunately, you two didn't board the train." Lin Xia's mouth fell open in surprise, and Huang Shengyuan feigned astonishment. Each member of the team took the luggage from Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia. Under Chun Mai's lead, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia exited the train station and boarded the vehicle returning to the peace office. In the capital city, at the Night Watcher's training office. "What? The new recruits training is set in Cangnan? Where's Cangnan?" Yuan Gang, the chief instructor for this training session, exclaimed in disbelief as he perused the documents in his hand. Standing before him was Xiaoping Gu, the captain of Team 006 stationed in the capital. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoping Gu replied, "It's a small city in the southeastern region, adjacent to Huaihai City. It's south quite close to Gus's city, where the Haoyuan group has its largest foundation. But why move to Cangnan? Weren't we always in the capital before?" Yuan Gong protested. "That's a decision made by the higher-ups. How am I to know? You simply need to follow orders and not ask too many questions. The logistics department's efficiency will ensure that the new recruit training camp is fully established before dawn tomorrow. You should prepare your team and get ready to depart." Huoping Yi instructed calmly. Understood. Yet Yuan Gang could not fathom why, with the existing training facilities in the capital, such a grand endeavor was necessary. In Cangnan City, a portly young man clad in a bathrobe furrowed his brow at the notice in his hand, perplexed. He turned to a man in black beside him and queried, What sort of place is Cangnan? Young master, Cangnan is a small city in the southeast. It's not far from Gusu City, where Huang Shengyuan's Haoyuan group built its foundation from scratch to reach its current stature. But wasn't he everything in the capital before? What's going on this year? This year's policies have undergone changes, and you may need to adjust your course. On Mount Jihua, within a Zen chamber, a young man with black hair sat cross-legged upon a mat, while an elderly monk stood before him. In the young man's hands rested a letter, and after perusing its contents, he lifted his gaze to the venerable monk and inquired, "Master, do you believe I should go?" "The practitioner," the monk replied, "I believe you should indeed embark on this journey." But the young man hesitated. "Do not dwell too much on your concerns," the monk advised gently. "Taking life is a sin, yet saving lives is a virtue. Only by balancing merits and demerits can one cleanse their transgressions. Thank you for your guidance, master." Chao Yuan. The elderly monk continued, "There is another matter I must bring to your attention. Please, master, go on. On your journey to Cangnan, you may encounter two noble individuals. If you seize the opportunity, not only can you absolve your sins, but you might also attain enlightenment. One of them possesses a unique identity, which even I dare not delve into too deeply. Master, what characteristics do these two noble individuals possess?" The first, the monk elucidated, stands tall like a tree, having traversed 10 nights and guided humanity through the ages. As for the second, he is nurtured by the depths of the earth, where divine trees and celestial beings sing in harmony. He embodies the convergence of myriad paths, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and the ways of magic, each radiating its own light. He bears no burdens of karma, and the celestial beings protect his journey for miles. He wanders through the annals of time and space, a legend eternal. About well said, the monk concluded. As for the second noble individual, I can only ascertain this much. He allows me but a glimpse of the vast ocean, a mere tip of the iceberg. Chao Yuan felt perplexed. Why did the second noble individual exude an overwhelming aura as if he ruled over the world? In Suzhou City, Huang Shengyuan, upon learning that the new recruit training camp had been relocated to Cangnan City, felt little opposition. Rather, a flicker of joy arose within him, for it meant his brother would not be too far away. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Huang Shengyuan responded. "Hello, Captain Huang." To his astonishment, upon seeing the visitor, a look of surprise crossed his face. "It's you. Your injury has healed? How could you recover so swiftly?" "Captain Huang, you are a perceptive man. Do you still consider me an ordinary person? You too have awakened the forbidden void, haven't you?" "Indeed. What is your ability?" "Captain Huang, you will come to know in due time, but not just yet. I require your assistance." Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, nodding in acknowledgement. "I wish to join the night watch as well." In Cangnan City, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Qiye returned to the Peace Affairs office, where the atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Huang Shengyuan found an excuse to evade the gathered crowd, seeking solace in a quiet corner to practice his marksmanship alone. Chapter 26, The Boot Camp on the Other Side. Having just disembarked from the plane, Yuan Gang inquired about several pertinent matters before requesting a roster of the new recruits. Upon perusing the list, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What on earth is this lineup this year? The young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group? The scion of the Haoyuan Group from Gusu City? The second and third major sponsors behind the Night Watchman, besides the government. From the two prominent families of the Xia dynasty, they have even invited the heads of the families. Most astonishingly, that young master is suspected to be an extremely high-risk entity. This cohort has also produced a divine agent. May I ask, sir, which deity does this divine agent represent? Codenamed 003, the Seraph Michael. The attendees were left in shock, for it had been many years since a divine agent had last appeared, and each one of them possessed an incredibly promising future. Yuan Gang glanced at the list again and sighed, marking it with a red pen. Besides the young master of the Bailey family, the scion of the Haoyuan family, and the agent of the Seraph, there were still 3 individuals classified as extremely high risk. There is also a certain entity which is so obscure that it does not even fall within the restricted area of the Forbidden Abyss. What on earth is this? This person is the newly appointed captain of Team 017 from the Haoyuan Group, who was just added today. Furthermore, it merely states that they possess special capabilities. What a bizarre assortment of prodigies. Yuan Gang felt a headache coming on. Sir, these are all tough nuts to crack. Can we truly handle them with our abilities? Immediately contact the mask team to come and help me assert authority. I refuse to believe that a special squad cannot manage these new recruits. What the divine agent? Let the divine face divine and see who prevails. I am quite curious to see which of the young masters, the Bailey or the Hao Yuan, will prove to be more formidable in each other's company. I recall that the Bailey family harbors considerable animosity towards the Hao Yuan group. Outside the training camp, a soldier with a telescope furrowed his brow, gazing into the distance for quite some time before slowly lowering the device and retrieving his walkie-talkie. Report. Individuals approaching ahead. 2 young men, resembling high school students. One of them is carrying somewhat childish items, dragging a Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase. The other carries a jet black suitcase, clad in a black hoodie, black sweatpants, and black sneakers. All right, that's enough. No need to report further. Stand by. I will go meet them. Soon, a sleek military off-road vehicle emerged from the training camp. Meanwhile, on another path, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia navigated the rugged, muddy road. One appeared weary, while the other seemed at ease. This was hardly surprising, given that Lin Xia was struggling with 2 hefty suitcases under the blazing sun. In contrast, Huang Shengyuan's suitcase contained very few items, and no matter how harsh the weather conditions in the natural world, they would not affect him in the slightest. Compared to Lin Xia, he was undoubtedly far more comfortable. 7 nights. Do you need my assistance? Huang Shengyuan felt a twinge of guilt. No, I can manage, came a reply. But is it truly feasible for a training camp to be established in such a desolate location? He asked earnestly. Seriously, Taiyi, tell me, have you ever seen a military base situated within a city? Not being in a vast desert is already a blessing, Huang Shengyuan remarked with a hint of exasperation. And without a single map, how are we supposed to find it? Lin Taiyi expressed his despair. In truth, Huang Shengyuan had already pinpointed the location, but if he were to venture alone, he would certainly head straight to the training camp. Yet, he felt compelled to conceal this from Lin Taiyi. Suddenly, a sound reverberated, and Huang Shengyuan smirked. The roar of an engine echoed from a distance. Taiyi, I believe someone has come to fetch us. Huh? Lin Taiyi soon heard the rumble of the vehicle as well. A camouflaged military jeep, kicking up dust, screeched to a halt beside them. An officer in uniform leaned out of the vehicle, tilting his head to inquire, "What are you doing here? What is your purpose?" Huang Shengyuan retorted with a question of his own. "Hey, you little rascal, will you answer or not?" "We're here for training," Lin Taiyi interjected. "New recruits? Arrived so swiftly? I'm a local. I transferred from Great City. We intended to head directly to Beijing yesterday, but suddenly the tickets were canceled. Ahem, show me your identification." Huang Shengyuan and Lin Taiyi presented their documents. After a brief glance, the officer gestured behind him. "What are you waiting for? Get in the vehicle." Taking a deep breath, Huang Shengyuan cautiously stepped into the jeep. In front of the new recruits training camp, Huang Shengyuan, clad in black, leaned against a wall, retching. He had not anticipated that his motion sickness would accompany him here. Lin Taiyi was equally surprised to discover that Huang Shengyuan suffered from car sickness. "Okay, you stay here and recover for a bit. I'll take this young student inside," the officer said with a frown after observing Huang Shengyuan, internally lamenting the fragility of a boy's constitution. It was astounding that he could feel nauseated over such a short distance. Huang Shengyuan waved dismissively, and after Lin Taiyi entered, he continued to retch for another 5 or 6 minutes before he finally staggered into the training camp, his complexion slightly pale. Upon entering, Huang Shengyuan noticed Lin Taiyi waiting alongside a tall instructor. "You are Huang Shengyuan from Great City," the instructor stated. Huang Shengyuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Why you look so unwell?" Lin Taiyi's lips twitched. He could hardly believe that Huang Shengyuan would appear weak. Huang Shengyuan's expression darkened. All right. My name is Hong Hao, and I will be your instructor. You two are the first arrivals, and I shall take this opportunity to familiarize you with the training camp." Huang Shengyuan, with a weary expression, followed Lin Xia and instructor Hong as they traversed the new recruit training camp once more. Instructor Hong reiterated the points made in the novel to Huang Shengyuan. Eventually, the trio arrived at a cluster of dense buildings, which served as the recruits' dormitories. The dormitories were designed for 2 occupants, and since Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia were among the first arrivals, they were afforded the privilege of selection. Lin Xia chose a room facing south, basking in the best light and comfort. Huang Shengyuan, however, opted for a room adjacent to Lin Xia's, not wishing to share the same space. Lin Xia found this somewhat puzzling, but held no objections. Due to motion sickness, Huang Shengyuan promptly collapsed into slumber. This affliction had accompanied him since childhood. Every car ride would leave him feeling unwell. He slept soundly until the break of dawn, missing the chance to accompany Lin Xia to the supply station. This puzzled Lin Xia, but ultimately, he ventured to the station alone. Huang Shengyuan had intended to indulge in a few more moments of sleep, but not long after Lin Xia departed. He was stirred by the commotion emanating from Lin Xia's dormitory. Feeling irritable from the aftereffects of motion sickness, he dressed and stepped outside. Observing several individuals gathered before Lin Xia's dormitory, Huang Shengyuan recognized them, notably the rotund by Li Pangpang, who had also arrived on the scene. Leaning against the doorframe, Huang Shengyuan quietly observed by Li Pangpang and his entourage. After a prolonged gaze, it became evident that Bai Li Pangpang had yet to reach a decision, while his companions busied themselves with trivial complaints, akin to the sycophants depicted in novels of a past life. Were it not for Huang Shengyuan's understanding of Bai Li Pangpang's character and virtues, he might have been tempted to deliver a sharp rebuke. Chapter 27. Local specialties. After observing for a while, Lin Xia returned with several loaves of bread. Upon noticing the situation at the dormitory entrance, he cast a puzzled glance at Huang Shengyuan. At that moment, a voice reached Lin Xia's ears. "Young master, among all the places I've shown you, this one has the best environment. Warm in winter, cool in summer, and abundant sunlight." Like Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia quietly watched the performance of those individuals. However, when he heard someone suggesting throwing his belongings outside, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Yet before he could react, the person who made the suggestion was kicked in the backside by a chubby boy beside him, a kick that even Huang Shengyuan found satisfying. Lin Xia's confusion deepened. He was still trying to comprehend the situation at hand. After the chubby boy had taught the instigator a lesson, Lin Xia's impression of the scene shifted somewhat. The two then observed as the people surrounding the chubby boy began to move boxes of items into the dormitory, which were subsequently left behind after being dismissed by him, leaving the chubby boy alone, muttering to himself. Huang Shengyuan, noticing Lin Xia's dazed expression, patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let us meet your new roommate." Lin Xia nodded, and the two made their way into the dormitory. Upon seeing the two, the chubby boy's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, and he happily approached them. "Hello, my name is Bailey Tumming. I know this name is a bit awkward, so you could just call me Tumming or Pom-Pom." He introduced himself in slightly imperfect Mandarin. "Is this dormitory going to be shared by the two of you?" He spoke uncertainly, fearing he had inadvertently encroached upon someone else's space. "Not at all. Feel free to settle in. I'm next door, and he's a friend of mine," Huang Shengyuan explained. "He's right. We do not share the same dormitory," Lin Xia confirmed. "That's a relief. You scared me. I thought I had taken someone else's spot." Bailey Tumming sighed in relief. Just then, he bowed to the two of them, causing Lin Xia to stumble back in surprise. Following that, Bailey Tumming spoke again. "I hope we can become friends. Over the coming year, I look forward to your guidance. If I do anything improper, please do not hesitate to point it out." Lin Xia glanced at Huang Shengyuan for help, but Huang merely smiled back at him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xia turned to Bailey Tumming and said, Bailey, Pom-Pom, you don't need to be so formal. This approach is fitting for apologies, expressions of gratitude, or when addressing someone of higher status. In the world of children, friendship is sealed with a pinky promise. For adolescents, it is merely sharing snacks, while for young adults and grown-ups, it is a handshake. Huang Shengyuan interjected with a grin. Thank you for the advice," Bailey Tumming replied cheerfully. "By the way, I still don't know your names." "Local resident. I am Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan, from Gusu City." "Gusu City, with the surname Huang?" Bai Li Pangpang regarded Huang Shengyuan with a peculiar expression. "What is the matter? May I ask, what is your relationship with the head of Hao Yuan Group?" upon hearing the mention of Hao Yuan group. He seemed to recall that his elder brother had once mentioned it, as it appeared to be a significant enterprise of their own. Without hesitation, Huang Shengyuan replied, "He is my brother, my full-blooded sibling." For a moment, Bai Li Pang was at a loss for words, as Hao Yuan group was an entity that stood on equal footing with his family, and their collection of rare artifacts was equally formidable. Even his father harbored a certain apprehension towards the head of Hao Yuan group. He never anticipated that he would encounter the younger brother of the very person who wielded such power. Hao Yuan, little Yuan, you're quite the gentleman, aren't you? It turns out you were a young master after all, Lin Shiyi remarked, as if profoundly affected, casting an odd glance at Huang Shengyuan. You may refrain from calling me a young master. After all, we are all soldiers now, with no distinctions of wealth or poverty. Besides, you're my classmate. You wouldn't mind anything, would you? Huang Shengyuan responded. Of course not. I take pride in it. Lin Shiyi jested. How is your relationship with your brother? Bai Li Pang inquired. Well, let me share this with you. I was in a car accident when I was young and fell into a coma for 10 years. He has been by my side, unwavering in his care, Huang Shengyuan revealed. Both Lin Shiyi and Bai Li Pang were taken aback, particularly Lin Shiyi, who only then learned of Huang Shengyuan's ordeal. Bai Li Pang regarded Huang Shengyuan with a touch of sympathy, as he had not expected the scion of a prominent family to have endured such hardship. While he had faced numerous assassination attempts in his youth, at least he had experienced the joys of life. Huang Shengyuan, however, had spent a decade alone in silence, a reality that was almost unimaginable to him. If Huang Shengyuan were aware of Bai Li Pang's thoughts, he might have fallen to the ground in disbelief. Surely, joy could not be valued above life itself. Shengyuan, your situation is truly tragic, Bai Li Pang remarked. It's not so bad. In fact, I consider myself fortunate, for I have a brother who loves me. I once had a family that cherished me. Huang Shengyuan added quietly in his heart. By the way, I brought many local specialties. I wonder if you will like them. The next moment, as he saw an array of luxury watches such as Rolex, Patek Philippe, Cartier, and Baume Mercier lay before him, Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. I originally intended to gift you something else, but in this training camp, I pondered and concluded that watches seemed most appropriate. Pang, don't you know what typically occurs during military training? The instructors will blow their whistles, right? Is that so? Nevertheless, it's no matter. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Bai Li Pang initially felt a tinge of disappointment, but after some reflection, he found it inconsequential. After all, these watches were meant to be given away. Whether they were kept or used was of little concern. Lin Jie, upon seeing the watches presented to him, resolutely declined, saying, I'm sorry, I cannot accept these. Why not? They are hardly valuable. Just take them as my gift to you for our meeting, Huang Shengyuan insisted. Upon hearing the phrase worthless, both Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia fell into a moment of silence, with Lin Xia rolling her eyes before speaking again. I do not appreciate receiving gifts, so please take it back. She reiterated her refusal. Bai Li Pang then shifted his gaze back to Huang Shengyuan, who promptly raised his left hand. Adorning his wrist was a silver bracelet, and between his ring finger and wrist lay a slender red thread. It was at this moment that Lin Xia noticed the items Huang Shengyuan bore. Pang, it is not that I do not want your gift. Rather, I have no place to wear it. You must understand, there's a saying, men were on the left, women on the right. Therefore, I am unable to wear a watch at present. Huang Shengyuan hastily concocted an excuse. I see, Bai Li Pang replied, somewhat disheartened. This almost led Huang Shengyuan to question whether deceiving an innocent child was indeed appropriate. I haven't had enough sleep yet. You all continue your conversation. I shall return to my dormitory, he declared, turning back to lie down and rest. As for Lin Xia and Bai Li Pang, Huang Shengyuan chose not to concern himself with them any further. Although the author later introduced a humorous subplot, Huang Shengyuan was disinclined to engage, having already read that portion and merely lacking the experience of witnessing it in real life. Chapter 28. The Forbidden Abyss Gestation. From the following day, the influx of new recruits into the barracks increased significantly. The dormitory consisted of double rooms, and Huang Shengyuan soon met his roommate, who was rather peculiar. His roommate was a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall, dressed similarly in all black. He wore a loose-fitting black windbreaker with black shoes and pants, complemented by a black mask and a cap. Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at such a meticulous disguise. Was he so apprehensive about being seen? Hello, I am Huang Shengyuan, 17 years old, a sophomore. He introduced himself with a smile. Hello, I am Ziyu, 16 years old, a freshman, came the cool, resonant voice of the boy, which reached Huang Shengyuan's ears. A freshman? Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, surprised that even first-year students were present. Words are not to be taken lightly, the boy replied, fixing his gaze on Huang Shengyuan. Yet, Huang Shengyuan felt an uncanny familiarity with that voice, though he couldn't quite place it. Do you need any assistance? Huang Shengyuan inquired. No, I can manage on my own. With that, Ziyu deftly arranged his bed and organized his toiletries. By the way, what is your forbidden abyss? Huang Shengyuan pondered for a moment before asking. My forbidden abyss is Lark, Ziyu responded. Lark? Huang Shengyuan echoed, puzzled, as it was a term he had never encountered before. Within a certain range. What I say can come to fruition, Ziyu replied with a smile in his eyes. Word can manifest, Huang Shengyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Seeing the shocked expression on Huang Shengyuan's face, Ziyu's smile broadened, though he quickly masked it. Allow me to demonstrate, Ziyu said, surveying the dormitory until his gaze settled on a glass cup. He spoke slowly. At this moment, the glass cup within my sight shall be reduced to powder. To Huang Shengyuan's disbelief, the glass cup indeed transformed into a pile of white powder before his eyes. What is this? The manifestation of words. Huang Shengyuan gasped. It is not as simple as merely speaking. The voice of Nüwa resonated in his mind, startling him once more. What do you mean, my lady? The manifestation of words. Indeed, the manifestation of words means that once spoken, all laws obey. Every utterance he makes becomes a rule, a principle. Child, this individual is certainly not weaker than you. Huang Shengyuan was filled with astonishment at Nüwa's words. He understood the gravity of the phrase, the manifestation of words, even without her further explanation. For the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the 3 realms in Taoism, possessed such capabilities. After conveying her warning, Nüwa retracted her voice, yet the moon-watching lady uttered a cryptic phrase, without taboos. All laws obey. By fate's design, a match made in heaven. A hint of amusement sparkled in Nüwa's eyes as a delicate red thread drifted from her hand, vanishing into the sacred land of mountains and seas. Huang Shengyuan regarded Ziyu with a cautious expression, acutely aware that the latter was fully cognizant of the true function of the forbidden abyss, though he refrained from uttering the truth. After all, this was their inaugural meeting, which was entirely understandable. Where do you reside, Ziyu? Huang Shengyuan inquired, his curiosity piqued, for this character had not been mentioned in the original narrative. I reside in Great City. I am an orphan, Ziyu replied. Great City. You two live in Great City. Huang Shengyuan exclaimed, astonished. Could it be that you, Huang Shengyuan, also? Ziyu leaned closer, his breath warm against Huang Shengyuan's ear, causing the latter to instinctively step back. Why, yes, my home is also in Great City. Huang Shengyuan stammered, his earlobes tinged with a faint blush. After uttering those words, he promptly exited the dormitory, his departure carrying a hint of frantic urgency. Observing Huang Shengyuan's retreat, a subtle smile graced Ziyu's lips beneath his mask as he murmured, It appears we meet again, Huang Shengyuan. That night, after completing his evening ablutions, Huang Shengyuan pondered the training scheduled for the following day. He recalled that the special squad known as Mask from the Great Xia would also be present. The mere mention of the Mask squad, whether from his own observations or the tales shared by netizens, evoked a sense of dread, as they were rumored to be formidable adversaries. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan grappled with the decision of whether to reveal his identity as a divine agent. It was imperative that the identity of Nüwa, the goddess, remained concealed. Should it become necessary, he was prepared to disclose his identity as the agent of Chang'e first. After all, in the eyes of the Great Xia people, Chang'e was merely a delicate fairy, lacking the might of a warrior. even if it attracted the attention of the ancient god church. He doubted that their pursuit would be as rigorous as that of Lin Xia. Yet, Huang Shengyuan was unwilling to gamble for so long. He had believed his brother to be an ordinary wealthy merchant. He sought to avoid bringing trouble upon his brother or causing him harm. Currently, he lacked the confidence to confront a vast organization, hence his reluctance to take risks. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan sensed a subtle disturbance within his sacred land of mountains and seas. He promptly reclined upon his bed, directing his consciousness into the sacred land. There are two methods to enter the sacred land. The first is through the physical body, and the second is via the consciousness. The distinction lies in the fact that when one enters with their consciousness, only their mental fortitude is enhanced, whereas if the body also enters, both the spirit and the flesh experience growth. Upon entering the sacred land with his consciousness, Huang Shengyuan surveyed his surroundings. There was not a soul in sight. After uttering her previous words, the goddess Nüwa had vanished once more. Just moments ago, he had sensed an anomaly within the sacred land, yet upon inspection, he found nothing, leaving him perplexed. At that instant, he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, startling him. He swiftly turned around, and upon recognizing the visitor, he stared in awe. It was a beautiful woman, her smile as warm as a spring breeze, adorned in splendid attire and a resplendent headdress. "Greetings, traveler from the future," she said with a beaming smile. "May I inquire as to your identity? I am the minor deity of destiny, entrusted with overseeing the birth of offspring in the mortal realm, safeguarding the fates of children, and bestowing joy and happiness. My duties also encompass the eradication of malevolence and the protection of virtue, as well as the vigilant monitoring of transgressions." As the woman spoke slowly, Huang Shengyuan was taken aback. The minor deity of destiny, a legendary figure from the ancient state of Chu during the Warring States period, as recounted in the 9 songs, had materialized before him. "Are you astonished?" The minor deity spoke softly. "This world is in turmoil. Allow me to bestow upon you a gift." With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a radiant emerald light enveloped Huang Shengyuan, infusing his being with a potent force that gradually coursed through his entire body. "This gift will serve you well in the future, for you shall encounter subsequent generations," she declared. With that, the minor deity's figure dissipated before Huang Shengyuan's eyes. Just as he intended to hurriedly intervene, it was too late. In the wake of her departure, despair etched upon Huang Shengyuan's face. He raised his voice in a desperate cry to the heavens within the sacred land of mountains and seas. "Who can enlighten me? What on earth is this forbidden realm known as conception?" Chapter 29. The clay figure. Upon regaining consciousness, Huang Shengyuan remained in a state of bewilderment. He never anticipated that a mere venture into the sacred land of mountains and seas would bestow upon him the extraordinary ability to cultivate embryos. Though the term cultivation does not imply that Huang Shengyuan would actually bear offspring, this forbidden realm essentially functions as an exceptional divine art, enabling the creation of an external avatar. By locating a suitable host, Huang Shengyuan can utilize this ability to forge an avatar of his own. With each ascension to a new realm, he can create an additional avatar, each one a manifestation of himself, devoid of independent will or emotion. They merely carry his memories and intentions, acting upon his desires without the emergence of self-awareness. In a certain sense, this is an unparalleled power. However, the very name of this forbidden realm eludes his lips. How would others perceive him if they were to hear it? This ability to cultivate embryos necessitates that Huang Shengyuan reaches the pinnacle before he can create multiple avatars. Furthermore, all insights gained by each avatar are returned to him, allowing him to assume control over each, regardless of the distance separating them. This skill not only aids in the creation of his external avatar, but can also assist others. By utilizing a single drop of their blood, he can help them cultivate their own avatar. However, each individual can possess only one avatar at any given realm, until the pinnacle is attained. While the skill is undeniably beneficial, Huang Shengyuan found himself distressed by how he might introduce this ability to others. He feared that merely uttering its name would lead to misunderstandings. Presently, he possessed 3 forbidden realms and harbored a fervent desire for Lin Xia to draw transcendent fertility. He longed to ascertain whether this fertility truly aligned with his understanding or shared similarities with his own cultivation. Huang Shengyuan contemplated trying out the effects of this forbidden realm. Yet he lacked a suitable object to create an external avatar, and given that each realm could only be utilized once, he was reluctant to squander it. At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, revealing Yin Ziyu, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, his hair damp and his physique robust. He still wore a mask, leaving Huang Shengyuan puzzled as to why he insisted on its use. Was he allergic to something? Despite his many questions, Huang Shengyuan refrained from prying, respecting the privacy of others. Yin Ziyu, did you just come from the shower? He inquired. Yin Ziyu replied succinctly. By the way, who registered you here? Did you create quite a commotion during your awakening? No, it was the captain of Team 017 from Suzhou City who helped me register. Yin Ziyu answered in an even tone, silently adding to himself that he had merely expressed a desire to find a way to seek the truth. After which he inadvertently witnessed an operation by Team 017, realizing then that there existed a night watch organization in Daxia. Yin Ziyu, tell me, is the captain of Team 017 handsome? Huang Shengyuan asked with a smile. Yin Ziyu felt a twinge of confusion as his younger brother inquired whether their elder sibling was handsome. What sort of logic was this? Yet, suddenly a conjecture surfaced in his mind. Perhaps the captain had yet to reveal the truth to Huang Shengyuan. Reflecting on this, he recalled the day Huang Shengyuan had rescued him, during which it seemed that Huang had not yet awakened any special abilities. With this thought in mind, Yin Ziyu glanced at Huang Shengyuan and let out a soft chuckle from his deep voice. What are you laughing at? You haven't answered my question yet. Huang Shengyuan pressed. Why do you ask such a thing? Yin Ziyu retorted. Naturally, I wish to remain in Gusu City. I merely wanted to inquire about their captain's circumstances. All I know is that he is quite handsome, much like you. Yin Ziyu replied thoughtfully. Huang Shengyuan. He chose to ignore the cold and enigmatic Yin Ziyu, pulling the blanket over himself and cocooning into a ball to sleep. Observing this, a hint of amusement returned to Yin Ziyu's strikingly handsome face, concealed beneath his mask. After putting away his toiletries, he extinguished the light and climbed into bed. The dormitory featured bunk beds, and Huang Shengyuan preferred the lower bunk to avoid the discomfort of climbing stairs. Furthermore, as adults, they were expected to exhibit better manners than middle schoolers, refraining from stepping on each other's beds with shoes. Yin Ziyu moved with utmost caution and grace. By now, Huang Shengyuan was already fast asleep. In the training camp, he could not choose to physically enter the sacred lands of Shanghai, as vanishing and reappearing would likely lead to being captured as a mysterious entity. Besides, mindless practice offered him no further enhancement. Entering the sacred lands served only to elevate his mental strength and cultivation, with little else to gain. The following morning, Huang Shengyuan was roused by the cacophony outside. Knowing what was transpiring from the original text, all he desired was to storm out with his weapon in hand. With a resigned sigh, he donned the standard attire designated for the new recruits and prepared to wash up. Huang Shengyuan navigated through the throngs of people, clutching his basin, towel, and toiletries, eventually reaching the washing station. He completed his ablutions with efficiency, leaving no room for delay, and returned to the dormitory to put on his shoes. Inside the dormitory, he waited in quietude while Yin Ziyu remained deeply asleep, though the tumult outside disturbed his slumber. Sighing softly, Huang Shengyuan snapped his fingers, creating a barrier between their dormitory and the outside world, plunging the space into tranquility with only the gentle sound of Yin Ziyu's breathing remaining. Huang Shengyuan was aware of the training schedule, and given that it was just past 7 in the morning, it was evident how early Bai Li had risen. Once awakened in the night, Huang Shengyuan found it impossible to fall back asleep, regardless of the hour. With breakfast still an hour and a half away, he would not simply sit idly. He retrieved some pre-prepared clay from the sacred lands of Shanghai and continued practicing his craft of sculpting. Molding clay figurines is indeed a skillful endeavor. Every detail of the facial features and body is of utmost importance. When shaping the body, one must pay close attention to the proportions of height, the width of the shoulders and hips, as well as the length of the arms. However, it is the head that requires the most meticulous care, with the nose, eyes and mouth serving as critical details, while the creation of hair strands is the epitome of precision within these details. After approximately 30 minutes, a diminutive clay figure materialized in Huang Shengyuan's hands, resembling Yin Ziyu at first glance. With Yin Ziyu wearing a mask, the absence of a nose and mouth spared Huang Shengyuan much effort. Observing his creation, Huang Shengyuan was certain that this was the most satisfying piece he had crafted over the past few days. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan heard a faint rustling sound from the upper bunk. Turning around, he saw Yin Ziyu sitting up. With a gentle tone, Huang Shengyuan remarked, "Awake?" Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's voice, Yin Ziyu turned his head, appearing adorably dazed. His hair was tousled from sleep, and his shirt was slightly rumpled, allowing Huang Shengyuan to distinctly see Yin Ziyu's well-defined, muscular abdomen, an impressive eight-pack, the envy of many young men. "Why are you up so early?" Huang Shengyuan inquired. With a slightly hoarse voice from just waking, Yin Ziyu responded, "I woke up because it was a bit noisy this morning. Fatty was distributing gifts to everyone." Huang Shengyuan explained, "No wonder it felt so raucous earlier." Yin Ziyu rubbed his head and then asked Huang Shengyuan again, "By the way, have they finished?" "Whether they have or not, you can listen for yourself," Huang Shengyuan replied, snapping his fingers once more. Upon hearing the familiar commotion outside, Yin Ziyu felt a slight headache coming on. "So what did you do just now?" Yin Ziyu asked. "I merely created a barrier around this space. Noticing you were sleeping restlessly. If you still wish to sleep, continue. I will notify you of any important announcements," Huang Shengyuan said with a smile. "That's unnecessary," Yin Ziyu swiftly replied, flipping over and standing up from the bed. After neatly folding the blanket, he stepped down. Once on the floor, Yin Ziyu approached Huang Shengyuan and, noticing the clay figure in his hands, asked curiously, "Is this me that you molded?" "Indeed," Huang Shengyuan answered with a smile. "You've done a splendid job." Yin Ziyu complimented without hesitation. "Do you like it?" "It's a gift for you." Huang Shengyuan offered the now solidified clay figure towards Yin Ziyu. "Really? Can I have it?" Yin Ziyu asked incredulously. "Is it not real? If you desire it, take it. Otherwise, it will remain unused," Huang Shengyuan replied. "I want it." Yin Ziyu exclaimed eagerly, accepting the clay figure from Huang Shengyuan's hands, his cold eyes betraying an uncontainable delight. "Such a small clay figure, and yet you are so joyful?" Huang Shengyuan mused. "I am an orphan. In the orphanage, we couldn't even procure clay, let alone a small figurine. It was already a challenge for the director to provide for a multitude of children, let alone for luxuries like clay." Yin Ziyu's voice trailed off as he spoke. Huang Shengyuan could perceive that beneath Yin Ziyu's indifferent tone lay a profound sense of regret, a lament for the lost innocence of childhood. Chapter 30, The Masked Team. In the afternoon, Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Bailey Pangpang donned their military uniforms and arrived at the training ground. By the time they arrived, the majority of the personnel had already gathered. The four of them stood in the same row, with Lin Xia, Bailey Pangpang, Huang Shengyuan, and Yin Ziyu positioned at the back. On the training platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and resolute, their postures reminiscent of sturdy pines. The instructors exuded an aura of unyielding steel. At the forefront was Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, surveying the chaotic crowd below with a piercing gaze that narrowed dangerously. "Stand at attention," his commanding voice echoed, reminiscent of military training days in Huang Shengyuan's previous life. The effect was palpable as the crowd fell into a hush. Arriving late, the four found themselves at the rear of the formation. Yin Ziyu's considerable height allowed him to remain undeterred, and for Huang Shengyuan, it mattered little, especially with his possession of the Wangshu water mirror, a formidable relic. Yuan Gang's gaze scrutinized the new recruits as he spoke slowly. "I understand that you are all prodigies hailing from various regions of the Great Xia. Some of you possess coveted relics, while others boast extraordinary backgrounds, or perhaps you are the chosen emissaries of deities. However, from the moment you step through this door, you share a singular identity. You are recruits, inexperienced novices. No, more accurately, you're not even novices. You are worthless. Mere debris." He continued, "In the face of truly formidable mythological beings, you would be vanquished in mere moments. rendering you nothing but a burden. Huang Shengyuan could sense the mounting indignation among his comrades, their eyes glinting with fury directed at Yuan Gang. Yuan Gong, adept at unsettling minds, surveyed the recruits once more before calmly inquiring, "What? Is there anyone who dares to dissent?" Huang Shengyuan felt no urge to contest. He merely felt a twinge of frustration. For being labeled as worthless and debris understandably stung. Do you believe that your extraordinary abilities grant you a right to superiority? Do you think I am here to train you solely because I have a few more years under my belt, thereby possessing greater prowess and achievements? Do you think I can only criticize your lack of skill and not your worthlessness? Yuan Gang continued, his words piercing. Upon hearing this, Huang Shengyuan reflected on his own capabilities. While he had yet to achieve perfection, he had been personally instructed by the goddess Nüwa and the fairy Chang'an. His skills in archery, martial arts, marksmanship, and whip techniques afforded him sufficient means for self-defense. He could barely face the Chuan realm even without utilizing his relics. Not to mention, he possessed 4 divine weapons. Yan Ziyu harbored no doubts regarding Yuan Gang's assertions. After all, the Spider Lady had nearly claimed his life. He glanced at Huang Shengyuan, realizing that had it not been for Huang Shengyuan's desperate efforts to save him, he would not be standing there today. It was only after that incident that he gradually began to recognize his unique abilities. Every word he uttered was remarkably accurate. Previously, it was merely a saying that brought misfortune once, until that fateful occasion when he discovered his own uniqueness. At that moment, Yuan Gang let out a cold chuckle and spoke again. Do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. What I say is irrefutable, even if you attain the Klein realm. In the face of true strength against genuine mystique, your existence is akin to mere yarn, an unsightly ornament. Do you believe it? Among the audience, many gazed at Yuan Gang with fiery eyes. A young man in an open military uniform, wearing his cap backward, with a teasing expression and chewing gum, arrogantly declared, "I do not believe it. What is your name?" Yuan Gang inquired, fixing his gaze on the youth. "I am Shen Qingzhu, unchanged in name or lineage." The young man replied with audacity. Huang Shengyuan glanced at him, recognizing him as one of the members of the Nightfall team, the future infamous Jitian Shi, a renowned figure in the novel known for his bravado and a heart of gold, one of the top undercover operatives. Very well, who else here remains unconvinced? I'm not convinced. Neither am I. Count me in. As the first bold bird emerged, naturally, more dissenters arose, with nearly half the audience raising their hands. Huang Shengyuan turned to the towering Yan Ziyu and asked, "Ziyu, do you concede?" "Indeed, I nearly faced death once. But fortunate was I to be saved," Yan Ziyu responded slowly. Huang Shengyuan regarded him with a hint of sympathy, while Yan Ziyu found humor in Huang Shengyuan's expression. On stage, Yuan Gang spoke once more. "All right, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your own selves." With that, he produced a walkie-talkie from his pocket and commanded, "Descend." After speaking, he stowed the device away and gazed at the azure sky. "Moments latte." A voice from the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, someone is falling from the clouds." All present abruptly looked up, witnessing 7 black dots rapidly enlarging in the sky. 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, carrying black boxes and adorned with various masks. Notably, they bore no protective gear, plummeting swiftly from the clouds. Someone in the audience gasped, "Why aren't they using parachutes? Will they really be unharmed?" Huang Shengyuan also lifted his gaze to observe the 7 individuals, his pupils transforming into a brilliant white, granting him a clear view of the unfolding scene. In the sky, everyone seemed fine, except for one individual whose body writhed grotesquely, limbs flailing violently. Huang Shengyuan instantly recognized this as the vortex from the mass team. He took a small step back, seeking refuge behind Yan Ziyu, whose imposing figure effectively shielded him. Initially puzzled, Yan Ziyu soon heard Huang Shengyuan's unmistakable laughter behind him. He too glanced skyward, and beneath his mask, the corners of Yan Ziyu's lips twitched slightly. His vision was remarkably keen. He perceived everything in the sky with a clarity surpassing that of others. Observing Huang Shengyuan's suppressed laughter behind him, Yan Ziyu himself remained oblivious to the hint of indulgence in his gaze. As the distance diminished, some of the new recruits gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that Mask? One of the 4 elite squads, Mask?" A collective intake of breath echoed among the crowd, and as the figures descended towards the ground, a man adorned with a balance Mask extended 2 fingers and gently waved them. Instantly, the gravitational pull on the 7 individuals vanished, allowing them to alight gracefully on the ground, standing firmly and steadily. Their figures stood tall, their masks glistening in the sunlight. Most notably, Huang Shengyuan sensed an aura of divine authority emanating from Wang Mian. After touching down, Wang Mian cast his gaze over all those present and slowly began to speak. "Greetings. We are Mask." However, before he could finish his sentence, Xuanhua's legs buckled, and with a thud, he knelt before the gathered recruits. The assembly was taken aback. Bewildered expressions exchanged among them. At that moment, silence enveloped the scene, none daring to utter a word, as all the new recruits silently awaited what would unfold next. Chapter 31. Everyone present, save for Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu, was utterly bewildered. Was this an act of kneeling? Surely not. The masked squad would kneel? Some of the new recruits even slapped themselves in disbelief. This left those on stage feeling quite awkward. One woman in the squad clenched her fist tightly. Vortex knelt there, suddenly realizing, and clasped his hands in greeting to the new recruits. "I, Vortex of the masked squad, extend my early New Year's greetings to you all." With that, he sprang up from the ground, standing proudly as if nothing had transpired moments before. Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan, positioned behind Yin Ziyu, chuckled softly. After a moment of suppressing his laughter, Huang Shengyuan leaned forward, fixated on the masked squad on stage. Simultaneously, Wang Mian on stage seemed to sense the presence of Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan, their gazes colliding. However, in the next moment, both shifted their focus directly to Huang Shengyuan. Lin Xia's face betrayed an unmistakable shock, while Wang Mian appeared incredulous, for he had only seen Lin Xia listed as the sole divine agent in the report. Yet just moments ago, he felt the divine aura emanating from Huang Shengyuan, rivaling not only his own power, but also that of the seraphim. Nonetheless, his astonishment was fleeting. He recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. He looked at the new recruits below and slowly began to speak. "Greetings, we are the masked special squad." Huang Shengyuan revealed the divine aura of the moon goddess Chang'e from the moonlight water mirror. The powers of the moonlight water mirror are most potent when the moon is at its fullest and brightest. During the day, its abilities are limited to mere scouting. Only at night, when the moon appears, can it unleash offensive and control capabilities. As Yuan Gang spoke on stage, Lin Xia leaned closer to Huang Shengyuan and whispered, "You are a divine agent." "Indeed," Huang Shengyuan replied softly. Lin Xia gasped in surprise. "Can you tell me which deity you serve?" he inquired quietly. "The moon goddess Chang'e, the sovereign of the palace of eternal cold in the folklore of Great Xia." "What?" Lin Xia exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. All eyes turned toward him. Yuan Gang, interrupted, cast a questioning glare at Lin Xia. "What are you two doing?" Yuan Gang shouted in anger. "Reporting to the chief instructor. We're just talking." Huang Shengyuan quickly interjected, surprised that the usually composed Lin Xia had lost his composure today. Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and continued. "It is currently 2:30 in the afternoon. Before 9 o'clock tonight, all 239 of your recruits must find a way to remove the mask from any member of the masked squad. If you succeed, you win." Yuan Gang assured them that if the recruits triumphed, there would be no need for the year-long training. They would be awarded their completion certificates immediately. However, Wang Mian gazed at Yuan Gang with a complex expression, harboring grave suspicions that Yuan Gang was leading him astray. Within the same realm, he was compelled to confront 2 divine agents. Despite one being a novice, the identity of the other divine agent remained ambiguous. Wang Mian resolved that once the training concluded, he would demand an explanation from Yuan Gang. Observing that some of the new recruits were beginning to fidget restlessly, Yuan Gang spoke again. "Whatever weapon you require can be found in the warehouse. You have the next 7 hours to do as you please. The entire training base is at your disposal. Regardless of the extent of the destruction you cause, even if you flatten the place, we can restore it. Now, let us witness your capabilities." Upon finishing his words, Huang Shengyuan quickly seized the hands of Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia, hastily leading them away from the crowd and sprinting toward the warehouse. The other recruits, watching the trio depart, exchanged puzzled glances and murmured, "Huh? Why are those three running away? Are they really trying to flee at the very start?" Even Bali Pang appeared somewhat perplexed. After they had distanced themselves, Huang Shengyuan turned back to the gathered crowd and shouted, "Bali Pang, what are you all standing around for? Waiting for them to devise a strategy that leads to your annihilation? Did you forget what Instructor Zhong said? It starts at 2 o'clock, and it has already begun. Hurry up." With that, Huang Shengyuan continued his dash toward the warehouse. The others instantly reacted, scattering in all directions, leaving behind the masquerade team in disarray. "Captain, it seems the strategy you previously mentioned is no longer applicable. They've already fled," Rose remarked. "That brat," Tian Ping grumbled with irritation. "Their next objective must be the warehouse. You go block the door while we encircle from the outside." That kid mentioned they were heading for the warehouse to acquire weapons. After running a short distance, Huang Shengyuan released Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia, and the three quickly arrived at the warehouse. "Shengyuan, Xia, Brother Ziyu, slow down. You're being too ruthless. You just ran off on your own, and I can't keep up," Bali Pang exclaimed, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. "Slow down. If you lag any further, we'll truly fall into their trap," Huang Shengyuan responded somewhat irritably. Lin Xia stared at the tightly shut warehouse doors, momentarily stunned. "Why is it still closed? Didn't they say we could get our own weapons?" Bali Pang asked in confusion. Pang, the instructor said we were to retrieve them ourselves, not to collect them. Whether we can enter relies on our own efforts, Huang Shengyuan clarified. "What should we do now, Xiaoyuan? Without the large-scale destruction of the Forbidden Ruins, we cannot get in," Lin Xia pondered. "Then why don't we reduce the quality of the door?" Huang Shengyuan suggested meaningfully. "Reduce the quality of the door? How is that even possible?" Lin Xia responded, somewhat at a loss. "That may not be the case. Brother Ziyu, lend a hand." Huang Shengyuan gazed at Yin Ziyu beside him and spoke. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's address, Yin Ziyu's ears suddenly flushed crimson, and he felt a warmth enveloping his face. Yet, he bore no grievance towards Huang Shengyuan's choice of words. Clearing his throat softly, Yin Ziyu began, "The door before me resembles a wooden portal." Lin Xia's lips twitched. He was unaware of what Yin Ziyu's forbidden domain entailed, but to attempt to alter the quality of the door with mere words seemed utterly preposterous. However, Huang Shengyuan chuckled, raising his right fist and striking the door with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the warehouse door shattered into countless fragments. In the underground base of the training camp, the instructors stared wide-eyed, astonishment filling their gazes as they observed Huang Shengyuan and the others within the surveillance range. One instructor queried, "Has the material of that door been changed?" Even Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was certain that the door's material had remained unchanged, yet it had been obliterated by a single punch. Such a feat was simply inconceivable. "I've underestimated these two. Their forbidden domains are undoubtedly extraordinary," Yuan Gang remarked gravely. "This complicates matters. For the masked team within the same realm, victory seems increasingly elusive." At that moment, Yuan Gang felt a profound uncertainty. He had not anticipated that this year's newcomers would be such monstrous anomalies. As the door swung open, Huang Shengyuan sensed a gaze fixed upon him from behind. Turning around, he beheld a tall woman standing there, her long hair as fiery red as flames cascading naturally down to her waist. The woman stared wide-eyed, her expression one of incredulity as she looked at Huang Shengyuan. Chapter 32. My anger is uncontainable. A punch resounded, and Molly muttered in disbelief. At that moment, Lin Xia also noticed her. Upon realizing she was being observed, Molly quickly regained her composed demeanor. She strode directly to Huang Shengyuan, extending her hand and calmly introducing herself. "Molly." Huang Shengyuan reciprocated politely, grasping her hand. "Gusa City, Huang Shengyuan. You are Huang Shengyuan, one of the two individuals suspected to be extremely dangerous. If this new recruit training camp does not harbor another person with the same name as mine, I suppose I am the one you refer to," Molly remarked. Unbeknownst to Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu was watching their clasped hands with a shadowed gaze, as if lost in thought. After releasing Huang Shengyuan's hand, Molly entered the warehouse. Lin Xia headed straight for the weapon rack, casually selecting a standard straight blade. Meanwhile, Molly chose a massive katana, slinging it across her back before turning to exit the warehouse. Huang Shengyuan surveyed the entire warehouse, eventually spotting his target in a corner. He ventured to the innermost part of the warehouse, where he discovered a composite bow along with 3 quivers of arrows. He retrieved the bow and packed all the arrows into a quiver, slinging both the bow and quiver behind him before picking up a long spear. Yin Ziyu opted for a spear over 3 meters in length, holding it confidently in his grasp, and also selected a 3-foot-long sword to carry on his back, alongside a handgun. However, Molly had not ventured too far when Lin Xia called out to her. Bailey Pang Pang and the others were nearby, strategizing at the entrance of the warehouse. Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu joined the trio. Xiaoyuan, have you all made your selections? What is this? You chose a long spear. Can you wield a gun? Lin Xia exclaimed, astonished at Huang Shengyuan. It's passable. I can hold my own against Sister Hongying, Huang Shengyuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Xia's expression twitched. Aware of Sister Hongying's prowess, the realization struck him like a blow, as he regarded Huang Shengyuan with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Turning his gaze to Yin Ziyu, who stood beside Huang Shengyuan wielding the spear, Lin Xia raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can handle a spear? Just adequately. I can slice through a small villa in one go, Yin Ziyu responded casually. This time, not only Lin Xia, but also Bailey Pang Pang and Molly reacted with twitching lips. The 3 simultaneously thought of 2 phrases, strikingly similar, and the wife echoes the husband. Unfortunately, Huang Shengyuan remained oblivious to their inner thoughts. Everyone is gathered. Now, let us seek out the remaining 2 high-risk individuals, Molly stated, poised to continue. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan simultaneously narrowed their eyes. In a flash, Lin Xia drew his sword, while Huang Shengyuan tightened his grip, executing a stylish maneuver with his spear. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, prompting Yin Ziyu and Molly to react, one brandishing a spear and the other a katana, both swiftly striking in the direction of a noise. In the midst of the void, a short sword flickered indistinctly, barely deflecting the assaults from Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia. As the attacks from Yin Ziyu and Molly followed in quick succession, a figure adorned with a crescent-shaped mask suddenly retreated several paces, revealing his form. The man gazed at the 2 with astonishment. You both can see me? By sheer luck, perhaps, Lin Xia replied nonchalantly. The moon ghost fixed his gaze on Lin Xia for a moment before realization dawned upon him. I remember. You are the agent of a seraphim. But how did you recognize me? His puzzled gaze then shifted to Huang Shengyuan. Do not blame me. Direct your ire towards your own forbidden ruins, Huang Shengyuan stated, leaving the moon ghost bewildered. Before he could inquire further, a blade surged forth, vibrating with a terrifying frequency as it cleaved towards him. With a thunderous crash, the dust cloud surged forward, colliding with the warehouse wall and leaving a ghastly scar in its wake, a testament to its formidable power. Truly, it is a perilous forbidden ruins. As the dust settled, the moon ghost found himself missing an arm and sighed softly. Soon, ethereal moonlight began to swirl in the air, coalescing into a new arm upon his body. Molly gasped. How is this possible? His arm is regenerated. Not quite. The moment the blade grazed his body, half of him disintegrated into moonlight, evading your attack. Is it merely the ability to harness lunar power? A glimmer of insight flickered in Huang Shengyuan's eyes. With the Lord of the Moon Palace present, can a moon ghost's forbidden ruins still function freely? TSK. A troublesome forbidden ruins indeed. Yet, it appears he is alone for now. Lin Xia surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of others, and his eyes brightened as he spoke again. A splendid opportunity. If we can unmask him, victory will be ours. At the utterance of those words, all the soldiers in the warehouse, who had been selecting weapons, surged towards the moon ghost, observing the new recruits charging towards him. The moon ghost found himself at a loss. This was far from what he had envisioned. Initially, he had planned to operate as a silent assassin, stealthily eliminating a few individuals. Now, he was compelled to transform into a warrior, leaving him speechless and somewhat resigned. In that very moment, an array of vibrant hues, scarlet, orange, green, and countless others, unleashed from the forbidden ruins, launching a multitude of attacks towards the moon ghost. Startled, he cursed under his breath, and his figure became indistinct, vanishing into thin air, leaving the new recruits bewildered in the absence of target. It was then that Huang Shengyuan smirked, and Lin Xia sprang into action. "Hold on to this for me," Huang Shengyuan said, tossing his spear to Yan Ziyu, who caught it deftly. Huang Shengyuan drew a longbow from his back, stringing it taut. With unwavering focus, he aimed in a specific direction, a smile gracing his lips. With a swift motion, the moon ghost noticed an imminent projectile hurtling towards him and raised a short sword to defend. However, at that very moment, Lin Xia struck him with a decisive blow. Bang! The moon demon was sent flying several meters away, raising a considerable cloud of dust. "Curse it! You two cannot play like this. This is simply unacceptable. Are you not here at the behest of the chief instructor to provide us with a practical exercise?" Huang Shengyuan remarked with a bemused smile. "Who the hell is here to serve as your practice dummy?" The moon demon shouted back at Huang Shengyuan. "Is that not the case?" Huang Shengyuan feigned innocence, blinking. "However, the chief instructor informed us that upon seeing you, we could unleash any means necessary upon you." "What the hell? When did I ever say such a thing?" Yuan Gang fumed within the base, pointing at the monitor screen and cursing vehemently. "Calm down, Chief. Take a deep breath. The boy does not comprehend. Do not let it upset you. Anger is detrimental to health. Anger is detrimental to health," the other instructors hastily reassured him. "That rascal. He is infuriating me." Yuan Gang patted his chest. "Chief, at present, that lad is a soldier, and once this ordeal concludes, he will be under your command. Moreover, his good days are yet to come," another instructor chimed in. "Indeed, Chief, consider this. While he may annoy you for a moment, you have the power to make him suffer for an entire year." This was voiced by Instructor Hong. "Oomph, you little rascals. You shall pay for this." Yuan Gang sneered coldly. Chapter 33. Chang'us Agent. The divine being of the Great Xia. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Yuegui's thoughts were momentarily derailed. "Damn it, Instructor Yuan. I am going to report you to the commander. You shameless deceiver." Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the childishness of Yuegui's outburst, reminiscent of a young student seeking a teacher's intervention after being bullied. Shaking his head to dispel such futile thoughts, he hoisted his bow onto his back once more. He took the spear from Yan Ziyu's hands, and soon, Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, Molly, and Lin Xia charged towards Yuegui, each wielding their respective weapons. At that moment, Yuegui found himself cornered against the wall, besieged by the four of them, with Lin Xia exerting divine pressure upon him, rendering escape impossible. Seeing this, the others surged forward to attack. "We're those four guys. We agreed to team up. How'd it turn into me against a horde of four freaks?" "Captain, help!" he cried out in despair. Just then, a figure appeared silently atop a building to the east. It was a man donning a balance mask, a sight Huang Shengyuan anticipated, so he was not particularly surprised. However, Lin Xia's expression grew grave. Despite Yuegui's current predicament, should the confrontation turn into one-on-one matchups at equal levels, few would emerge victorious. The figure behind the mask grimaced at Yuegui's dire situation. With hands clasped, he murmured, "Force field transformation." Instantly, everything in the warehouse, including the cornered Yuegui, began to levitate. Relieved at his unexpected rescue, Yuegui sighed, finally saved. "I shall remember you, Instructor Yuan." The masked man then spoke again, double the gravity. As he brought his hands together once more, everyone surrounded by the floating debris felt an overwhelming weight, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yuegui felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. Had you been a moment later, I would have been done for." "Useless Yuegui, how could you be so weak? Merely a hasty group of recruits?" A voice remarked nonchalantly as a figure approached leisurely from the southern path, akin to someone strolling with a dog. Soon after, Rose appeared on the western road. her small hammer swiftly expanding to a towering height of 3 stories. With such a blow, she could nearly obliterate the warehouse. Meanwhile, Wang Mian guarded the northern path. He surveyed the gathering, his voice steady as he declared, "Apologies, but you are surrounded." A palpable tension filled the air as everyone present felt a sinking sensation. Fully aware of the gravity of Wang Mian's statement. "What should we do now?" Molly asked with a grim expression, her katana hefted in hand. Turning to Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia. "Should we just take up arms and fight them?" "No, absolutely not," Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia responded in unison. Lin Xia elaborated. "Given our current capabilities, we stand no chance against them. Moreover, they differ from us. We are prohibited from bringing our own weapons inside, whereas they are permitted to carry their own arms." Huang Shengyuan once again articulated a significant flaw. Upon hearing his words, Lin Xia felt a weight settle in his heart, as he seemed to have overlooked this crucial detail. Just as silence enveloped the group, Huang Shengyuan smiled and spoke again. He turned to Yin Ziyu and said, "Brother Ziyu, I will need you to say a word shortly." As he spoke, Huang Shengyuan tiptoed and leaned close to Yin Ziyu's ear, causing the warmth of his breath to brush against the nape of Ziyu's neck, which once again flushed his face beneath the mask. Huang Shengyuan whispered a few words, and Ziyu did not verbally respond, but merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Xie, Mo Li, and Bai Li Pangpang regarded Huang Shengyuan with curiosity. Huang Shengyuan turned to the group and declared, "When the time comes, follow my lead. We shall focus our efforts on one individual and use that as our point of breakthrough to escape." Lin Xie contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. With only 4 of them and 4 directions blocked, if they united their strength to break through in one direction, the likelihood of success, as Xiao Yuan suggested, would indeed be considerable. "When the moment arises, we will charge towards the woman in the west." Lin Xie articulated his perspective. Huang Shengyuan playfully flicked Lin Xie's forehead. Lin Xie winced in pain, glaring at Huang Shengyuan with a hint of irritation, and inquired, "What was that for?" "Xie, do you truly believe women to be weak? Especially one who has yet to fully reveal her capabilities? You would dare charge him blindly? I suspect you are not that foolish," Huang Shengyuan retorted. After reflecting on Huang Shengyuan's words, Lin Xie recalled the formidable women he had encountered. Han Ying was among the strongest, posing a danger rated at 4 stars. Lin Xie subtly scrutinized Mo Li, who similarly exuded an aura of danger at the same level. He was taken aback by Huang Shengyuan's insight into his unvoiced thoughts. "Hey, what kind of look was that?" Mo Li questioned sharply, having caught Lin Xie's assessing gaze. "In nothing. I advise you not to jump to conclusions. My blade is not to be trifled with," Mo Li warned fiercely. Lin Xie hastily nodded, then turned to Huang Shengyuan, saying, "Xiao Yuan, I suspect you have alternative plans. Do share them. Brother Yuan, do not keep anything from us. Speak up. Otherwise, we will run out of time to discuss," Bai Li Pangpang chimed in. Lin Xie's assertion was not incorrect, but the target on our left should not be that woman. It should be him or... Huang Shengyuan glanced subtly at Tianping and Xuanhua. Lin Xie's eyes widened. Xuanhua had originally been his target, yet Tianping's combat prowess was well acknowledged. He had not anticipated Huang Shengyuan to pivot towards that direction. Apart from Yin Ziyu, the others cast puzzled glances at Huang Shengyuan. "Xie, have you forgotten who stands behind me?" Lin Xie suddenly recalled. Huang Shengyuan was also a divine agent. Moreover, she is the celestial maiden of the Great Xia, the moon goddess and sovereign of the palace of eternal cold. Although it is not yet nightfall, I can only harness half of my abilities. However, it suffices to contend with his gravitational field. Should they fail to resolve my presence before night descends, that moment shall mark our turn to seize the initiative, Huang Shengyuan asserted. Yet, apart from Lin Xie and Yin Ziyu, the others appeared utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, the sight of Huang Shengyuan's strategic demeanor inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance within them. The assembled individuals instinctively chose to place their faith in Huang Shengyuan. At that moment, the figure seated atop the rooftop, the balance, waved a finger gracefully. Fall! Instantly, shards of metal and debris plummeted from the heights above, their sharp edges menacingly aimed at those below. The individuals beneath, burdened by double gravity, scattered in disarray. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, Yan Ziyu, and Mali gripped their weapons, countering the deluge of metal and rubble with their own strikes. Huang Shengyuan, in particular, demonstrated the essence of spear mastery, thrusting, stabbing, flicking, parrying, grasping, entangling, lifting, pressing, cleaving, and collapsing, each movement executed with exquisite precision. The spear in his hands moved as swiftly as the tempest, its might akin to a towering peak, and nearly all debris descending upon them was swept away by Huang Shengyuan and Yan Ziyu. Any larger obstacles were effortlessly dealt with by Mali. Meanwhile, Lin Xia remained vigilant, observing the entirety of the battlefield. At this juncture, Huang Shengyuan ceased his onslaught, retreating to the ground, while Lin Xia took his place. Huang Shengyuan was granted a moment of respite from the fray. He turned his gaze towards Wang Mian and spoke, his voice steady. "Divine Agent Wang Mian, do you truly believe you can eliminate us?" Wang Mian regarded Huang Shengyuan, a sense of ominous foreboding surfacing within him. Yet he replied slowly, "Do you think you can escape? Understand that in terms of strength and experience, we surpass you." "That may not be the case," Huang Shengyuan replied, a sly smile gracing his features. "Young man, our captain is here. Do you truly believe you can withdraw unscathed? If you manage to escape from here, I shall take your surname." The speaker was the moon demon. "Oh, is that so? Indeed, I am unaware of how you perceive my movements. But under the balance's gravitational force, both your actions and attacks will face significant hindrance. What chance do you think you have for a comeback?" Meanwhile, in the underground base, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Huang Shengyuan's true intentions. Simultaneously, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. "Do you wish to know why I can see through you? Allow me to introduce myself once more. Greetings, I am Huang Shengyuan, a resident of Suzhou City, 17 years of age, currently transferring to the second high school of Cangnan City. I am a divine agent, serving the deity of Great Xia, the moon goddess of the palace of eternal cold." What? The astonished voices of the masked team reached Huang Shengyuan's ears, and not only that, even Bailey Pang Pang and Molly cast incredulous glances in his direction. The great summer deity. The new recruits present could not help but express their shock in exclamations. Even the instructors within the underground base abruptly rose from their seats, slamming their hands on the table. Chapter 34. Discussion in an instant. Huang Shengyuan's pupils transformed into a crescent shape, and in the next moment, a radiant light enveloped him, restoring the surrounding force field to its original state. "What? My forbidden realm has been countered," Tian Ping exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan's spear swept toward his face, with no time to draw his weapon. Tian Ping could only raise his arms in defense. Instantly, he was struck away by a single thrust from Huang Shengyuan, who soared into the air and called out to Yan Ziyu and by Li Pang Bang behind him, "Ziyu, bang bang, quickly, we must be as light as a swallow." Hee. Bai Li Pang Pang is also of use now. As soon as Bai Li Pang Pang finished speaking, a golden rope flew from the warehouse into Huang Shengyuan's hands. Huang Shengyuan glanced at Wang Mian, who was watching him not far away, clearly still in shock from the recent events. "Farewell." With a powerful tug of his arm, Huang Shengyuan pulled half of the people from the warehouse in an instant, and they vanished at the entrance. Meanwhile, Tian Ping, amidst the ruins, was covered in dust, his mask now dull and lacking its previous luster. His jaw clenched, producing a creaking sound. "Can someone tell me what just happened? Why was I shot without a word?" Tian Ping felt not only frustrated but also deeply aggrieved. At that moment, Wang Mian, Chong Wei, Xianhua, and Yugui appeared beside him. "Tian Ping, are you all right?" Wang Mian asked, his tone laced with concern as he observed Tian Ping's dusty appearance. "Captain, I'm fine. That blow won't take me down. I just feel embarrassed." Wang Mian patted Tian Ping on the shoulder and sighed. "This time, we were careless and failed to ascertain the situation. We know little about that kid's background." "That kid," Chong Wei said in anger. "The agent of the Great Xia deity, quite troublesome indeed. We still don't know his background. That blow just now completely counteracted my forbidden realm. He is indeed my nemesis." Tian Ping responded with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Yue appeared equally frustrated, realizing that the Forbidden Realm was specifically designed to counter him. The agent of the Moon Goddess. Isn't this akin to flaunting a sword before Guangong? Captain, what should we do now? Xuan Vo inquirit. First, we need to deal with the remaining individuals in the warehouse. And then we must find a way to confront that kid before nightfall. If my guess is correct, once night descends and the moon appears, it will become truly troublesome. Wang Mian pondered for a moment before speaking. Captain, I appreciate your efforts in facing two divine agents, the fairy Chang'e and the sovereign of the Moon Palace. I hope it won't be too troublesome when night falls, Wang Mian expressed with a hint of helplessness. In the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang and the other instructors exchanged worried glances. Chief Instructor, do you really believe that the mass team can achieve a decisive victory? After all, they are agents of the Great Xia deity, and we are well aware of the strength of local deities, aren't we? Two instructors exchanged cautious words. That fellow, Yuan Gang, was seething with anger, never having anticipated that Huang Shengyuan would engage in such audacious antics. What is there to fear? The moon has yet to rise. What can the agent of Chang'e do? In the mythology of the Great Xia, Chang'e is not regarded as a particularly powerful deity. Even if she possesses some unique abilities, they can only manifest once the moon appears. This is a detail that Wang Mian, that insufferable brat, would not overlook. After some contemplation, Yuan Gang slowly spoke. Recognizing the need to assess the authenticity of Huang Shengyuan's claim to be the agent of Chang'e, all the instructors' gazes converged on Huang Shengyuan and his companions. However, none of them noticed how Huang Shengyuan managed to carry so many people away, as the appearance of the Great Xia deity had captivated almost everyone present. In a somewhat concealed area 100 meters from the warehouse, Huang Shengyuan gently lowered a long line of individuals to the ground. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly. Yanziu quickly steadied him, concern evident in her eyes. Are you all right? I'm Yufine. It's still daytime. Nightfall will be my stage. As soon as night descends, even without the moon, I can summon it. At that time, I will hardly need to concern myself with the expenditure of mental energy. Huang Shengyuan replied, his voice steady. Right now, I have merely exhausted a fair portion of my mental energy, about half, so I might feel a bit weak for a while. Xia Yuan, just follow our lead and focus on recovering your mental energy. We will do our utmost to avoid the mass team. If you can refrain from engaging in combat, please do so, Lin Qi advised. Indeed, as long as the deity's agent does not intervene, Mo Li can still handle a few of them, Mo Li chimed in. However, just as Huang Shengyuan was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by Yin Ziyu behind him. And I am here too. It is a simple matter. Is your mental energy severely depleted? Huang Shengyuan expressed concern, well aware of Yin Ziyu's Forbidden Realm ability. Such a formidable power surely incurs some cost. Do not worry. The consumption is minimal. I can carefully choose to utter words that are not too harmful, such as causing the opponent to trip, collide with a wall, or have a streak of bad luck, which will not drain much from me. Upon hearing Yin Ziyu's response, Huang Shengyuan felt a twinge of envy at the capabilities bestowed by words become reality. Then you must also be cautious. Huang Shengyuan then turned to Lin Qi and Mo Li, instructing them, you two need to be careful as well. We were merely fortunate earlier. We managed to break through while they were caught off guard. Now, we must disperse quickly. Do not cluster together. Each of you should find a small group to blend into, and the objectives should not be overly ambitious. Everyone exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before scattering in different directions. Only Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, Lin Qi, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Mo Li remained. What shall we do now? Montak li inquirit. Just now, Xia Yuan informed me that the individuals you left behind could be likened to bait for the mass squad. Lin Qi gazed intently at Huang Shengyuan, articulating each word. It is both true and not true. Firstly, I cannot save that many people. Secondly, as you mentioned, they are indeed akin to children. The individuals I have retained number at least over 80, not too many, yet not too few. Although Mask Squad can eliminate some of them in a short time, it is still sufficient for our escape. Moreover, upon my self-disclosure, they will inevitably be momentarily astounded, taking time to deliberate strategies and decide on a course of action. Thus, We will have ample opportunity to flee and arrange for what lies ahead. Furthermore, did you not notice? Most of those we rescued from the Forbidden Ruins are classified as high risk. Even if the masked squad is formidable, they will require some time to deal with them. By then, evening will be approaching, and Wang Mian will not act hastily. Huang Shengyuan provided his response. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, both Molly and Bailey Pang Pang uttered a single term in unison. Fox. Xia, Ziyu, please share your thoughts. I refuse to believe you are unaware of what we should do next. Yan Ziyu's eyes narrowed with a smile as he spoke. The masked squad should be heading to the dormitory building, correct? Remove the word should. Lin Xie replied decisively, leaving Bailey Pang Pang and Molly bewildered by the trio's discussion. The only places to conceal ourselves are the dormitory building, the cafeteria, and the tactical research room. The dormitory occupies the largest area and is the highest point. It is suitable for concealment, ambush, surprise attacks, and siege, and will also house the most individuals. If I were mask, aiming to capture the strongest and most challenging group, the next logical step would be to target this location first, eliminating the most formidable adversaries. Do you believe the remaining dispirited individuals, along with those hiding, could pose a threat? Lin Xie elucidated his reasoning and expressed his thoughts. He makes a valid point. Yan Ziyu affirmed, leaving the conversation at that. Therefore, why not find a suitable place to covertly take a few shots at them? Both I and Xie possess the ability to see through, and my archery skills are personally bestowed by the goddess Chang'e. Huang Shengyuan revealed a cunning smile. However, Lin Xie gazed at Huang Shengyuan in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your deity personally trains their agent in martial arts? No wonder your shots are nearly always on target. It's not just your skill. It's also due to a capable mentor." Molly and Pang Pang were equally speechless. Witnessing an agent being taught martial arts by a deity was a first for them. Not only that, but I have also mastered Wing Chun and Tai Chi, both personally imparted by the deity. In the underground base, the instructors overheard the conspiracy and were first astonished by the meticulous thoughts of Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, and Lin Xie. Then, Huang Shengyuan's one statement caused everyone's CPUs to overheat. What the hell? This is a deity's agent. Who dares to claim this is a deity's agent? This is truly the son of a deity. At present, Yuan Gang remains unable to maintain his composure in the face of the unpredictable Huang Shengyuan. It appears that aside from Wang Mian, the members of the mask team are merely fodder against Huang Shengyuan. With numerous hidden cards and secrets, alongside formidable skills, he is far beyond what an ordinary recruit can contend with. Chief Instructor, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Let it be. Yuan Gong replied, exasperated. How about giving the mask team a hint? One of the instructors suggested. If we truly must, we would be utterly humiliated. We will follow the will of fate and take it one step at a time. Yuan Gong retorted, visibly irritated. Chapter 35. The new recruit camp battle Huang Shengyuan. Yan Ziyu, Lin Xie, Bailey Pang Pang, and Molly found themselves in a vantage point that offered a comprehensive view of the dormitory building, quietly observing the bustling scene unfolding before them. At that moment, the dormitory was alive with activity. A young man, his military cap worn backwards, was engaged in a fierce battle with the moon demon. Huang Shengyuan's vision was unlike that of Lin Xie. Nothing could escape his gaze from miles away. He possessed the extraordinary ability to see what he desired, a skill he could wield both day and night, though its range expanded significantly in the dark. He had once tested this ability at night, managing to see from Cangnan City to the East Sea, a feat remarkable for someone still merely at the lamp stage of cultivation. As his strength grew, so too would his capabilities. Suddenly, two tremendous explosions reverberated from the dormitory, one originating from Shunxingzhu and the other from a neighboring building. Shengyuan, Xie, are we to remain mere spectators? Bailey Pang Pang inquired, echoing a sentiment from the original narrative. Of course not, they replied in unison. Beyond us, there are two high-risk individuals. It would be unwise to let such formidable forces go to waste. Allowing them to be eliminated without utilizing their strengths would jeopardize our own prospects. I believe the ensuing battles will heavily depend on our group, Huang Shengyuan articulated. You are correct, Shengyuan. Thus, we must save them while ensuring our own safety. However, Relying on others to hold out until nightfall now seems rather unrealistic, Lin Xia lamented, trailing off with a resigned sigh. On the other side, a blinding fireball erupted from the dormitory, shattering the glass of an entire floor. The moon demon emerged from the ruins, with Sun Qingzhu in pursuit. The moon demon, agile and light-footed, landed on the wall and, with a powerful push of his legs, lunged at Sun Qingzhu with his short sword. Yet the blade met an iron plate, ricocheting violently from the impact. Huang Shengyuan distinctly perceived the waves of disturbance around him, a phenomenon caused by the friction of air. In the past, claiming to see air would have summoned a physics teacher wielding a hefty sword to chase him down the street. Yet now, he can not only feel but also see it. To be precise, the celestial being Chang'e had graciously transformed the formless and invisible into something tangible for him to observe. It was only now that Huang Shengyuan had unlocked this newfound ability. As the battle raged on, he noticed a spark of electricity erupting from Sun Qingzhu's ring. Boom! The flames surged around them, the explosion's force comparable to that of numerous gas canisters igniting. Oh my, this guy is incredible. To think one person could hold their own against the moon demon so fiercely. Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed in awe. Did you think high-risk individuals were easy prey? Molly replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Well, that may not be entirely untrue, she added. Miss Molly, do you think you can reach such a level? Bailey Pang Pang inquired once more. Of course. If I possessed a bit more experience at their level, I could certainly hold my own, Molly replied with a confident smile. Look over there, Bailey Pang Pang exclaimed. As the crowd turned their gaze again, they saw the masked team ensnared within walls of stark contrast. Vines entwined the barriers, sharp steel spikes jutted out, and ominous gun barrels protruded from the windows of 2 dormitory buildings. Amidst the ruins, a figure stood clear, smiling, his crimson blood cascading down, enhancing the sinister charm of his grin. It was evident that the masked team found themselves in a precarious predicament. Within the dormitory, Sun Qingzhu approached a window, surveying the masked team from above as he waved his hand. Countless bullets, grenades, and rockets rained down upon them. The masked team was forced into a defensive stance. Amidst the chaos, a massive purple vortex emerged, devouring all incoming attacks and enveloping the entire masked team within its protective embrace. However, after a while, one member of the vortex seemed to be struggling under the immense strain. Brother Yuan, it appears the masked team is in trouble. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The newcomers seem to have quite the advantage, Bailey Pang Pang remarked, glancing at Huang Shengyuan beside him after observing for some time. No, up until now, we have somewhat revealed our trump cards. Yet, the captain of the masked team has remained completely still throughout. Thus, it is premature to draw any conclusions. Yan Ziyu pondered for a moment before responding gravely. They currently possess only the Lan realm. It should not be insurmountable. Moreover, we have 2 divine agents on our side, Molly said, furrowing her brow as she contemplated. Let us continue to observe. The outcome will soon reveal itself, Huang Shengyuan replied languidly. Lin Xia added, that person should take action soon. The group once again turned their attention toward the dormitory, where Wang Mian leisurely placed his hand on the hilt of his blade. With a sudden surge of power, he drew forth a dark blade, and in that instant, the torrential downpour of bullets appeared to freeze mid-air as if time had been suspended. Furthermore, Wang Mian and the other members of the masked team seemed to be mired in a quagmire, their movements sluggish as if they were snails. As Wang Mian fully unsheathed his sword, the surface of the black blade emanated a chilling light, exuding an aura of terrifying dominance. At this sight, Huang Shengyuan turned to the individuals beside him and said, All right, it is time for us to make our move. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Molly was the first to leap from the high building, followed closely by Lin Xia. Just as Huang Shengyuan was about to follow suit, he felt a robust pair of arms encircle his waist. Confused, Huang Shengyuan turned to see Yan Ziyu, who had wrapped his arms around him, causing an odd sensation at his waist. Ziyu, what are you doing? Huang Shengyuan asked in bewilderment. Yan Ziyu's gaze betrayed no hint of emotion. However, the fair complexion beneath his mask flushed with a faint hue. You have exerted yourself excessively. Allow me to assist you, He articulated, each word deliberate. No need. It's merely a jump from a building. Harmless enough. Huang Shengyuan instinctively declined, though a flutter of excitement and trepidation stirred within him at the prospect of his first leap. Yanziyu furrowed his brow slightly, and his tone shifted to one of increased gravity. For me, it is but a trivial matter. Now is not the time to squander our mental fortitude. Brother Shengyuan, be compliant. He leaned closer to Huang Shengyuan, whispering in his ear. Upon hearing Yanziyu address him as Brother Shengyuan, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Huang Shengyuan's ears, prompting an instinctive cessation of his resistance. A satisfied smile graced the corners of Yanziyu's lips beneath his mask. At that moment, the three of us felt as light as swallows. With that, Yanziyu embraced Huang Shengyuan and leaped from the towering building. Hey, what am I supposed to do now that you've both jumped? Baili pang pang exclaimed anxiously. Jump, Yanziyu coldly retorted, uttering those three words. Afterward, he paid no further heed to Baili Pang Pang. His ability had already activated, ensuring that no matter how heavy Baili Pang Pang was, he would land unscathed. Yet, it seemed Yanziyu had forgotten that he had yet to reveal the nature of his powers to the others. As they plummeted, Huang Shengyuan's heart raced violently. He instinctively grasped the person beside him, feeling the tension radiating from Yanziyu's taut form. Though both pairs were in free fall, their descent took significantly longer than that of Lin Xia and Molly, stretching nearly twice as long. Chapter 36, The Plan Upon Landing. Huang Shengyuan separated from his companions. Just moments earlier, he had seemingly brushed against Yanziyu's well-defined abdominal muscles. He now comprehended why the girls of his past life were enamored with boys possessing such physical attributes. The peculiar blend of firmness and elasticity was indeed delightful. Huang Shengyuan glanced at his own flat abdomen and, in a moment of quiet contemplation, discreetly pinched a small fold of flesh above it, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Observing the emptiness of his embrace, Yanziyu was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a sense of inexplicable loss. Why are you two so slow? Let's go. Lin Xia called out to them. Understood. Little Ziyu, let us hurry, Huang Shengyuan replied, turning to Yanziyu. Yanziyu nodded gently, and the four of them hastened toward the dormitory building. Meanwhile, Baili Pang Pang was struggling to descend the stairs, exerting himself with great effort. Throughout their journey, the four remained vigilant about the state of the dormitory building. The world outside witnessed the intertwining blades converging around Wang Mian, forming a lethal net before him. The shimmering, cold light of the blades spread outwards at a snail's pace, enveloping the surroundings. Lin Xia's expression turned grave as he observed this scene. Each blade harbored formidable power, far beyond what could be wielded by a mere genre. As the dark blade sheathed, normalcy returned around Wang Mian. Centered on himself, the walls and structures nearby lay in ruins, shattered into fragments, and the ground bore deep, menacing gashes. Yet, astonishingly, none of the attacks had struck any of the new recruits. As they beheld the three collapsed dormitory buildings, everyone except Huang Shengyuan and Yanziyu stood in stunned silence. Who can explain to me how this is Zhan realm? How can it be so powerful? Lin Xia pondered. Just then, Baili Pang Pang, panting heavily, caught up from behind, struggling to catch his breath. I know, he gasped. Lin Xia and Molly turned their scrutinizing gazes towards Baili Pang Pang. His divine realm is the mastery of time. As for those blades, you may consider them a form of cheating, Baili Pang Pang revealed. Lin Xia and Molly exchanged bewildered looks. In fact, the black blade he wields is a forbidden object, capable of condensing his speed into a blade's aura. The faster he moves, the more potent the blade becomes. This forbidden item can unleash the sequence 301 of the Forbidden Realm, Yuan. Although this item is not inherently dangerous, in the hands of the leader of the masked team, it poses an extreme threat. As the saying goes, a fine sword is bestowed upon a worthy hero, and a noble steed accompanies the brave. This forbidden item, combined with his own divine realm, is indeed a match made in heaven. This is utterly outrageous. The Zhan realm can unleash destructive power comparable to that of the Chuan realm. This is tantamount to having an unfair advantage. Lin Xie remarked. Wait, Then who is the divine being behind him? The divine being is designated as 017, the ancient Greek god of time, Kronos. Huang Shengyuan answered without hesitation. Indeed, it must be that individual, Molly affirmed. However, Lin Xia was lost in contemplation. Huang Shengyuan, on the other hand, appeared less concerned, for there were others present who could manipulate time, and unlike Wang Mian, his own control over time did not demand any cost. Wait, how do you know his background? Lin Xia suddenly directed his gaze towards Bai Li Pang Pang and inquired. Well, that was something I previously used for reading, Bai Li Pang Pang replied. My family presented the item known as Yuan to him in an attempt to win him over. Upon hearing Bai Li Pang Pang's response, Molly suddenly recalled something. Hold on, your family? What did you say your name was before? Bai Li Pang Pang straightened his posture, adjusting his collar, and replied, Dear Miss Molly, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Bai Li Tumming, but you may call me Bai Li Pang Pang. Bai Li, the family renowned as the Museum of Still Life? Oh dear, I'm just a child of an ordinary family, he retorted. Molly scoffed and continued, I have the utmost disdain for wealthy young masters. The richer they are, the more I loathe them. Instantly, Bai Li Pang Pang's expression fell, his previous smile fading, while Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. In his past life, he truly was a child of a humble household. Having traversed into this realm, he might still be considered an ordinary person. Given that his brother started from nothing and he had only recently awakened from comatose state, this presents a dilemma. Our strength is merely at the Zhan realm, which is utterly insufficient against him. He could single-handedly dispatch us with a mere flick of his fingers. Lin Xia, Molly, and Yanziyu all bore grave expressions. Not necessarily. Huang Shengyuan interjected. Xiao Yuan, do you have a plan? Lin Xia asked, puzzled. Pang Bang, did you bring the restricted item from sequence 343, the sealing scroll? How did you know, Shengyuan? I do have the sealing scroll with me, Bai Li Pang Pang replied, somewhat perplexed. It's not difficult to deduce. After learning of the existence of a Night Watchers, I specifically researched the restricted sequences. Currently, the only thing capable of countering Yuan, aside from more formidable restricted items, is that sealing scroll. As for how I guessed, Molly just mentioned that the illustrious Museum of Restricted Items should have certainly collected it. Brother Shengyuan, couldn't you wait for me to present it myself? Why disclose my secrets? Bai Li Pang Pang lamanta. Meanwhile, amidst a heap of ruins, Shen Qingzhu and over 30 companions bore grim expressions. This is something that can only be produced at the Zhan realm. Even divine agents cannot achieve this. Shen Qingzhu spat out a mouthful of blood, expressing his frustration. What should we do next, Brother Shen? What else can we do? We must confront it head on. In the face of adversity, we cannot remain idle nor concede defeat. Brothers, charge. As soon as Shen Qingzhu finished speaking, he surged forward alongside his 30 or so companions. The masked team, led by Xian Wu, confronts Shen Qingzhu, while Tian Ping and others continue to eliminate additional recruits. As for Wang Mian, he has once again withdrawn, opting to observe from the sidelines. Huang Shengyuan glanced up at the sky. Dusk was settling in. It would not be long before nightfall arrived, and there was ample time to prepare for the decisive battle that awaited. Under the earnest insistence of Yanziyu and Lin Xia, he found himself placed in a quiet corner, watching the unfolding conflict. The four from Yanziyu hurried off to rescue others. Initially feeling somewhat lonely, Huang Shengyuan soon witnessed a dramatic scene not far away, which brought a smile to his face. To his southeast, 100 meters away, Tian Ping was engaged in a standoff with a young man sporting a buzz cut. While Tian Ping fervently attempted to communicate, the young man remained entirely disinterested. Huang Shengyuan inwardly mused that Tian Ping was truly adept at courting disaster. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and it perfectly described the youth's indifference. Chapter 37. The chaos of elimination. Are you truly not going to resist? Tian Ping inquired, his gaze fixed upon the man before him, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. It's pointless. You are incapable. If I were to resist, I fear for your well-being. Who dares to claim I am incapable? Tian Ping's expression darkened. No, to be precise, none of you are capable, the man retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Tian Ping's heart found a semblance of equilibrium. though he felt as if their entire team had been ensnared in a web of misfortune. "Do you look down upon me, you scoundrel? Do you believe you can slay me? Am I so easily vanquished?" "Not necessarily. With a stroke of luck, perhaps you might escape," Chao Yuan responded with a measured tone. Tianping's lips twitched in amusement, exasperation mingling with mirth, for he had never encountered such a peculiar individual before. "Then draw your blade, and let us engage in combat." "I refuse." Chao Yuan's rejection was resolute, devoid of hesitation. "I have no desire to indulge in further bloodshed. Once the blade is drawn, I may lose control over myself." With that, Chao Yuan, akin to many a Buddha, casually cast his weapon aside, palms pressed together as he reverently uttered, Amit Ba. "Come now. Draw your blade just to test it. I assure you, I will not perish. How about that? Moreover, consider this, should I meet my demise. It would be by my own volition, not yours, correct? I cannot wager another's life. Such a gamble is far too perilous. Don't be like that. Just a single strike, a mere cut, just one stroke." Amit Ba. Tianping sought to persuade him once more when suddenly his countenance shifted and he instinctively retreated. In an instant, fissures marred the earth, and a tremor of formidable intensity coursed through the ground, lifting bricks into the air as if caught by an unseen force. Furrowing his brow, Tianping beckoned with a delicate motion of his fingers, sending the airborne bricks hurtling toward a single direction like projectiles. As the bricks soared toward him, Molly tightened her grip on her katana, planting her feet firmly on the ground and shattering the incoming projectiles with ease. However, the rows of the masked squad, upon catching sight of Molly, gleamed with predatory intent, akin to a hawk eyeing its prey. "That woman! Tianping, you best step aside. This lady is mine." With that proclamation, the rows brandished a great hammer and sprang toward Molly with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Yan Ziyu and Lin Xia appeared almost simultaneously behind Chao Yuan, each grasping one of his collars as the trio swiftly distanced themselves from Tianping. Chao Yuan felt a sudden constriction in his chest, prompting him to grasp their wrists tightly in response. "What are you doing?" Chao Yuan questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Taking you away," Yan Ziyu replied in a calm, yet detached manner, as if he were sparing words for anyone other than Huang Shengyuan. "You're no match for them. Or do you believe you can triumph?" Lin Xia countered sharply. "In this battle, my aim is not to win. I merely wish to be eliminated as swiftly as possible," Chao Yuan declared with a sense of resignation. Yan Ziyu furrowed his brow slightly, choosing not to elaborate further and instead released the other person, hastening in another direction. Lin Xia rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling somewhat stifled after expending effort to save someone who was intent on being eliminated. "Suit yourself," he muttered before also letting go. "Xia, come help me. There's someone I can't pull out of here," Bailey shouted, struggling to drag a person trapped in the ruins. However, his call sent a shiver through Chao Yuan's body. "Xia, Xia," Chao Yuan murmured, then turned to Lin Xia and implored, "Wait." Lin Xia, who was just about to depart, halted and turned back to Chao Yuan, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What is it? What is your surname?" "Lin, as in the forest. Double wood Lin. Is there a problem?" Double wood stands, the 8 gods converge, into the night for 10 years, guiding the world. "My first benefactor," Chao Yuan whispered to himself. "Insane." With that exclamation, Lin Xia spun on his heel and sprinted away in another direction. Yan Ziyu made his way to the battlefield where Shun Qingzhu was located, discreetly offering verbal support. The whirlpool of misfortune seemed to befall Xianwu today, as if Lady Luck held a particular grudge against him. He stumbled, twisted his ankle, and was repeatedly struck by flying stones and bricks with uncanny precision, leaving him with little room to evade. In an attempt to salvage his reputation in Lin Xia's eyes, Chao Yuan drew his blade, unleashing a surge of dark energy that soared skyward. Black flames erupted from his skin, instantly incinerating his upper garment and revealing a muscular body marred by scars. The intertwining black energy and fire enveloped him. In the next instant, a creature that resembled both man and demon materialized before the gathered crowd. With a single strike, he repelled the balance. As night fell and the stars sparkled in the sky, a crescent moon appeared. Huang Shengyuan's mental prowess had fully recovered. and a glimmer of white light flickered in his gaze. He stretched lazily, then swiftly drew a composite bow from his back, pulling 3 arrows from the quiver in one fluid motion. With bowstring taut and arrows nocked, he released them with a swift whoosh. The 3 combatants, Rosa, engaged with Mo Li, Yu Gui, clashing with Bai Li, and Xianhua, battling with Shun Qingzhu, simultaneously changed their expressions. They broke free from their opponents, only to see 3 arrows imbued with divine might soaring toward them. They hastily raised their weapons to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing against arrows echoed, and in the next moment, the trio was sent hurtling backward, colliding with the nearest building. Damn, that little brat is too cunning. He even resorted to a sneak attack. This time, Commander Yuan was truly unsettled. Now that night had fallen and the moon had risen, the situation had become dire. Chief, what should we do? Some instructors inquired. Yuan Gang suddenly sighed, alas, let it be. This time, a mere training camp has yielded so many prodigies and unexpected delights. Let them venture forth. After calming his thoughts, a smile graced the corners of Yuan Gang's lips. The Great Xia is indeed nurturing successors. The emergence of the 5th Special Squad may not be far off. Commander, what are your thoughts on them? He mused, reflecting on the first divine representative of Great Xia, an agent of the Seraphim, the possessor of 031, and an enigma of unparalleled danger. Yuan Gang gazed at the display screen before him. Perhaps a grand era is on the horizon. Now, let these fledgling soldiers seize their opportunity to strive. Chapter 38. The battle under the moonlight. As dusk descended, darkness enveloped the sky, and a crescent moon hung gracefully above. Huang Shengyuan joined the fray, and with his participation, the tide of battle gradually shifted in their favor. His figure darted amidst the buildings, each arrow finding its mark on a member of the mass squad. Who is that? So formidable? A novice among them inquired. You don't know? That individual is the agent of the celestial goddess Chang'e from the Great Xia mythology. She revealed her identity while in the warehouse, came the response. The agent of a Great Xia deity. Upon witnessing Huang Shengyuan's arrival, Lin Chiye and his companions felt elated. The situation had completely turned in their favor. Outside the chaotic battlefield, Wang Mian's countenance darkened at the sight of Huang Shengyuan. His mere presence had subdued the other members of the mass squad, and Wang Mian could only conclude that his team was now in a precarious position. At that moment, a youth wielding a long knife approached him steadily. Seeing the newcomer, Wang Mian spoke slowly. Is it just you who has come? Why? Is there any reason for more? With Xiaoyuan backing me, I have little to fear. Or do you wish to challenge me 2 against 1? Do you possess that confidence? Not at all. Merely a sense of disappointment. I wish to personally experience the prowess of the first Great Xia deity's agent in the history of the Night Watchman. After Huang Shengyuan's arrival, the contest had tilted decidedly in one direction. Beneath the radiant moonlight, he resembled a specter drifting through the night. However, the other members of the mass squad found themselves in dire straits. Impudent brat, if you have guts, come down here and face me in close combat, Rose shouted furiously. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan stood upon the moonlit ground, surveying the battlefield below. Upon hearing Rose's challenge, he merely smiled with a hint of mischief. Why don't you all come up and fight me? Impudent brat. If you dare, come down, Tian Ping shouted, while contending with Chao Yuan, directing his voice towards Huang Shengyuan. Come up if you dare. Huang Shengyuan retorted once more. Impudent brat, come down if you can. Vortex also shouted at Huang Shengyuan. Come up if you dare. Huang Shengyuan replied with a playful expression. Witnessing Huang Shengyuan's demeanor, Lin Chiye and Wang Mian in the distance felt a wave of exasperation. They inexplicably sensed that this scene echoed something they had encountered in a classic work. Huang Shengyuan regarded the scene below, and without a second thought, loosed 3 arrows, skillfully avoiding Tian Ping. In this moment, I could vanquish 1,000 foes, Yin Ziyu declared, launching a punch towards Vortex. Vortex had initially dismissed the seemingly light punch, but upon its impact, an unexpected result and wave of pain left him momentarily dazed. Boom! The cafeteria, training room, teaching building, and instructor's office were all pierced through in succession. Finally, as Vortex managed to stabilize himself. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. What is going on with this brat? Jean Realm? Without a moment to ponder, a chilling arrow surged swiftly towards him. Damn it! You dare come again? Vortex hastily raised his weapon to defend himself. Under the moonlight, each arrow released by Huang Shengyuan was imbued with tremendous power, and in an instant, Vortex was sent flying several meters away. Are you toying with me? Wait. Oh my goodness. At that moment, countless shards of steel and earth floated in the air. Yan Ziyu stood atop the dilapidated dormitory building, surrounded by these fragments, resembling a multitude of swords returning to their master. With a gentle wave of his hand, innumerable steel and concrete descended upon Vortex. Captain, help! Vortex shouted while evading. At this moment, there is no escape. Upon hearing this, Vortex felt as if he were under a paralysis spell, rooted in place and unable to move. Rose, balance. Captain, Moon Ghost, can any of you spare a moment to assist me? It's a complete disaster here. Rose retorted loudly upon hearing Vortex's plea. Vortex, you must fend for yourself, Balance added. Boom! Just as Balance finished speaking, he was struck by Chao Yuan and embedded deep into the wall. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and Lin Xia were locked in an intense battle, with Wang Mian's Yuan now sealed by Lin Xia's forbidden scroll, leaving them in a pure clash of divine realms. On the other side, Huang Shengyuan, who had previously been in the air, encountered an unexpected situation. Moon Ghost had stealthily positioned himself directly beneath Huang Shengyuan, interrupting Huang's long-range assault. Moon Ghost's figure flickered around Huang Shengyuan's position, and the other members of the mass team had just begun to stabilize the situation due to Huang Shengyuan's disrupted attack. Your abilities are tied to the moonlight. You dare to strike me, senior? Do you truly think you're as easy to handle as a ripe persimmon? Huang Shengyuan remarked with a sly smile. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Moon Ghost. Huang Shengyuan extended his hand into the void and grasped forcefully. Moon Ghost's form was immobilized in midair, faint white runes shimmering around him. How is this possible? I am trapped by my own forbidden realm. Moon Ghost's eyes were filled with disbelief. Quite astonishing. Unless you surpass the limits of humanity and ascend to divinity or become a divine agent, I am your nemesis. Using the power of moonlight against me, I regret to inform you that from this moment onward, you are captured. After speaking, Huang Shengyuan slowly approached Moon Ghost, his right hand reaching for the opponent's mask. Moon Ghost attempted to resist, but no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the constraints of the Forbidden Realm. As Huang Shengyuan was about to remove the mask, the others, who had been observing the battle from below, fixed their eyes on Huang Shengyuan's position. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan snapped his fingers, and both he and Moon Ghost inexplicably vanished into thin air. No one present knew their whereabouts, and whether Huang Shengyuan succeeded in unmasking his opponent remained a mystery to all. In an inconspicuous corner, Huang Shengyuan appeared under the luminous moonlight alongside the Moon Demon. Shall we cease hostilities? Huang Shengyuan was the first to speak. Huh? Beneath the mask, the Moon Demon's clear gaze revealed a hint of confusion. This battle cannot conclude so swiftly, am I not correct? If it were to end like this, the training of those new recruits would lack significance. Thank you, but could you perhaps consider releasing me first? The Moon Demon inquired, gazing at the bindings that constrained him, his expression tinged with despair. I'm sorry. A crisp snap echoed once more, and the Moon Demon regained the ability to move. Chapter 39. The spectators at this moment, aside from Lin Xia and Wang Mian, the others gradually ceased their attacks. In the absence of Huang Shengyuan's oppressive presence, the remaining members of the mask team found themselves considerably more at ease. It is indeed impressive how resilient the mask team is. They truly deserve their reputation as a special unit. Surprisingly, Yan Ziyu and Shun Qingzhu of the Vortex Duo were able to endure for such an extended period, although Chao Yuan had previously dominated Tianping. After Huang Shengyuan halted his offensive, he chose to remain suspended in midair. Meanwhile, Bali Pangpang took the opportunity to assist Mo Li when Yu Gui diverted to confront Huang Shengyuan. Now, only a handful of individuals remained on the battlefield. Some had been eliminated by the residual forces, while others were hiding in the buildings. A few had advanced to engage in combat, only to be dispatched by the masked team. It appeared they too had opted for a ceasefire. Yugui, listening to the gradually fading sounds of battle, noted that only Xia and your captain were left. Let us wager on who will emerge victorious, he proposed, confident that their captain would triumph. Let's make a bet, shall we? Are you bold enough? Yugui declared. Let us do it, he replied with unwavering confidence. If Xia prevails, you must grant me a high-risk forbidden item, ensuring the masked team unconditionally assists me with the task. What the hell? You little brat. What did you just say? Yugui could scarcely believe his ears. I want to repeat myself. That is the wager I desire. After all, it seems my family does not lack for money. That's not the issue. One high-risk forbidden item is one thing, but your second demand is excessive. Yugui never anticipated Huang Shengyuan would be so audacious. Rest assured, if I lose, my wager will not disappoint you. With that, Huang Shengyuan slowly approached Yugui and whispered a few words in his ear. Yugui's pupils contracted beneath his mask, and he responded eagerly, I agree, but you had better hold true to your word. One does not speak lightly, Huang Shengyuan affirmed, leaving Yugui still somewhat incredulous. Underground base, what did that brat say? How could Yugui agree to such demands? Has he lost his mind? That kid. Regardless, what we can confirm now is that Huang Shengyuan possesses something that the entire masked team desperately needs. And that item must be of such significance that it garners unanimous agreement among the team. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment before speaking. Xia, give it your all. Huang Shengyuan shouted loudly at Lin Xia. Xia, Chao Yuan strained to shout with a hoarse voice. Xia, you can do it. I, Pang Pang, support you. Captain, go for it. The other members of the mask team joined in with fervor. Captain, you must win this battle. No matter what, you must emerge victorious. However, Yugui's words held a distinctly different tone from Tianping and the others. What do you mean by that, Yugui? Tianping asked, frowning. Exactly. What kind of tone is that? The need for me to stretch and loosen up is evident, and I even commanded the captain. Rose also took a moment to flex her wrists. You cannot comprehend. The moon demon bellowed at the crowd. Indeed, it was a roar. The other members of the mask team appeared momentarily stunned by the outburst. Once they regained their composure, it was Vortex who first spoke. Foolish moon demon. What do you mean? What does that imply? In any case, should the captain emerge victorious in this battle, then he would be able to. The moon demon glanced at Huang Shengyuan and then at his teammates, momentarily at a loss for words. Please trust me. This battle is crucial for both us and the captain. Ultimately, the moon demon could only utter that single statement. Tianping and the others exchanged glances, and upon hearing the moon demon's anxious tone, they tacitly chose not to press further. Captain, give it your all. Captain, defeat that agent of the Seraph. Go for it. This battle is truly significant for you. Captain, the moon demon shouted once more. At that moment, after exclaiming the first sentence, Huang Shengyuan's consciousness entered the sacred land of mountains and seas. In the sacred land stood a peculiar man, towering at 9 feet, with a broad forehead and prominent features. Dressed in a Taoist robe, appearing to be in his 50s. The younger descendant of the Huashe Huang, Huang Shengyuan, had encountered Master Zhang. The man slowly turned, scrutinizing him for a considerable time, before finally speaking. What a promising youth, with remarkable potential. Though your comprehension may be akin to that of an ordinary person, the ability to recognize and amend one's faults is a great virtue. The younger generation must remember, past events are like smoke when it is time to forget. Let them flow away like a river's current. Huang Shengyuan pressed his lips together and bowed respectfully to the figure before him. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. The elder sighed. I have 2 items to entrust to you, the younger generation. With a graceful wave of his long sleeves, 3 milky white porcelain vials appeared in Huang Shengyuan's hands, emanating a rich fragrance. In his other hand, 7 copper coins materialized. With this, my task is complete. We shall meet again, Master Zhang declared before vanishing from the sacred land. After Master Zhang's departure, Huang Shengyuan examined the 3 porcelain vials closely. On one of the vials, 5 ancient characters were emblazoned. 9 Heavens Longevity Pill. The 3 vials contained 3 distinct elixirs, yet the other 2 were devoid of labels. Aside from the one he had just inspected, mother-in-law were these items. Huang Shengyuan still did not fully grasp the uses of the other 2. However, the figure of mother-in-law did not appear, yet her benevolent voice resonated in his ears. The 9 Heavens Longevity Pill, as the name suggests, extends one's lifespan. A single pill can add 500 years to an ordinary person's life. The other 2 vials contain the 9 Transformations Golden Pill and the Xuanhuang Rebirth Pill. As for the 7 copper coins, they are known as the 7 Treasures of Fate, each possessing the ability to attract good fortune and avert misfortune. As for their other remarkable uses, you will discover them in due time. Upon hearing mother-in-law's explanation, Huang Shengyuan finally realized the extraordinary treasures Master Zhang had bestowed upon him. As Huang Shengyuan regained his senses, the figures before him no longer resembled the familiar Lin Xia and Wang Mian. Instead, he seemed to perceive, amidst the void, an aged elder confronting a 6-winged angel, surrounded by a tempestuous wind. However, to the others, this spectacle appeared as merely 2 individuals exchanging glances, with the wind stirring around them, save for Yanziyu. At this moment, Huang Shengyuan approached the Moon Ghost's side, resting a hand upon the latter's shoulder. Senior Moon Ghost, observe closely the unfolding outcome of this contest. Moon Ghost pressed his lips together, his gaze acutely focused, witnessing the gradual disintegration of their captain's divine realm. Ultimately, seizing a fleeting moment of distraction from Wang Mian, Lin Xia delivered a decisive strike, shattering the opponent's mask. Chapter 40. The gift. The entire course of the battle was clear to Huang Shengyuan, Yanziyu, Bailey Pangpang, and Yuegui regarding the victor. Huang Shengyuan gently lowered his hand, lifting his gaze once more as the mask of Wang Mian returned to his face, obscuring his refined and composed features. Lin Xia slowly approached the others, followed by the voice of instructor Yuan Gang resonating through the loudspeakers in the base, echoing in every corner. The time was up. The battle had concluded. I was terrified. I truly thought the captain was about to lose, Vortex remarked, catching his breath. Yuegui remained silent, her lips pressed together, feeling an odd sensation as if she were overshadowed by the captainess. Before she could articulate her thoughts, a sudden, forceful cough from Tianping interrupted her. The members of the mask squad, except for Yuegui, displayed expressions of awkwardness. Bailey Pangpang furrowed his brow, about to speak when Huang Shengyuan swiftly appeared at his side, firmly covering his mouth. Pangpang, hush. Forget what you just witnessed. If we were to conclude this training session now and let everyone disperse to confront those mysteries, do you think that would be feasible? Huang Shengyuan whispered into Pong Pong's ear. After a moment of contemplation, Bailey Pangpang shook his head. This is a long-term plan for the future. Even if we have one, we must feign defeat. Otherwise, I would have removed Yuegui's mask in front of everyone long ago. What Xia needs now is talent, not mere ornaments. You, I, and Xia still have much to learn. Ah, I see. Brother Shengyuan, my perspective was indeed too narrow. More than half an hour later, over 20 instructors stood tall on the training platform, while all members of the masked squad stood beside them. Yuan Gang observed the new recruits below, who hung their heads in silence, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Today, I am quite disappointed in you all. Yuan Gang's deep voice echoed under the night sky. The recruits collectively lowered their heads. However, the mask squad, standing beside the instructors, tensed momentarily, with only Yuegui appearing to be in a daze, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Huang Shengyuan. Despite the fervor of Yuan Gang's speech, Huang Shengyuan absorbed little of it. Savor this last moment of tranquility, rookies. Starting tomorrow, it will be your nightmare. With those words, Yuan Gang departed with the other instructors. As they observed the surrounding collapsed structures, everyone present seemed to finally realize that the dormitory building had also been brought down. Yet, when they turned their eyes toward the dormitory, incredulous expressions adorned their faces. The once battered dormitory had astonishingly returned to its original state. The bedding and toiletries of this year's residence had been restored to perfection. How is this possible? It was just a brief moment. The new recruits were filled with doubt. Only Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan, and Yanziyu seemed to have an inkling of who was responsible. Meanwhile, another Wang Mian was being supported by Vortex and Tianping on either side. Captain, did we lose? Roses could not help but voice the doubts that lingered in her heart. Tianping kept casting meaningful glances at her, yet Wang Mian merely paused momentarily before speaking candidly. Indeed, we have lost and owe a debt of gratitude to someone. Truly, the student surpasses the master. Captain, we may owe more than just one favor. At this point, Yue spoke cautiously. What? Wang Mian looked at Yue in confusion. Yue, what is troubling you today? Ever since you clashed with that young man, you have been acting rather peculiarly. Tianping also found it quite strange. Captain, I apologize. The two of us wagered on your match against Lin Xia, and thus we lost. What? Yue, what were you thinking? You wagered against that young man. What was the stake? Roses felt a surge of anger, gripping Yue by the ear. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Roses, let go. What was your wager? Wang Mian paused, regarding Yue before inquiring, gesturing for Roses to release him. Although still irate, Roses complied. We bet that if Lin Xia defeated you, we would, in the name of our team, present him with a prohibited item, and our squad would unconditionally assist him with one task. What? Yue, repeat that. The group, having initially sighed in relief, raised their voices once more after hearing the latter half of Yue's statement, staring at him in disbelief. What on earth were you thinking? You actually agreed. Even Tianping, usually composed, spoke with a hint of reproach. Foolish Yue, what kind of benefits did that young man offer you to make you agree so readily? Vortex remarked, somewhat speechless. What if I say that if we win, that young man mistakenly offered a precious elixir that could extend one's lifespan as the wager? Yue, what did you just say? Say it again. Tianping released Wang Mian and rushed to grasp Yue's shoulders tightly, his gaze fixed intently on him. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. At this moment, Roses also shifted her attitude, a hint of excitement gracing her features beneath her mask. Captain, I apologize for making you a wager without your consent. Yue spoke with a somewhat timid apology. Yue, this is not your fault. It seems we must pay a visit to this esteemed agent of the Great Xia deities. In the dormitory, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep for long, Huang Shengyuan, after Yanziyu fell asleep, once again entered the sacred land of mountains and seas. This time, Huang Shengyuan approached the towering Fusang tree. He cautiously reached out to touch the majestic tree before him, when suddenly, Nüwa appeared behind him. The night is deep. Child, what brings you here? Mother. Huang Shengyuan turned back in surprise. At this moment, the goddess Nüwa transformed, standing barefoot behind Huang Shengyuan with her long legs. Even without her serpent tail, she towered impressively at around 1.78 meters, her figure embodying the perfect golden ratio. Before me, you may freely express your thoughts. Your Highness, I yearn to grow stronger. While the limitations of Wangshu Water Mirror are not overly constraining, I desire to enhance my abilities without jeopardizing my foundational essence. Thus, I wish to. Huang Shengyuan's words were interrupted gently by Nüwa. I understand. You wish to externalize your first state with the divine tree of Fusang. Do you not? Nüwa's voice carried a tone of inquiry intertwined with assertion. Huang Shengyuan cautiously nodded, prompting a soft smile from Nüwa. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, she summoned a branch, about the length of an arm, complete with leaves from the top of the Fusang tree. Nüwa gently offered the branch to Huang Shengyuan. Your Highness, this. Huang Shengyuan found it hard to believe that the legendary dwelling of the sun's resting wood was so casually plucked by Nüwa. Nüwa tenderly stroked the top of Huang Shengyuan's head and spoke soothingly. Child, do not worry. This place is a gift from your home to you. You are its sole master. Everything here belongs to you alone. The 3 branches are merely offshoots, not the main trunk. Even if the trunk were to be damaged, you would not face repercussions. For this is a voluntary offering from your homeland, a gift from your mother, a gift from your ancestors. Thank you, Your Highness. I comprehend. Huang Shengyuan replied, fully grasping the meaning behind Nüwa's words. Chapter 41. Sending the child beyond the domain. The training begins in the sacred land of mountains and seas. A brilliant beam of crimson light surged into the sky, scattering countless leaves of the Fusang tree. Ultimately, They converged into a singular point. At that moment, a faint golden glow radiated from the center of Huang Shengyuan's brow as he lifted a section of the fusang wood with both hands. In the next instant, the branches transformed into shimmering golden light within his grasp. Suddenly, a child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, appeared before Huang Shengyuan, bearing a fiery red leaf imprinted on his forehead and resembling a younger version of himself in the nude. Upon witnessing the child before him, Huang Shengyuan was momentarily taken aback. However, his reflexes kicked in, and he swiftly conjured a suitable garment for his youthful self using the forbidden void. Once tranquility was restored, Huang Shengyuan examined the incarnation before him, which mirrored his own childhood. It was then that he felt an unbreakable connection with the small figure before him. In the next moment, the child opened his eyes, revealing pupils that retained the essence of their heritage. As the little boy shifted slightly, Huang Shengyuan distinctly sensed that his thoughts could influence the boy. He extended his right hand, and the boy mirrored his action, their hands clasping together. This sensation was extraordinary. It was Huang Shengyuan's first experience of shaking hands with his younger self. You may say I was born of the Fusang tree from the Jinwu lineage, destined to grow stronger on the path of invincibility. Nüwa, the goddess, has stated that an incarnation need not share the same name as oneself. As a member of the post-2000 generation, born in August, I shall choose Wang from 100 family surnames as your surname, and Xiaoyang as your given name. Wang Xiaoyang. After Huang Shengyuan finished speaking, the little boy stammered, slowly responding, Hello, I am Wang Xiaoyang. A smile graced Huang Shengyuan's face as he turned to the goddess Nüwa behind him, respectfully asking, Goddess, may I request your assistance? Child, speak of any confusion you may have, she replied. I sincerely ask you to send this incarnation to another world for training. Is that possible? And what do you think, child? I could send you even farther. Since you are Nüwa, and I've been brought here, it implies the existence of myriad worlds and realms. As the mother of earth and the creator goddess, the divine void you bestowed upon me contains the power of time and space. Therefore, I trust that you can indeed send me even farther. With a hearty laugh, Nüwa responded, As a mother, I can never disappoint my child. In an instant, the youthful Huang Shengyuan was enveloped in a colossal cocoon. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, Nüwa sent the cocoon into a rift. Where this incarnation may journey depends on fate. Hearing Nüwa's words, Huang Shengyuan smiled and respectfully bowed to her, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Goddess Nüwa. In reality, Huang Shengyuan's consciousness has returned, yet he remains unaware of the specific whereabouts of his avatar. He must await the avatar's arrival in another dimension and the commencement of its cultivation path before he can establish contact. For now, all he can do is wait. Huang Shengyuan released his mental energy and observed 3 instructors arriving at the training ground, diligently monitoring the time. Listening to Yin Ziyu's steady breathing, Huang Shengyuan quickly stood up and made a slight adjustment to his appearance. After a moment's hesitation, he approached Yin Ziyu's bedside and gently nudged him, who was deep in slumber. With bleary eyes, Yin Ziyu opened his gaze upon seeing Huang Shengyuan by his side, his voice slightly raspy as he inquired, Brother, is something the matter? Huang Shengyuan did not find it peculiar that Yin Ziyu referred to him as brother, considering he was not only older in physical age, but also in spirit by a year. It was quite reasonable for such a title to be bestowed. The instructors seemed to be preparing for a significant event, and it was time for them to get ready. After hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Yin Ziyu sat up, stretched lazily, and, like Huang Shengyuan, made a simple adjustment before stepping down from the bed to stand beside him. Do you really need to wear a mask even while sleeping? Can you truly rest while like that? Isn't it hot? Yin Ziyu, still groggy from sleep, initially shook his head but then nodded in agreement, which amused Huang Shengyuan. He had previously thought himself to be the most foolish and immature among his peers. Yet now he found himself in the company of a tall figure nearing 6 feet, who seemed even more childlike. Huang Shengyuan gently brushed aside Yin Ziyu's slightly disheveled hair. To this sudden gesture, Yin Ziyu showed no signs of discontent. Instead, a carefree smile crept upon his lips beneath the mask. Just then, a piercing whistle echoed through the pitch-black night, shattering the tranquility of the dormitory area. Brother, Shouldn't we head out now? Yin Ziyu asked gently, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he looked down at Huang Shengyuan. Nodding in affirmation, Huang Shengyuan felt Yin Ziyu grasp his hand, pulling him towards the dormitory's exit. As Huang Shengyuan felt the warmth of Yin Ziyu's grip, a shadow crossed his expression. It had been quite some time since anyone had held his hand like this, especially since his grandfather's passing, or perhaps even longer. He realized that he hadn't experienced the sensation of hand-holding for 3 or 4 years. After all, as one matures, peers often lose the yearning to be held by elders or friends. Yin Ziyu led Huang Shengyuan to the training ground, and upon their arrival, the 3 instructors present exhibited astonishment. It had barely been 7 or 8 seconds since the whistle blew, and yet the 2 who emerged appeared impeccably dressed in their military training uniforms, their hair neatly arranged, contrary to what one might expect from an urgent assembly. After a brief wait, Lin Xia arrived as the 3rd to reach the training ground. Observing the 2 and calculating the time elapsed, Lin Xia's eyes widened in shock. He looked up at the night sky, where a slender crescent moon hung, and upon recalling Huang Shengyuan's divine ruins, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What a remarkable tool for cheating, Lin Xia murmured softly. Instructor Hong regarded the arriving Yin Ziyu, Huang Shengyuan, and Lin Xia with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Following the trio, the new recruits trickled in one after another, while Instructor Hong maintained his unwavering gaze on the stopwatch in his hand. Once no new recruits emerged from the dormitory, he fixed a stoic expression upon all the new recruits and slowly began to speak. Today marks the commencement of your formal training. I shall now impart to you fledgling recruits the essence of discipline, the significance of execution, and the meaning of military orders. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of your location or activities, you're mandated to assemble at the training ground within 3 minutes. Now, at the time of assembly, all those who exceeded the 3-minute mark stepped forward. A murmur rippled through the audience, with only a handful of individuals stepping forward, likely harboring a sense of unwarranted optimism. Chapter 42. Disappeared without a trace. Instructor Hong pointed out those who had failed to arrive on time, marking them without mercy. Those who stepped forward voluntarily were assigned 10 laps to bear, while those called out faced a daunting 20 laps. Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, and Lin Xia arrived at the designated spot within 3 minutes and took a moment to rest. Huang Shengyuan settled cross-legged on the ground beside Yin Ziyu, having grown somewhat familiar with him during their time together. Yin Ziyu's demeanor towards him was notably different from that directed at others. For Huang Shengyuan, the ease of interaction sufficed. At that moment, a new recruit nearby exclaimed in astonishment, "What? How could this be? I can no longer sense my forbidden ruins." "Mine too. Damn. Same here. What on earth is happening?" They had only just realized the situation when they recalled Instructor Yuan's earlier words, leading them to speculate that this must be the suppressive object capable of restraining the forbidden ruins. Yin Ziyu furrowed his brow and closed his eyes to sense his own forbidden ruins, revealing a perplexed expression. To his perception, his forbidden ruins appeared entirely unaffected, remaining as accessible as ever. Huang Shengyuan, upon sensing his own, twitched his lips. His forbidden ruins were not only unrestrained but had actually been enhanced. It seemed that the national monument could even provide a minor amplification to the deities of Huaxia. Lin Xia experienced a similar situation, still able to sense the divine ruins, albeit with significantly diminished abilities. Meanwhile, Instructor Hong was delivering a stern reprimand to the previously lethargic Xinqingzhu. After a lengthy observation, Huang Shengyuan began to feel drowsy, his head gradually drooping until he gently rested it upon Yin Ziyu's shoulder and fell asleep. In Lin Xia's line of sight, it was rare to see a smile grace Yin Ziyu's features. Xinqingzhu had been punished with 30 laps, taking a total of an hour and a half. Bai Li Pangpang completed 10 laps in the same duration. With Xinqingzhu's defiance, Instructor Hong's gaze towards Bai Li Pangpang softened considerably. Once Bai Li Pangpang finished, the others had mostly completed their punishments within the allotted time. Lin Xia supported the utterly exhausted Bai Li Pangpang, while Yin Ziyu carefully shifted Huang Shengyuan's head from his shoulder to his chest. With one arm, He cradled Huang Shengyuan beneath his knees and lifted him effortlessly, returning to the dormitory even before Lin Xia and Bai Li Pangpang. As he felt the weight in his arms, Yan Ziyu frowned slightly. Huang Shengyuan was notably lighter than his peers. Though Huang Shengyuan did not require sleep, he still maintained sufficient energy. However, the waiting felt interminable. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yan Ziyu gently placed Huang Shengyuan onto the bed, helping him out of his jacket and shoes, covering him with a blanket before climbing into bed himself. Yet, in his slumber, Huang Shengyuan frowned, bewildered. "Where am I?" Huang Shengyuan pondered, glancing around in confusion, finding himself at the entrance of a magnificent palace. In his hand, there lay a heavy object wrapped in yellow silk, adorned with a yellow talisman that left Huang Shengyuan utterly perplexed. Just then, a tall, imposing figure clad in armor approached, brandishing a long sword aimed straight at him. The man spoke with a chilling authority, declaring, "Bold Prince Hung, seeking to usurp the imperial seal in such a treacherous act. By the emperor's command, I am here to eradicate the traitors. You are now wanted by the entire nation. I implore your highness to surrender." Barely evading the thrust of his sword, Huang Shengyuan felt an inexplicable sharp pain in his heart, and suddenly, a familiar yet strange voice echoed in his mind. "I reign over the world. Your crimson decree shall be utterly revoked. Should you cross this threshold, the bond of kinship shall be severed, and you shall be captured and punished as a rebel. Do not claim that I did not forewarn you." As this voice resonated within him, the pain in Huang Shengyuan's heart intensified. At that moment, another figure wielding a spear lunged toward him. Abruptly, Huang Shengyuan jolted awake, the shrill whistle cutting through the remnants of his dream, thrusting him back into reality. Instinctively, he threw off the covers and hastily donned his clothing. Yan Ziyu, having only just returned to the dormitory, was surprised by the sudden call to assemble. He had not intended to sleep, so he remained in his clothes. Watching Huang Shengyuan hastily prepare, a subtle smile crept across Yan Ziyu's masked face. Huang Shengyuan glanced at Yan Ziyu and urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up, or we'll be late." Without delay, he grasped Yan Ziyu's arm and dashed out. Lost in thought about the vivid dream, Huang Shengyuan was oblivious even as Yan Ziyu surged ahead, pulling him along. The dream felt so real, and he recalled that the name of the palace seemed to contain the character Xian. Shaking his head, he endeavored to cast aside the haunting dream. Though the experience had left an impression on him, he worked earnestly to regain his composure. Upon arriving at the training ground, Instructor Hong's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Once everyone had gathered, he spoke slowly. "Well done. The majority of you have arrived on time, showing remarkable improvement." Many of the new recruits beamed with pride at the praise, while Huang Shengyuan chuckled inwardly, skeptical that the military instructors would not employ more mischievous tactics against them. He recalled how, during their initial training in the first year, their instructor had been particularly adept at toying with their emotions. It is worth noting that after military training, any normal person would emerge decidedly darker, and given Huang Shengyuan's natural complexion, he had become nearly as dark as someone from India after just one session. Instructor Hong continued, "You now have 20 minutes for your meal. Return here in 20 minutes or face the consequences." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave with the two other instructors when suddenly he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past his ear, lifting some blades of grass into the air on the training ground. What was that? Instructor Hong's gaze became somewhat clearer, yet also a bit vacant. "It seemed to be a person," one of the instructors replied. The new recruits present were momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Just then, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "What the hell? Lin Xia, Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, and what about that chubby guy?" The other recruits, who had originally stood a few paces behind them, widened their eyes in astonishment, realizing that those few individuals, including an overweight person, had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 43. The commotion at the cafeteria. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Lin Xia and Bai Li Pangpang leaned against the wall, doubled over in retching. "Brother Shengyuan, your speed is truly astonishing," Bai Li Pangpang managed to utter amidst his heaving, giving Huang Shengyuan a thumbs up. "Next time, please refrain from such antics. I may not withstand it." He continued, gasping. Apologies, I neglected to observe the sky. I had no idea there was even a small crescent moon, which inadvertently compelled me to exert 20% of my speed. During the day, absent the moon, Huang Shengyuan could reach an astonishing velocity of 149,896, 229 ms using his divine artifact, the Wangshu water mirror, by depleting all his mental energy. However, under the moonlight, his speed could escalate to an incredible 299,792, 458 ms. Even such remarkable velocity would result in minimal mental strain for Huang Shengyuan. Yet if the moon were present, his speed could soar to an even more astonishing 310.8 ms. Were such speeds to manifest in the mortal realm of Huaxia, figures like Newton, Galileo, and our mayor might very well rise from their graves in astonishment. However, behind Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu appeared somewhat pale, prompting Huang Shengyuan to cast a worried glance in his direction, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. After all, Lin Xia, the leading male protagonist, was unlikely to face demise before confronting a formidable adversary. As for the renowned Bailey Pang Pang, even as an ordinary individual, he possessed a pair of formidable artifacts. Yan Ziyu, however, did not share the same fate as the protagonists. Thus, Huang Shengyuan's greatest concern lay with him. Yan Ziyu gently shook his head. Huang Shengyuan furrowed his brow, reaching for Yan Ziyu's slender, fair hand, which contrasted sharply with his own roughened grip. Huang Shengyuan infused Yan Ziyu with the powers contained within his divine artifact. Yan Ziyu felt a warm current coursing through him, instantly dispelling all traces of negativity and discomfort. I apologize, it was not my intention, Huang Shengyuan said, bowing deeply to the trio once more, sincerely expressing his regret. After releasing Yan Ziyu's hand, he stepped into the cafeteria first. Yan Ziyu furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Huang Shengyuan felt the need to apologize twice for what seemed to be a trivial matter. Upon entering the cafeteria, the trio was soon joined by a throng of new students, all rushing to the entrance. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, everyone except Huang Shengyuan stood in stunned silence, even Yan Ziyu appearing taken aback. Inside the spacious cafeteria, the dining tables held but two large basins, one brimming with steamed white buns, while the other contained a basin filled with raw meat, still glistening with blood. The group sat down at the table, exchanging bewildered glances. Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss for words. In his previous viewings of television dramas, he had struggled to comprehend the scenes where Special Forces soldiers consumed raw meat. Back then, he had resolved that even if he were to work on an assembly line, he would never opt to eat raw meat. Yet here he was, unexpectedly presented with such fare. Despite his mental preparation, a sense of despair washed over him. Where was the food? What about the vegetables? How could such a vast cafeteria be devoid of even a large pot of rice? Was this truly raw beef? He had consumed raw beef at barbecue stalls before, but this, surely it couldn't be eaten this way? What if he fell ill? How could he train then? Surely the instructors wouldn't do this to them, would they? Xiaoyuan, Jia, what does this even mean? Bali Pang Pang asked cautiously. Eat. Yan Ziyu replied curtly. Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan nodded in agreement. But how were they supposed to eat this? He had never consumed raw meat in his life. He rarely even ate salmon or tuna. Couldn't they at least have a bottle of Lao Gan Ma? Besides, they were not beasts. How could they be expected to eat raw meat? Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, Yan Ziyu, and Molly simultaneously pointed in one direction. Bali Pang Pang followed their gestures, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. One of the Special Forces recruits was tearing into a large piece of raw meat with his bare hands. Xiaoyuan, how long has this person been starving? He eats anything, Bali Pang Pang whispered to Huang Shengyuan. Yan Ziyu, visibly displeased, lifted Bali Pang Pang by the collar, separating him from Huang Shengyuan. There is no need to get so close, Yan Ziyu remarked coolly. Bali Pang Pang. Lin Xia, where's the chef? Get out here. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the cafeteria. Who the hell is shouting here? An elderly man with a scowling face emerged. Meanwhile, Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. If any novel could be deemed truly grounded in the reality of human interactions, slaying the gods would undoubtedly be among them. Which other work could begin with such a plethora of profanities? He had never uttered such words himself throughout his life. It was one thing to curse at someone, but using such language towards a teacher seemed entirely inappropriate. Were these items even meant for human consumption? Or were they meant to belittle someone? The one stirring up trouble was none other than the arrogant Shen Qingzhu. If you don't want to eat, then don't. You are indeed my progenitor, and I have no obligation to persuade you, the old man replied nonchalantly. Shen Qingzhu attempted to retort, but at that moment, 7 individuals entered from outside the cafeteria. Clad in gray cloaks, each wielded a different mask. Huang Shengyuan observed the masked group and noted that their appearances rivaled those of his brother, Yanziyu, and Lin Xia. Well, it's you little rascals. The old man's previously grim demeanor transformed into one of delight upon seeing the 7 newcomers. Old son, after all these years, you are still here. The whirlpool spoke first. Hey, you rascal. My old bones are still quite sturdy. Don't even think about retiring me. Old son, that is not what I meant at all. Please don't misunderstand. The whirlpool replied with a smile. The other members of the masked squad bowed to Old Sunday. Old son, we are quite famished at the moment. Today we were thoroughly bullied by that group of new recruits. Rose feigned a tone of grievance. Exactly. The chief instructor provided us with erroneous intelligence. Among those new recruits, there are 2 divine agents, one of whom is even a leader of our Great Xia's deities. The whirlpool echoed. What? Great Xia's deity? Good heavens. We actually have a deity in Great Xia. Who is it? Tell me. I must see which fool it is. Old Son's voice trembled with excitement. Ah, it's the one with a mole at the corner of his mouth. The whirlpool immediately spotted Huang Shengyuan amidst the crowd. Huang Shengyuan instantly became the center of attention, and his social anxiety made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Although he struggled with social interaction, he could still manage ordinary exchanges. His anxiety wasn't too severe enough to prevent him from being in public. However, in such a situation, who could bear it? Huang Shengyuan quickly dodged behind Yanziyu, revealing only his eyes to observe his surroundings. Look, what am I doing? Huang Shengyuan found it difficult to articulate his thoughts now. Oh, this child is truly handsome, not at all like those crooked melons and wrinkled pears. He is clearly a well-behaved child. Come here, let me have a look at you, my dear. Old Son called out to Huang Shengyuan with a warm, kind expression. Chapter 44. A conversation. Shen Qingzhu sensed that Old Son was playing tricks on him. This old man, Sunday. There are quite a few people here. Huang Shengyuan spoke hesitantly, his voice trembling. Oh dear, what is this child afraid of? Is he worried that this group of rookies will bully him? He is a bit introverted. At that moment, Lin Xia defended Huang Shengyuan. Oh, look at this old man. Old Son immediately donned a serious expression and, casting a stern glance around, exclaimed, What are you all staring at? Hurry back to your meals. Don't blame me for not warning you. Soon, one by one, you'll lack the energy to participate in the subsequent training. Those young lads want to go easy on you, so off you go. The others present twitched their lips, and even the instructors at the monitoring station exchanged glances. Chief, is it really appropriate for Old Son to be so double-standard? One instructor inquired of Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang couldn't help but twitch his lips as well, then spoke deliberately. Honestly, I can't say much about it. Even I can't provoke him, lest he drives everyone away, as you all know. The instructors fell silent. By the way, Chief, should we ask those 2 about Huang Shengyuan being the agent of the Great Xia deity? After all, no need. Based on my years of experience, the kid is likely telling the truth most of the time. As for the 2 agents of the deities, can we really teach them anything? Or rather, what can we impart to that lad named Huang? Indeed, didn't that boy claim his martial arts were bestowed by the deities? If that is the case, what can we possibly teach him? Etiquette? We are a nation of propriety, and he is a high school student who just awakened from a vegetative state. There is no need to elaborate on that. As for physical combat, many of us might struggle against the ancient martial arts of Great Xia. Firearms? That boy's archery skills are nearly flawless, so that should pose no challenge for him. Regarding swordsmanship, judging by his previous stance with the long spear, it seems he has received training in that as well. How can we teach him? We can't force him to use weapons he is not proficient with. Yuan Gang was momentarily at a loss. It seemed there was genuinely little to impart to Huang Shengyuan during the new recruit training. Yuan Gang wanted to say something more, but was carefully interrupted by another instructor. That child, as Teacher Sun mentioned, almost never breaks the rules. Yes, indeed. Previously, when I blew the whistle, he was the first to arrive. And his companions. Although the young master sometimes struggles to complete tasks within the set time, he is obedient. Much easier to manage than Xinqingzhu. Yuan Gang found himself at a loss for words once more. Well, I'll be damned. I refuse to believe it. Let us arrange for him to engage in physical training, intelligence tests, culinary skills, and whatever else we can think of. The other instructors present were left with a singular question in their minds. Is the chief serious about intelligence and culinary skills? However, at this moment, Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, and Lin Xie found themselves seated at the same table as the masked figure. Huang Shengyuan was equally surprised that he and Yan Ziyu had received an invitation. Earlier, the young man had revealed 2 jars of his homemade dipping sauce and secret marinade, specifically concocted for raw meat. Sun Lao worked swiftly, and soon a table laden with an array of delectable dishes, rich in both flavor and aroma, appeared before them. All right, children, come, eat while we chat. Which deity or fairy from our Great Xia do you represent? Sun Lao inquired. Huang Shengyuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful as he replied. I represent the Moon Palace's Lady of the Guanghan, the legendary Cangnan, who is said to have consumed the elixir of immortality and ascended to the moon. Apart from Wang Shu, Taiyi Xingjuan, and Changnan, she is another moon goddess of our Great Xia. Oh, so it is the fairy Cangnan. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Sun Lao's face beamed with delight. However, it is not without limitations. The abilities bestowed upon me by the fairy are quite powerful. You're significantly restricted during the day. Oh dear, child, you should not speak in such a manner. Do you realize what the appearance of the fairy Cangnan signifies? Huang Shengyuan obediently shook his head. It signifies that our Great Xia has a deity. It means we are under the protection of a divine presence. We can appeal to the heavenly court for justice and seek recourse in the underworld. This indicates that Great Xia is not a realm that can be infringed upon by those foreign deities of lesser merit. Our generation, while feudal in belief, does not worship beings that treat the common folk as mere pawns. We worship hope. We cherish true emotions. We revere the bounties of nature. We honor both the divine and our ancestors. Sun Lao's tone resonated with martial vigor, filled with resolute strength. Do I truly possess the uniqueness you speak of, Sun Lao? Child, you must remember that it is not that you are distinct, as I say. Rather, you are inherently a unique existence. There is not a single soul in this world who shares your exact visage, nor is there another who embodies the earthy hues you possess. My dear, you belong to a generation that measures beauty by the standards of fair skin, height, well-defined abs, and heterochromatic eyes. Yet, I am here to tell you that for the people of Great Xia, the standard of beauty is skin as yellow as the earth and eyes as dark as precious gems. This has been the unchanging countenance of our ancestors through the ages. Now, with my traditional perspective, I declare that skin of yellow hue and black pupils is what I deem handsome and beautiful. These are the good children of our Great Xia. Thank you, Sun Lao, for your teachings. I shall forever cherish them. The other members of the mass team were equally astonished that an elderly man could articulate such profound thoughts. Even Huang Shengyuan felt enlightened. All right, I shall not waste more time with you. It is time for you to savor the old man's culinary skills. As for the chief instructor, I will speak on your behalf. However, children, when it comes to the raw meat, I do not expect you to consume excessively, but you must at least finish a third of it. Eating raw meat is not directed at you. It is a custom upheld by the night watchers throughout generations. The first meal for the new recruits will consist of raw meat. Shortly, I shall assist in portioning it out. How many shall I send to you? Remember, it must all be consumed. Under no circumstances should food be wasted. Understood. Thank you, Old Sanehaha. The younger generation is indeed formidable. With that, Old Sun retreated to the kitchen, leaving Huang Shengyuan profoundly moved. He had not anticipated receiving such high praise from anyone other than his grandfather. His previous aesthetic perceptions were indeed, as Old Sun had remarked. However, it seems that his thoughts have undergone a significant transformation. Chapter 45. The Talisman After the Departure of Elder Son. Huang Shengyuan turned his gaze towards the other members of the mass team. Why have you brought me into the open like this? The members of the mass team, caught off guard, hesitated in their actions as they ate. Yue was the first to set down his utensils, looking at Huang Shengyuan, words caught in his throat. Tianping was about to speak when Huang Shengyuan interjected. I know you are here to request medicine. Huang Shengyuan raised an eyebrow, surveying the group. Vortex, Tianping, and Yue nodded ever so slightly. However, you lost the previous bet. How shall that be reconciled? You may receive our agreement on the terms you previously proposed, but let us clarify that a wager is a wager. This time, we merely wish to inquire what kind of leverage we might offer in exchange for the elixirs you hold. Well, I have no other demands. I simply request that should you encounter high-level mysteries during your missions and defeat them, you bring back any peculiar flora or fauna you might come across. More specifically, I seek mysterious scales, claws, bones, and eyes. May I ask, what purpose do you have for these items? If it's convenient to share, of course. If not, you needn't divulge. We can agree to this condition, as it falls within our capacity, Wang Mian remarked after much consideration, voicing his curiosity. Ah, that is a secret. One that I cannot disclose to you at this moment. You shall have to wait 2 or 3 years until I achieve success or some measure of accomplishment to reveal it, Huang Shengyuan said, feigning an air of mystery. With that, Huang Shengyuan flipped his left arm, revealing 3 golden, glimmering elixirs in his hand. He tossed them casually, and Tianping was the first to react, carefully catching them and taking a deep breath. You throw such precious elixirs so nonchalantly? What if they fall to the ground? Vortex exclaimed, taken aback by Huang Shengyuan's casual toss. Do you think you cannot catch them? All members of the mass team shook their heads, honestly, each behaving like obedient children. Now that the items are delivered, I shall take my leave. Wait, aren't you going to have something to eat? Wang Mian inquired. No, thank you. I prefer not to stand out. For now, I am merely a recruit. I appreciate the hospitality. By the way, how long can these elixirs prolong life? At this moment, Rose seemed to recall something and voiced her curiosity. How many years was the great sage imprisoned beneath the 5-Finger Mountain? With that, Huang Shengyuan departed, leaving the food untouched on the table. Seeing this, Yanziyu followed Huang Shengyuan out, leaving Lin Xia in a state of bewilderment. He understood each word exchanged between Huang Shengyuan and the mass team, yet could not grasp the overall meaning. He could only ascertain that Huang Shengyuan had bestowed something extraordinary upon the mass team. Just then, a chilling wail pierced the air, startling Lin Xia. As I followed the sound, I beheld the rose strainingly twisting at the side of the vortex, and the owner of that howling was unmistakable. The scales. Did I hear incorrectly just now? If our ears are not deceiving us, we certainly heard it. Wang Mian, trembling slightly, gazed at the elixir handed to him by the scales, softly murmuring, 1 for 500 years, 3 for 1,500. Such extraordinary rarity it is. Observing Yin Ziyu, who accompanied him, Huang Shengyuan inquired with a hint of surprise. Little Ziyu, tell your brother, why did you not stay there to dine with them? I dislike it, Yin Ziyu replied succinctly. Huang Shengyuan. Upon returning to the dining table, Huang Shengyuan gazed at the raw meat before him. He found himself utterly at a loss to begin. After a moment of hesitation, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and joined the throng devouring raw flesh. The sauce originally prepared for this space would not be utilized in time. Fortunately, his hunger suppression was not restrained. He had always managed well in solitude, often skipping meals without much concern. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, inducing a profound discomfort. After laboriously swallowing the first bite, he quickly reached for a bun from the adjacent basin and stuffed it into his mouth, consuming a substantial portion of the raw meat in this manner. A sharp whistle echoed from outside the canteen. He promptly set down the meat and dashed towards the exit, while Yin Ziyu had consumed a similar amount, but displayed far superior adaptability. Yin Ziyu was just behind Huang Shengyuan, before the other recruits could react. The figures of Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu had vanished from their sight, whilst a group of masked individuals, seemingly appearing from nowhere, stood at the entrance of the canteen. Hey, wait, we're not new recruits. Why are we running? The vortex expressed confusion tinged with embarrassment, especially with a multitude of new recruits observing them. It's an instinctive response. After all, we are in a training camp. Years ago, we were just like them, Wang Mian remarked, scratching his head awkwardly. Then let us continue eating. Subsequently, they resumed their seats, and Lin Xia, sitting at the same table, did not anticipate the whistle to blow so soon again. Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu appear to be in the lead once more. However, as Lin Xia pondered this, a sudden gust of wind whispered past his ear, and upon turning, he discovered Huang Shengyuan had somehow returned to his side. Hey, how did you come back? Wait, when did you return? The scales initially wore a look of confusion, which swiftly morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Before your departure, I shall present you with another gift. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Huang Shengyuan revealed 7 yellow talismans in his hands, each bestowed upon him by the revered goddess Nüwa. Logically, a being of Nüwa stature would seldom require such talismans. If she wished to punish anyone, a mere decree from her would suffice to obliterate their soul. However, Huang Shengyuan harbored a premonition that these talismans were not crafted by Nüwa herself. She had granted him 9 types of talismans, each serving distinct purposes: safeguarding peace, exorcising evil, harmonizing yin and yang, averting calamities, invoking blessings, securing homes, controlling rain, summoning thunder, and attracting wealth. Each type consisted of 10 talismans, and although the quantity might seem modest, according to Nüwa, a single-piece talisman could ensure the safety of an ordinary person against the attacks of the supreme deities in this world. Clearly, the talismans in his possession were not of human or celestial origin. What is this? Asked Qiang Wei, somewhat perplexed. Peace talismans, ensuring your safety, Huang Shengyuan replied. I thought it was something else. Aren't they just a few talismans? Shengyuan remarked, somewhat bemused, noting that such items were not uncommon among the Night Watchers. These talismans can safeguard you from divine assaults, he clarified. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Mian, who was sipping water, was nearly choked. Shengyuan felt a burning heat spread across her face. Wait, a mere piece of talisman can withstand the attack of a deity, Qiang Wei exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Rest assured, as a specialized squad, your missions will undoubtedly entail significant peril. These talismans can protect you in every conceivable way. Remember, in every conceivable way, Huang Shengyuan emphasized. Where did you acquire such extraordinary talismans? Yue Gui inquired, voicing the question that lingered in her mind as she gazed at Huang Shengyuan. Chapter 46. The fastest martial arts are unbreakable, the divine bestowed gifts. Yet I possess merely 10 peace talismans. No, we cannot accept such a precious item, Wang Mian declared outright. Indeed, we truly cannot accept it. That one vial of elixir is already an immense blessing for us. We cannot accept more from you, Tian Ping added. I've mentioned before, I still have 3 of these talismans, and they are not consumables. They are not drawn by the celestial masters of the Taoist temples. You should accept them with ease. Besides, I am still merely a novice soldier. However, Wang Mian hesitated a bit. We are all part of the same faction. If anyone among you gets injured, it would be a significant loss. If you truly wish to repay me, then I kindly ask for more of the mysterious items from your possession. Thank you. With this statement, the other members of the mass team found it difficult to decline further and bowed respectfully to Huang Shengyuan. Upon witnessing their acceptance, Huang Shengyuan displayed a satisfied smile, although others had already hurried to assemble. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan suddenly realized that only he and Lin Xia remained among the new recruits, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Xia, do you need assistance? Huh? Lin Xia was somewhat entranced, his mind clouded. There was nothing else. Huang Shengyuan resembled the favored son of a deity. Which god would bestow such treasures upon an agent? At this moment, Lin Xia glanced around and came to his senses. Never mind. Let us endure for a bit, Huang Shengyuan said, once again grasping Lin Xia's wrist. Understanding Huang Shengyuan's intent, Lin Xia shouted, wait. But it was too late. The mass team felt a gust of wind, and Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia vanished before their eyes. What the hell? Su nevedup et glim lao li. No, his banishment can still be used. Tianping was equally astonished. This defies logic, Wang Mian muttered softly. But as soon as his words left his lips, his teammates looked at him in disbelief. In this era, even deities have appeared, yet he speaks of science. Clearing his throat, Wang Mian spoke again. All right, let us eat. Once we finish, we should be on our way. Training grounds. Great Xia's complexion was pale. The good news was that they had arrived on time and even surpassed all the new recruits who had come before them. The bad news was that he felt utterly drained. If they were to engage in any physical training now, he feared he would be finished. Lin Xia cast a resentful glance at Huang Shengyuan. Huang Shengyuan awkwardly scratched his head. It's all right. Once I learn to fly during the day, I will take you along. Lin Xia looked at Huang Shengyuan with a gaze full of dread, retreating while shaking his head. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Huang Shengyuan began to survey the area. Brother, who are you looking for? Suddenly, a voice resonated in his ear. Upon hearing it, Huang Shengyuan was startled. Ziyu, so it is you here? I have been waiting here for my brother for quite some time, Yin Ziyu remarked with a hint of melancholy. Well, it's not as if I don't have some matters to attend to, Mo suggested. As soon as everyone had gathered, the instructor at the training ground commenced the lesson for the new recruits. Reflecting on the events yet to unfold, Huang Shengyuan gazed at the figure on the platform with a tinge of sympathy. The mysterious creatures drawn from myths, legends, and rural lore are our foremost adversaries as night watchers. Naturally, those external deities, malevolent gods, and heretical cults that prey upon the Great Xia are also our foes. They are diverse, possessing an array of bizarre abilities and formidable powers. To them, mere mortals are but fodder. And what do we rely upon as we engage in combat against these enigmas? The unfamiliar instructor on the platform drew only Huang Shengyuan's sympathetic gaze. Following the instructor's words, Shen Qingzhu was the first to raise her hand to respond, just as in the original text. Reporting, we rely on the powerful, forbidden ruins. The instructor scoffed, while Huang Shengyuan stifled a chuckle. The instructor continued, do you truly believe that you alone possess the forbidden ruins, while those mysteries lack any capability? Though the potency of the forbidden ruins is indisputable, it is not the entirety of our arsenal. Unless your forbidden ruins are exceptionally strong, capable of obliterating worlds and allowing you to easily vanquish the mysteries. Do you possess such prowess? Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I do. And what is your forbidden ruins? Sequence 068, Qi Min. Do you have any insights? The instructor was momentarily rendered speechless, then turned to the others, inquiring, does anyone have a different answer? At this juncture, Li Pangpang, seated to Huang Shengyuan's right, raised his hand, declaring reporting, we rely on money. The instructor wore a perplexed expression, and just as he was about to respond, Huang Shengyuan also raised his hand, reporting, we rely on our parents and our intellect. The instructor? Lin Xia. Yin Ziyu. The other recruits, the instructor's heart raced, grappling with the absurdity of their responses. Money? Parents? And intellect? How do you propose to slay the mysteries with those? Are you suggesting exchanging money for gold coins to bash them? Shall we summon your parents to slap them to death? Or use your brains to bash them? Huang Shengyuan mused. It seems that the goddess Nüwa could indeed be considered a mother to the people of Huaxia, and one swipe from her would likely suffice to dispatch an opponent, perhaps even without a single strike. As for intellect, must it always be brute force? For instance, strategizing and devising plans may not guarantee total annihilation of the adversary, but there are ways to ensure their demise. One must recall that in the vast realm of web literature, the Taoist ancestor Hong Jun is a figure who has triumphed through cunning. Moreover, R&T figures like Li Changgang from Immortal Reversal and Wang Lin from Immortal Reversal renowned for outsmarting their foes. And in this world, R&T and Qingyu and Lin Xia, both formidable opponents, each of them, guided by intellect, proves to be a challenging adversary. At this moment, the instructor's voice resonated once more. Combat, apart from utilizing forbidden realms, necessitates not only a robust physique and martial prowess, but also an indomitable spirit. Moreover, martial skills can be categorized into cold weapons and firearms. While firearms may prove advantageous against lower-tier mysteries, as one ascends to higher realms, the mastery of close combat with cold weapons becomes paramount. Today, I shall impart to you the art of melee combat with cold weapons. Huang Shengyuan chuckled inwardly, contemplating. If one were to utter such words in worlds like devouring the starry sky or deadly echo, who would dare to make such a claim? Meanwhile, Instructor Huang, along with two other instructors, observed the situation of the new recruits. Instructor Huang, do you truly believe this newcomer is capable? You need not worry. This individual is a newly assigned master of close combat, and besides, they are merely a group of novices. Let's play cards. The rest is in his capable hands. Well, very well then. Among the Night Watchers, the majority wield standard weapons, notably the Stellar Blade. As I am well aware that those present possess knowledge equal to mine, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Today, allow me to instruct you on the proper use of the straight blade. The foremost principle in wielding your swords effectively is speed, in the realm of martial arts. The swift prevail. Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched at this remark, truly a profound assertion that in martial arts, speed is invincible. Chapter 47. The finger as a sword. The instructor demonstrated several types of blades, but Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, and Yin Ziyu found the experience utterly tedious. Lin Xia had already studied the fundamentals of swordplay extensively under Chen Mai, having mastered the essential techniques long ago. Consequently, the lecture struck him as rather monotonous. Huang Shengyuan, proficient with the spear and bow, showed little interest in swordsmanship, despite the fact that every night watchman would eventually be equipped with a star blade. However, he pondered the possibility of reforging the blade, recognizing that the star blade was, indeed, a rare treasure. Rather than a sword, Huang Shengyuan held a greater affinity for the sword. He intended to seek the goddess Nüwa's counsel on the arts of forging, alchemy, and talisman crafting when time permitted. After all, it felt somewhat inappropriate to trouble the illustrious creator goddess so frequently. At that moment, Instructor Han spoke again, addressing the group. Now, I will call a few individuals to demonstrate for you. With that, he replaced the blade in his hand with a wooden sword and continued. Earlier, the chubby fellow who mentioned using money to crush the opponent, please come up and show us how you would accomplish that. Bailey Pongwan awkwardly climbed onto the training platform. A wooden sword thrust into his hands. In the next instant, Instructor Han swung the wooden sword down towards Bailey Pongwan. To everyone's astonishment, just as the sword was about to make contact, a dazzling golden barrier erupted, enveloping him at the center. With a crack, Instructor Han's wooden sword shattered into 3 pieces. My apologies. I forgot to disable the automatic emergency mode, he said, as the golden light surrounding Bailey Pongwan dissipated. Huang Shengyuan stifled a laugh from the sidelines, and as he looked up again, Instructor Han had retrieved another wooden sword and prepared to strike at Bailey Pongwan once more. This time, the wooden sword inexplicably ignited. Sorry. I neglected to turn off the automatic firewall. Shall we try again, Instructor? Bailey Pongwan suggested. Get off. Instructor Han took a few deep breaths and then turned his gaze directly to Huang Shengyuan, declaring, you, the one who relies on your parents and your intellect. Come up. Lin Xia and Molly, seated beside Huang Shengyuan, covered their faces in disbelief. Huang Shengyuan had not anticipated being called out. Nonetheless, he confidently approached the training platform. Do you have any prohibited items or peculiar objects on you? Instructor Han scrutinized Huang Shengyuan from head to toe. No, Huang Shengyuan replied with a shake of his head. Very well. Do you remember what I taught earlier? Yes. Excellent. Now, I will demonstrate an offensive technique. My attack may be difficult to withstand, but fret not. I shall temper my strength. Huang Shengyuan nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, Instructor Han turned to face Huang Shengyuan, stepping forward and unleashing the wooden sword at an exceptionally cunning angle towards him. Huang Shengyuan stood firm, his wooden sword unmoving. With a sudden crack, the crowd gasped as the blade struck Huang Shengyuan's abdomen. Yin Ziyu below was startled, and Lin Xia was equally taken aback by Huang Shengyuan's audacity. A wave of astonishment followed. The wooden sword in Instructor Han's hand fell to the ground in pieces. Instructor Han, with uncertainty in his tone, inquired, Are you all right? He himself could hardly believe that Huang Shengyuan had not evaded the blow, nor had he retaliated, instead choosing to absorb the impact with his body. Instructor, Could you perhaps exert a bit more force next time? You clearly didn't hit me hard. But did you really intend to treat me like a child and play house? Huang Shengyuan felt no pain, not even a hint of discomfort. Initially, the opponent's movements had been too swift for him to react. He was braced for a beating, and yet this was the outcome. Wait, you truly have no concealed weapons? Huang Shengyuan nodded affirmatively once more. Then how did you block it? Perhaps you were just not very strong? Instructor Han exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. Without hesitation, Instructor Han seized another wooden sword and swung it at Huang Shengyuan once more. This time, however, the outcome was markedly different. As the blade approached Huang Shengyuan's neck, he performed a remarkable vanishing act. Instructor Han, taken aback, inquired, "How did you evade that?" "By running on my legs," Huang Shengyuan replied with a straight face. "That is not possible. How could a person move so swiftly? Why are you still cursing?" Huang Shengyuan feigned innocence. "I never cursed you. Just a moment ago. You implied I was not human, and now you're cursing my mother." Instructor Han, speechless, could only sigh in resignation. Let's go again. This time, you are not allowed to dodge. You must retaliate." In the next moment, Instructor Han swung his sword once more toward Huang Shengyuan. Gripping the wooden sword tightly, Huang Shengyuan exerted force, causing it to shatter into countless fragments. Almost instantly, the pieces rearranged themselves into a wooden spear, which he positioned horizontally before him, effortlessly blocking the incoming attack. Instructor Han continued his assault, but regrettably, each strike was easily deflected by Huang Shengyuan. The spear danced in his hands with unparalleled grace. When Instructor Han's next strike approached, Huang Shengyuan swiftly thrust the spear against the wooden sword. With a sharp sound, Instructor Han's sword snapped in two. "Now tell me, how did a perfectly good wooden sword transform into a spear? And who taught you such spear techniques?" "I am a divine agent, and I represent the deities of our Great Xia. In the ethereal realm of the Moon Palace, the enchanting fairy Cangnan possesses celestial grace, while my marksmanship is a divine gift." Instructor Han, with a hint of exasperation, urged, "All right, you may descend now." His demeanor reflected a profound disillusionment. Subsequently, his gaze shifted downward, ultimately resting upon Yan Ziyu. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, Bailey Pangpang, and Molly exchanged approving glances, silently acknowledging the exceptional qualities of the individual before them. They unanimously agreed that this individual was ill-suited for the role of an instructor. Rather, he was destined to be an esteemed educator, a revered gardener nurturing the minds of students. That masked individual stepped forward. "What purpose does your mask serve? Are you hiding something?" Instructor Han inquired sharply. "Personal privacy," Yan Ziyu replied with a measured calm. With a scoff, Instructor Han retorted, "This is a training camp. As a new recruit, you ought to embody the spirit of a soldier. Remove your mask." "That is an impossible request," Yan Ziyu responded succinctly. "If you wish for me to remove it, you must defeat me. Afterward, I shall allow the other instructors to disregard your concerns about my mask." Instructor Han, taken aback by Yan Ziyu's audacity, stood momentarily speechless. However, in the next instant, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the wooden sword in his grasp shattered into two pieces. The spectators, including Huang Shengyuan, were left in stunned silence. It appeared that such a formidable individual had not been depicted in the original narrative. The earlier maneuver resembled the legendary sword aura. As thoughts of swords crossed Huang Shengyuan's mind, a certain figure emerged, only to be swiftly dismissed. It was inconceivable that it could be that person. Yet, the spectacle on the training platform was far from over. A perfectly cleaved chasm materialized on the ground. Instructor Han gulped, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Turning his gaze to Yan Ziyu, he noticed that the latter's right hand rested calmly against his chest, revealing that he wielded no weapon whatsoever, merely raising his index and middle fingers. "What? No weapon at all?" Huang Shengyuan murmured in disbelief. Though his words were whispered, they were overheard by Lin Xia, who stood nearby. "How could this be?" Huang Shengyuan pondered. "To wield one's fingers as a sword. This Yan Ziyu is remarkable. Such a feat suggests decades of mastery." Unbeknownst to all present, even the protagonist himself was astonished by his own extraordinary abilities. Chapter 48. The fractured Chao Yuan You, never mind, you may leave now. I have learned well. Yan Ziyu performed a standard fist salute to Instructor Han and then descended from the training platform. Congratulations! Huang Shengyuan smiled and offered his words of praise. Yan Ziyu remained silent as he returned to sit beside Huang Shengyuan. The latter did not inquire further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Much like his own with Lin Xia, both serving more than one deity. Go for it, Han Li. You can do it. They are merely a bunch of inexperienced novices. It's impossible for everyone to be a genius. Keep it up, Huang Shengyuan mused. Soon, Instructor Han directed his gaze toward Lin Xia. Huang Shengyuan thought to himself, that lad beside the privileged one, come forth. Could you please remove the label of privilege from yourself? Huang Shengyuan inquired. Oh, with a sudden motion. Instructor Han thrust the wooden sword in his hand sharply towards Lin Xia's side. A light sound echoed as Lin Xia effortlessly blocked the attack. Instructor Unditel attempted again, only to have his strike easily parried by Lin Xia once more. The pace escalated, their swords creating afterimages as they clashed. The outcome was evident. Despite his relentless efforts, every strike from Instructor Han was effortlessly deflected. Have you trained in swordsmanship? Somewhat. Who was your instructor? Captain Chunmai of Squad 136. Heaving a sigh, Instructor Han appeared despondent. You may step down now. I refuse to believe that this year's prodigies are so few. After a deep breath, he glanced around, finally fixing his gaze on an ordinary, somewhat expressionless youth. You come up. Chao Yuan hesitated for a moment before stepping onto the training platform. Do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you swordplay? No. Do you have parents? Chao Yuan was about to respond when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Casting an odd glance at the instructor, realizing his blunder, Instructor Han sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. Please disregard that. However, Lin Xia, observing from below, displayed a clear naivety in his expression, realizing that the instructor had posed a similar question to him moments ago, to which he had answered. Damn! Lin Xia uttered a curse, and Huang Shengyuan could only sigh in resignation. Very well, let us practice now. At this moment, Instructor Han felt a wave of relief wash over him, appreciating that they finally had a child from an ordinary family. Now, you will practice alongside me. With that, he tossed a wooden sword at Chao Yuan's feet. Clatter. Chao Yuan did not pick it up, and Instructor Han narrowed his eyes, his tone growing stern. What are you trying to do? What does this mean? Pick it up quickly. I cannot touch the sword. Why not? I fear I may lose control. You would be in danger. It is merely a wooden sword. Any sword is unacceptable. Instructor Han was at a loss for words. One odd excuse. Hurry and pick it up. This is an order. Chao Yuan sighed in resignation. Fine then. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, Yan Ziyu, Bailey Pang Pang, and the other recruits changed their expressions simultaneously, retreating several meters and leaving ample space for Han and Chao Yuan, with only Huang Shengyuan remaining in place. Instructor Han was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping in. At that moment, as Chao Yuan finally grasped the hilt, an explosive surge of malevolent energy erupted, sending a black pillar of fire soaring into the sky. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire area, making even Huang Shengyuan feel uncomfortable. Damn it, something's wrong. The instructors in the lounge, who had been playing cards, sprang to their feet. Let's go check it out. They beheld the swirling black flames and the bare-chested Chao Yuan, shouldering a blazing wooden sword. Instructor Han exclaimed, "What kind of monster has emerged here? Is there not a single normal child in this training camp? Am I here to train humans or to contend with monsters? My heavens! Someone please tell me, how would a mere touch of the sword result in this chaos?" With a furious roar, Chao Yuan charged at Instructor Han. Why can he use his forbidden realm? Bailey Pang Pang asked Lin Xia beside him. His forbidden realm must be either too high in sequence or exceptionally unique, Yan Ziyu calmly explained. As he surveyed the scene, his gaze landed on Huang Shengyuan, who was still sitting in place, causing Yan Ziyu to lose his composure. What is my brother still doing there? Is he unaware of the danger? This cannot stand. Yan Ziyu hurriedly rushed to Huang Shengyuan's side. Huang Shengyuan, who had been seated on the ground, suddenly felt a wave of suffocation. only to be lifted by a tremendous force. Huang Shengyuan, who am I? Where am I? What just happened? I was merely watching the spectacle. Why is someone trying to murder me? Once the person finally halted, Huang Shengyuan, upon recognizing who had lifted him, asked with a hint of exasperation, Xiao Ziyu, what are you doing? Brother, how can you just sit there? Do you not realize how dangerous it is right now? Yan Ziyu explained. I do. Yan Ziyu. Chao Yuan cannot harm me. I have my ways to deal with him. Yan Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had acted rather hastily. He wondered if his brother would blame him. Well, there is no need to worry. Huang Shengyuan gently patted Yan Ziyu's shoulder. Just as Yan Ziyu intended to speak further, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He quickly pulled Huang Shengyuan into his embrace and swiftly dodged to the side. Chao Yuan, who had been engaged in battle with Instructor Han, had now turned his attention towards them, and his previous strike aimed directly at Huang Shengyuan's neck. Upon realizing his attack had missed, Chao Yuan let out a low growl and swung his blade once more at the two. Huang Shengyuan promptly pushed Yan Ziyu away, executing a sliding tackle followed by a sweeping kick that knocked Chao Yuan down as he charged towards him. Lin Xia hastily rushed forward to assist. He inquired about by Li Pongpong's arrival, and in a frenzy, Chao Yuan sprang back up, attacking the group once again. Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Mali all joined forces to subdue Chao Yuan. As the battle intensified, Huang Shengyuan felt a growing sense of astonishment, reflecting on the formidable prowess of the Black King, who could hold his own against so many adversaries, engaging them in a fierce exchange without losing ground. Chapter 49. The demon suppression by Li Pangpang remained industrious, diligently providing cover with his forbidden constructs. Perhaps due to the prolonged duration of the confrontation, Chao Yuan's demeanor grew increasingly volatile, resulting in more ferocious assaults. Numerous times, Huang Shengyuan found himself on the brink of collapse. Despite his formidable physical prowess, he was still susceptible to pain. Each strike from Chao Yuan, imbued with his forbidden constructs, was excruciatingly intense. Thankfully, his opponent wielded neither genuine weapons nor was he at full strength. As Chao Yuan prepared to unleash another strike towards Huang Shengyuan's face, Huang no longer concealed his intentions. A yellow talisman materialized in his hand, and the moment it appeared, Chao Yuan's expression shifted to one of anguish, yet his fury intensified. Nearly all his attacks converged solely upon Huang Shengyuan. The latter could only narrowly evade, and just as he contemplated a strategy, a new understanding blossomed in his mind. Such an application exists? No time to ponder. I'll treat this desperate situation as a chance for salvation. Huang Shengyuan clumsily began to form hand seals. His fingers lacked the dexterity needed for rapid movements. As he crafted the seals, he chanted, "The sun and moon shine together. All evils shall submit. True spirits assist the world, hastily as commanded." In an instant, the yellow talisman floating before him transformed into countless resplendent and ancient runes, entwining around Chao Yuan's form, subsequently coalescing into a circular ring that encircled his neck. Chao Yuan collapsed in agony, instantly reverting to his original self. With a look of incredulity, he gazed at Huang Shengyuan, gasping for breath as he queried, "What is your name?" "Huang Shengyuan. Do you have a problem? Did that holy monk reveal something to you?" Huang Shengyuan inquired with uncertainty. "Huang." Chao Yuan's pupils constricted, a look of exhilaration dawning on his face. He spoke again. "The loam nurtures the sacred abyss deeper. The divine tree and celestial beings chant in harmony. The myriad paths converge within a single form, Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism each shining their light. Infinite karma shall not cling to me. Celestial beings protect my journey for miles. The chronicles of heaven and earth, my heart wanders through them, legends enduring through the ages." My second esteemed guest. Huang Shengyuan's pupils trembled. This was an outright declaration of his identity. How did the other party discern his origins? Just as he mulled over this, the voice of Nüwa resonated in his ears. "Child, do not be alarmed. What he knows is merely what I wish him to understand. Your identity remains concealed, and your secrets have not been divulged. That man's memories have been accounted for." Upon hearing Nüwa's words, Huang Shengyuan exhaled in relief. It was intentional disclosure on Nüwa's part, yet he questioned whether it was overly exaggerated. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, it appeared that no one else had overheard Chao Yuan's earlier revelations. From this moment forth, the object around your neck shall assist in suppressing the Black King. When you possess the capability to control yourself adequately, this ring will lose its significance. I shall now impart the incantation to you. In future battles, you must gauge your own limits. You may unleash your full power or temper it as you see fit. Do you comprehend my meaning? Gao Yuan obedi not that. And Huang Shengyuan suddenly felt that the young man resembled a docile puppy. Are you all uninjured? Instructor Han approached, scrutinizing the four from head to toe, and upon discovering that none were harmed, he exhaled in relief. No, I am fine, came the varied responses from the group. Instructor Han stepped before Chao Yuan and slowly began, I apologize, this is all my fault. However, do not worry, the responsibility lies with me. It was I who insisted you wield the knife. May Amitabha Buddha bless us. Huang Shengyuan internally lamented as he observed the array of fully armed instructors arriving late. The efficiency was lacking, he thought. As the instructors engaged in conversation, the new recruits began to stir with excitement. After the instructors concluded their discussion, Instructor Han returned to the recruits to resume training, shifting from the original hands-on strategy to a verbal explanation. This continued until lunchtime. The meal consisted once again of raw meat, but Huang Shengyuan's audacious maneuver completely disarmed all the instructors monitoring the situation. He enlisted Yan Ziyu's assistance to slice the meat before him, which included Lin Xia, Bailey Pang Pang, and Mo Li, into uniformly thin pieces. He then retrieved the sauce he had prepared in advance and submerged all the meat within it. Once each piece was generously coated, the meat transformed from its previous unpalatable state into a rare delicacy before them. Even the other new recruits were left dumbfounded by Huang Shengyuan's bold actions. The head instructor and the other instructors at the monitoring station were at a loss for words. While Bailey Pang Pang had brought weapons and forbidden items, Huang Shengyuan had merely introduced food, and the others had not significantly violated the customs of the night watchman. They were still consuming raw meat. It was simply that the seasoned meat had been elevated to a culinary delight. The instructors found themselves momentarily speechless. Huang Shengyuan witnessed the classic scene of Chao Yuan, though he had unwittingly become an actor himself. When Chao Yuan expressed to him and Lin Xia, I simply wanted to lick you, Huang Shengyuan was left speechless. A nearly imperceptible crack appeared on the table in front of Yan Ziyu as he observed Bailey Pong Pong's ever-changing expressions directed at Chao Yuan, further deepening Huang Shengyuan's bewilderment. Attention! Everyone! A voice rang out, drawing their attention. Turning around, they saw Instructor Hong entering with two other instructors from the dining hall, his commanding voice echoing throughout. Instantly, everyone stood at attention. Instructor Hong surveyed the recruits and slowly proclaimed, This afternoon marks your first extreme training. After lunch, assemble at the back of the dining hall. Do you understand? Understood. They all responded in unison. By the way, I advise you once more. You had better finish everything on your table. Otherwise, you may face consequences this afternoon. With that, Instructor Hong departed with the other two. Brother Yuan, extreme training? Do you know what that entails? I do, but I shall not disclose it to you. Huang Shengyuan gazed at Bailey Pang Pang with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Come on, Brother Yuan. Don't be so stingy. Just tell me, will you? No, came the curt reply. Then how do you know? That is classified. Bailey Pang Pang remained silent. After finishing dinner, Huang Shengyuan and Yan Ziyu, along with their companions, made their way to the cafeteria, where several large buses were already parked. It seems this journey will be quite lengthy. Huang Shengyuan remarked with a smile. This training will not be simple. What unfolds next may not bode well, Lin Xia stated solemnly. If it occurs in the forest, it would be a fortuitous event for me, Huang Shengyuan interjected. Lin Xia turned to Huang Shengyuan, puzzled. Huang Shengyuan cleared his throat twice and elaborated. My divine realm is unique. As long as the moon is present, I possess diminished control over the yin and yang and the five elements. Lin Xia chuckled softly. Having become accustomed to Huang Shengyuan's eccentricities, he regarded him as an unparalleled enigma, a walking paradox. Once everyone had gathered, the instructors organized the recruits onto the buses. As they boarded, The buses set off as if traversing through desolate wilderness. After approximately half an hour of travel, the buses came to a halt. To Lin Qi's surprise, they had arrived at Cangnan Mountain. Huang Shengyuan, however, wore a beaming smile. Throughout the journey, Yanziyu had been watching Huang Shengyuan with an ever-present smile, his own face reflecting traces of joy. Chapter 50. The training commences. Once everyone disembarked, the instructors introduced the rules. Huang Shengyuan donned a weighted vest equipped with a positioning device, pleasantly surprised by its negligible weight, almost as if he were unencumbered. This brought him some joy. However, the unfortunate news was that he could not utilize the divine treasures of the moon goddess or the talismans adorning his body, which made him regret having revealed his abilities. Fortunately, the people present were unaware that as long as he remained in nature, he would never lose his way or face any threats. Even in the presence of ferocious beasts, they would submit to him, a gift bestowed by the earth. Moreover, Huang Shengyuan possessed abilities akin to Lin Qiya, enabling him to communicate with animals and even connect with other living beings. Although he could not fully harness the advantage of the heavens, he had the support of the land and the people. Bai Li, chubby and amiable, also had his free space confiscated, creating a stark contrast between his disheartened demeanor and Huang Shengyuan's. However, Instructor Hong sensed something amiss. Logically, Huang Shengyuan, burdened by so many restrictions, should have appeared distressed. The current expression he wore did not resemble that of someone troubled. As his gaze shifted downward, he noticed the adornments on Huang Shengyuan's left hand and, with a flash of insight regarding his identity, promptly commanded, "Kid, remove your bracelet and all your accessories." Huang Shengyuan glanced around, confirming the command was directed at him, and hesitantly asked, "Instructor, are you speaking to me? Who else could it be? Are you certain you want to confiscate those items?" "They might have a bit of temper," he replied. Huang Shengyuan's words were not unfounded. The treasures he possessed were protective talismans, capable of unleashing chaos should they sense any danger to him, potentially wreaking havoc across the entire mountain. A bit of temper? He mused, recalling that these were not mere objects but sentient artifacts, capable of self-preservation. Hearing the term forbidden items, Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. These were not ordinary forbidden objects. They were divine weapons surpassing Zhanbai and Shiva's grievance. Each weapon was imbued with spirit, and he sensed impending calamity for the entire Jinshan. Without further protest, he removed the bracelet, red string, and ring, surrendering them to the instructors. At that moment, Instructor Hong observed no trace of panic from Huang Shengyuan, yet an ominous premonition crept into his heart. Nevertheless, he dismissed it as mere overthinking, issuing a warning to the recruits about the consequences of failure before departing. On Cangnan Mountain, Huang Shengyuan and Yanziyu ran side by side, having parted ways with Lin Qiya and the others, as their presence would draw too much attention. Following the guidance of the Earth's gifts, Huang Shengyuan continued to sprint in a determined direction through the forest. As for Yanziyu, Huang Shengyuan could not fathom why he was so eager to accompany him. In recent days, Huang Shengyuan has noticed that Yanziyu seems particularly fond of being by his side. Though Huang Shengyuan finds this peculiar, he does not dwell on it too much, considering they are roommates and share a closer bond. However, what truly perplexes him is the nagging sensation that he has heard the name Yanziyu before. Huang Shengyuan's memory is not particularly sharp. In his previous life, the mere mention of recitation would leave him dazed, which explains why his English grades were abysmally low, dragging down his overall performance. This realization fills him with a sense of despair. The scenery of Cangnan Mountain is as described in the original text, with ancient, towering trees that create a dense canopy, making it an ideal training ground. "Brother, are you all right? Do you need me to lighten your load?" At that moment, Yanziyu breathes lightly, his physical condition far superior to that of Huang Shengyuan. Were it not for his own celestial lineage, he might have succumbed to fatigue long ago, as he is not particularly fond of physical exertion. In his previous life, he preferred the comfort of home, and his social standing in class was not particularly favorable, resulting in a scarcity of friends. Huang Shengyuan acknowledges that his lack of social connections is somewhat deserved. In his province, Many young people tend to speak with vulgarity, a habit he cannot abide due to his mother's strict upbringing. Although his mother herself was fond of profanity, he has always believed that one should not judge one's family harshly. Nevertheless, he struggles to accept peers who frequently use coarse language. Who could tolerate friends who resort to insults driven by emotional volatility? Of course, Huang Shengyuan remains indifferent to the opinions of others. Guided by his mother's wisdom, no matter how harshly others speak, their words cannot touch him personally, for they too have their own families. If they were to hurl insults at him, they would be condemning themselves as well. Thus, as long as he does not become excessively angry, he tends not to take offense. From elementary to middle school, he can count merely 2 individuals who reach the level of true friendship, one of whom has since lost contact. Reflecting on these 2 friends, a sigh escapes him. Both were exceptional, unlike himself, who struggled academically and harbored many bad habits. Among his 2 friends, the foulest language he heard was from just one. Compared to others, these 2 truly stood out, excelling in both academics and character. He does not hastily judge anyone, but when it comes to these 2, or rather the qualities they exhibited, they indeed appeared remarkable in his eyes. A single remark from Yan Ziyu plunged Huang Shengyuan momentarily into memories of his past life, causing him to delay his response. Noticing Huang Shengyuan's silence, Yan Ziyu inquired again, "Brother, do you need assistance?" "Huh? Oh, there's no need for me. This is not heavy for me at all. But how about you?" "I'm fine," Yan Ziyu replied, his breathing steady, without a hint of falsehood. "We need to quicken our pace. The drone has entered the area." Yan Ziyu nodded, and their speed increased rather than diminished. Instructor Hong murmured, "This fellow, how can he possess such remarkable physical prowess? Did he not just recover from a severe illness? By all that's holy, it's astonishing. A person freshly healed from illness cannot sprint with such swiftness. This is perplexing. The moon is absent tonight, and I sense no fluctuations of forbidden realms emanating from him, indicating he has not transgressed any rules." Another instructor interjected, "Could it be that he is concealing something from us?" "Concealing something? That seems improbable. Is it possible that the issue lies with the lad beside him?" Another instructor offered his perspective. "The abilities of these 2 youngsters are beyond our comprehension, especially that rascal with the surname Yan. To this day, we have yet to witness his forbidden realm. This is my first encounter with someone possessing such extraordinary talent. Aside from divine agents, I wonder what his forbidden realm would manifest as." When he clashed with Instructor Han, that was likely sword energy. Could his forbidden realm be related to swords? It's unclear. We shall observe. I am curious if the town's monument can suppress his forbidden realm. If it cannot entirely restrain him, he will undoubtedly make use of it. We will find out soon enough, Instructor Hong concluded. The other instructors nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Yan Ziyu had not only utilized his forbidden realm, but had done so several times already. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan and Yan Ziyu, racing through the forest, heard a voice. "Hello, hello. Can you hear me?" Huang Shengyuan recognized that a grand spectacle was about to unfold. Observing the excitement in Huang Shengyuan's eyes, Yan Ziyu felt perplexed. With a sense of curiosity, he focused his attention on the voice emanating from the speaker. The voice continued, "I can hear you. That's splendid. Ahem. Now, let the punishment commence. Your name is Wang Liang, correct? What is the most scandalous thing you have ever done in your life? Peeking at your older sister while she bathed. Oh, was she pleasing to the eye? Indeed. I often dream of her. Sometimes I even envision our wedding. Have you ever been caught?" Once, listening to the voice from the speaker, Yan Ziyu couldn't help but clear his throat twice. Meanwhile, the individual in question turned crimson, seething with impotent rage. Chapter 51. Regrets in a Scene of Public Embarrassment. Huang Shengyuan maintained a detached curiosity, yet he advanced with increasing determination, unwilling to find himself entangled in the unfolding drama. Although the truth ring might not unveil his greatest secret, he was confident that as long as the instructor refrained from probing into matters that should remain undisclosed, the goddess Nüwa would likely refrain from intervening. At that moment, a drone buzzed overhead. Huang Shengyuan and Yan Ziyu quickened their pace. Thanks to his ability of creation and healing, Huang encountered little impediment as he dashed through the woods. The underbrush parted before him, and fortunately, The surveillance cameras only captured him, avoiding a comprehensive view that would reveal the ineffectiveness of the props he held. All he needed to do was run forward. Yin Ziyu, sensing something amiss, inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm managing." Yet, Yin Ziyu's condition had markedly deteriorated. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breathing grew heavy beneath his mask. "Let me take on some of your burden," Huang Shengyuan suggested. "No way. Brother, we don't know how long we need to run. It's crucial to conserve our strength now," Yin Ziyu insisted promptly. "Don't worry. I'll share a little secret. My physical strength is quite extraordinary. This weight is negligible for me, unless the instructors have prepared a burden of several tens of thousands of pounds." Yin Ziyu was taken aback, astonished by the prowess of Huang Shengyuan's divine abilities that could enhance physical strength. "So, you needn't worry about me," Huang Shengyuan reassured him. "You make a valid point. Let's keep running. If you tire, I will carry you." A flush crept over Yin Ziyu's face beneath his mask. Huang Shengyuan, however, harbored few secrets. Yet, the very inquiry he feared the instructor might pose concerned a secret he wished to carry to his grave, one he would never disclose to anyone. "Instructor Huang, there's definitely something off about this kid, Huang Shengyuan. He has remained on a singular path since the beginning, and if he continues in this direction, he'll traverse this mountain range by around 3 or 4 o'clock. "What?" Instructor Huang exclaimed, astonished. "How could an ordinary person manage that without the forbidden ruins?" "Wait, Lin Xia and that chubby fellow are approaching them as well." The encounter was indeed fortuitous. Aside from Huang Shengyuan's peculiarities, it was impressive that Yin Ziyu had maintained his speed for such a duration. Despite the concerns, Instructor Huang acknowledged the abilities of the group. "Xiao Yuan, Ziyu, Brother Shengyuan, Brother Ziyu, esteemed ones, Xia, Chubby, and Xiao Yuan." Huang Shengyuan did not expect to encounter them. "What a coincidence. How do you all feel?" "I'm utterly exhausted. The instructor is inhuman." Biley Chubby was the first to voice his complaint. "My stamina is nearly depleted as well," Lin Xia added. "By the way, what about Shun Qingzhu? Have you encountered him?" "Yes, we did meet, but it seems that Brother Zhuai has been eliminated. Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Shun Qingzhu's voice reached their ears in the next moment. "In that case, your punishment time will be doubled. Now, let me ponder where to begin." "Ah, did you hear what Li Liang just said?" "I did. Is what he said true?" "Indeed. Then why do you act this way?" "Because people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. The weak can only be victimized. I'm quite curious about your past experiences, but let us set that aside for now. Tell me, why do you wish to become strong?" "I do not want to be looked down upon by others." "Is that the sole reason?" "Merely that. You disguise your true self, being tough on the outside, yet gentle within. You must be a Virgo." "Indeed. A Virgo, you say?" "Stronger than I," Huang Shengyuan whispered softly. However, this remark was overheard by Yin Ziyu, who was running beside him. Yin Ziyu gently grasped Huang Shengyuan's hand. Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, his gaze filled with confusion. "I will lead you. Let us run together." Yin Ziyu slowly articulated 6 words. Huang Shengyuan merely nodded in agreement. As they continued to run, the number of drones pursuing them increased. Huang Shengyuan realized that most of the new recruits had been eliminated. He and Yin Ziyu accelerated once more, with Lin Xia and Xiao Yuan closely trailing behind. After a while, Bai Li Pangpang became exhausted and fainted. Not long after, only 4 individuals remained on the field: Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, and that special forces soldier. As for how they knew all this, it was naturally the information relayed to Huang Shengyuan by his disciple. Within the pitch-black forest, Lin Xia sensed something amiss as they ran. The knife in his hand had become nearly useless, for the path they were traversing seemed to have been cleared by someone, becoming exceptionally smooth. This puzzled him. Throughout this journey, Huang Shengyuan had not used his knife, while the sole purpose of the knife in Yin Ziyu's hand was to clear the branches that obstructed his way. As he was the tallest among them. "Are you all still able?" "Barely," Yin Ziyu replied, already drenched in sweat, as were Lin Xia and Xiao Yuan. Huang Shengyuan did not feel particularly fatigued. He merely sensed a slight soreness in his legs, and the amount of sweat he had produced was the least among them. During their journey, Lin Xia had inquired about his condition, but Huang Shengyuan had deflected the question with his minimal perspiration. I can hold on a little longer, Lin Xia stated. At this point, their speed had diminished from earlier. Huang Shengyuan had no choice. He was afraid of the dark and did not dare to run too far ahead alone, so he slowed down to wait for Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia. I can't go on much longer, Chao Yuan said, halting his steps. Won't you try a little harder? Lin Xia asked. I cannot afford to faint. Chao Yuan shook his head. If I lose consciousness, the forbidden ruins may take control of my body, and that would lead to even greater trouble. It seems that a high level of the forbidden ruins sequence may not be entirely beneficial. Chao Yuan, you have forgotten the item I entrusted to you, Huang Shengyuan reminded. The item you gave me? Chao Yuan inquired, glancing at the resplendent golden circle adorning his neck. It can assist you in suppressing your afflictions. Have you forgotten? Ah, yes. At present, I am temporarily untroubled. I can strive a bit more, Chao Yuan declared, resuming his pace. At the foot of the mountain, a perplexed instructor remarked, this defies logic. With Huang Shengyuan's speed, he should have already traversed the mountains. That lad is waiting for them. Instructeur ont élucidated. Waiting for them, that foolish boy. It appeared that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they could indeed pass through this mountain range. They can manage it. Let us dismantle the tents here. We shall wait for them. Instructor Hong, do you genuinely believe they can accomplish this? Have you not noticed how remarkably smooth their journey has been? They have scarcely needed to wield their weapons. Instructor Hong's observation roused realization among all present. Indeed, how could they be so fortunate? This mountain seems untouched by cultivation. The circumstances for these few were indeed exceptional. 9 hours into their journey through Cangnan Mountain, the pace of the group quickened once more, showing no signs of deceleration. During this time, Huang Shengyuan was continuously tethered to Yin Ziyu, and due to their physical connection, he could sense that Yin Ziyu's stamina was nearing exhaustion. Huang Shengyuan was somewhat astonished that Lin Xia and Chao Yuan were managing, but Yin Ziyu was remarkably maintaining his speed, keeping pace with Lin Xia, who possessed the Starry Night dancer ability, and himself, who wielded the Genesis healing power. This demonstrated an extraordinary fortitude. Yin Ziyu had not uttered a word throughout, refraining from utilizing the forbidden ruins. However, as long as his feet connected with the ground, it would reciprocate his energy, rendering fatigue impossible. Zai, Gao Juan, are you both all right? Huang Shengyuan expressed concern. Brother, Yin Ziyu's voice was intermittent. Huang Shengyuan promptly interrupted. Enough talking, I understand. Conserve your energy. With that, he extended his other hand to grasp Chao Yuan and surge forward, now leading the two of them onward. At that moment, the instructors monitored their positioning devices, observing Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Chao Yuan swiftly traversing the entirety of Cangnan Mountain, charging straight toward the opposite side. Meanwhile, the other buses carrying the new recruits had long departed, leaving only one vehicle laden with supplies and instructors, making its way toward the exit of Cangnan Mountain under the cloak of night. The drone's battery was nearly depleted and had returned to base, while the medical personnel trailing behind the four had already been left far behind. How much longer until they emerge? How is this even possible? Even if they all utilize the forbidden ruins, it shouldn't be like this. Could the town ruins monument be ineffective? I cannot say, Instructor Hong replied. If they truly manage to emerge, it would indeed be a historic miracle. The four of them, yet that fellow Wang Mian seems inadequate. They are close to their exit. At that moment, the instructor's voice resonated once more. Just beneath the dark peaks ahead, the four individuals, caked in mud, stepped forth. Huang Shengyuan supported Yin Ziyu, whose almost half-leaning form rested heavily on him, while Lin Xia and Chao Yuan leaned on each other for support. Among them, Huang Shengyuan appeared the cleanest, bearing no trace of exhaustion, unlike one who had just traversed a mountain for over 9 hours. Did we succeed? Yin Ziyu, somewhat feeble, whispered in Huang Shengyuan's ear. Yes, Zai Ziyu, you were magnificent. Having crossed the mountain range, Huang Shengyuan adjusted his hold, cradling Yin Ziyu to prevent him from stumbling forward. However, Huang Shengyuan felt a peculiar warmth. He attributed it to Yin Ziyu's heat rather than pondering it further. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, He gently pinched Yan Ziyu's fair cheek. "Zia Ziyu, stay awake. The instructors are coming." "Okay," Yan Ziyu responded, his voice hoarse and low, sending a warm flush to Huang Shengyuan's ears. "Congratulations. You have succeeded. You have made history," one instructor proclaimed as he approached. Lin Xie and Chao Yuan staggered forward, prompting Instructor Hong to swiftly catch them. "Are you two all right? Do you need assistance?" Instructor Han now stood before Huang Shengyuan and Yan Ziyu. "We're fine, Instructor." They are supporting each other. "Are you all right?" Instructor Han asked, somewhat uncertain. Ultimately, Huang Shengyuan lifted Yan Ziyu onto his back in front of all the instructors, leaving them in stunned silence. A monster. Incredible. A reincarnation of the Great Spirit. Huang Shengyuan felt somewhat speechless at the instructor's exuberant remarks. Once in the vehicle, a ring was placed into Huang Shengyuan's hand. "Didn't Taiyi win? Why do I still receive this ring? Just a little game. Don't mind it. Rest assured, we won't ask anything too intrusive. You may inquire about anything else. But there are only 3 questions you cannot ask." "Which 3? The eyes of all the instructors gleamed with anticipation. "Firstly, do not inquire about my family. Secondly, do not ask about my future partner or whom I like. Thirdly, do not question my experiences before middle school." "All right. Conveniently, those aren't our queries. We will only ask you 3 questions." Seeing their agreement, Huang Shengyuan slipped the ring onto his finger. "All right, let the questioning commence." Instructor Hong was the first to speak. "How did you manage to maintain your speed without decline, and why does it seem your stamina was unaffected?" "My physical strength alone exceeds 100,000 pounds, and as my realm ascends, my body naturally strengthens. The weight you imposed upon me was trivial." "How much?" The instructors collectively gasped in astonishment. "Over 100,000 pounds. Damn it, no wonder you appear to be unfazed. It turns out you simply lack sufficient physical activity." Instructor Hong momentarily found himself at a loss for words. After taking a deep breath, he inquired once more, "Are you truly the representative of our Chang'e?" Without a hint of insincerity, "I affirm it 100%. "Very well, one final question. What do you regret the most?" Huang Shengyuan paused, and after a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke with deliberation. "I regret not being able to fulfill my role as a child, not becoming the person I envisioned myself to be." Chapter 52. The mysterious bead. Huang Shengyuan gazed out of the window, his eyes transfixed upon the sky. Behind him lay Yan Ziyu, entirely unclad and immersed in a medicinal bath. During their journey, Yan had succumbed to unconsciousness, and upon their return, the other instructors had inquired whether he wished to partake in a similar bath. However, he had declined, as he deemed himself to be in no serious condition. Once the instructors had attended to Yan Ziyu, Huang remained fixated on the heavens, his eyes unblinking. "Mother," Huang murmured softly to himself. At that moment, an unusual sound broke the silence, prompting him to turn around, where their gazes met. Yan Ziyu blinked at him, and upon assessing his current predicament, his face flushed crimson. His mask remained affixed, as the instructors had consented to respect his desire to keep it on, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. "Ziyu, you're awake," Huang said. "Brother, what is this?" "It's a medicinal bath, specifically prepared for you." "And my clothes?" Yan Ziyu stammered, his face growing ever redder beneath the black mask. "Your clothes are on your bed. I assisted you in removing them." At this revelation, Yan Ziyu felt utterly mortified, realizing he had been exposed before his brother. "Ziyu, your physique is rather impressive. 8-pack abs and a well-defined chest, not to mention your fair complexion." I. Yan Ziyu struggled to articulate his thoughts, rendered speechless. "How do you feel now, Ziyu?" "Very well," he managed, his words faltering, and he was grateful for his usual reticence. Had he been more loquacious, he might have become tongue-tied. "That's good to hear. Brother, aren't you going to take a bath?" "I see no need. Besides, my physique is hardly noteworthy. Would you like to see? I can remove my clothes for you." "No." Yan Ziyu was now completely flustered. "Just teasing you," Huang chuckled. For reasons unknown, a wave of disappointment washed over Yan Ziyu. Huang Shengyuan seated himself upon his bed, directly facing Yan Ziyu, intensifying the heat enveloping him. "Ziyu, do you think that if one harbors thoughts of another person, that person can sense it?" "Brother, What is troubling you? Yan Ziyu keenly perceived a shift in Huang's demeanor. Nothing, merely pondering those I may never see again. Are they important to you? Huang nodded in affirmation. Then you must believe that those who matter to you will always protect and cherish you in various ways, even if separated by realms. Have faith that they remain with you eternally. Ziyu, your comforting skills seem a bit rusty. Never mind that. I shall take my leave now. After your bath, remember to head to the dining hall for a meal. Today's nutritious breakfast includes soy milk and fried dough sticks. With that, Huang exited the room. Yan Ziyu watched his brother's solitary figure depart, a pang of sorrow tugging at his heart. In the dining hall, Huang Shengyuan relished a delightful breakfast. Having gone a day without consuming proper food, the sight of fried dough sticks brought him immense joy. He took 2 sticks, a steam bun, a pancake, and a bowl of soy milk. After he finished his meal, Yan Ziyu and Lin Xia arrived at the dining hall. After greeting them, Huang Shengyuan exited the hall and returned to his dormitory. Once inside, he lay down on his bed. However, at that moment, he abruptly sat up. Huang Shengyuan quickly crossed his legs and began to self-examine. The manifestation had opened the path of cultivation. Wait, the azure scale, eagle technique. There's also the stone village and the willow deity. Could it be that the world his manifestation entered is the perfect world? Huang Shengyuan was filled with excitement, never expecting his first manifestation would lead him to such an extraordinary realm. In the memories relayed back from his manifestation, he was astonished to discover that he had become good brothers with Shi Hao, likely due to their shared childhoods of being orphaned. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, leaving Huang Shengyuan puzzled. Weren't they all supposed to be having breakfast? Who could be knocking? Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to see the visitor. Xia, what brings you here? The instructor sent me to find you. Come with me to the office. Me? Let's go. Huang Shengyuan nodded, and the two made their way directly to the instructor's office. Report. Come in. Instructor Hong glanced at the two and slowly spoke. You're both here. Please take a seat. Rising, Instructor Hong retrieved an envelope and 5 black boxes from a cabinet behind him, presenting them before the pair. He first handed the envelope and a small black box to Lin Xia. This envelope contains 500,000, and this box contains the forbidden item we are awarding you. You've done well, managing to extract benefits from Director Yuan. You are quite the character. Is all this from Instructor Yuan? Not entirely. The 4 boxes before me are not. They were sent by Wang Mian. To be precise, they were obtained from the commander of the Night Watch of Great Xia. After all, high-risk forbidden items are quite rare. This lad is impressive. It might be the first time in his life that Director Yuan received a call from the commander due to a wager involving a recruit. High-risk forbidden items. Extracting benefits from the commander. Of course, this is a wager, unlike yours. Their stakes are high-risk forbidden items. And as far as I know, there are more than just this one. Lin Xia turned his stiff head to look at Huang Shengyuan. What's wrong? You're quite something. Lin Xia slowly uttered those 3 words. Just average, the 3rd in the world. All right, Lin Xia, you may head back. I have matters to discuss with him. Sure, Instructor Hong, please convey my gratitude to the chief instructor. With the item secured, Lin Xia felt content. After his departure, Instructor Hong scrutinized Huang Shengyuan from head to toe. He then slowly opened his mouth and inquired, I am quite curious. What was the wager that day? Why did the moon ghost, as well as the King's face himself and the other members of the masked squad, agree to bet with you? Consider this a little secret among us. I can only say that I am unable to disclose further details. All right. You youngsters certainly know how to have fun. With that, Instructor Hong ceased further conversation and opened all 4 boxes before him. He spoke gently. Choose one for yourself. Among these 4, 2 are forbidden items ranked 121 and 155 in the sequence, while the other 2, though not in the sequence, I assure you are not inferior to high-risk forbidden items. Select the one that appeals to you. Huang Shengyuan nodded and carefully examined the 4 items within the boxes. Each contained a distinct object, a ring, a shuttle, a dusty bead, and a bottle crafted from glazed glass. Huang Shengyuan sensed that all 4 items harbored immense power and an overwhelming aura of pressure. At that moment, his pupils transformed into a radiant white. He gazed at the forbidden items, sweeping his eyes over them until they finally settled on the bead, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. I want that. Huang Shengyuan promptly decided on his choice. I didn't expect you to choose that inconspicuous bead. I initially thought you would prefer something more visually appealing. Instructor Hong indeed did not anticipate that Huang Shengyuan would select the least remarkable of the items, for he perceived that the energy contained within the bead was slightly inferior to the other three. He was surprised that Huang Shengyuan had chosen precisely this one. Then please extend my thanks to the king's face. With that, Huang Shengyuan quickly picked up the bead. Well, since you have made your selection, you may take your leave. Thank you, Instructor Hong. As Huang Shengyuan stepped out, he discovered Lin Xia waiting nearby. Xia, you haven't left yet? I need to return this. I cannot speak of it. Upon seeing the envelope in Lin Xia's hand, Huang Shengyuan understood. You truly acquired a high-risk, forbidden item. Perhaps, replied Lin Xia, puzzled. All right, I want to keep you. I shall take my leave now. Lin Xia did not inquire further. Chapter 53, Raphael Ball Clash. On the training ground, Huang Shengyuan wielded a wooden gun while Lin Xia brandished a wooden sword, engaging in a spirited duel. Their exchanges were vibrant. It became increasingly apparent that Huang Shengyuan's marksmanship surpassed that of his opponent. Lin Xia found himself in a defensive stance, struggling to keep pace with Huang Shengyuan's cunning thrusts. This predicament was not entirely Lin Xia's fault. Huang Shengyuan possessed an advantage, having access to a timeline in the sacred land of mountains and seas that differed from the outside world. While others trained for mere days, he had the opportunity to practice for years. He had become quite the adept, whereas Lin Xia was still in the novice phase. Since when did you master such remarkable gunplay? Lin Xia inquired, astonished. Oh, just these past few months, Huang Shengyuan replied nonchalantly. Are you sure you weren't deceiving me? Absolutely. Ha, I seem to have forgotten. Your skills were bestowed by the divine. Lin Xia chuckled. At that moment, Instructor Han Li interjected, Young Huang, you truly excel with the long gun. Following their earlier encounter, Instructor Han had affectionately referred to him as Young Huang. Just average, Huang Shengyuan replied, though he was not modest. After all, his teacher was someone formidable. Do not belittle yourself. Your instructor is not one to be trifled with, Han Li remarked. Huang Shengyuan found it amusing how often the divine bestowal was mentioned, and he had no retort to such claims. Instructor Han also offered his assessment of Lin Xia. He possesses the form, yet lacks the essence. After their evaluations, the two sparred for a while longer, resulting in Lin Xia's defeat. Huang Shengyuan sensed his companion's discontent, but today had marked a small step forward for Lin Xia. As training concluded, the group dispersed. Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu meandered around the training grounds. Brother, do you have something on your mind today? Yin Ziyu asked. Not all, Huang Shengyuan replied, noting the somber expression on Yin Ziyu's face. Is it that you do not wish to speak with me? It's merely that I miss my brother a bit, he confessed. Brother, do you long to return home? Not exactly. I simply miss him. There's nothing wrong with that. Once our training session concludes, we shall return together to Gusu City. Indeed, later that night, after a full day of training, Huang Shengyuan found himself awake, examining the peculiar orb he had acquired that day. To his astonishment, he discovered that the orb contained not one, but two deities. Previously, while observing with his eyes, he noted the presence of two outer gods within the orb, which was peculiar, as such beings would not possess golden hair and red eyes. Huang Shengyuan extended his mental energy into the orb. Mortals, spoke a strikingly handsome man with golden hair. The moment his mental energy penetrated the orb, a voice filled with authority resonated. How intriguing that a mere mortal has arrived. A man with black hair and red eyes then remarked, perhaps we should eliminate him. If he reveals the secrets of this place, it could become quite problematic. Ball, do you dare? Huang Shengyuan retorted. He is no villain, Raphael interjected. Do you believe I fear you? Ball challenged. Fear me? You don't wish to heal your wounds? Do you truly believe you can best me now? The dark-haired man's expression shifted, and he let out a cold scoff, turning his head aside. May I inquire who you two are? Huang Shengyuan was taken aback by the man's words. To be confronted with a death threat upon their first meeting was bewildering. Fear not, for I shall ensure your safety. The golden-haired man interjected. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Raphael, once one of the 3 angels who manifested in the heavenly realm of the Oak of Mana. The healing angel Raphael. The individual beside me is called Baal, once revered as a deity, but now regarded as a demon by mortals. Huang Shengyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't the heavenly realm no more? Hasn't only Michael survived? Who could elucidate the circumstances surrounding these two before him? Listen, mortal, you are not yet entitled to comprehend many matters. There are questions that remain beyond your reach, Baal remarked with indifference. Baal, be silent. What right do you have to dictate my actions? Even Yeland cannot impose upon me here. Do not forget that it is you who seeks my assistance. Do you wish to forego healing your wounds? You, why do you carry the essence of Michael? Raphael inquired, a look of curiosity dawning upon his face. Huh? Oh, it is because the Seraphim's envoy is by my side. Envoy? You mean he bestowed the mortal divine domain upon a mere mortal? Raphael expressed his astonishment. Indeed. Why would he do such a thing? Raphael pondered, recalling how Michael had been left by Yeland precisely due to the mortal divine domain. Alas, though I fail to grasp his reasoning, I shall leave it be. You angels are utterly deranged. How dare you grant the mortal divine domain to a mortal? Baal interjected, yet Raphael ignored him, focusing on Huang Shengyuan. Young one, you see our predicament. We are both wounded, though my injuries are less severe than his. By a twist of fate, we were saved by this gem. The power contained within it is unparalleled, and after all these years, you are the first and only individual to arrive here. You are indeed special. We are trapped in this place and unable to leave. I require your assistance with a task. What task? Huang Shengyuan asked, perplexed. Once you exit, seek a suitable envoy for us. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. With that, Raphael lightly tapped Huang Shengyuan's forehead. What is this? Consider it a reward. It is a unique ability of mine bestowed upon you. Should we manage to escape, this gem shall remain yours, Raphael said with a smile. Enough. Let him go. If we linger too long, we may attract unwanted attention. Indeed, we cannot remain here indefinitely. It is time for you to leave. As Huang Shengyuan opened his eyes once more, disbelief lingered in his gaze. He felt somewhat speechless. A divine being requesting a mortal to seek an envoy. Wasn't that the task of the divine itself? However, Huang Shengyuan is not a loss. Just moments ago, Raphael bestowed upon him a divine ability of his own, which is indeed an exceptional gift. The ability, known as the Singer of the Forest, enhances his vocal prowess, allowing him to sing with extraordinary skill. As the name suggests, it is fundamentally about his capacity to sing. During his performances, different melodies yield varying powers. And within the forest, his voice can resonate across vast distances, rendering it a formidable area of effectability. Yet, the sole incongruity lies in the fact that it requires an introverted individual like him to sing before a multitude. This is undoubtedly a challenging predicament. Huang Shengyuan finds himself on the verge of tears. Chapter 54. The Identity of the Brother Within the Sacred Land of Mountains and Seas. Huang Shengyuan scrutinized the bead in his hand, harboring a premonition that its capabilities were far from ordinary. Beyond its ability to serve as a divine ornament, it likely contained the powers of others. After an exhaustive study, Huang Shengyuan remained perplexed, feeling a sense of helplessness. My dear child, it appears you are troubled, he murmured to himself. Indeed, I have acquired a treasure, yet I remain ignorant of its use. How vexing. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts, turning to see an elderly woman with graying hair, approximately in her 60s, standing behind him. Grandmother? Huang Shengyuan questioned, bewildered by her presence in such a place. Child, have you encountered some troubles? Perhaps this old woman can assist you, she offered kindly. Hello, grandmother. I have obtained a treasure today, yet I do not know how to utilize it, he confessed. No matter. Remember to examine the bead in your hand, she encouraged. When Huang Shengyuan cast his gaze downward once more, he was astonished to find the bead transformed into a deep blue hue. Now, if you were to let a drop of your blood fall upon this gem, it might yield unexpected results, the old woman advised. Upon hearing the need to draw blood, Huang Shengyuan's demeanor shifted as he had a fear of pain. No, no, he hastily protested. Lifting his right hand, he inspected the tip of his finger, closed his eyes, steadied his heart, and bit down on his lip. The briny taste of blood filled his mouth as he hastily let a drop fall onto the bead. In an instant, the bead erupted with a brilliant golden light, transforming from its original deep blue into a radiant gold. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan comprehended the essence of the bead, the reverse dust bead, a treasure of the void market. This gem contained a vast expanse of space. Whenever he faced peril, he could seek refuge within it. Moreover, in critical moments, it could instantaneously transport him across distances of kilometers, allowing him to traverse any time and space, command the 5 elements, and most importantly, devour other rare treasures to elevate his own status. Staring in awe, Huang Shengyuan marveled. This bead is truly extraordinary. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity, venerable one? Ha! I am the old mother of Lishan, she replied with a smile. You are the old mother of Lishan, the legendary Yuqing sage, Ziyuan Jun, one of the 12 old mothers of Taoism. Huang Shengyuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Ha! Indeed, you possess a keen understanding of mythology. I rather like this child, the old mother of Lishan remarked joyfully. Dear mother, may I ask what brings you to seek out your junior child? Would you care to accompany me to explore a world that shares roots with our own China? She proposed. Oh, certainly. It would be my honor to witness such a sight with you, he replied eagerly. Let us go. As he opened his eyes once more, Huang Shengyuan found himself atop the dormitory building, with the old mother of Lishan gazing pensively at the horizon. The people are suffering, she lamented, shaking her head and letting out a sigh. Rest assured, my dear mother, I shall exert every effort to render my utmost value. I trust one can be of assistance here. Yes? Alas, my child, you must possess greater confidence. You are not merely an object, but rather a singular, irreplaceable being in this world. You are priceless, as are countless living souls. Do you comprehend my meaning? I understand. Esteemed mother, thank you for your guidance. My child, would you like to meet your elder brother? Is that permissible? Huang Shengyuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the old mother of Lishan. Of course, my child, come. Take my hand. With that, the two vanished from the rooftop. After their departure, a stately woman clad in a flowing purple gown appeared with a young man at their previous location. Is this your divine realm? Dainados, the beautiful lady inquired. This is not a divine realm, but rather the essence of reality. The woman tilted her head slightly, then spoke again. Yet this is clearly a divine realm. Has Dainados birthed new deities within your domain? Have I gained a grandchild? Lin Xia. Huang Shengyuan cautiously placed his hand in that of the old mother of Lishan, and in the blink of an eye, he beheld the familiar villa and its well-known entrance. The door was tightly shut, and the lights were unlit. Brother is not here, Huang Shengyuan lamented, disappointment etched on his face. It is my oversight. We should not have come here. The old mother of Lishan grasped Huang Shengyuan's hand once more, and they disappeared into the night. Within the new recruits training camp, a loud clap resounded. Yuan gang jolted awake. The presence of a deity, 2 of them, no less. What kind of international joke is this? He hastened to the rooftop, bewildered by the divine aura. Yuan gang rushed to report the situation. Meanwhile, in a shadowy alley, 6 men and 1 woman draped in purple cloaks, each wielding a straight blade, stood together. Mission accomplished. Let us return, the leader commanded. Understood, Captain. Just as they exited the alley, the expressions of the 7 shifted dramatically. How is this possible? The aura of a deity! Huang Haoshuan exclaimed in shock. At that moment, a mist enveloped them, and an ethereal old woman emerged from within. The 7 tightened their grips on their weapons, their gazes fixated on the figure before them. Pray tell, who might you be? Huang Haoshuan asked with a serious demeanor. There is no need for alarm. I am merely escorting a child home to see, the old woman replied. Huang Haoshuan's face was marked with confusion, yet he remained on guard. Just then, a voice he had long yearned to hear reached his ears. Brother. Huang Haoshuan's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over him as he turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Huang Shengyuan stepping forth from behind the elderly woman. Is the captain's brother? The only female among them remarked in surprise. Indeed. I encountered him at the hospital last time, a young man added. I recall that during the last training session for new recruits, news circulated that Brother Shengyuan had become the proxy of our Great Xia deity. Thus, it appears that Brother Shengyuan has been taken hostage. The young woman voiced her speculation. Xiao Yuan, how could it be? Brother, you are a night watchman. Huang Shengyuan could hardly believe that her own brother was a night watchman, and furthermore, the captain of the night watch stationed in Gusu City. This contradicted the original narrative. Xiao Yuan, Captain, could it be that Xiao Yuan has been taken hostage? Huang Haoshuan's gaze turned frosty, an overwhelming aura of spirit rippling around him. Wait, brother, do not take action. Upon hearing his younger brother's voice, Huang Haoshuan reigned in his presence. Xiao Yuan, what is this? Brother, please do not act hastily. This person is one of our own. Moreover, even if all 7 of you stood together, they would still be no match for her. She is none other than the revered Lady of Lishan. What? The divine being of the Great Xia. It is truly the Lady of Lishan who has come. This monumental news left the 7 present utterly flabbergasted. Xiao Yuan, you say she is the Lady of Lishan? Otherwise, do you think I would follow a stranger of my age? The 7 quickly concealed their weapons behind them. Sinyo, I humbly ask you not to hold it against us. I bear no offense. You were merely eager to save someone, the elder replied. Now, dear child, since you have arrived, converse with your brother. I shall await you here. Thank you, revered elder. With that, Huang Shengyuan slowly approached Huang Haoshuan and his companions. Momentarily at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Hello. Xiao Yuan, one of Huang Haoshuan's comrades, broke the silence. Hello. Brother, it has been quite a while. Xiao Yuan, when did you join the Night Watch? I was just over 10 years old. Then I should address you as senior. Xiao Yuan, I did not mean to keep this from you. I understand, as this profession is indeed both unique and honorable. Xiao Yuan, I am sorry. It is all right. Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of unease settle in her heart. Xiao Yuan, do you resent me? Huang Haoshuan asked cautiously. I do not know. Huang Shengyuan genuinely found it difficult to blame anyone, as he was more accustomed to blaming himself in the past. Xiao Yuan, how is life at the recruit training camp? Huang Haoshuan knelt partially, gazing at Huang Shengyuan. Quite well, though I did eat some raw meat on the first day and felt carsick. Other than that, it's been fine. Were you bullied? No, the training camp has very strict rules. Xiao Yuan, what brings you here? I missed you, brother. When I returned home earlier, you were not there. The elder brought me here, and I did not expect you to be a night watchman. Did I see something I should not have? Huang Shengyuan spoke cautiously. No, I intended to tell you. Now you have seen for yourself. Huang Haoshuan quickly explained. Brother, are they your teammates? Yes. Greetings, elder brothers and sisters. Huang Shengyuan feigned calmness and greeted everyone. Xiao Yuan, do you truly not blame your brother? I don't know, I just feel a bit uncomfortable. Huang Haoshuan pulled Huang Shengyuan closer. Silly child, if you're angry, just say it. Don't hide your feelings. Huang Shengyuan remained silent, but under Huang Haoshuan's concerned gaze, he gently stepped forward and embraced him. Brother, are you hurt? Huang Haoshuan was taken aback, tossed aside the knife he was holding, and lifted Huang Shengyuan effortlessly. I'm not hurt. Your brother is perfectly fine. See, I can still lift you. No, brother. Put me down. There are others here. All right. I'll set you down. Once Huang Shengyuan was released, he was immediately surrounded by 6 others. So this is little Yuan. Impressive. A divine agent, huh? Let me introduce myself. I am Wu Qingcheng, the president of Tianwu Group. I wonder if you've heard of it? My family possesses several restricted items, though they may not compare to your family and brother. We do have some high-risk restricted items. And I too. I am the vice captain. My brother is Lu Yun. Let me tell you, the wealth of this sister's family pales in comparison to your brother S. I am the president of Gaoqing Group, and I, chosen personally by your brother, am Li Lintang, president of Junlin Group. Should you ever need funds, feel free to seek your brother. Selected by your brother as well, I am Zhao Jioga, and I suppose I can be called a president too. I am not short on funds. Greetings. I am Borzijin Yuao. Your brother is barely a president. Not much different from me. Hello. I am Zhu Lingxiao, a member of your brother's team. I differ slightly from the others. My family seems to have developed in every aspect. I can be considered a president and a civil servant, and I'm currently also a part-time soldier. Huang Shengyuan was taken aback by the introductions. Have I stumbled into a den of presidents? Every single one of them is a president. Chapter 55, Euronymous. My son, mother has found you, brother. Your gaze towards the team members is quite impressive. Each of them is so capable. Why not just overthrow the commander and declare yourself emperor? Ahem. It seems you didn't anticipate this. Perhaps it's due to shared sentiments. Ugh. Captain, it is you men who are odorous. I, as a woman, can accomplish things too. What is the matter? Am I unpleasant? Mr. Li, do you think I smell as well? No. Zhao Jioge shook his head vigorously. Xiao Yuan, have you been mistreated at the training camp? Huang Shengyuan inquired with concern. Not at all, just a bit tired. All right, brother understands. Once the training concludes, I'll take you out for a feast. I recall you have a fondness for seafood, whether it be fish, shrimp, crab, or squid. Just let me know what you desire. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Huang Shengyuan's eyes brightened. He was pleasantly surprised to discover how similar their tastes were. Huang Shengyuan nodded eagerly. Huang Shengyuan smiled and ruffled his hair. By the way, here is something for you. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan felt a sudden chill in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a card, gazing up at his brother in bewilderment. There are over 3 billion in this card. I can't recall the exact amount, but feel free to spend it on anything you need without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Huang Shengyuan's hand trembled uncontrollably. Good heavens, has he become a human bank? Captain, aren't you being a bit stingy? Here, Xiao Yuan, this card is for you as well. It contains 50 billion. Consider it a welcoming gift from your sister. Furthermore, you can use this card at any establishment under my name for complimentary services in the future. Huang Shengyuan suddenly felt as though he bore the weight of 2 mountains. Yet, their actions seemed to trigger something monumental. In the end, as he looked at the 7 cards in his hand, he felt utterly dazed. Huang Shengyuan suddenly regretted seeking out his brother. His heart simply could not bear it. The sums on these cards were staggering, each one exceeding the last. The combined total from Zhu Lingxiao and Zhao Jioge alone amounted to over 150 billion. No, brother and the other elder siblings, please take this back. I cannot bear such a burden. It is far too much. Is it too much? Captain, have you fallen on hard times? Can you no longer afford to part with a few 100 billion? Huang Shengyuan nearly gasped, his head spinning as if struck by a heavy blow. Little Yuan, just accept it. Your brother Li has confidence that he can revolutionize the Bai family within 3 days. This sum is trivial to me, akin to losing 3 yuan from a pocket filled with 100. Brother, little Yuan, please accept it. This is their goodwill as well. But brother, I want to need this much. Moreover, it seems excessive, doesn't it? I could spend a lifetime and not exhaust it. Even if I were to be lazy and indulgent for an entire lifetime, this amount seems sufficient. Are you truly hoping for me to recruit an army? Oh, it's not that exaggerated. Wu Qingxiang scratched his head. In the training camp, did anything noteworthy transpire? Huang Shengyuan inquired. Not much. Just that the extreme training was successfully completed by Lin Xia and his companions. Truly deserving of being family. Both brothers possess such remarkable abilities. The younger brother even surpasses the elder in achievements. Your brother was merely a step away from completing the extreme training, and that was while he was injured. Zhao Jioge expressed his astonishment. Zhao Jioge, brother, Xiao Yuan, do not heed his nonsensical claims. It was merely due to encountering a particularly formidable mystery, a pure coincidence. Moreover, he has already recovered fully. Huang Shengyuan hastily interjected. Oh, Huang Shengyuan understood the perilous nature of the night watchman's duties, having nearly lost his life during his initial encounter with the mystery. Brother, the time is drawing near. I must return. Otherwise, the entire training camp. All right, I will await your return. I shall come to fetch you during the holiday. No need, brother. Don't you wish to go home? The new year is approaching. Huang Shengyuan expressed both confusion and disappointment. It's not that. It's just that this holiday may present numerous intriguing occurrences. Thus, I cannot leave Cangnan City for the time being. What is it? Brother, I cannot disclose that at present, but rest assured, I will be safe and sound. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Huang Shengyuan sensed something amiss and promptly inquired in a serious tone. Xiao Yuan, what do you know? Is something significant about to unfold in Cangnan City? And no, Huang Shengyuan replied, Somewhat nervously. Huang Shengyuan became certain that his younger brother was concealing something important from him. Yet, without a confession from Huang Shengyuan, he refrained from pressing further. Since you do not wish to speak, I shall not compel you, but Xiaoyuan, remember to exercise caution in all matters. Huang Shengyuan obediently nodded. After bidding farewell to the seven, Huang Shengyuan approached Lao Mother Lishan. Yuan Jun, I apologize for keeping you waiting. It is of no concern. Shall we not converse further? No, we must return now. Very well. With that, Huang Shengyuan and Lao Mother Lishan transformed into wisps of blue smoke. Vanishing before the seven, Huang Shengyuan's gaze remained laden with worry as he observed their departure. Captain, Xiaoyuan is concealing something from us. Should we investigate? No need. I trust my brother will not engage in anything reckless. And besides, he is quite extraordinary. On the rooftop of the dormitory, Lin Xia and Nikes appeared alongside Huang Shengyuan and Lao Mother Lishan. Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia exchanged silent glances, seemingly communicating through their eyes. Lin Xia, what are you doing here? Huang Shengyuan, like you, I was taken out for a stroll by the divine. As the two turned around, they chanced upon Yuan Gang, seated on the steps nearby with a knife in hand, fixating intently on Nikes and Lao Mother Lishan. Upon noticing Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia standing beside them, he froze in place. However, the goddess of the night, Nyx, paid no heed to Yuan Gang. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Huang Shengyuan. In a hushed voice, she murmured, Eurynomus, my child. Suddenly, Nyx briskly approached Huang Shengyuan, enveloping him in her embrace. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she called out, Eurynomus, my son, mother has found you. Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia, Yonggong. The mother of the mountain, Li Shan, beamed with a benevolent smile as she observed the two. After a moment of hesitation, a flicker of recognition seemed to dawn upon Huang Shengyuan, and his initial shock transformed into tranquility. He returned Nyx's embrace and gently spoke, Yes, my dear mother, I have returned. Lin Xia, how swiftly he has immersed himself in the role. Yonggong, what is happening? Where am I? What am I doing? Chapter 56. The deputy director of the psychiatric hospital, Lin Xia, remained in a state of bewilderment. My son, how wonderful. You are unharmed. Suddenly, Nyx's gaze turned frigid. There is an aura emanating from you that is akin to that of Gaia. What has that malevolent woman done to you? Wait, your energy seems to surpass hers, even exceeding my own. What on earth is happening? My child, please do not worry. I was fortunate enough to be rescued by a senior, and Gaia did not harm me in the slightest. The aura I possess is not hers. Senior? My child, could you tell your mother who saved you? After Nyx posed his question, Huang Shengyuan cast a pleading look at Lishan Laomu. With a gentle sigh, Lishan Laomu reflected, Poor girl. This child is under my protection. Lishan Laomu slowly spoke. Nyx raised her eyes towards Lishan Laomu, sensing the elder's formidable presence. She then replied, Thank you for saving my child. In gratitude, should you ever require assistance, I shall do my utmost to help you. Not at all. I merely aided the child. Nyx felt a tinge of confusion, but expressed her thanks repeatedly. Upon hearing the voice, Nyx, Lishan Laomu, Huang Shengyuan, and Lin Xia turned to the side where Yuan Gang stood. Deputy Captain of the Daxia Night Watch, Team 006, Yuan Gang. May I inquire your esteemed names? Nyx. Yuan Gang was taken aback, stepping back several paces before feigning composure to inquire again. It is indeed your grace, the goddess of night. Might I ask what brings you to Daxia? Nyx tilted her head thoughtfully. I am here to find my precious son. Yuan Gang was momentarily stunned. Just then, Lin Xia interjected. What she means is, she is here to find an agent. Yes, precisely. Yuan Gang's expression shifted to one of realization, and his body relaxed somewhat, understanding that the goddess was in search of an agent. Have you found one? Indeed, Lin Xia answered eagerly. Where? Me. And also Xiao Yuan. Huang Shengyuan looked utterly perplexed. Yuan Gang, wearing a look of disbelief, exclaimed, Wait, you two are not the Seraph and Chang'e. Furthermore, one chosen one cannot have two agents. You and Xiao Yuan are straddling two boats, with one foot in the same vessel. Yuan Gang then turned to Nyx, asking, Your Grace, is what he said. Accurate? What my son says is the truth, Nix replied earnestly. Her gaze warm and kind as she looked at Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia. Yuan Gang's mouth fell agape. And then he shifted his gaze to the other elderly woman beside Huang Shengyuan. And you are? Lishan Lamu cheerfully replied, Young one, I am Lishan Lamu. Lishan Lamu? That name sounds familiar. I feel as though I have heard it before. Instructor Yuan, from the 23rd chapter of Journey to the West. The 23rd chapter? I ponder upon what to call it. The Four Saints testing the Zen mind. She is the revered lady of Mount Li, one of the 12 matrons of the Great Xia. Even the Jade Emperor holds them in high esteem. The shock experienced by Yuan Gang was far greater than before. Young one, your understanding of ancient history is less than that of a child. Huang Shengyuan felt a twinge of guilt, well aware that it was due to the impending examination. Works such as Journey to the West, Water Margin, and the scholars are all subjects of study. Unaware of the matron's arrival, he wondered what business brought her here. Yuan Gang's tone grew increasingly respectful. Huang Shengyuan felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain how this companion would respond. Unlike Nixus, he could not interject. That would be exceedingly impolite. I have come to seek my half-disciple. Yuan Gang was once again engulfed in confusion. May I inquire as to the identity of your disciple? Far away in the heavens, yet close at hand. The lady of Mount Li chuckled, her gaze softening as it fell upon Huang Shengyuan. Lin Xia, Yuangong, Nixus. Huang Shengyuan quickly responded. Indeed, I am somewhat of a half-disciple of Ziyuan Jun. May I ask why you do not directly accept this child? Yuan Gang posed his inquiry once more. Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of despair. Why all these questions? His esteemed mentor had another, and this child was already designated as that person's sole disciple, to whom even His Majesty and the 3 esteemed deities must show respect. I merely guide. I cannot take him as a disciple. Yuan Gang found himself at a loss for words. Huang Shengyuan was truly a remarkable phenomenon, a wonder of the world, and perhaps even the universe. The younger generation understands. May I ask how long you two intend to remain here? If you do not mind, please step into the training camp for a moment. Never mind. I have my own place to return to. With that, the lady of Mount Li transformed into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing into the horizon. Your Excellency, since the agent has been found, I kindly ask you to depart from the Great Xia territory. Huang Shengyuan. The chief instructor is rather hypocritical, he mused. Meanwhile, Lin Xia whispered, now that the agent has been found, you should also return home. All right. Nixus nodded, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Huang Shengyuan and said, Euronymous, come, mother will take you to see our new home. Lin Xia what? Huang Shengyuan. Before the others could react, Nixus had already whisked Huang Shengyuan away, leaving Yuan Gang and Lin Xia exchanging wide-eyed glances. Inside the mental institution, Huang Shengyuan found himself brought in by Nixus. He felt like 1,000 horses galloping. Did the original text not say this mental hospital possesses self-awareness? How could you, Nixus, truly bring me inside? Son, behold, this is our new home, Nixus exclaimed joyfully. Grandma, you returned. Huh? Huang Shengyuan, what are you doing here? Nixus frowned. No manners. How can you speak to your uncle like that? Euronymous, come here. That is your nephew, the eldest son of your brother, Danaeus. Li Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Know you. Hello, dear nephew. How does the spiced realgar wine taste? It's great. So it was you who provided the wine. Just as Li Yifei was about to say more, the entire psychiatric hospital trembled. A rectangular section of the wall opposite the director's office on the 3rd floor was delineated, and a door appeared, marked prominently with 6 characters, Vice Director's Office. Meanwhile, lines of subtitles appeared above Nick's head in Huang Shengyuan's view. Room number 1 patient. Nick's task. Assist Nick's in treating his mental illness. Once there is a slight improvement in treatment, one of Nick's abilities may be randomly selected. Limit. Any divine ability except for those from the divine ruins. Nix's treatment progress. 58 reward acquisition conditions met. Beginning selection of Nix's divine ability. Huang Shengyuan pondered, what on earth is happening? Why is the psychiatric hospital in such a state? It seems I have become the vice director, and it appears I have taken advantage of Lin Xia. At that moment, he heard footsteps and saw Lin Xia approaching, his expression gravely serious. Xia, care to explain this? What should I explain? Haven't you already immersed yourself in the role? Where are we? This is a psychiatric hospital, a facility for treating deities, Lin Xia replied slowly. Why are you here as well? I am a director here. I have only recently taken over this psychiatric hospital. It seems I have a new colleague. As per the information I just received, you possess 30% of the authority in this establishment. Thus, we must work together to treat them. That is the current situation. Lin Xia nodded obediently. I refuse. Just fire me. Why? Has the psychiatric hospital not compensated you? They have. I can choose any divine ability, excluding those from the divine ruins. And I can benefit from any patient who shows even the slightest improvement in treatment. But it's too troublesome. I'm not a doctor. If you're worried I might reveal your secrets, you could easily provide me with an agreement or something similar. In short, I will not serve as the hospital's doctor. I cannot dismiss you unless you plead with the creator of this psychiatric hospital or the one who truly holds authority over it. For now, I still have not found a way to resolve your identity issue, Lin Xia said with an indifferent expression. Huang Shengyuan's countenance darkened. He felt Lin Xia was merely considering hiring someone to do his bidding. However, he was not a professional. How would he treat them? The esteemed director Lin was indeed exploiting a mere pawn. All right, don't be upset. Little Yuan, look here. The progress on the night goddess was entirely my doing. So consider it my payment for employing you. As long as you agree to help me treat them, I promise I won't hold it against you. Lin Xia said with a smile. I express my gratitude to you. Huang Shengyuan finds himself in utter disbelief, as this psychiatric hospital is housing an individual of questionable sanity. I must inform you that my capacity to assist is rather limited. However, it suffices if you could merely alleviate a fraction of my burdens. Huang Shengyuan chose not to embrace divine capabilities, but instead hastened his return to reality, for if he delayed any further, the trio of human paragons would soon arrive at the training camp. Chapter 57 spoilers. Several hundred kilometers away from Cangnan City, a figure clad in a yellow uniform rode on an electric scooter. Following closely behind was a young man dressed in black, clutching a long black box. Meanwhile, on the expansive and tumultuous waters of the Yangtze River, an ancient horse-drawn carriage glided smoothly across the surface, moving at an astonishing pace downstream. At that moment, both the delivery rider in the yellow attire and the occupants of the carriage received a phone call. Master, the commander has informed us that the two deities in Cangnan have departed, so we need not proceed. There is another deity, one of our own, namely Mountain's Old Mother. Should we continue on our way or turn back? A bright voice echoed from the carriage. It's the dead of night, and now I've wasted my time. Wait, what did you just say? One of the deities is from our Great Xia, the illustrious Yuqing Shengzu Ziyuan Jun, the Mountain's Old Mother. This is indisputable. Our Great Xia has a deity, but whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. A storm is brewing. Let's turn back. We shall not venture in at Cangnan for now. We will inevitably return for a fierce battle in the future. Understood, Master. On the other side, the delivery rider, after receiving the call, wore an apologetic expression. Xiaoping, it appears there is no major crisis this time, making your trip in vain. Shall I take you back? No witties. I still want to try out what I've newly learned. Very well, then. I shall take you home. I, too, feel the urge to rest. The young man's tone carried a hint of disappointment, tinged with weariness. All right, hold on tight. With that, both the carriage and the electric scooter turned around, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. As the cold winds began to rise, winter approached. Huang Shengyuan had spent 5 months in training camp, poised to step into the pool realm. Li Mountain's Old Mother had only stayed at the sacred land of mountains and seas for a day before departing, leaving him with merely a hand gesture to practice. Upon witnessing his ability to perform the gesture with ease, she took her leave, imparting a parting phrase. Should you encounter peril in the future, this seal shall turn misfortune into fortune. Though Huang Shengyuan did not fully comprehend her words, he diligently practiced the gesture every day, trusting that Li Mountain's Old Mother would not deceive him. After 5 months, Huang Shengyuan was assured that his transformation had led him to a perfect world. Achieving the Dantian realm, he found himself in Shizuan alongside the future emperor of the wasteland, receiving guidance from the Lu god together with Shi Hao. His transformation granted him 3 abilities. In addition to the previously acquired Qinglin Eagle Treasure Technique, he also obtained the Jinwu Treasure Technique, the Sangzi Treasure Technique, and the Yaoling Treasure Eye, all derived from the Fusang tree. Furthermore, the Lu god gifted him a 3-foot-long willow branch, which remained within the sacred land of mountains and seas. The treasures acquired in the perfect world, though their medium remained unknown, allowed him to wield the powers possessed by his transformation. Currently, Huang Shengyuan is contemplating what materials should be used for his next transformation. In the cold January days, frost still blankets many places, and the biting winter chill necessitates early morning training. The plump one, have lost over 10 pounds. By the way, Shengyuan, don't you feel cold? It seems that regardless of the snow or the weather, you remain unfazed, while Ziyu, Xia, and the others find it quite challenging. Bai Li, the chubby one, exhaled warmth into his hands as he spoke. Perhaps it is due to my status as a divine agent, but I lack such capabilities. Lin Xia remarked languidly. Huang Shengyuan felt somewhat speechless. Lin Xia often undermined him in various respects. It might be because our Great Xia deities are not capitalists. Lin Xia sneered lightly. In his mind, Huang Shengyuan could not be defined by mere human standards. Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss. Due to the influence of the goddess Nüwa, all natural elements posed no threat to him. Even in a vacuum, he would survive. Is this still human? Shen Qingzhu questioned. Over the past 5 months, Yan Ziyu had never removed his mask, or rather, he had never done so in front of Huang Shengyuan. This left Huang Shengyuan filled with doubt. Could an injured face truly be so difficult to behold? He quite admired the scar on Uncle Gray from Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, especially in the short videos circulating on his phone, which often depicted Grey Wolf as an anime character, looking rather dashing. Could his face have been splashed with acid? Huang Shengyuan's mind conjured various suspicions but remained at a standstill. Stealing a glance at Yan Ziyu, he noted the latter's robust physique. Yet Huang Shengyuan felt an eerie familiarity with such a build, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. After 5 months of training, everyone else had become increasingly muscular. Even Lin Xia had developed some muscle. Huang Shengyuan felt it was profoundly unfair. He had not changed at all, nor had he sensed any improvement within himself. Conversely, the transformations in others were significant. All had shed their youthful naivety, gaining the resolute demeanor and aura unique to soldiers. Huang Shengyuan felt helpless once again. The daily workout regimen was indeed insufficient for his already enhanced physique. Were it not for the extra meals provided by Goddess Nüwa in the sacred land of mountains and seas, he might have regressed rather than progressed. However, while the goddess was indeed kind, she was also strict. He was subjected to weighted runs, and not just any weight. He was burdened with extraordinary loads, running while carrying mountains. Moreover, he had to circle around the towering tree of heaven, which likely occupied more space than the entirety of Qin Wangling. This contributed to his feelings of imbalance. The training he endured was akin to a hellish ordeal, yet he had gained not a single ounce of muscle. His abdomen remained flat, his chest still unyielding, and his arms as slender as ever. His skin was on the verge of becoming sun-kissed. In response to all this, Huang Shengyuan felt utterly despondent. Everyone, disperse and go eat. The meals in the cafeteria have been improving significantly. Huang Shengyuan firmly believes that this is the most delectable fare he has encountered among all cafeterias. It takes decades of expertise to master the art of cooking large quantities of rice well, and every mealtime, Old Sun treats him with exceptional kindness. Reminiscent of his own grandfather, during his 3rd year of junior high, Huang Shengyuan had to engage in morning exercises daily in preparation for physical education exams. After reaching adulthood, this routine evolved into having breakfast, followed by early study sessions, which he could not afford to be late for, lest he incur penalties. Consequently, he developed a habit of eating swiftly and embracing the clean plate policy, as the school forbade leftover food to avoid score deductions. Huang Shengyuan's appetite differs from that of his peers. While others have larger appetites due to increased training demands, he consistently eats very little, whether under the tutelage of Nüwa or the rigorous training of his instructors. At times, he feels so fatigued that he struggles to finish even half a bun. During their meal, the plump Bai Li curiously inquired, "By the way, with the new year approaching, will we have a holiday?" Chao Yuan shook his head and replied bluntly, "We are in closed training. Do you think you are still a student? National holidays are the only exceptions." Bai Li appeared somewhat dejected. It was then that the usually reticent Yan Ziyu spoke up, commenting that one must eat with their mouth, and since they were not at home, it was inappropriate to wear masks. However, this individual seemed to have found a way for food to bypass the mask and reach their mouth directly, leaving Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xie, and Bai Li utterly astonished. Understanding the reason behind Huang Shengyuan's silence, one could only speculate how desperately he wished to conceal his appearance from others. Even during mealtime, the renowned principle of words manifest reality was likely never conceived by its originator to be employed in the context of dining. Yan Ziyu remarked, "If you wish to go home, perhaps you could deal with all the instructors and incapacitate them." Huang Shengyuan was taken aback by Yan Ziyu's audacity. "Isn't that right, brother?" Yan Ziyu smiled at Huang Shengyuan. Huang Shengyuan nodded in agreement. "Without the instructors, we could escape military training." Bai Li hastily interjected, "Let us not, though. I lack the capability for that." In fact, Huang Shengyuan finally spoke, "I can assure you that there will be a holiday this year." Bai Li's eyes lit up, and he excitedly asked, "Really?" "Indeed, I wouldn't deceive my fellow compatriots," Huang Shengyuan affirmed. "Ziyu, take some time to pack your things." "But brother, I have nowhere to stay," came Yan Ziyu's reply. "Are you not returning to Gusu City?" Huang Shengyuan inquired, puzzled. "I'm not going back. I have no family there. It would be rather dull to spend the new year alone. Since you're not returning, I thought I might stay here as well." This posed a dilemma, as the apartment Huang Shengyuan rented was modest and intended for a single occupant. Furthermore, this holiday indeed prohibited them from leaving Cangnan City. Huang Shengyuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Then follow me. I shall take you to a nearby inn where you can rent a room. On New Year's Eve, come to my home, and you shall have the pleasure of tasting my culinary skills." Yan Ziyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Brother, can you cook?" "Indeed," Huang Shengyuan replied. "I excel in home-cooked meals, especially seafood. If you have any cravings, do let me know, and I shall procure the ingredients." "Well then, I'm grateful to you, brother." Meanwhile, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang exchanged glances filled with complexity, observing the stark contrast in Yan Ziyu's demeanor towards Huang Shengyuan compared to their own. To them, Huang Shengyuan appeared as a warm sun in spring, while his treatment of them felt as frigid as the Arctic. Huang Shengyuan casually inquired, "Xie, will you be returning home for the new year?" Lin Xie hesitated, then offered a bitter smile, shaking his head. "No, returning home would only bring them peril." Huang Shengyuan pressed his lips together. If Lin Xie did not return home this new year, it meant he and his aunt would have no celebration, unless Lin Xie reached a certain level in his life. "Xie, do you trust me?" Lin Xie looked puzzled, unsure of the reason behind Huang Shengyuan's question. Yet he firmly replied, "I do." "Well, whether you believe or not is your choice. Xie, please return home for the new year. Otherwise, you may regret it for the rest of your life." As soon as he uttered these words, an eerie silence fell over the dining table. Lin Xie's pupils dilated, and he asked why. "Some things are not meant to be disclosed," Huang Shengyuan replied. "Have you learned fortune-telling?" Lin Xie pressed on. After contemplating, Huang Shengyuan answered, "I do not practice fortune-telling, but I can read faces." Lin Xie's voice trembled as he urged, "Be more precise." Meanwhile, Chao Yuan and Bailey Pang Pang gazed intently at Huang Shengyuan, realizing the gravity of the matter at hand, one that could not be evaded. "Why does this involve my aunt?" Lin Xie questioned, still incredulous yet compelled to believe, for Huang Shengyuan's predictions had rarely missed. He had foreseen the weather 8 days in advance and even distant conflicts. Lin Xie found it hard to dismiss Huang Shengyuan's words. "This matter concerns not only your aunt, but also every citizen of Cangnan City, aside from you and the newborn who has been here for nearly 9 years. Lin Xie's pupils constricted once more. As he was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by Yan Ziyu. "Lin Xie, do not pry too deeply. Revealing the truth may cause him harm. If you wish to extract more information, he is not the one to approach. He is merely offering you a kind warning. Since it is a foregone conclusion, do not overthink it. When the time comes, the truth shall reveal itself." Lin Xie took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Chapter 58. You are about to have a holiday in the training camp. Within the confines of the instructor's office, Chen Mai and Huang Shengyuan sat opposite Yuan Gang. Huang Shengyuan was the first to break the silence, stating, "You are about to have a holiday." Chen Mai nodded in agreement. Yuan Gang felt a deep sense of exasperation. He could not fathom why the two captains would choose to speak of a holiday when they were well aware of the strict regimen of their intensive training. As the chief instructor, he maintained his composure and explained patiently, "Captain Chen, Captain Huang, not President Huang, I have made it abundantly clear. This is a closed training environment, and there will be no holidays during the new year. Moreover, they're all grown-ups now, half soldiers. Then simply grant Great Xia and Huang Shengyuan a leave of absence. Allow them to join us for a family reunion dinner," Chen Mai asserted without hesitation. Huang Shengyuan's stance was equally resolute. "This is against the rules." "We do not care," he replied slowly. "By the way, you may not be aware of my unique abilities. From this moment forth, I hold dominion over the fortunes within 100 miles radius of this training camp. Should I drain the fortunes from this place, your entire camp may become a hot spot for disasters, potentially encountering earthquakes, landslides, and, at worst, flash floods. Those children possess abilities. They will protect themselves." However, training would inevitably come to a halt. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Yuan Gang broke into a cold sweat. While he did not believe that the other party's abilities could wield such power, the confidence radiating from Huang Shengyuan left him feeling uncertain. Chen Mai was equally taken aback. He had never heard of such capabilities. There were only two possibilities. Either Huang Shengyuan's abilities were unlisted and new, or the higher-ups were keeping this information heavily classified, not revealing it to any teams. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Mai, unwilling to concede, remarked, "You might not believe this, but unlike Captain Huang, I did not come alone. 2 members of my team are currently lying in wait outside your training camp. If you refuse to comply, they may begin to take action. We also wouldn't mind lending a hand to Captain Huang. After all, I intended to take Huang Shengyuan with me from the start. Please, do not put me in a difficult position. I will not leave empty-handed. I must ensure my brother's departure from training, regardless of the circumstances. I am willing to compromise. Since you are reluctant to release them, allow me to enter and deliver meals to them during the new year. May I inquire," he continued, "why, knowing the rules, do you insist on breaking them so forcefully?" Huang Shengyuan paused momentarily before responding, "Is different." "Different how?" "Someone has set their sights on my brother. I suspect that his identity as an agent of Chang'e has been compromised. He is now being targeted by 2 factions, the ancient divine church and perhaps some enemies. After all, the identity of an agent of the Great Xia deities is quite special. I can arrogantly aspire towards greater heights, for my brother harbors the secrets of the Great Xia deities." Chen Mai raised an eyebrow and spoke, "There are those who intend to harm the new recruits. Since you are unwilling to allow other potential candidates to leave and seem eager to await your own demise, we must ensure the safety of my future team members. Therefore, Great Xia and Huang Shengyuan must be taken away." Yuan Gang, still processing Huang Shengyuan's earlier words, slightly changed his expression upon hearing Chen Mai's statement. "Captain Chen, what do you mean by that?" Huang Shengyuan continued, "Recently, the city of Cangnan has been infested with numerous rats, seemingly from various factions. That chubby lad from the Bailey family is also among the recruits in this training session, isn't he? Aside from his intent to assassinate or capture my brother, this young master is bound to encounter quite a few complications. By the way, both my brother and that boy Lin have become dual divine agents, and one of them serves the same deity, the illustrious Nyx, one of the 5 founding gods of ancient Greece. Are you all living a bit too comfortably? However, one of these factions is the ancient divine church, and we still do not know when they will strike. Yet, their targets will not be far from these new recruits, or rather, from my brother and that lad Lin." Chen Mai replied, "Our investigation lacks the precision of Captain Huang's. We are still uncertain which faction is involved. I hadn't anticipated the emergence of so many figures." Huang Shengyuan continued impassively, "Their target is this new recruit training camp. I have awaited his awakening with great anticipation and do not wish to witness any misfortunes befall him. If you remain obstinate, I do not hesitate to overturn this place. However, what you propose lacks scientific rationale. You assert that someone intends to act against this camp. Are they mad? Do they not know how many instructors are guarding this place? Are they unaware of the immense value the Great Xia places on these talents? What covert and overt measures are in place? Who dares to attack here? Huang Shengyuan sneered and continued, the discourse of science emerges. Yet we speak of science, while powers defying the natural order have already manifested. People die for wealth. Birds perish for sustenance. Do you know how much my brother is worth now? What bounties have adversaries placed on his head to kill him? Coupled with his status as a dual divine agent, his value has skyrocketed to 20 billion, even surpassing that of the chubby lad from the Bailey family. Chenmai nodded in agreement. Some individuals, when enticed by sufficient profit, will resort to any means necessary. Take the drug lords, for instance. They are fully aware of the harm they cause, yet why do they continue to violate the law? Is it not for wealth? The existence of soldiers is to rectify those who will stop at nothing for profit. To my knowledge, just a young master from the Bailey family is priced at 800 million in the black market. That child Xiao Yuan, due to his dual divine agent status, has found himself at the top of the hunting list. In their households, few dare to act against these two. However, in a place like this, there will always be those willing to undertake such actions for money. Huang Shengyuan raised his gaze towards Yuan Gang and spoke. Instructor Yuan, do you truly believe that the defenses of this new recruit training camp can compare to having it by my side? All my team members are at the Chuan realm, while Li Jioga and Zhu Lingxiao have recently ascended to the high realm. I am but a step away from achieving the Wuliang realm. You are well aware of my status. This new recruit camp pales in comparison to that of the capital city, where Xiaoping go holds sway. I dare say, the security of this training camp is inferior to the gates of my Haoyuan group. Furthermore, I can assure you that there are no traitors within my organization. Yuan Gang fixed his gaze intently on Huang Shengyuan and then inquired, Captain Huang, what do you mean by your last statement? Yuan Gang felt a sense of frustration. Facing two captains, one of whom had already spoken exhaustively, while the other appeared entirely at ease, was quite challenging. Now, the latter had revealed such astonishing news. Chenmai glanced at Yuan Gang and slowly remarked, as far as I am aware, there are many agents of the ancient divine cult skilled in manipulating hearts. Can you guarantee that none of the instructors have been influenced? Or that there are no hidden pests among them? According to both of your assertions, are we not beset by internal and external troubles in this recruit training camp? Captain Huang, that may be one thing, but Captain Chen, on what grounds do you believe your team 136 can withstand that group? If we cannot defend a mere recruit training camp, how do you expect to protect Lin Xia? I shall remain here for a few days. My teammates in Suzhou possess the ability to lead, so I need not worry. I could even afford to be hands-off. Instructor Yuan, let us employ a strategy of evasion and division. Huang Shengyuan said coolly, I will show them what human suffering truly entails. Chapter 59. The holiday begins. A sharp whistle pierced the air, prompting a swarm of new recruits to hastily emerge from their dormitories. However, unlike before, the first to step out was Yan Ziyu. Once all recruits had gathered, Huang Shengyuan's figure was conspicuously absent. Instructor Hong counted the number of recruits on the training platform, his brow furrowing in concern. One was missing. Who has not arrived? Yan Ziyu stepped forward and shouted, reporting, the absent individual is Huang Shengyuan, and she remains in the dormitory. How could she be so audacious as to ignore the whistle? Go and bring her out. Instructor, she is currently breaking through to the next realm. Before she left, she asked me to inform you that it might get a bit noisy shortly. Breaking through still requires being in the dormitory? Instructor Hong's tone grew more serious. You. Yet, before he could utter another word, he was rendered speechless. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through the new recruit training camp. Thick thunderclouds gathered in the sky, pulsating with purple lightning, and thunder crashed in the ears of the onlookers. Brother, Yan Ziyu instantly understood that this tempest was directed at Huang Shengyuan. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning struck the dormitory building, reducing it to countless fragments. However, this was merely the beginning, as successive bolts of lightning relentlessly struck in a singular direction. Yan Ziyu attempted to rush towards the dormitory, but was restrained by Lin Xia. What are you doing? I know you are anxious, but hold on a moment. You must trust that Xiao Yuan will be fine. Instructor Huang was taken aback. He understood that this was part of the breakthrough process. How was he to know that breaking through required being struck by lightning? Meanwhile, on Huang Shengyuan's side, her attire was in tatters, her hair standing on end from the electric discharge. At that moment, the voice of the goddess Nüwa echoed in her ears. I summoned the heavenly tribulation to refine your body. The tribulation will only grow stronger. Are you afraid? Not at all. If I perish, it is merely my misfortune. Even if I were to die here, there is nothing to fear. I have faced such trials before. Nüwa's brow furrowed, yet ultimately turned to resignation. Subsequently, one bolt of heavenly thunder after another descended upon Huang Shengyuan, each more formidable than the last. Huang Shengyuan's body was riddled with bulging veins, and arcs of electricity enveloped her, only to be absorbed within her form. A total of 48 bolts struck down, yet by the time the 49th bolt descended, the purple lightning coalesced into a colossal dragon spiraling above the new recruit training camp, an overwhelming pressure sweeping across the entire area. The recruits were even forced to their knees. Even Lin Xia and Yin Ziyu felt a sense of discomfort. Brother, Yin Ziyu gasped out. In the next moment, the purple dragon dove towards the dormitory, causing the ground to crack as it landed. As the dust settled, where the dormitory once stood was now a vast pit glowing with purple light. Yin Ziyu swiftly broke free from Lin Xia and, in a frenzy, dashed towards Huang Shengyuan's direction, heedlessly leaping into the depths of the pit. At the very center of the deep pit, Huang Shengyuan sat cross-legged, suspended in midair. At this moment, his body had returned to its original state. Even the wounds from before had vanished. His clothes and hair were also restored to their former glory. Huang Shengyuan could sense that his mental energy was akin to an unfathomable abyss, deep and immeasurable. Upon reopening his eyes, he beheld Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia gazing at him with expressions of concern. Seeing Huang Shengyuan awaken, Yin Ziyu hurriedly approached, inspecting him from head to toe. Xiao Ziyu, please stop shaking. I am perfectly fine, uninjured, Huang Shengyuan reassured him. Just as he finished speaking, Yin Ziyu enveloped him in a tight embrace. Brother, you frighten me. Huang Shengyuan gently patted Yin Ziyu, then remarked, what is there to be afraid of? Worst case scenario, I would just die, give Yama a good beating in the underworld. In return, brother, don't talk about dying so casually. Yin Ziyu's voice trembled with barely concealed anxiety. Xiao Ziyu immediately spoke in Yist. Why are you so worried about me? Xiao Yuan, you truly are unharmed, Lin Xia interjected, his concern evident. I'm fine. If I were not, would I still be conversing with you here? Lin Xia pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. At that moment, Instructor Huang arrived with the other recruits. Arriving somewhat late. Are you all uninjured? You two reckless kids jumped in without fully understanding the situation. Instructor Huang, we are fine, Huang Shengyuan replied with a smile. I just accidentally wrecked the dormitory. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. You are worth far more than this building. Instructor Huang said with a resigned tone. Instructor, I have broken through to the pool realm, Huang Shengyuan announced. Congratulations. I never expected you to achieve this here. Wait. Instructor Huang suddenly recalled something and looked at Huang Shengyuan in disbelief. No, how did you break through? Your forbidden area was not suppressed. Well, perhaps it was. Somewhat. Maybe, Huang Shengyuan replied vaguely. No. Why? This defies logic. Perhaps that forbidden object simply has an affinity for me. How about you give it to me? Huang Shengyuan gazed at Instructor Huang with anticipation. Instructor Huang responded, you still want it? Do you think I have a means to give it to you? The commandant would tear me apart. Wow. Brother Shengyuan, you are rather unethical. No wonder you are unaffected during training. Is this the privilege of a divine agent? Baidi exclaimed in amazement. Lin Xia's expression grew somewhat complex, and he replied earnestly, it might not be just a privilege. This time it feels like a direct backdoor. Huang Shengyuan interjected, all right. I am merely here to announce something. The first half of this training session, which focused on physical conditioning, has concluded a month early. This means that starting today, our training will shift towards tactics, firearms, and the realm of forbidden areas. As Instructor Huang's words concluded, The other recruits erupted in joyous excitement. Bai Li even leapt 3 feet into the air in exaggerated elation. And more, after a thorough discussion among all our instructors, it has been unanimously decided to grant you a respite before the commencement of the next training session. The holiday will span from today until the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, totaling 4 days. The new recruits are in high spirits, with the most exuberant among them being the portly Bai Li. However, Lin Xia stands motionless, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Xia. Indeed, Huang Shengyuan's words have proven prophetic. Chao Yuan is astonished that a holiday has truly been announced. Xia, Shengyuan, Ziyu, Gao Zai, we shall gather our belongings shortly, and I will take you all to explore Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Before Bai Li could finish, Instructor Hong interjected. However, no one is permitted to leave Cangnan. Any violation will result in immediate expulsion from the ranks of the Night Watchers. Is that understood? Understood. Bai Li replia. Huang Shengyuan chuckled, acknowledging that Chun Mai is indeed quite capable. Everyone is dismissed. Once the instructors departed, an undeniable excitement washed over the faces of those present. Yet Lin Xia bore a heavy expression. Huang Shengyuan wore a frown. Bai Li appeared dejected, and Yin Ziyu gazed at Huang Shengyuan with evident concern, while Chao Yuan remained in a state of disbelief. Thus, they became the exceptions within the ranks. Quickly gather your belongings. Yet, as everyone turned, they were confronted with the desolate landscape of scorched earth. What could one possibly say in such a moment? Surely, one cannot carry a piece of this ruin to amuse themselves elsewhere. Chapter 60. From Where to Where in the End. Everyone gathered at the training ground wearing nothing but the clothes on their backs, carrying nothing at all, not even a single bag. The reason for this was simple. The commotion caused by Huang Shengyuan had obliterated many belongings within the dormitory. At this moment, Huang Shengyuan could feel a surge of power coursing through him, his physical strength having increased to approximately 18,000 jin. His bloodline had also become purer, and he sensed a profound transformation occurring within every cell of his body. Once the new recruits arrived and assembled at the training ground, several large buses awaited them. Beside the buses lay stacks of black long boxes. As Huang Shengyuan gazed at these black containers, he found himself at a loss for words. The starry blade was indeed a remarkable weapon, capable of withstanding even divine forces. However, it appeared that he might need to learn to wield another weapon. The others present could sense the underlying tension. Lin Xia's expression grew more serious. Instructor Hong stood before all the new recruits and announced loudly, "For this camp leave, everyone is to bring the starry blade. However, under no circumstances should it be used unless absolutely necessary. When you must use it, keep your distance from the populace to avoid causing panic. Do you understand?" Understood. The recruits replied in unison. Everyone took their weapons, and in an orderly fashion, they collected the long boxes. Huang Shengyuan, seated on the bus while cradling the cumbersome black box, glanced at the red string between his wrist and fingertips. He truly wished he didn't have to carry such a large box. Beside him, Yin Ziyu, noticing Huang Shengyuan's troubled expression, asked with concern, "Brother, what's wrong?" With a sigh, Huang Shengyuan replied slowly, "It's nothing. This box is just a bit unwieldy. Don't worry, I'll help you carry it," Yin Ziyu offered. "No need, I'll just place it somewhere else later. I can disguise the blade. A simple illusion will suffice." "You're so impressive, brother." Huang Shengyuan twitched at the corner of his mouth, finding Yin Ziyu's words somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Lin Xia, who had overheard their exchange, could hardly contain his disbelief. The aloof Yin Ziyu he knew from training camp seemed almost unrecognizable. Moreover, this weapon wasn't even inscribed with our names. "It should be returned," Lin Xia interjected. "That is indeed the case. Only upon graduation from the training camp will we receive our own blades, cloaks, and emblems. Our starry blades are likely still being forged. Besides, we have yet to graduate and are not considered qualified night watchers. We might have to wait until the second half of the year, as there is still some time before the training concludes," Chao Yuan explained. At that moment, Bai Li Fatty chimed in, "This blade is of decent quality, but it pales in comparison to the forbidden items." Huang Shengyuan felt speechless. How could someone born in Rome dare to make such remarks? The esteemed Ling Bao Tianzuan looked down upon the Queen Mother of the West. Huang Shengyuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "Pang Pang, Do not blame me for not warning you. If you anger the one who forged the Starblade, do you believe your family possesses the capability to create one? Of course we can. Oh, your family is that formidable? He just average, really. I'm merely a child from an ordinary family. How can that be? Your family can actually forge weapons capable of standing against divine artifacts. As Huang Shengyuan's words fell, Bai Li Pongpong's expression shifted dramatically. Shengyuan, are you implying this blade can confront a deity head-on? Lin Xia was similarly taken aback. Not entirely so. Bai Li Pang sighed in relief. Yet Huang Shengyuan's next statement pierced his ears. At the very least, unless faced with a supreme deity, this blade typically does not shatter. By heavens! Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed, astonished. Our night watchers are that impressive. At this moment, Lin Xi interjected, Xiao Yuan. Surely it cannot be that exaggerated? After all, the Starblade is no ordinary item. Pang, I recall you previously mentioned your family possesses a forbidden artifact called John Bai. Why not test it against the Starblade and see how many strikes it takes to sever it? It's not an ordinary item. It cannot possibly be a ghostly entity, can it? Bai Li Pang's eyes widened in terror. Huang Shengyuan nearly choked, exclaiming, Oh mother, your family's grandmaster claims you are filled with demons and spirits. Silence. I shall not converse with you further. As everyone settled into their seats, the vehicle gradually departed the training camp. Except for Huang Shengyuan, the others felt a sudden lightness, as if a weight that had been pressing upon them had vanished. An overwhelming sense of relief enveloped them. Cheers erupted within the vehicle. I've broken through. Really? I've broken through too. The jubilations within the carriage multiplied. At that moment, Instructor Hong, seated in the passenger seat, stood up with a grin. Did you think we employed that precious forbidden artifact merely to suppress your forbidden abyss? Do you believe it only subdued your forbidden abyss? In truth, it also restrained the flow of your mental energies. You may envision this as a spring. When compressed to a certain point and suddenly released, it will spring forth vigorously, thereby facilitating your effortless breakthrough to the Earth realm. But instructor, why do we not hear thunder during our breakthroughs, while Huang Shengyuan caused the entire dormitory building to be leveled? Instructor Hong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That, I am uncertain. The new recruits, Xiao Ziyu, have you broken through? Yin Ziyu nodded with a smile. I truly envy those of you with Forbidden Abyss. At this point, Bai Li Pang sighed. How shameless of you. With all those forbidden artifacts, do you still have the audacity to complain? How can it be the same? External possessions are ultimately just that, external. To better protect oneself, one must cultivate inner strength. Just as Bai Li Pang was about to express more thoughts, suddenly, someone exclaimed, What on earth is that? A hush fell over the crowd. Only Huang Shengyuan was reminded of a previous incident. On their journey home during the holidays, it seemed their vehicle had come under attack. Huang Shengyuan abruptly stood up, racking his brain for a solution. Brother, what's wrong? He heard someone ask. Those are missiles. He shouted. Everyone, quickly activate your protective barriers. Goodness, they are indeed missiles. Roared Instructor Hong from the passenger seat. Everyone get down. 5 missiles loomed before Huang Shengyuan's eyes. In that moment, an idea struck him. He snapped his fingers, creating a barrier between himself, Yin Ziyu, and the others. Ziyu, do me a favor and send those missiles back from whence they came. Yin Ziyu paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation, a smile forming on his lips. Brother, that's brilliant. I hadn't even thought of it. Hurry. Ziyu, we don't have much time. Yin Ziyu placed his fingers on his chest and began to chant. At this moment, these 5 missiles before me, from where do they come? Let them return the way they came. However, the occupants of the vehicle were met with a bizarre sight the very next second. The 5 missiles, racing towards them, suddenly executed a sharp brake and performed a backflip, returning along their original trajectory. Lin Xia, Qiao Yuan, Bai Li Pang, LLL, the new recruits. Nearby, Hong Ying gasped, Is this our country's newly developed weapon? Goodness, the reverse theorem. Missiles can backflip. Where is Newton? What has become of Newton? Even Instructor Hong found himself utterly bewildered at that moment. Chapter 61. My worth is 20 billion at the missile launch base number 39 within the dimly lit control room. A pool of crimson blood lay alongside the agonized remnants of shattered statues. A beguiling woman lounged nonchalantly before the control panel, tossing a vivid red blade into the air, catching it, and repeating the act with an almost playful demeanor. "Ah, my dear little soldiers, this is a gift from your sister," she proclaimed with an eerie smile. Seating herself on a chair, she spun around a few times, but suddenly, her expression morphed dramatically. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the entire control base in roaring flames. Moments later, the woman emerged, disheveled from the ruins, her eyes ablaze with fury. "What has transpired at this launch base? Why are the missiles returning on their own? Ah, the wretched night watchmen have marred my exquisite visage." Her pupils shimmered with a sinister green hue, brimming with murderous intent. Upon disembarking, Huang Shengyuan was greeted by the sight of his brother, whom he had not seen for over 5 months, along with all members of Team 136. "Brother," Huang Shengyuan rushed towards Huang Haoshuan. "Xiaoyuan, how are you? Are you hurt?" Huang Haoshuan inquired with concern. Huang Shengyuan shook his head. "I'm fine. They cannot harm me." "That's a relief," Huang Haoshuan exhaled. Yet, he failed to perceive the deeper meaning behind Huang Shengyuan's words. "If I am to be the bait, what is there to fear?" "How do you know?" Chunmai exclaimed, astonished, for he had yet to disclose their plans to anyone. Huang Haoshuan gazed at Huang Shengyuan, equally bewildered. "Brother, why are you here as well? Do you have any idea how much your head is worth now?" Huang Haoshuan asked, concern etched on his face. Huang Shengyuan looked perplexed. "You are on the assassination list. How could I not come? There's a bounty of 20 billion on your life." The figure of 2 billion struck Huang Shengyuan like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily dazed. How had he become so valuable without his knowledge? "Xiaoyuan, since you are unwilling to return to Gusu City, I shall accompany you for the new year. No matter what, stay close to me in the coming days." Suddenly, Huang Shengyuan envisioned his mother-esque figure before his brother. "Brother, you truly need not worry about me. Do not forget, I am now a proxy for a deity. I am merely confronting another proxy of Medusa, and I am unafraid." "Wait, how do you know is Medusa's proxy?" Chunmai was not just astonished. The others were equally wide-eyed. Huang Shengyuan tilted his head. "Isn't she the one launching the missiles? I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could you see it from such a distance? Do you possess X-ray vision?" Lin Chiet questioned incredulously. "Perhaps so," Huang Shengyuan replied. "After all, the moon is my eye. Even during the day, the moon does not vanish. I can see everything beneath the heavens." "Goodness, are you certain this is a deity as proxy? You're not a god." Baili pangpang exclamat, akwali astunisha. Huang Haoshuan, with a resigned expression, rubbed his forehead and remarked, "You truly have given your brother quite a surprise." He then inquired, "Now, is it manageable? Do you have a rough estimate of the enemy's numbers?" Seeing that Huang Shengyuan appeared somewhat troubled, he prodded, "What is the matter, Xiaoyuan? Surely, the numbers cannot be too overwhelming. How many are we actually dealing with?" "That little rascal is driving me to distraction," Zhao Kongchang said, his agitation palpable. The moment the words left his lips, he felt a chill run down his spine, as both Huang Haoshuan and Yin Ziyu fixed him with piercing gazes. "Captain, there are just a few more than the offspring of the non-Nüwa serpent demon." "What?" Chunmai gasped. "Those offspring number at least 200. Xiaoyuan, are you certain?" "Absolutely certain. This poses quite a dilemma. We need to avoid drawing attention," Huang Haoshuan said, his brow furrowing. "Brother, it's not as dire as it seems. The strength of these individuals, compared to Han Xiaoyan, is almost universally inferior." Huang Haoshuan's expression turned cold at the mention of that name. "Brother, what is wrong?" "It's nothing. Merely a traitor who was once a sentinel of our Sioux city. It's rather embarrassing." "Brother," he was left with no choice. He had to act as he did. Even if he wished otherwise, there was no alternative. "You know as well as I do that the soul contract cannot be resolved. His only fate is death, and imprisoning him serves no purpose now. Rest assured, his demise in my hands will not be overly painful." Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. He found his brother's final remark oddly reminiscent of a villain's monologue. "Well then, since everything seems settled, I ought to return to the camp." With that, Instructor Hong took his leave. "Zia Ziyu, allow me to introduce my brother, the captain of Team 017 in Sioux City. Captain Huang, it's a pleasure. Yan Ziyu greeted politely. Huang Shengyuan regarded the young man thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. Wait, you brother, what is it? Is there an issue with Ziyu? Huang Shengyuan noted the way his brother looked at Yan Ziyu, sensing a familiarity between them. It's nothing. Young friend. Greetings. If you don't mind, you may call me Hao Xuange. Without hesitation, Yan Ziyu responded, Hao Xuange, hello. Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, not expecting the young man to comply. By the way, brother, I'll take him to the hotel to check in. I'll come find you shortly. Huang Shengyuan exclaimed. A hotel room? You too. Xiaoyuan began, but Huang Shengyuan interjected, brother, we're leaving. Goodbye. With that, Huang Shengyuan pulled Yan Ziyu away, leaving Huang Shengyuan with no opportunity to detain them. What does that kid think he is doing? Huang Shengyuan's expression darkened after they departed. Never mind. He is a friend of Xiaoyuan. I shouldn't pry. Huang Shengyuan sighed in resignation. Ziyu, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Although my brother's presence alters our original plan somewhat, it's of little consequence. It merely means an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. Remember to come find me tomorrow. Thank you, brother. Huang Shengyuan gazed at Yan Ziyu, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered this individual before. Moreover, judging by his brother's reaction, it seemed the two were acquainted. Brother, what are you looking at? At you. Ziyu, do you think we have met? Who knows? Brother, are you guessing my identity? Indeed, you are rather enigmatic. You have yet to remove that mask. However, I heard from Xia and the others that you have taken it off before. I just have never seen it. Can I interpret this as you avoiding me? Brother, would you like to see? If you wish, I will remove this mask. Yan Ziyu leaned closer to Huang Shengyuan's ear and spoke softly. I'm merely curious. Perhaps wearing the mask is something you are compelled to do. If you prefer not to remove it, you need not. I do not impose. My interest is simply one of curiosity. True, I'm not adept at socializing. However, that does not imply I cannot discern right from wrong, and my eyes do not deceive me. You treat me kindly, which leads me to believe you are a good person. Yan Ziyu, having received the good person card, responded with silence. Brother, wait a few more days for me. I will remove this mask, but I hope you will not be too shocked. Please forgive my concealment from you. Well, everyone harbors their own secrets. Some secrets are those that one would carry to the grave without ever revealing. I am not without such secrets. Compared to you, mine are far more numerous. Yan Ziyu sensed that Huang Shengyuan's tone was somewhat off, yet could not articulate why. Chapter 62. With me by your side, you need not stain your hands with blood returning to the previously rented abode. Huang Shengyuan and Huang Shengyuan sat opposite each other. The house contained but a single bedroom and a solitary bed. Should they truly attempt to share the space, it would likely prove uncomfortable for Huang Shengyuan, who stood at least 1 meter, 87 tall. Brother, why not rest first? Huang Shengyuan suggested, gently tapping the table with his right hand. It is not customary for a younger brother to stay up late while his elder sibling sleeps. If you are weary, you should go to bed. Brother, I genuinely have nothing pressing. I can endure a day of the divine ruins without issue. Indeed, we possess extraordinary powers. Yet, we remain within the realm of humanity. We still require sustenance. Moreover, you are still in the midst of growing. Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss for words. Although he had traversed into this new realm for some time now, his relationship with the brother before him could only be classified as acquaintances, while the latter might view him as family. Huang Shengyuan, however, was still in a phase of adjustment. Brother, do you have any special dishes in mind for New Year's Eve? I can procure the ingredients. On New Year's Eve, indeed. Tomorrow is the 30th day of the lunar year. However, there is no need to trouble yourself. I can take you out to dine. Brother, I have invited someone as well. Before Huang Shengyuan could finish, Huang Shengyuan interjected. It must be that young man who accompanied you today. One more person will not be a burden. Brother, you do not mind? He is your friend, and moreover, he hails from our city of Gusu. We have conducted some inquiries regarding his background. An orphan, much like you, who has only recently awakened his powers. However, we remain unaware of the extent of his abilities. I had intended to observe him during the battle with the masked squad, yet it seems some newly awakened rascal from my family has interfered. Huang Shengyuan silently bemoaned, Brother, look at what you're saying. I have also dragged you into that perilous situation. True enough, you are the first among the newcomers to procure items from the commander-in-chief. Indeed, Much of this is thanks to the celestial maiden Chang'e. Curiously, brother, what wager did you propose that prompted the entire squad to consent to such a grand gamble? Just a few pills, nothing more. Pills. I cannot fathom what medicine could possibly intrigue them. Merely 2 or 3 pills that extend life, Huang Shengyuan replied nonchalantly. Cough, cough. Huang Shengyuan immediately sputtered the water he had just sipped. Pills that extend life? Little Yuan, what else do you possess? I am unaware. Our deities are indeed benevolent. Huang Shengyuan replied. Even Chang'e is skilled in alchemy. Brother, have you ever heard the phrase, the jade rabbit pounds medicine? Do you truly believe that? Otherwise, it would be implausible for me to possess such pills. Little Yuan, I know you harbor many secrets. I shall not pry further, but remember, your safety must always be paramount. Exercise caution in all matters. Huang Shengyuan said with a serious demeanor. Understood, brother. By the way, what task has the deity assigned to you? At this moment, Huang Shengyuan suddenly inquired. After all, a deity selects an agent to assist in fulfilling their duties. Which deity would readily entrust their divine vestige to an ordinary person? My task. Perhaps a fanciful notion. A weight settled in Huang Shengyuan's heart, and he spoke again. Can you share with me? To command deities to ascend to divinity, to attain immortality. This is not the mission of the divine, but merely Huang Shengyuan's current aspiration. Ultimately, if he wishes to achieve true God-slaying, he too must vie for the favor of the deity in question. As for the path to divinity, he certainly cannot choose to slay the deity he represents. Nüwa, revered as the progenitor of the Huaxia people, is indeed their mother. The deities he represents have bestowed kindness upon him, and the entire Huaxia civilization has been indebted to him. Devotion to one's country is a solemn duty. Although others may falter, patriotism is ingrained in one's very being. Huang Shengyuan's pupils contracted. This task seemed utterly fantastical. As it stands, the concept of humanity achieving divinity is practically unheard of. Brother, I understand your urgency, but please allow me to explain. Do you know why humanity cannot yet slay the gods? Unbeknownst to me, the esteemed few have not divulged this information. It is because the deities possess mastery over the laws, a faculty beyond human capability, and mastery of these laws is the pathway to divinity. Presently, I am aware of only 2 methods to acquire such laws. A deity's agent may slay the deity they represent, thereby inheriting their divine laws and achieving godhood. However, that path is clearly unattainable for me. The alternative is to forge a new law. Huang Shengyuan's heart sank further, though Huang Shengyuan spoke of it lightly. He understood the gravity of the situation. Laws were something he had yet to encounter. Huang Shengyuan himself was uncertain, for he had not completed his reading. The path of God-slaying he had only heard recounted by others, never truly witnessed. The 2 brothers fell into a silence, enveloped in contemplation. Brother, regarding today's events, rest assured, I shall keep it confidential. At the very least, the commander-in-chief shall remain unaware. Let this be our little secret. Thank you, brother. Yet at that moment, Huang Shengyuan abruptly rose to his feet, unable to contain himself. Brother, let's go take a look. This group seems to be here to assassinate the chubby one, the young scion of the Bailey family. Let it be a convenient opportunity. With that, the 2 brothers swiftly exited the door. It was nighttime, and the speed of Huang Shengyuan and Huang Shengyuan was nearly synchronized. Little Yuan, your agent skills are quite commendable. At the pool realm, you can't compare with me, who stands on the cusp of entering the limitless realm. Brother, I merely excel during the night. Huang Shengyuan smiled, but suddenly his expression shifted. A flash of cold light darted before Huang Shengyuan's eyes. The sound of clashing blades reverberated in his ears, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself shielded in Huang Shengyuan's embrace. Following this, a chilling voice emanated from above him. In a realm of chaos, how dare one from the Chuan faction lay a hand on my brother? It seems you have chosen wealth over your own life, a mere 20 billion. Huang Shengyuan's pupils shimmered with a golden glow. The middle-aged man, masked and incredulous, muttered, "This is impossible. How could there be such a young Sea Realm expert in Cangnan City?" Without further ado, Huang Shengyuan unleashed a force that sent the man reeling, swiftly darting past him like a specter. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he whispered, "How can this be?" Huang Shengyuan sheathed his blade once more, and the masked man collapsed. Throughout the encounter, Huang Shengyuan held Huang Shengyuan tightly in his embrace. Huang Shengyuan, anticipating a fierce battle lasting 300 rounds, could hardly fathom how swiftly it had concluded. He wriggled slightly. "Don't move. You mustn't witness such a scene. It's too sordid. Brother, I will inevitably face such circumstances. You needn't." Huang Shengyuan understood the reasoning, yet Huang Shengyuan insisted, "As long as I am here, you may retain your innocence. With me by your side, you shall never bear the stains of blood upon your hands. If I cannot protect you as your brother, then I am unworthy of the title." Huang Shengyuan replied, "A worthy brother?" Chapter 63. Deeply entrapped in crisis, Huang Shengyuan surveyed his surroundings before addressing Huang Shengyuan, who was cradled in his arms. "Xia, it appears that the targets of assassination extend beyond you. Your brother has seemingly made the list as well." Huh? At that moment, Huang Shengyuan's gaze sharpened. Instantly, both he and Huang Shengyuan found themselves encircled by a throng of 70 to 80 masked assailants emerging from rooftops, dark alleys, and sewers in various forms. Huang Shengyuan assessed the situation with a measured demeanor, letting out a chuckle as he remarked, "You truly have made grand preparations. Not a single one among you possesses a cultivation beneath the Chuan realm." Among the crowd, a petite girl with pink hair, resembling only the lower half of Huang Shengyuan, stepped forward. "Of course, you are the illustrious chairman of the Haoyuan group, President Huang, and a formidable high realm expert. You and your brother's heads are worth a considerable sum. Do you believe you possess the fortune to spend such bounties?" Huang Shengyuan replied nonchalantly, "No matter how powerful you are, two fists cannot contend against four hands. Even if you are a fierce tiger of the mountains, next year on this day will be a day of mourning for you and your brother." The little girl taunted. Huang Shengyuan coldly laughed. The girl felt a twinge of doubt, accompanied by an ominous premonition. "More opponents? I must apologize. The greater the number, the more advantageous it is for me." Huang Shengyuan was genuinely perplexed about his brother's restrictions, having been startled by the sheer number of adversaries. He pondered how to extricate his brother from the encirclement. Yet, it seemed his brother was intent on annihilating the opposition. "Bluffing," the little girl stated coldly. "Annoying," Huang Shengyuan remarked with little change in expression, leisurely covering Huang Shengyuan's eyes. Huang Shengyuan felt somewhat speechless. It was merely a scene of bloodshed, one he had witnessed countless times on television. Once Huang Shengyuan was certain that his brother could not see, he slowly raised his hand. "Everyone attack together. Do not afford them a moment to strike." As soon as the little girl finished speaking, the entire assembly lunged towards the two with fervor. With this, when a nation falls, the mountains and rivers weep, all rivers converge into the sea. As the words left his lips, a swirling mist of purple and gold began to emanate around Huang Shengyuan, from which a golden dragon soared into the sky. Fear gripped the hearts of all present, save for Huang Shengyuan and Huang Shengyuan. A dragon's roar resonated through the heavens, instantly causing the assailants who had charged toward them to erupt in a shower of crimson blossoms, dissipating into the air. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan, with his eyes covered, could only imagine a different scene of his brother. Merely a trifle, Huang Shengyuan's voice was cold, filled with disdain. Upon hearing his brother utter these words, Huang Shengyuan was left utterly dumbfounded. 70 to 80 adversaries had been dispatched with such swiftness. The Chuan realm was so easily crushed beneath the might of the High realm. "Xia, open your eyes," Huang Shengyuan said as he lowered his hand from Huang Shengyuan's eyes. Huang Shengyuan was left even more astonished. Not only were there no bodies left, but not a single hair remained of their assailants. Surprisingly, even their divine realm remains elusive. In truth, he had contemplated sneaking a glance before, yet his brother seemed to understand him well. The hand that covered his eyes was infused with his brother's mental energy. Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of helplessness. Huang Shengyuan gently ruffled Huang Shengyuan's hair. "Let us go." Once again, Huang Shengyuan obediently chose to follow closely beside his brother. "Brother, if you wish to know about my forbidden realm, I shall tell you when we return home." Oh, a hint of regret lingered in Huang Shengyuan's heart. After all, He had yet to experiment with the divine weapons gifted to him by Lady Nüwa. This thought suddenly reminded him that he had not retrieved his divine weapons from the instructor, which was not entirely his fault, as his memory often failed him. He had intended to collect them during the holiday, but inadvertently forgot. Upon reaching the hotel where Bailey Pang Pang, Yan Ziyu, and Xiao Yuan were located, Huang Shengyuan immediately sought out their figures. At this moment, the hotel's top floor lay in ruins. Eventually, Huang Shengyuan discovered a familiar billboard at a rather secluded intersection. "Brother, follow me." With that, Huang Shengyuan dashed towards the billboard. Xiao Yuan wait. However, at that moment, Huang Haoshuan's voice seemed to be muted, as he found himself unable to utter a sound no matter how he tried. After Huang Shengyuan had run off, not far behind Huang Haoshuan, another familiar billboard appeared in a concealed location. Seeing Huang Shengyuan sprint away, Huang Haoshuan hesitated, initially intending to pursue. "Never mind, let Xiao Yuan handle this on his own. After all, he cannot be under my protection forever." Huang Haoshuan muttered softly, letting out a sigh as his gaze turned icy. The unrestrained void? A group of filthy rats. Today I shall entertain you. The starry blade at Huang Haoshuan's side flickered, emanating the aura of Isu Realm powerhouse, enveloping the entire unrestrained void. After running for a considerable distance, Huang Shengyuan realized that his brother had not kept up. This was unexpected. Logically, given his brother's strength, he should not struggle to keep pace. Lost in thought, Huang Shengyuan surveyed his surroundings once more and was astounded to find another billboard where he had just been. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of this development. Nevertheless, he did not turn back, for he had no doubt about his brother's capabilities. The instructors were all formidable. Huang Shengyuan felt no worry. Yet the scale of this hunt was evidently larger than in the original narrative. With so many alterations to the plot, would there truly be no consequences? A sad hose. Never mind, let fate take its course. Huang Shengyuan continued his sprint towards the objective. Under the moonlight, his figure darted along the path. As he approached the billboard, he intended to breach the unrestrained void. However, at that moment, a blade descended from above. Huang Shengyuan swiftly darted backward, narrowly avoiding becoming a mere target. Things are looking grim. Huang Shengyuan's complexion darkened significantly as he found himself encircled with no escape. Over 90 individuals, both from the Pool and River realms, were present at this level. How flattering it is that more than 100 have gathered to surround my brother. And now, even more have come to encircle me. Little one, you cannot escape this time. This is the young master, the dual deities agent, so feeble. I propose we see whose hand will claim the head of this young master first. Only the one who brings about his demise can. Oh, dear brother, do you think I am unaware of these principles? However, I have set my sights on that young master's head. Huang Shengyuan's expression darkened further, as if he were being rendered invisible. At that moment, a long knife was swung directly towards him. This is bad. The first to strike is from the River Realm. Chapter 64. The Emperor Zhuangxu within the confines of the training camp, atop a wooden desk in the former instructor's office, lay a long spear, a bracelet, a red cord, and a ring. However, these 5 items trembled violently as if struck by a powerful earthquake. Suddenly, the spear and the red cord soared into the sky. The formerly short red cord elongating to entwine around the spear's shaft, with the ring and bracelet swiftly following suit. The instructors stationed at the training camp were left bewildered. In the blink of an eye, half of the camp was upheaved. The spear, racing through the sky, had a clear target in its sights. Cloaked in a menacing aura, it exuded a palpable killing intent. The red cord shimmering with a bloody glow as if steeped in a sea of blood. The bracelet and ring that trailed behind also emanated a terrifying pressure. Huang Shengyuan evaded a descending blade with remarkable speed, swiftly sidestepping as 1, 2, 3, and 4 more assailants lunged at him. 3 voidless domains were among them: Xiao Xia, Fatty, and Xiao Yuan, each claiming one, while my brother and I each took another. The situation was no better for Xiao Ziyu's side. Their foes had multiplied 9-fold. Given their current realm, they were ill-equipped to contend with the Chuan realm, and though they faced only 6 Chuan realm adversaries, their predicament appeared somewhat more favorable compared to mine. However, The Chuan realm was out to hunt us fledgling novices. Huang Shengyuan was beset with questions and a sense of urgency. As the number of attackers increased, despite the Earth's backing, the sheer volume of adversaries made it impossible to remain vigilant at all times. Thus, a blade grazed his arm, causing him to inhale sharply. In his previous life, he had been particularly averse to pain. He feared it above all else. Save for the fear of being ugly. "Boy, surrender and we might grant you a quicker death," one burly man sneered arrogantly. "The body and skin are gifts from one's parents. Do you think I will await death obediently? Or do you believe I possess only this meager ability?" Huang Shengyuan retorted defiantly. "Even at death's door, you still speak boldly. Not even the Heavenly King can save you today. Don't think that Chang'e or the Jade Emperor could spare your life. Why go to such lengths? To sacrifice your lives for mere money?" Having spoken, Huang Shengyuan conjured a yellow talisman between his fingers, crackling with strands of lightning. He sent the talisman aloft, and in an instant, the night sky became shrouded in dark clouds, with violet lightning roiling ominously. Moments later, a formidable bolt of purple lightning struck down upon all who sought to attack him. The air filled with the sounds of anguished cries, as the thunder's descent stirred up clouds of dust. After a few minutes, as the dust settled, the number of assailants had diminished by nearly 60%. The remaining individuals gazed at Huang Shengyuan with eyes wide in terror. "I told you, even in my moment of weakness, as long as you are human, you cannot harm me nor alter my fate. What on earth are you? How can you summon the thunder? How laughable! Is summoning thunder truly so difficult? Do you not know? In our Great Xia, we can summon thunder and command the winds through rituals. As a divine agent of Great Xia, I possess certain powers to achieve this." Everyone gazed at Huang Shengyuan in terror, and one man shouted, "Impossible! How could a deity endow an agent with such immense capabilities? Setting aside your mere pool realm, how could Chang'e, a mere celestial maiden, possibly wield such power? Oh, are you implying that the fairy Chang'e is weak? Allow me to demonstrate my abilities beneath the moonlight." The moment was illuminated by a frost-white radiance, casting light upon the dim path. In the next instant, identical figures appeared before Huang Shengyuan, mirroring each person before him. Huang Shengyuan spoke again. "This is my divine ability from the void of the gods. Quite marvelous, isn't it? You must first contend with yourselves before challenging me." With that, the dozens of figures surged forward, launching an assault upon all his adversaries. The clash of diverse voids created a magnificent spectacle. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that their attributes directly counter yours, perfectly designed to restrain you. What? Damn little brat. What on earth are these things? Their martial prowess is akin to ours, and even if their realm is inferior, they are entirely created to counter us. Huang Shengyuan observed the chaotic melee with a cold gaze when suddenly he felt a chill at his neck. A long blade pressed against him. When did this happen? Before Huang Shengyuan could utter a word, a voice that was neither male nor female whispered eerily in his ear, "So this is the dual divine agent. Not so impressive." I must say, a wave of dread washed over Huang Shengyuan. "I advise you not to move. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuang He, from a Void Sequence 101, Blood Shadow Soul Caesar. Your realm is beneath mine, making it quite challenging for you to locate me. Come with me. I shall spare your life. Do not attempt any tricks. Escape is futile." Huang Shengyuan's expression turned grave, his heart sinking to the depths. A being of such high sequence was undoubtedly formidable. Just as he pondered his strategy, a sound of shattering glass pierced the air. Before anyone could react, the blade at his neck disintegrated into countless fragments. Zhuang He staggered back in shock. What? But that was not the end. In the next moment, dust rose as if something had crashed to the ground, sending Zhuang He flying backward and inflicting severe damage upon him. Amidst the dust, Huang Shengyuan glimpsed the tips of his fingers brushing against his red thread, alongside a spear that had materialized before him and the bracelets and rings adorning his wrists and fingers. A smile curved Huang Shengyuan's lips. It was time to turn the tide. He retracted the spear, and immediately, the ring on his finger transformed into a long whip. "You enjoy pressing blades against others, do you?" As Zhuang He, just rising to his feet, heard a sonic boom, He felt a searing pain erupt in his chest before being sent flying once more. What is this? This forbidden object I have never encountered before can directly harm one's soul. You are not yet worthy of knowing. Upon finishing his words, Huang Shengyuan swung his whip once more, and Zhuang he hurriedly evaded in a panic. Just a moment ago, weren't you rather arrogant? You even insisted I accompany you, treating me as if I were but a 3-year-old child, believing me to be easily deceived. Zhuang, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unable to fathom such an unexpected turn of events. He had not anticipated that Huang Shengyuan wielded such a forbidden object. Otherwise, he would never have acted so recklessly. It was utterly humiliating to be pursued and assaulted by a mere 17-year-old youth who had just recently entered the pool realm while he himself was at the river stage. Zhuang he glanced around and then swiftly ran toward the shadowy area, disappearing from sight. Huang Shengyuan furrowed his brow, realizing that his initial suspicions were indeed correct. The opponent's abilities were connected to shadows, and surely there was more to their power than this. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Shengyuan ascended into the heights, treading upon the moonlight. He surveyed his surroundings and let out a sigh. Currently, everyone was engaged in a fierce battle, and he wondered about Raphael's abilities. Regrettably, he could recall only a multitude of songs from his past life, yet he could not sing a single one in its entirety. His singing was mediocre, and his preferred genres leaned towards theatrical styles, traditional Chinese aesthetics, high notes, and passionate anthems, none of which he could manage to perform adequately. At this moment, he could barely hum a few lines in his mind, unable to articulate a complete melody. Huang Shengyuan was in a state of distress. It seems you are facing a predicament. Do you require assistance? At that moment, a foreign voice resonated within Huang Shengyuan's mind. May I inquire who this esteemed ancestor or elder may be? Just as Huang Shengyuan's words fell, a wave of intense heat surged through his left arm. Within the sacred land of Shanghai, an object resembling a jade seal floated in the air. Behind the seal appeared a tall figure, bearing an imposing countenance, adorned in resplendent attire. I am known as Zhuanshu, the figure declared. Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, exclaiming, one of the 5 emperors, Zhuanshu. Indeed, came the reply. I am Huang Shengyuan, the descendant of the Huaxia. It is an honor to meet my ancestor. Young one, do you require assistance? Ancestor, I do find myself in a bit of trouble, but I believe I can manage, Huang Shengyuan responded. Perhaps, Zhuanshu replied coolly. This object is bestowed upon you. Seek me out after you have quelled the marauders. In the next instant, Huang Shengyuan felt a sharp pain coursing through his mind, followed by the vivid imagery of an endless scroll unfurling in his consciousness. Upon witnessing the contents of the scroll, Huang Shengyuan was filled with both joy and astonishment. Thank you, esteemed ancestor. You are welcome. Returning to reality, Huang Shengyuan took a deep breath. Chapter 65. Crossing mountains and rivers as the autumn wind ushers in the setting sun. The long river flows through the misty rain of Jiangnan. How many fires of war have been stirred amidst the chaos of craggy stones? I have traversed vast landscapes. Yet to whom does the world now belong? The cycles of gathering and parting span merely a few decades of spring and autumn. While I found myself ensnared in a deadly ambush, surrounded by despair, a song resonated through the night, echoing in all directions. What is that young lad up to? Surely, you do not underestimate us to the point of singing. What audacity! Meanwhile, within the boundless void, Yanziyu and Lin Xia, along with their companions, also heard the melody. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, with Yanziyu's left arm seeping blood. The voice of the singer was both foreign and familiar to Lin Xia. The details and tone were strange, yet an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered. Whose voice could it be? Who would be so bold as to sing at such an hour? Baili Pang Pang was utterly perplexed. It's my brother. What? Ziyu brother, you mustn't speak without thought. That voice bears no resemblance to Shengyuan brother, does it? Is Shengyuan's voice truly so heavy? Yanziyu cast a faint glance at Baili Pang Pang. At the same time, Huang Haoshuan, embroiled in battle, also caught the song. Xiao Yuan, Captain Huang, amidst our numerous adversaries, you still have the leisure to listen to music? With your skills, don't even think about killing me. You can't even handle my brother. What arrogance! As the adversaries prepared to strike again, an unexpected tremor shook the very earth. Both Yin Ziyu and the lurking instructors, alongside the other members of Team 136, felt the ground quake beneath them. In that moment, within the boundless void, where Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia stood, a transparent veil was pierced by an external force. Following this breach, hundreds of cavalry surged forth through the gaping hole. At the forefront rode a valiant general, clad in silver armor, wielding a long spear atop a white steed. "What is that?" The mounted warrior remained silent, devoid of any response. It was as if he were unaware. Yet his intentions were clear as he charged directly into the fray, unleashing chaos upon Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, Bali Pangpang, and Xiao Yuan. Instantaneously, the scene erupted into turmoil. The song continued unabated. "With my spear as swift as a dragon, the cosmos trembles. A single roar shatters the heavens. My long spear pierces the clouds, relinquishing a lifetime of worries. Gazing upon the cold moon, sharp as a tooth, I ride forth alone, with death unspoken. The wind sweeps away the remnants of battle, blood staining the vast yellow sands. The outcomes of success and failure are mere discussions amidst the annals of history." As the song reached its zenith, more and more cavalry surged into the boundless void, where Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu found themselves. The once hundreds of foes had diminished to a mere handful, some even kneeling in surrender. Many were so terrified that they lost control of their bladders. They had come to assassinate, not to join the battlefield, and the sight before them left them utterly petrified. Those cavalrymen showed no mercy to those pleading for their lives, instead rendering them unconscious one by one. The winds sweep away the remnants of cavalry, their armor shattered, as blood stains the vast expanse of yellow sand. The outcomes of triumph and defeat are but fleeting conversations, leaving their mark upon the annals of history. Long spears pierce the clouds, relinquishing a lifetime of attachments as one gazes upon the cold moon, sharp as a fawn. Alone, one rides forth, with life and death unspoken. The winds sweep away the remnants of cavalry, their armor shattered, blood staining the endless yellow sands. Amidst laughter, who can endure? As the song reaches its conclusion, from the hundreds who once survived, only a mere 30 remain. Some fell at the hands of Huang Shengyuan, others were dealt with by the instructors, while Yin Ziyu and Lin Xia resolved many others. Enveloped within the reverse dust pearl, Raphael is greatly astonished. He had not anticipated the magnitude of the spectacle Huang Shengyuan's newfound ability would unleash, nor the abundance of spiritual energy that remained. This young lad is quite fascinating. Raphael, can you achieve such a feat? Indeed, but rarely. The youth sings with fervor, for he cherishes the melody, a song of exquisite beauty, a celestial harmony I have never before encountered. Though laced with a hint of murderous intent, it is a magnificent sight. I never imagined that you angels could commend others. Baal, if we were to bestow that ability upon him, do you think he would? Humph. My power is not something an ordinary mortal can grasp. Forget it. You are beyond reason. As the last note fades, Huang Shengyuan feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, teetering at the balcony's edge. He stumbles and plunges from the 8th floor. Alas, just as he intends to summon his mental fortitude for protection, he realizes his spiritual energy has been entirely depleted. The moonlight and earth cannot keep pace with the energy expended, and now he is unable to recover in time. Just as Huang Shengyuan braces for a close encounter with the concrete, a pair of strong arms catches him. Upon recognizing his savior, he is taken aback. Xiao Ziyu. After safely landing on the ground, Yin Ziyu hurriedly inspects Huang Shengyuan from head to toe. Upon noticing the blades cut on his hand, a fierce intensity fills his gaze. Xiao Ziyu, are you unharmed? Are you injured? Brother, fret not. It's merely a superficial wound, a minor injury that poses no issue. It's a relief you are well. Yin Ziyu smiles and nods at Huang Shengyuan, then casts a cold glance at the unconscious figure nearby. It seems he momentarily forgets that he is still cradling Huang Shengyuan. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Huang Shengyuan shifts slightly. Xiao Ziyu, could you kindly set me down? Only then does Yin Ziyu realize, and he carefully places the one he has been holding onto the ground. Following this battle, Huang Shengyuan gains insight into his circumstances. While his spiritual energy can seem boundless at night and on the earth, his reserves are woefully insufficient. If consumed too quickly, the recovery may falter. Henceforth, he must exercise restraint. Yanziyu casually inquires, "Brother, when did you acquire the skill of singing? Did the fairy Chang'e teach you? I shan't reveal it. That is a little secret of mine." "Very well." At that moment, Lin Xie called out from a distance, "Xiao Yuan." "Xie." He hurried over to the two of them. "Are you all right? How are you feeling now?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained." "There's no time to recover," replied Huang Shengyuan. "Thank goodness you're safe, Shengyuan. If anything were to happen to you, how would I possibly carry on?" Huang Shengyuan remained silent. Yanziyu also fell into silence. Lin Xie sighed, "Words fail me. Where is Qiao Yuan?" "That rascal is scavenging," he replied. "He claims it's disgraceful to waste anything. There are still many forbidden items on those individuals. Although their levels aren't very high, they are quite practical. We don't have to turn them in?" Huang Shengyuan asked, puzzled. Lin Xie responded earnestly, "We cannot yet be considered proper night watchmen." Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched. It seemed he was merely accumulating buffs here. Chapter 66. The eve of chaos in the intricate labyrinth of the sewer system beneath Cangnan City, countless rodents surged forth like a relentless tide. All the mice congregated in a dimly lit underground hollow. At the center of this cavernous space lay a surgical table, stained with blood. On a stone pedestal nearby sat a youth cloaked in black, his hood obscuring his features. He murmured to himself, reflecting on the remarkable compatibility between the fourth-generation artificial serpent deity's neurons and his own mental prowess, far surpassing that of the third generation. It was a nascent creation of a visual sharing system reminiscent of the connection between the non-Nüwa serpent deity and its progeny. Yet, to achieve the serpent deity's formidable contagion, further experimentation and refinement were imperative. The rodents regarded him with reverence in their eyes. "You are indeed exceptional, Huang. However, the knowledge you willingly share can only be gleaned through the fish species. Yet, once it pertains to your secrets, the ability to share visions falters, as if shrouded by unseen hands. Nevertheless, I owe you a debt of gratitude, dear agent of the Great Xia. Or is it not quite so? This moon goddess seems rather powerful. If she were the Lady of the Dark Moon or Changxi, it would be understandable, but why specifically Chang'e? Even more suspicious is the ancient god cult, training its instructors as undercover agents. Yet none are aware of your divine identity as the Great Xia's representative. This is not the sole enigma. What is even more perplexing is that the very assassins dispatched to eliminate you seem to possess knowledge of your dual divine representation. Do these killers rival the organized might of the ancient god cult? Such conjecture raises questions. Huang Haoshuan shouldn't possess the capability to render a living deity's agent nearly invisible. The assassins targeting you appear to be mere practice dummies, their lives sacrificed to enhance your combat experience. They have become your lifeless victims, sharpening your skills as new recruits. Now, many of these newcomers are stained with blood, while you, Huang Shengyuan, emerge as the greatest beneficiary of this conflict. The truth is singular. A divine presence veils your actions, and those sent against you are merely fodder for your training. Yet, this divine figure behind you is undeniably stringent. Enkinjiu turned, her gaze settling on the chessboard upon the stone pedestal, contemplating for a brief moment. Several pieces occupied perilous positions. Should she warn Lin Xie? Ultimately, considering the assistance Huang Shengyuan had rendered her and the trials they had endured together, she resolved to aid him once more. Young one pays respects to the ancestral spirit. Huang Shengyuan bowed before the figure before him. "You have arrived," the figure stated. "May I inquire if there are matters you wish to convey to your junior?" "No. There are but 3 questions that require your response. Ancestral spirit, please pose your inquiries. I shall answer earnestly." Zhuanqiu slowly began, "In this realm, are you well?" "I am well," the youth replied. "Though at times I think of my parents, all is good. Here, I have gained the brother I once longed for and the aspirations I have cherished since childhood. Alas, do you aspire to become a formidable savior?" Huang Shengyuan hesitated for a moment before finally responding. "Ancestor, I feel as though I lack such abilities and resolve. My heart does not seem sufficiently expansive. However, As a member of the Night Watch, I shall fulfill my duties with utmost seriousness and responsibility. Very well. For my final question, do you wish to ascend as the sovereign of this realm? Upon hearing the word sovereign, Huang Shengyuan's heart stirred with speculation, and he quickly interjected, Ancestor, do you truly believe I possess the capability for such a role? There is no need for such self-deprecation. This matter is not solely within my purview, but rather a decision made collectively by the five, the Yellow Emperor, Emperor Ku, Yao, Shun, and myself. The Yellow Emperor has high hopes for you, and I trust that his judgment is sound. So do you consent? Seeing the gravity in the ancestor's words, Huang Shengyuan experienced intense inner turmoil. Yet his gaze solidified for a fleeting moment. Ancestor, I am willing. I shall undertake the responsibilities befitting a sovereign of this generation. Excellent. Descendant of the Huaxiao Miao lineage, heed my decree. I, Zhuangshu, shall govern the foreign lands, wielding the precious seal of Kongtong, and bestow upon you the honor of sovereign. You shall uphold the divine mandate and usher in a new era. Immediately, Huang Shengyuan knelt, paying homage to the newly appointed emperor, pledging with unwavering diligence to fulfill the aspirations of the people. He vowed to lead the foreign descendants of Xia, to carve out a path amidst turmoil, vanquish malevolent spirits, eradicate evil beings, and protect the populace. Well done. Your demeanor is gracious and commendable. In the next moment, a golden dragon surged forth from the Kongtong seal, piercing into Huang Shengyuan's mind, startling him with this unforeseen occurrence. He quickly assessed himself for any harm, and upon confirming his well-being, cast a puzzled glance at Zhuangshu. This entity will prove invaluable to you in the days to come. For now, do not inquire further. Allow the celestial mechanisms to reveal themselves. There is no need for my words. I understand, Huang Shengyuan replied. Zhuangshu smiled before vanishing into the sacred land of mountains and seas. Huang Shengyuan also exited the sacred land. Huang Haoshuan had gone to reserve a room at a restaurant, leaving Huang Shengyuan alone at home. Yang Jin had indeed spotted Huang Shengyuan, albeit with a hint of confusion. Remaining at home, Huang Shengyuan anticipated a restless night, particularly concerning Lin Xia. He glanced back at the array of meticulously prepared gifts, nodding in satisfaction. Little Xia hopes you will enjoy the gift she has prepared for you. With that, Huang Shengyuan gathered himself and stepped out. Scorpion 3 reported, no abnormalities detected near the target. Report complete. A man seated in the driver's seat of a black van raised his walkie-talkie. Soon after, a voice responded from the other end. Scorpion 9 reported, the target woman is in the kitchen, chopping vegetables. No abnormalities detected. Report complete. He was a man clad in a white tactical suit, lying prone in the snow across from a low building. Scorpion 8 reported, the target boy is active in the living room. No abnormalities detected. Report complete. Understood. Stand by. Seated within the confines of the vehicle, Scorpion 3 activated the intercom once more. Scorpion 1, we have been stationed here for 2 days. How much longer must we wait? Until the target appears, came the response. But what if the individual never shows up? Are we to remain here until death claims us? Miss Snake Lady instructed that if the target fails to arrive by nightfall, we are to directly abduct that woman. Scorpion 1's words faltered abruptly. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan stood behind him, gripping a length of red cord. Whom do you intend to abduct? The agent of Medusa dispatched you, did they? When? Scorpion 1's face contorted in disbelief. Yet he quickly regained his composure, drawing a silenced pistol from his side and aiming it at Huang Shengyuan's forehead, subsequently discharging several rounds. However, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. Every bullet disintegrated into uniform fragments before reaching Huang Shengyuan's visage. How is this possible? But before he could comprehend, a strand of red cord pierced through his chest. Scorpion 1's pupils dilated in shock, and he toppled backwards, lifeless. Scorpion 1, what is happening over there? Hearing the voice from the intercom, Huang Shengyuan felt a wave of confusion. Could it be that Lin Xia had not yet arrived? Yet, upon realizing the intercom had fallen silent, a smile crept across Huang Shengyuan's face. With no moonlight to illuminate the night, he dismissed the concern. Huang Shengyuan leaped from the building. Just then, a bullet hurtled toward him. His eyes narrowed, a sniper posed a troublesome predicament. According to the original text, while he could pinpoint the assassin's location, he had no access to a sniper rifle. The Shengyuan bow in his possession was ineffective, and he had left his traditional bow at home, knowing full well it lacked the power of compound bow. Regret washed over him for not bringing his bow and arrows. Sensing his master was in peril, the red cord in Huang Shengyuan's hand elongated, swirling protectively around him. As the bullet neared within a meter, it shattered into countless fragments, cascading to the ground. Once safely grounded, Huang Shengyuan sprinted at full speed toward the side of the van. Chapter 67. Do not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Xiaoyuan. What is the matter? Lin Xia was taken aback upon seeing the visitor. Have you forgotten? I reside in the vicinity. How could I not notice these individuals being here? Is that so? Lin Xia felt a strange sensation. Huang Shengyuan always exuded an air of prescience and ease. Take care not to get injured. After dealing with these people, return home for a visit. Return home. But the captain said, who do you trust more, my words or the captain's? Oh, watch out. Lin Xia hurriedly pushed Huang Shengyuan aside and stumbled backward with the momentum. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the roof of the van above them. A bullet pierced through beside Lin Xia and embedded itself deep into the snow, striking the car door behind Huang Shengyuan. Huang Shengyuan remarked, I was careless. I forgot about the two snipers. Wait, that is not right. Hadn't I already dealt with one? There is another one. Could it be that the target is me? And they've also taken on a mission from the ancient god church? This is a pursuit of both wealth and power. No, I seem to have misremembered. Scorpion was the one who ultimately confronted Lin Xia. It appears he shall not witness the blood boiling. Huang Shengyuan showed no signs of fear, merely a look of bewilderment. Xiaoyuan, don't space out. Huang Shengyuan quickly regained his composure. Distracted, he realized he didn't have his bow and arrow. Glancing around, he noticed a vehicle behind him and pried off a sharp piece of metal from its undercarriage. With a swift motion of his wrist, he hurled the metal shard toward a patch of white snow atop the opposite building. Blood gushed forth as a figure slumped down. Lin Xia turned to Huang Shengyuan, his lips twitching uncontrollably. You still play with hidden weapons? Given the vast distance, how did you manage to kill him? By finding the right angle, supplemented by the divine ruins boost. Lin Xia gave Huang Shengyuan a thumbs up. There is another one I can't hit. No sooner had Huang Shengyuan spoken than a bullet whizzed overhead, striking the second sniper hidden behind a window. We have reinforcements as well. Wonderful. Lin Xia beamed with joy. Within Lin Xia's spiritual perception and Huang Shengyuan's divine vision, several figures were rapidly approaching them, just 4 individuals. They are fewer than the number encountered yesterday. Huh. The Hanging King. Huang Shengyuan interjected. Let me clarify, I am not the Hanging King. I have yet to reach the point where every step I take brings me fortune. My only chance lies in being the agent of the Great Xia deity, and you, the unscrupulous dean. Lin Xia retorted, what a hefty accusation. I haven't exploited you. How did I become the unscrupulous dean? You've also received divine abilities, haven't you? Moreover, you can choose for yourself. While I still have to rely on a lottery, you can acquire their divine ruins, while I can only obtain one of their divine abilities. In any case, I don't care. Now that you know my secret, you must take responsibility. Unscrupulous dean, Xiaoyuan, why are you such a person? Why don't you just expel me? It's not me. Enough. Now is not the time for this. Huang Shengyuan interrupted Lin Xia's impending words, then stretched his wrist and glanced at the van beside him. With a single hand, he lifted the van effortlessly and hurled it towards the approaching crowd, causing 4 individuals to gasp in astonishment and hastily scatter to avoid it. Huang Shengyuan was unfazed by the commotion, for he had already cloaked the area in silence. Take it easy. I know what I'm doing. Lin Xia observed as the ring on Huang Shengyuan's finger transformed into a long whip. The moment the whip materialized, Lin Xia nearly gasped for breath, overwhelmed by the immense pressure and terrifying aura it radiated. Xiaoyuan, where did you acquire this forbidden object? I bought it in an antique market, just around 300,000. Heh, I can't afford that. With that, Huang Shengyuan began to wield the whip. The sound of it slicing through the air resonated powerfully. With a mere flick of his wrist, He summoned a violent gale that lifted the surrounding pristine snowflakes into the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The four individuals who had just aimed their weapons at Huang Shengyuan were swept away by the whirlwind, and with another decisive swing, they vanished without a trace. Wait, are you sure that's a whip and not a banana fan? Do you need me to help fan the wind? Let us see if this long whip feels painful or refreshing against you. No, I dare not offend. Lin Xia hastily declined. Lin Xia scrutinized his surroundings. Where did everyone go? Just like that, it disappeared? I haven't even done anything yet. In the sacred land of mountains and seas, Nüwa, with her beautiful eyes, seemed to ponder something, her brow gently furrowing. Her lovely lips moved as she murmured softly, "Divine weapons are overbearing. Treasures are ultimately external, without sufficient experience. What benefit does a child bring to their lord?" Nüwa pointed towards the void. In the outside world, the precious weapon in Huang Shengyuan's grasp, along with the treasures that adorned his fingers and the back of his hand, became ensnared in a shimmering golden chain. How could this be? A shock coursed through Huang Shengyuan's heart, but upon sensing the familiar aura, he refrained from speaking further. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's final remark, Lin Xia inquired, perplexed. "Xiao Yuan, what is wrong?" "It's nothing, just that I must rely on myself from now on." "If not you, then who shall I rely on? Am I truly to depend on your parents?" "Xiao Yuan, we must leave. If my aunt and Ajin see me, it will be troublesome." After speaking, Lin Xia sheathed his knife and turned to depart, but Huang Shengyuan grasped his companion's arm. "Wait, what is it? Go back and check on your aunt and cousin." "No, that is not possible. They will. It seems you have yet to heed my previous words." A heaviness settled in Lin Xia's heart, and he urgently asked, "Does this have anything to do with today's events?" "You guessed correctly. Trust me, go back and take a look. With me around, you should not awaken her." "Awaken who?" Lin Xia fixed his gaze intently upon Huang Shengyuan. "At this moment, you are not yet privy to the full extent of the situation. All you need to understand is that your foremost duty now is to visit your aunt. Be obedient." Lin Xia yearned to articulate more, yet the words eluded him. To claim he did not wish to see his aunt would be an utter falsehood. To express fear that his relatives might be targeted seemed equally ludicrous, especially since it was evident they had already drawn attention today. He found himself devoid of any valid reasoning to counter the suggestion. "Xiao Qie, heed my words, otherwise you shall come to regret it. Come with me." With that, Huang Shengyuan took Lin Xia by the arm and led him back to his residence, presenting him with a box of pears and a box containing 6 walnuts. Subsequently, Huang Shengyuan himself took a box of yogurt and a crate of apples. "I shall accompany you to visit your aunt. Do not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away." Lin Xia glanced at the gifts prepared in his hands and then at Huang Shengyuan, ultimately nodding resolutely. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" "Ajin, please open the door." Chapter 68. The tumultuous life of a dog. Upon opening the door, Yang Jin was taken aback to see an unexpected visitor. "Ajin, I'm back. Mom, is it really you?" Hearing the voice, Aunt hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Lin Xia, the spoon in her hand clattered to the floor. "Xia, you've truly returned? Is it really?" "Aunt, it's me. I've come back to visit during the holiday." "That is wonderful, just wonderful," Aunt said with reddened eyes. At that moment, Lin Xia recalled Huang Shengyuan standing behind him and promptly introduced, "By the way, Aunt, this is my comrade from the training camp. He lives nearby and came along to see you." Aunt and Yang Jin turned to look at Huang Shengyuan, both surprised upon recognizing him. "Oh, aren't you the neighbor?" "Hello, Aunt. I live next door. However, I'm just renting this place to attend school. Later, I also joined the military. We are classmates and look out for each other." "Good, good. It's nice to have someone to look out for you. You too, don't just stand there. Come in and sit down, and we'll prepare something for you." "Aunt, you needn't trouble yourself. My brother and the others have already booked a hotel, and I'll be joining them for the New Year's Eve dinner shortly. It's rare for him to come to Cangnan City." "I see. Well, please come in and make yourselves comfortable. Ajin, go fetch a pair of new slippers." As Lin Xia stepped into the familiar little home, he could hardly contain his joy. Yang Jin curiously studied Huang Shengyuan. "Little Jin, is there something wrong with the way you're looking at me?" "Ah, Brother Shengyuan, I'm just a bit curious. I didn't expect you and my brother to have such a connection. How so? My brother is engaged in business, while I've joined the military. Perhaps in the future, I could help establish a large family with him. Is that so? Lin Xie felt speechless upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, hoping to protect his naive and innocent younger brother. Just then, Huang Shengyuan felt a tickling sensation at his feet. Looking down, he spotted a small black dog. What an adorable little dog. Huang Shengyuan's eyes lit up. He had always favored small dogs that remain cute. While grown dogs can be handsome, he preferred the adorableness of puppies. When dogs grow up, they become less entertaining, making them difficult to hold and pet. His name is Xiaohei. He is part of our family, Lin Xie explained. You can hold him. He doesn't bite. Doesn't bite? Huang Shengyuan noticed some bloodstains beneath the black fur of the little dog. Then I shall hold him. It's up to you. If it were any other dog, I might be concerned, but I have complete faith in you holding this one. Xiaohei seemed to protest. Did I consent to this? And what are you worried about? Who says I don't bite? I dare to bite a monkey. In the next moment, the little black dog leaped into the air, rendered speechless. The small black creature was placed upon Huang Shengyuan's lap, who then gently caressed the dog resting on his legs. Yang Jin observed. His dog has lost all sense of propriety. He could see the fervent gaze Huang Shengyuan cast upon the puppy. Although he was aware of the latter's extraordinary background and perhaps even his own unremarkable status, it truly reflected a childlike innocence. Initially reluctant, the little black dog soon relished the affectionate strokes from Huang Shengyuan. It seems this little fellow quite likes me, remarked Lin Xie with a hint of pride. The little black dog. Yang Jin. Huang Shengyuan. Little one, you mustn't relieve yourself while on my lap, or I shall give you a light smack. The little black dog. That is utterly impossible. I'm a cultured dog. Yang Jin replied. If he truly dares to misbehave, I shall break his legs before you even need to. By the way, Xia, has this little black dog been neutered? It should have been, right? I hardly find such matters worth my attention. Besides, the little black dog's aggression and territorial instincts do not seem overly pronounced, and there are no apparent health issues. So, surely, your aunt must have taken it for the procedure. Yang Jin, how am I to know that this dog has been altered? The little black dog, I have not. Do not speak such nonsense. I will inquire with my aunt later. If it hasn't been done, I shall take it for the procedure soon. After all, the little black dog has been living with us for quite some time, and I wish to prevent any health issues from arising. I will certainly remind my aunt, just in case. Yang Jin and Huang Shengyuan were startled, while the little black dog was drenched in cold sweat. Huang Shengyuan said, I merely mention it casually. Please do not take it seriously. I do not wish to be pursued and bitten by this sun-eater god. The little black dog gazed at Lin Xie with pleading eyes. Lin Xie extended a hand to stroke the little creature and said, Do not look at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. It is to prevent the possibility of testicular cancer and prostate issues, as well as reduce the risks of perianal tumors and hernias. Xie, let us discuss something else. You should enjoy the New Year's Eve dinner with your aunt here. Stay the night, and we shall come to find you tomorrow. Huang Shengyuan made a concerted effort to change the subject. Very well, but what about the captain? I shall speak to him. Do not worry. I assure you that he will not trouble you in my presence. You have that ability. But how do I explain this to Hong, Ying, and the others? Rest assured, I will handle everything. Seeing Lin Xie's attention diverted, the little black dog gazed up at Huang Shengyuan with gratitude. Huang Shengyuan then turned his focus to Yang Jin and, after a moment of contemplation, uttered something ambiguous. Yang Jin, little brother. Yang Jin, could you refrain from calling me that? What is it, Shengyuan? Nothing much. I simply think that besides caring for the little black dog, you might also benefit from having a bird. Lin Xie, puzzled, wondered how raising a dog had any correlation with keeping a bird. Yang Jin felt an urgent alarm ringing in his heart, only to have his expression dimmed a moment later, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Huang Shengyuan's small black pet also appeared to wilt slightly in that instant. Huang Shengyuan, could it be? Lin Xie, who had always been left in the dark, noticed his brother's unusual mood and, filled with concern and confusion, asked, Ajin, what is wrong with you and the little black pet? Did something happen with the bird? Xie replied, and what about you? Time was of the essence. I must take my leave now. My brother and the others should be waiting for me. Oh, won't you stay a little longer? I fear that if I arrive late, the meal will be cold, and I have yet to inform them. Ajin, dear brother, I shall take my leave. Although Aunt intended to persuade Huang Shengyuan to stay a while longer, she ultimately respected his decision, recognizing that a family reunion dinner was not something to be interrupted by her own whims. Chapter 69. The fallen leaves return to their roots. The soul returns to its homeland within the expansive confines of the hotel. Huang Shengyuan, Yan Ziyu, and Huang Haoshuan were seated around a circular table, laden with an array of delectable dishes that tantalized the senses. Xiaoyuan, why did you arrive so late? Did something happen? Huang Haoshuan inquired casually. No, I merely went to visit Lin Xie's aunt, Huang Shengyuan replied. Brother, does that mean Lin Xie has returned home? Yan Ziyu asked with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, I encourage him to do so. Huang Haoshuan frowned slightly, feeling a discontent at Yan Ziyu's manner of addressing his younger brother. Zia Ziyu, have your injuries from yesterday healed? Just some superficial wounds. Pang Pang and Chao Yuan are fine. How about your arm, brother? Huang Haoshuan looked at Huang Shengyuan with concern. I am alright. My wound is healing swiftly and is unlikely to become infected. Now, let's not dwell on such matters. Otherwise, our meal will grow cold. The atmosphere at the dining table was not particularly lively, but it held a warmth of its own. Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss for conversation, while Yan Ziyu exercised restraint, and Huang Haoshuan was not particularly loquacious. It was indeed a challenge for the three of them to create a vibrant ambience. Midnight at the Sacred Mountain and Sea Mother. Are you present? Huang Shengyuan stood before the towering heavenly tree, speaking with a tone of reverence. Naturally, the figure of Nüwa manifested, her beautiful eyes fluttering gently, before she spoke softly. Child, what troubles have brought you here? I wish to request your assistance, if I may. Of course. Please wait a moment. After uttering these words, Nüwa vanished from the sacred mountain and sea. Truly, she is deserving of her title. Even before I could voice my request, she anticipated my thoughts. Huang Shengyuan marveled sincerely. As he surveyed the sacred mountain and sea, his gaze finally settled upon the legendary materials of the Nüwa stone, the five-colored primordial stones. Huang Shengyuan methodically located the blue, yellow, red, white, and black stones, feeling the overwhelming power within each of them coursing through his limbs. This time, I shall utilize the materials of the legendary divine stone from yesterday to craft my second incarnation, Huang Shengyuan murmured, settling into a meditative posture and forming hand seals. Before long, 5 distinct hues of light began to flicker in the air, and in an instant, a tempest arose within the sacred mountain and sea. As the 4 elemental forces of earth, water, fire, and wind became chaotic, Huang Shengyuan sensed something amiss. Simultaneously, the situation escalated. He felt an excruciating pain within his being, akin to being torn apart by 5 horses, a sensation that seemed to originate from the depths of his soul. Blood began to flow from his orifices, and his physical form started to crumble inch by inch. What is happening? Why? Huang Shengyuan had no time to ponder further when an intense burning sensation engulfed him. At that moment, the figure of Zhuanshu suddenly appeared before him. This is sheer chaos. How dare you act so recklessly without understanding the principles of the 5 elements? As he spoke, Zhuangsu gently raised his hand and then forcefully pressed down, calming the tumultuous forces of earth, water, fire, and wind within the sacred land of mountains and seas, though they had yet to cease entirely. Truly, the artifact for mending the heavens was remarkable. It was beyond the capacity of a single individual to suppress. At that moment, a colossal furnace descended from the heavens, enveloping Huang Shengyuan and the 5 divine stones within its embrace. The figure of Nüwa reappeared once more. Zhuangsu respectfully clasped his hands and bowed to her. I have met the ancestor Nüwa, he stated. This child. Nüwa sighed with a hint of helplessness. Nüwa, does this child truly possess the capacity for great responsibility? His frail physique lacks the ambition of a sage. His heart is restless. To bestow upon him the title of Emperor of Humanity would be to invite unpredictable fortune and misfortune. Humans are born to consume grains and engage in myriad desires. And while human nature is innately benevolent, it is commonplace for a youth, particularly one bound by the innocence of youth, to be uncertain. After all, even those of advanced age may remain lost throughout their lives. This child requires guidance. He cannot be rushed or pressured. Alas, I hope so. I also hope this child does not become as foolish as in his past life. This matter must not be mentioned again. His path is his own to tread. Regardless of the choices he makes, he remains a child of our Huang Xia. Should he ultimately achieve his aspirations, we shall find joy in his success. If he fades away, he must return to his roots, his soul returning to the homeland. Zhuangzi spoke again, Ancestor Nüwa. I have learned today, and I look forward to this child's future. I anticipate the day he finds a fulfilling destiny and the moment he ascends to greatness. We have watched over him for a millennium, witnessing his fall from grace, his loss of virtue, his burdens of sin, endlessly repeating the cycle of decay and oblivion. This is his final opportunity. I hope he can overcome his inner demons. Moreover, he cannot endure another descent into the three evil paths. At that moment, Nüwa resembled an elderly mother, her gaze becoming resolutely firm. She spoke softly. I believe in my children. They will not remain lost in ignorance. I trust that as long as they encounter the right individuals and tread the correct path, they shall ultimately become dragons and phoenixes among humanity. Then I shall leave this matter in the hands of Ancestor Nüwa. With that, Zhuangzi departed. After his departure, Nüwa turned her worried gaze toward Huang Shengyuan within the furnace. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan felt the pain in his body gradually diminish, and his shattered form began to heal slowly. The five-colored stones suspended in the air started to melt, gradually taking on a human shape, resembling the child he had previously encountered. Before him stood a small boy, around 8 or 9 years old, whose features reflected 9/10 of Huang Shengyuan's own visage. The aura surrounding Huang Shengyuan began to stabilize as well, and the flames within the furnace dwindled. Observing this, Nüwa whispered to herself, "This is a success." With a gentle lift of her jade hand, the massive lid of the furnace slowly opened, releasing steam that filled the entire sacred land of mountains and seas. Oh, what fortune arises from adversity, having shaped the embryonic form of divinity in this realm, elevating the level of his corporeal existence. Alas, divinity is not your ultimate destination. After a moment of contemplation, the goddess Nüwa, with a slight smile gracing her beautiful lips, determined it was time to impart some genuine skills to you. Alas, the starting point is somewhat elevated. Consider this a minor punishment. With a delicate touch of her jade hand, an emblem resembling a shackle appeared on Huang Shengyuan's forehead. Child, this transformation is ill-suited for the present. A hero must endure trials in their twilight. She wished him the day would come when he soared to great heights, perhaps even beyond. Approximately 4 hours later, Huang Shengyuan slowly opened his eyes and, upon doing so, beheld his own incarnation before him. Oh, this time it's not a plush toy. Ugh, I was quite unattractive as a child. My height is lacking, and my complexion is dark. After surveying himself, he offered this unsparing assessment. As he took a moment to reflect, he was astounded to discover that his physical form had weakened. It now bore resemblance only to that of an ordinary individual, a far cry from his previous state. Initially gripped by panic, Huang Shengyuan gradually regained his composure. Yet confusion lingered in his heart. Logically, while one's realm could indeed render them incapacitated, the strength of the physical body should not have diminished. He had read tales of cultivators rendered impotent, but he had never encountered instances of those who focused on physical cultivation being similarly diminished. Or perhaps such occurrences were simply beyond his experience. A soft voice from Nüwa broke through his musings, making him acutely aware of his changes. Goddess! Huang Shengyuan quickly turned, but sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Nüwa stood with her back to him, reminiscent of a mother displeased with her child. As he pondered the reason for her apparent ire, Nüwa provided an explanation. Your recklessness has led to the ruin of your physical form. What you possess now is the result of its reconstruction. This time, Nüwa chose to communicate through thought rather than spoken words. I am sorry, goddess. I return. Though you wish for those you desire, take them back for now. Upon hearing her indifferent tone, Huang Shengyuan felt a pang in his heart. In the next moment, Nüwa waved her hand, and a stream of light transformed into a small white jade vial, which appeared in his grasp. After receiving the item, Huang Shengyuan bowed thrice to Nüwa and obediently exited the sacred realm of Shanghai. Little did he know, after his departure, Nüwa retrieved a bronze mirror, within which reflected the reality of Huang Shengyuan's return. Chapter 70. Serpent Woman. Returning to reality, Huang Shengyuan felt a pang of discomfort within. Though he concealed it beneath a calm exterior, which had become his habitual demeanor, he gazed upward at the dim sky, contemplating the individuals he would encounter the following day. As he opened the jade bottle in his hand, 6 figures materialized before him. Among them, a tall girl with a high ponytail stood out distinctly. Huang Shengyuan assessed the group before him and offered his observations. Ghosts do not seem as terrifying as I once believed. Whether that individual survives tomorrow hinges on the lot of you. The girl, with her eyes tightly shut, slightly stirred. Her beautiful eyes gradually opened, surveying her surroundings with a hint of confusion. Upon noticing Huang Shengyuan, she politely inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Huang Shengyuan, a night watchman of the Great Xia and an agent of Cangnan," he replied. At this, the woman's pupils constricted slightly. Dawn had arrived. Huang Shengyuan made his way toward the Peace Affairs office, as Huang Haoshuan had hastily departed the previous night due to pressing matters. However, for Huang Shengyuan, this was not necessarily a misfortune. Lin Xia had already returned to the Peace Affairs office. Upon seeing Huang Shengyuan, Lin Xia expressed his confusion. It was perplexing that Huang Shengyuan and his brother, both sharing the same profession, had parted ways so swiftly after their meeting, while he himself had not spent much time with his aunt, who required discretion. "Why, Xia, do you not spend more time with your aunt?" Lin Xia shook his head in resignation. "I am a constant source of trouble there. A brief glimpse of them suffices. However, I shall do my utmost to avoid what you previously mentioned." Huang Shengyuan replied, "Child, such avoidance is inevitable. Either you must reach a level sufficient to create universes, or I must attain the ability to create beings, or we may require the intervention of Lady Nüwa. But for now, what can we do? Even Lady Nüwa may not guarantee the salvation of this realm. After all, she is currently agitated with me, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed." Huang Shengyuan felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have sought Lady Nüwa's counsel. She was the only elder in this world who knew all about him. He wondered about his other incarnation and whether Lady Nüwa had helped transport him to another world. Sighing, he mused, "Well, I suppose I shall see if I possess any ability." Lin Xia refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, a woman stood atop a signal tower, her serpentine, slit-like eyes quietly observing the city, a smirk playing on her lips. Buzz! Her phone rang from her pocket. She retrieved it and placed it to her ear. "Hello. The individuals from the training camp have been compromised. Yuan Gang has exited the camp. Time is of the essence. The good news is that Huang Haoshuan has left, while his brother and Lin Xia remain in Cangnan City. Your mission is to capture Huang Haoshuan's younger brother alive. If Lin Xia refuses to join us, he must be eliminated. However, it is imperative that we bring back Huang Haoshuan's brother unharmed, as per the directive of the Master of Murmurs." "Oh dear, must we conclude so soon? I have yet to enjoy myself." The woman rested her chin in her hand and spoke languidly. "Snake Woman, we did not summon you for mere amusement." The voice on the other end of the line turned serious. Lin Xia was the unprecedented first dual divine agent. Should such an individual become an adversary, it would lead to endless woes. If such a person could not be recruited, they must be eliminated in their infancy. Huang Haoshuan's younger brother represented a significant leverage. The sudden replacement of personnel in the Suzhou team indicated that, should any actions arise, Huang Haoshuan would be the foremost threat. Therefore, his brother must be brought back alive. "Really? I'm so scared. Why don't you send him to fight me? Come on, let him strike me. After all, they're just 2 little brats. What is there to fear? I'm rather curious about this brother Huang you speak of." The tone of the person on the other end grew graver. "You are merely a newcomer to the ancient god society, and your strength is limited. This mission primarily focuses on recruitment. If you could bring both of them under our banner, the rest is self-evident." As the call ended, the snake woman rolled her eyes at her phone. "If it weren't for survival, who would even bother with you? Alas, I am indeed a diligent, responsible, kind, and beautiful top-tier woman. She spat. The dual divine agent and significant leverage. This is becoming rather interesting. Xiaoyuan, go and check on them. That is precisely my intention. Consider it a New Year visit. Lin Xie felt an inexplicable sense of strangeness about Huang Shengyuan, as though he was aware of everything, yet also oblivious. This contradictory sensation perplexed her. Huang Shengyuan suddenly spoke again. Things are about to become quite intriguing. He exhibited no fear, for he was confident in his ability to handle the incoming guests. Even if unexpected circumstances arose, he knew he could escape or resort to some underhanded tactics. Huang Shengyuan rummaged through his pocket and produced 3 or 4 bottles of 502 glue. Lin Xie and Huang Shengyuan, each carrying their respective black boxes and New Year provisions, quietly traversed the dining area filled with the sounds of snoring and pushed the door open. Observing the sprawled figures on the floor, Huang Shengyuan felt particularly speechless. How does that Oscar-winning actor Wu Xiangnan manage to feign sleep so convincingly? As they were about to exit, Huang Shengyuan suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he pushed Lin Xie out of the door first. Following this, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the men inside the peace affairs office were neatly covered by a large white sheet. Then, Huang Shengyuan cleared his throat and declared, "Here, as a blanket for you. No need to thank me." The voice that emerged was surprisingly Lin Xie's. After uttering that remark, Huang Shengyuan stepped out of the door. Emerging into the open, he was met with a scene reminiscent of a murder scene, where Chen Mai stood alongside the feigning Wu Xiangnan awakening from his charade. Wu Xiangnan remarked, "Xia has gone astray. This child needs a good beating. 3 days without discipline, and the roof will be torn down. Chen Mai, should I be honest, or should I provide cover for that little fellow?" Both of these youngsters are prodigies, a rare talent throughout the ages. Though this prank lacks respect, it is not a grave offense. I shall let it be. Similarly, Zhao Kongchang awakens to find himself draped in white cloth. Grass, a humble plant, grows particularly tall upon the graves this year. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? The child merely jested. Do you truly believe you have passed on? Zhao Kongchang. Thus, love is destined to fade. Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xie stroll along an unusually quiet street, each shop adorned with a large character for blessing, their doors firmly shut. As Huang Shengyuan treads upon the snow, a sense of nostalgia washes over him. It has been ages since he last encountered snow during the New Year, and even longer since he felt the essence of the festive season. At this moment, a subtle change flickers in Huang Shengyuan's gaze. It has arrived. Chapter 71. The serpent woman to their right stood a dilapidated, low building, its walls adorned with a thick layer of moss. After exchanging a silent glance, the two approached the structure in unison. As though sensing their approach, an eerie crack manifested on the dust-laden, moss-covered wall. Soon after, a slender, sinister serpent's eye emerged before them. In Huang Shengyuan's perception, their vicinity, or rather the entire street, was encircled by such eyes, densely populated and unnerving. The sight sent shivers down his spine. "Since we are here, why not reveal yourself?" Huang Shengyuan called out boldly. "The serpent woman, the agent of Medusa." "Oh my, you are quite well-informed, young man. It surprises me that such a renowned name has reached your ears and lingered in your memory," came the mocking reply. Huang Shengyuan remained silent, while Lin Xie observed with an air of calm. "So, you are here to kill us?" he inquired. "Kill you? My mission is primarily one of recruitment. They desire you, but I am indifferent. To extinguish a talent such as yours would truly please me. However, regarding him, I am under strict orders. If I do not bring him back alive, I may face dire consequences. Yet, I find myself reconsidering my approach towards you." She stepped closer to Lin Xie, her crimson tongue gliding over her lips, the enchanting serpent eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she gently extended her hand to caress his cheek. Witnessing this classic scene, Huang Shengyuan remarked, "Indeed, there are advantages to being unattractive. Such a handsome visage, TSK, what a pity." Feeling overwhelmed by disgust, he could no longer bear it. He had never encountered a woman so repulsive. With a swift kick, he aimed at her, causing the serpent woman to retreat 10 meters. "Ah, young man, you truly are Ugh, silence. Andy, matron, you ought to reflect on how much older you are than us before addressing me as young man. I am merely 17, far younger than you. If it weren't for the forbidden ruins, would you even look like this? Do you fancy yourself a heroine from a novel, playing the role of a domineering CEO's love interest? I have never met such a shameless woman. You sell yourself? I believe women should embody strength, resilience, grace, and courage. Yet you are the epitome of disgrace. Old lady, Lin Xia exclaimed in disbelief at the unfolding drama. The serpent woman's face twisted with fury, her expression revealing her rage as the black hair coalesced into a massive black python, which hissed and lunged at the two. Try to bite me, I dare you. Huang Shengyuan suddenly shouted at the serpents. With a cold chuckle, the serpent woman prepared to respond, but the next moment left her utterly astonished. The snakes recoiled at Huang Shengyuan's command. Fairy Chang'e, you are truly remarkable, Lin Xia exclaimed. This is impossible. You are merely an ordinary person. No matter how formidable the forbidden ruins may be, it cannot surpass the divine ruins. Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia were profoundly astonished. For the ancient god cult was oblivious to the fact that Huang Shengyuan was also a divine agent. Huang Shengyuan was not only shocked but also perplexed. Logically, with so many undercover operatives in the training camp, not a single one had divulged his identity. Was it solely because he was the divine agent of Daxia? Had those individuals experienced a pang of conscience? Huang Shengyuan simply cannot fathom it. What did you just say? The serpent woman inquired. Regardless, my sole objective is to bring you back alive. Petrifying you is certainly an option. Once I deal with that handsome young man beside you, my mission will be deemed a resounding success. Old lady, come here, Huang Shengyuan bellowed with fervor. Fortunately, I am not the serpent woman. Her words are venomous, Lin Xia remarked. The serpent woman's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, prompting Huang Shengyuan to shut his eyes. What can you do if I do not look at you? Come at me, strike me, buy winter melons, little one. No, that term cannot apply to you, for you are quite tall and handsome. Perhaps I should call you a little donkey, old hag, millennium-old demon, or XXS 54088. Alas, Lin Xia exclaimed. The serpent woman erupted into a frenzy, disregarding everything as she lunged toward Huang Shengyuan. The formidable aura of Medusa bore down upon the two of them, yet Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia remained entirely unaffected. However, the serpent woman seemed oblivious to this fact, brandishing two daggers as she aimed them at the pair. In perfect synchrony, Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia raised their legs, delivering a kick to the serpent woman's abdomen. Caught off guard, she was sent sprawling backward. Struggling to regain her footing, disbelief clouded her eyes, and her expression darkened. How could you two remain unaffected? That's none of your concern, Huang Shengyuan retorted. You old sister, at such an advanced age, you should know better. I must inform you that we do not strike the old or young, nor do we harm women, but we do not refrain from striking beasts. You have undoubtedly harmed many, and you are on the path to your own demise. Furthermore, I have no policy against striking women. Someone as twisted and repugnant as you deserves no mercy. A murderer, the agent of Medusa, is clearly not a good person. Look at the words you utter. You stifle genius. This means you have slain indiscriminately, regardless of age or gender. Therefore, I shall continue to berate you. You deserve it. You wretched old hag. Little Yuan, I beseech you, have some restraint. The serpent woman's chest heaved violently, her aura intensifying. Even Lin Xia felt a considerable pressure this time. Following this, the serpent woman launched a fierce assault toward the two, forcing Lin Xia to release his hand from Huang Shengyuan's mouth. I tell you, I have no psychological burden in striking you now. The sentiment of cherishing flowers and pitying jade will never apply to you. Lin Xia remained silent. The serpent woman was evidently enraged, and remarkably, she matched the two of them blow for blow. Huang Shengyuan, who also believed his physical form had been destroyed and subsequently reconstituted, felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Had the serpent woman arrived a moment sooner, he could have undoubtedly kicked her into the Pacific Ocean. Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia both possess similar abilities of spiritual perception, one akin to X-ray vision, while the other resembles the sole eye of Huiyuhao from Doa continent. Xia, do you not wish to see our eyes? Then let it be as you desire. Lin Xia comprehended the implication. Subsequently, she spoke slowly. Since you wish to behold our gazes, indulge yourself. As Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia gradually opened their eyes, a full moon broke through the night, illuminating the two. Lin Xia's eyes unfurled. Her left eye blazed with fiery intensity, while her right eye was as dark as ink, embodying two distinctly formidable spiritual essences. In contrast, Huang Shengyuan's pupils transformed from black to a pure, radiant white, as if capable of purifying all in existence. Auntie, elder sister, old lady, we now wish to see. After our gazes meet, who will be petrified first, us or you, destined to encounter the king of hell? She doubled over in agony, hands clutching her eyes, as streams of blood tears flowed through her fingers. The divine aura surrounding her seemed to be washed away by the tides, leaving her vulnerable, stripped of her former arrogance. The serpent woman was now consumed by a profound fear, for she acutely felt the tug of 4 or 5 divine powers on her very soul. Furthermore, a binding curse enveloped her, silencing her ability to communicate the events of this day to any living being. Should she defy this edict, she would face the grim fate of her soul being shattered, forever barred from reincarnation. You are also. Chapter 72, Shiva's Grievance. The heart of the serpent woman brimmed with overwhelming hatred. The person before her rendered her voiceless in her suffering, unable to express her resentment. With a flick of his wrist, Huang Shengyuan conjured a long spear into his grasp, aiming it menacingly at the serpent woman's brow, poised to strike. However, a silver halberd interposed itself, halting Huang Shengyuan's lance. In times past, such a feeble force could never have withstood him, leaving Huang Shengyuan feeling immensely constrained. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and politely addressed a man in his 30s beside him. Your presence is acknowledged, the man remarked, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke. With a gentle tremor of the halberd in his hand, Huang Shengyuan was forced back several paces. Yet, due to the earth beneath him, he sustained no injury. Lin Xia quickly stepped forward to support Huang Shengyuan. Are you all right? It's nothing. He cannot harm me. Han Xiaoyan, somewhat surprised, still kept his demeanor polite. Greetings. I am Han Xiaoyan, the 13th seat of the believers. A heavy sensation settled in Lin Xia's heart. He sensed the formidable strength of their opponent, at least at the Chuan realm. The serpent woman, standing behind Han Xiaoyan, finally emerged from the shadow cast by the divine might, her icy serpent eyes piercing, yet filled with palpable dread as they fell upon Huang Shengyuan. You may leave, Han Xiaoyan spoke coolly, and Huang Shengyuan did not attempt to impede them. The serpent woman nodded, casting one last reluctant glance at Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan, her eyes rife with unwillingness. With a disdainful snort, she executed her serpentine teleportation once more. Huang Shengyuan remarked, the future of Gusu City will settle accounts with you. Lin Xia had already extended his mental faculties into the psychiatric hospital, prepared to summon Nikes at any moment, while Huang Shengyuan remained undaunted. Are you here to recruit us? Lin Xia inquired slowly. I'm not here to entertain you, or rather, I'm not here to recruit you, Han Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly. I am here to eliminate you, and the individual beside you is my intended capture. A swift strike to incapacitate and a bag to ensnare. Huang Shengyuan interjected, so, you are here to abduct a minor. No, wait, it seems you intend to forcibly take an underage companion. Just as Lin Xia successfully established communication with Nikes within the psychiatric hospital and was about to summon him, an unforeseen change occurred. Huang Shengyuan's expression turned to a smile. Night Watchman's boundless void. The entire team 136 was present. Who dares to seek death? A voice echoed, carried by the wind, reaching the ears of the three. You lure me here. The two men faced each other, one of whom was Yuan Gang. You have finally arrived. The man's face broke into a smile. Now that you are here, there is no way you will escape in the short term. Do you really believe you can allow another high realm to kill Lin Xia and then take Huang Shengyuan? Yuan Gang scoffed. Do you truly think only those of the high realm can kill one of their own? The night watchman squad stationed in Cangnan, a third-tier city, cannot possibly pose a threat to me. Had Yuan Gang come, perhaps my mission would have faltered. But do you truly believe you possess the ability to thwart me? Lin Xie dismissed his initial thoughts, as Huang Shengyuan had anticipated. Upon encountering the members of Team 136, Lin Xie felt a surge of surprise, swiftly followed by anxiety, while Huang Shengyuan mentally calculated the time, estimating that it would be a while before those individuals could fully merge with their physical forms, uncertain of their eventual meeting. Huang Shengyuan remarked, when Han Xiaoyan sees them, will you still dare to utter such words? Han Ying, with her bright eyes, gazed at the two and cheerfully waved. Little Yuan, little Xia, we are here to rescue you. Don't be afraid. Upon seeing Han Ying smile, Huang Shengyuan momentarily froze. Huang Shengyuan, excellent, my third incarnation. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously leaned backward, plummeting from the high building. Why were they on the rooftop? Naturally, it was the work of the snake woman. Scaling walls was no challenge for them now. They hurriedly rushed to join the others. Captain, that is AC Realm. Captain, do you need me to summon a deity for assistance? Chima instinctively replied, I understand. No. Wait. The surrounding individuals turned their gazes toward Huang Shengyuan. Little Yuan, what did you just say? Hong Ying placed her hand on Huang Shengyuan's forehead, checking for fever. You're not ill, so why speak such nonsense? Huang Shengyuan. Chun Mai stepped forward, shielding the two behind him, his gaze fixed on Han Xiaoyan standing before them. Ida Kognisyu, Han Shengyuan, former captain of the Suzhou Night Watchman Squad. And so what? You once held the title of captain, but why now? Chun Mai's eyes narrowed. You wouldn't understand, nor can you comprehend. Han Xiaoyan's voice was low and gravelly, yet Huang Shengyuan began to grasp the other's mindset. I understand. Huang Shengyuan spoke again. Lin Xie inquired. What do you comprehend? Wu Xiaonan added. What's wrong with little Yuan? He keeps spouting incomprehensible nonsense. What gives you the right to claim understanding? By virtue of my eyes. The pure white replaced Huang Shengyuan's obsidian-like pupils. Beneath the sacred moonlight, all your truths are laid bare. You are extraordinary. You are not merely an ordinary abyssal realm possessor. Regarding the moon, I cannot fathom which abyss fits your circumstances. Han Xiaoyan spoke slowly. Huang Shengyuan, unperturbed, replied, You need not concern yourself with my circumstances. If I were to assert that your other 17 members could once again stand before you in their former prime, would that alter your perspective? Han Xiaoyun's heart trembled at the revelation, mingled with a tinge of suppressed anger. You seek to appease me with them. Believe it or not, it matters not. Even if you possess such power, I cannot return. We can only be adversaries. I can only call you to submit. Only then will you engage with me properly. Little one, regardless of what you say today, I will insist on taking you back. Hong Ying's gaze turned icy, and she resolutely declared, Then you shall have to step over our corpses. You will not take him away. With our team 136 present, your ambitions shall come to naught. Words are futile. Long Xian gently reached behind his waist, and with a flash of silver, he hoisted a massive grenade launcher onto his shoulder. Instantly aiming it at Han Xiaoyan on the rooftop and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, a grenade shot forth. However, Han Xiaoyan merely furrowed his brow and waved his long spear. Boom! A wave of heat and a tempest erupted simultaneously as a violent gale burst forth from Han Xiaoyan's vicinity. At the same time, Hong Ying grasped the long gun that had emerged behind her and launched an attack toward Han Xiaoyan. The author is currently preparing for the upcoming exams. Thus, updates will be less frequent. The author promises to deliver at least 3 chapters daily after the examinations conclude. Your understanding is greatly appreciated. The school's holiday schedule varies, with breaks occurring every 11 days. Chapter 73. The Hall of Yama, as the fierce assault of Hong Ying approached. Han Xiaoyan gripped his long spear tightly and swept it towards her. With a swift maneuver, Hong Ying twirled her spear, meeting Han Xiaoyan's attack head-on. However, she showed no signs of retreat. Instead, seizing the opportunity, she delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, creating distance between them. Han Xiaoyan, undeterred, swung his spear once more, aiming for her waist. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Hong Ying transformed in Han Xiaoyan's gaze into a graceful woman of about 30. her flowing hair and smiling eyes captivating him. His pupils constricted, and his spear came to an abrupt halt as he softly murmured, "Ching, ching." Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of distraction before clarity returned. Something was amiss. Before he could voice his thoughts, a long blade was suddenly drawn across his neck. Han Shengyuan instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding the deadly sweep aimed at him. Team 136, Zhao Kongsheng, seek your guidance. Esteemed Senior, this is Forbidden Abyss Sequence 083, Annihilation of Life and Moonlight. How was I unaware? In a tertiary city like this, how could someone of your perilous caliber? Esteemed Senior, you are no longer a night watchman. Confidential, with a cold snort, Han Shengyuan thrust his spear once again towards Zhao Kongsheng. The starry blade in Zhao's hand glimmered with pristine frost before clashing fiercely against Han Shengyuan's spear. The two formidable presences created a tempest around them, stirring the falling snow into a frenzy. Seeing this, Hong Ying brandished her spear and joined the fray, while Lung Xian transformed his rocket launcher into an AK, aiming it at Han Shengyuan. Meanwhile, Chun Mai tightened his grip on the starry blade, poised for action, his gaze fixed intently on the three figures amidst the swirling snow. In the next moment, a violent ring of snow and wind exploded at the center of the trio, sending Hong Ying and Zhao Kongsheng, along with their weapons, hurtling through the blizzard, while the decrepit building beneath them crumbled under the force of the impact. Your performance is indeed astonishing. But it ends here. Han Shengyuan spoke slowly. The next instant, in the snow-blanketed ground, whirlwinds erupted, lifting the accumulated snow into the air, creating a scene reminiscent of a blizzard in the polar regions. The howling winds ravaged the area for miles, lifting countless objects, billboards, streetlights, bricks, and towering trees into the sky without exception. Huang Shengyuan quietly murmured, "Here it comes, Forbidden Abyss Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster." Lin Xie responded, "Forbidden Abyss Sequence 079. It must be correct." Huang Shengyuan observed the overwhelming gale, an invisible and intangible force of nature, realizing that commanding such power could indeed dominate a territory. Contemplating the wind, Huang Shengyuan pondered that enough time should have passed by now. Under the relentless winds, it was nearly impossible for anyone but Huang Shengyuan to maintain their footing. Yet, in the next moment, Wu Xiangnan's voice faintly reached Huang Shengyuan's ears. "Xiaonan." Huang Shengyuan truly yearned to utter an apology. Had he ascended to a higher realm, he would possess the unequivocal ability to rectify the present predicament. Regrets now plague him for having adopted the five-color divine stone as his avatar. Or perhaps he should have forewarned Lady Nüwa, for he would not find himself in such a vulnerable state otherwise. The drop of essence that Lady Nüwa had bestowed upon him previously was akin to a gift unappreciated, a treasure he failed to cherish adequately. Currently, the use of the divine ruins exacts a substantial toll on his mental fortitude, compounded by previous schemes and the affair with the Serpent Lady, leaving him incapable of fully bringing down those in the heavens. It is utterly impossible for him to sing. Amidst such a multitude, he could never find the courage to raise his voice, having already suffered enough embarrassment that day. Fortunately, those who witnessed his singing are no longer among the living. Even if others misheard, who would recognize him with his tone concealed? Besides, no one inquires. Yin Ziyu is taciturn, so Huang Shengyuan need not worry. Moreover, his voice had transformed drastically that day, rendering him unrecognizable. Upon seeing the radiant white light enveloping him, Huang Shengyuan inexplicably perceived the Wu's silk as remarkably practical, far surpassing the utility of mere bandages. Lin Xie gazed at the thin, membrane-like white light upon his own form with a countenance full of curiosity. The Wu's silk is not a high-tier forbidden artifact, but rather a layer that clings to the skin surface, capable of isolating external influences while also possessing healing and protective properties, as Wu Xiangnan elaborated. Si Xiaonan, with a playful smile, remarked, though it lacks strength, "It is incredibly useful." Han Shengyuan appeared somewhat astonished, but what piqued his interest the most was Huang Shengyuan, who consistently exhibited unwavering determination regardless of circumstance, igniting his curiosity. Chun Mai fixed his gaze intently on Han Shengyuan, displaying no trace of fear. Ultimately, Han Xiaoyan's attention turned to him, and he spoke slowly. You are competent. Captain, at least more so than I. In truth, I seem to have heard some tidbits about your situation. A lingering question vexes me. Are you truly a believer, or there is no need for elaboration? Once one enters the ranks of believers, they are bound for life. Their soul contracts are beyond your comprehension. Huang Shengyuan interjected, having already witnessed the narrative unfold. He had no desire to witness a live reenactment. Captain, no need to say more. He still has comrades who thrive in this world. And it was he who facilitated that. Han Xiaoyan furrowed his brow, feeling as if Huang Shengyuan possessed an uncanny foresight, as though he were privy to all that would transpire. Chunmai merely frowned, for as one in the know, he naturally trusted the methods of the divine of Daxia, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. In the next moment, a faint luminescence appeared in Chunmai's eyes, and a black halo expanded outward from him. It's coming. Huang Shengyuan whispered softly. What is coming? Lin Xia urged. Do finish your thought. Is it amusing to leave us in suspense? In the next moment, a glaring answer materialized before Lin Xia. Within the dark confines of the Forbidden Realm, a blood-red palace emerged. Upon the palace hung a formidable and ancient plaque, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Yamahal. The atmosphere instantly transformed into something eerie. Huang Shengyuan suddenly sensed a surge of power resonating within him, coinciding with the appearance of Yamahal, though he could not fathom the source of this force. What's wrong with you? Lin Xia inquired, perplexed. Nothing. Just wait for Captain Chen's performance, Huang Shengyuan replied. An inexplicable chill crept up Lin Xia's spine. What on earth is this? The Captain's Forbidden Realm, Sequence 037, Black Wuchang. Lin Xia was momentarily struck dumb, realizing that his captain was indeed a formidable figure. He cast a resentful glance at Huang Shengyuan, leaving him bewildered. What are you doing? Not enough loyalty. Huang Shengyuan. Chapter 74. The Traveler for Beyond Teyvat. Are you Chunmai? Han Xiaoyan's face displayed a rare expression of surprise. You know me? As a night watchman, how could one not be aware of your illustrious name? A decade ago, the legendary duo of black and white impermanence from Shanjing. I never anticipated you would find yourself in such a third-tier city. But why? I am willing. It is not your concern. Wait. Before your disappearance, you were already in the Chuan realm. Yet why do you now? That's confidential, not for outsiders to divulge. Besides, it no longer holds significance. With each step, Chunmai waded through the waters of the river of the underworld, advancing towards Han Xiaoyan, his dual blades whispering like a pair of soul-binding chains, captivating all who beheld them. Huang Shengyuan remarked, such an aura, so striking. I must explore this realm in the future. Han Xiaoyan also approached Chunmai, his long spear cutting through the wind and snow as it lunged toward him. Aren't you going to assist? Lin Xia inquired, glancing at Huang Shengyuan, who stood beside him, observing the confrontation. The clash of titans requires no interference from us in our current state. We would merely be a burden. Besides, did you not refrain as well? Have some dignity. Huang Shengyuan retorted without hesitation. That seems reasonable, Lin Xia conceded. Moreover, I must conserve my strength for matters yet to arise. What do you intend to do? Lin Xia asked, his expression one of bewilderment. Huang Shengyuan shot him a sidelong glance, exasperated by Lin Xia's incessant curiosity. I shall not disclose that. You are rather inconsiderate. At least you are privy to my secrets. After all, you are my vice dean. I have not accepted the divine powers of the goddess of the night. Thus, I owe you nothing. I seem to have overlooked that. So you are merely waiting for me here? This simply will not do. After finally securing a reliable ally, how could I let you go so easily? Xiao Yuan, consider this. The goddess of the night is one of the 5 primordial deities of Greek mythology. While you may not possess her divine domain, her powers are indeed remarkable. Just look at that transcendent fertility. How impressive. The ability to birth deities, to traverse the starry skies, to will oneself anywhere at will, and more. Huang Shengyuan interjected. Good heavens, the goddess of the night. Let us silence this loquacious child before he embarks on a promotional tirade. As Lin Xia prepared to ramble on further, Huang Shengyuan raised his right hand, pinching Lin Xia's lips between his thumb and forefinger. Lin Xia was left speechless. Huang Shengyuan stated, "A brother who is too noisy is unwelcome. A friend who is overly boisterous is also undesirable. A raucous superior can be silenced with a brick." Huang Shengyuan glanced around, then directed his gaze to the ground, where he subtly moved his foot, causing a red brick to spring up from the earth. Lin Xia gasped, "Ugh! Ugh! You are a divine agent. It is not so easy to perish. Just take a nap." Lin Xia shook his head in sheer terror. Huang Shengyuan bore a half-smile, slowly stating, "Be good, quiet down. Can you manage that?" Lin Xia disregarded everything, nodding repeatedly. "Furthermore, if you wish to avoid drawing the extraordinary birth next time, it would be wise not to provoke me. Otherwise, I shall manipulate time to compel you to draw again. You shall have no choice." Huang Shengyuan retorted, "I possess a pregnancy, and you have an extraordinary birth. There is no conflict." Lin Xia exclaimed, "What the hell? Controlling time? Is that what I think it is? Damn, so you truly are a divine agent." Huang Shengyuan replied, "It seems I've let the cat out of the bag. Little seven, I know you are the most obedient and considerate. Remember, some things are better left unsaid." He said this while gazing at Lin Xia with a grin. As fellow divine agents, Lin Xia felt a wave of emotions. "Why do I always feel as if I am facing a monumental stone tablet in your presence? Is the divine agent of the Great Xia truly that formidable?" Observing the changing expressions on Lin Xia's face, Huang Shengyuan felt as if this young man was teasing him. Looking at the brick in his hand, Huang Shengyuan gently blew on it. In the next moment, the brick gradually transformed into a roll of adhesive tape. "Enough. You talk too much. I am not a repository of endless questions, but I suspect you will still come to me with your problems, so I apologize." Finally, he managed to eliminate the unscrupulous advertisement. Who in their right mind would forsake a promising future to become a doctor in a mental institution? Lin Xia, with his mouth and hands bound by tape, glared at Huang Shengyuan, his eyes seemingly conveying, "You are the one who is not normal." Huang Shengyuan shot Lin Xia a dismissive glance. However, at that moment, the howling blizzard that had engulfed them abruptly fell silent, and the wind ceased. Snowflakes drifted gracefully from the sky. Huang Shengyuan suddenly turned his gaze towards Han Xiaoyan. Just then, Han Xiaoyan's voice pierced the air. "Now I shall allow you to witness the true great wind calamity." Huang Shengyuan lamented, "It's all Lin Xia's fault. I didn't even get to see the scene of Xiangnan's self-detonation." If Lin Xia had known Huang Shengyuan's thoughts, he would likely have erupted in indignation. "Why is everything my fault? Is it my fault you missed the exciting plot?" Han Xiaoyan clasped his hands before his chest, slowly bringing them together. As a deep blue orb materialized in his palms, gently rotating and expanding. It was unmistakably a vortex of wind. Instantly, Lin Xia, bound and restrained, sensed the terrifying power contained within the vortex, and Huang Shengyuan also felt a moment of discomfort. At that moment, Han Xiaoyan spoke again. "Once this vortex forms, the raging winds will effortlessly tear apart your no-ring void, sweeping through the entirety of Cangnan City. Its power is sufficient to raise half the city to the ground." Han Xiaoyan seemed poised to say more, but ultimately sighed in resignation. "You must learn to address problems at their root. Time is running short." At this juncture, Huang Shengyuan took action. He slowly approached Chun Mai and the others, looking up at Han Xiaoyan hovering in midair. This time, he no longer beat around the bush, directly stating, "You still have time to cease your actions." "What do you mean?" "Now, your companions are not far from here." Han Xiaoyun's pupils constricted, but he quickly regained his composure. He slowly spoke again, saying, "There is no need for you to delay time. Besides, I can no longer maintain control." "Han Xiaoyan, do you not trust me? Do you still doubt Miss Qingqing? What exactly are you trying to convey? Is it appropriate to discuss matters using old acquaintances?" "Those acquaintances are no longer relevant." Chun Mai, who had been confused until this moment, was suddenly struck by a realization upon hearing these words, and his heart brimmed with conjecture. Lin Xia, on the other hand, had already arrived at an accurate conclusion. "Tien mai hasti devoted, Han Xiaoyan. Reviving others may not be an easy task for others, or even deities. Yet, you need not question the words of this child. He is the true representative of the Great Xia deity." Han Xiaoyun's pupils constricted once more. Every word of Chun Mai shook him to his core. Huang Shengyuan sighed slowly as a line from his favorite character in a past game echoed in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Han Xiaoyan in the air, saying, Han Xiaoyan, I understand you have your own struggles, but do you not wish to acknowledge your enemies? Do you not desire to stand shoulder to shoulder with your comrades once more? Would you truly prefer to remain in a realm devoid of wind, like in the ancient divine church? A single tear trickled down Han Xiaoyan's cheek. Is it merely a soul contract? I can release you from it. Return to us. Son of Great Xia, if you are trapped in a windless place, I shall play the song of the heavens. The wind will carry your soul back home. Huang Shengyuan's final words reverberated in Han Xiaoyan's mind, as if a shackle was being loosened within him. Simultaneously, those words echoed deeply in Huang Shengyuan's consciousness. A voice distinct from his own, a youthful sound akin to a gentle breeze, resonating with an ethereal divinity. If you are trapped in a windless place, I shall play the song of the heavens. The wind will carry your soul back home. O traveler from beyond the skies, it is a pleasure to see you once more. In an instant, a gentle breeze surrounded Huang Shengyuan, and he slowly raised his hand, revealing a vibrant green butterfly resting upon his left palm. The butterfly floated like a gentle breeze, and Huang Shengyuan softly called out to it. In a single moment, a myriad of butterflies, accompanied by a refreshing breeze, surged towards Han Xiaoyan, yet they did not harm him. The eye of the wind in Han Xiaoyan's hand dissipated into nothingness. At Huang Shengyuan's waist, a piece of jade-green adornment imprinted with mysterious patterns appeared. Thank you, my lady and Lord of the Wind, Huang Shengyuan whispered. What is this power? It can rival even the pinnacle of humanity. Chimai spoke without hesitation. This is the divine ruins. Captain, what do you mean? Hong Ying was astonished. Had not her little brother Yuan already been a dual deity representative? And now, another god had emerged. Infallible, ethereal, and exquisite, Shangxi embodies a deity that remains unobserved and unrecognized by us. At this moment, a fissure was torn in the boundary of no constraints, through which 11 figures gracefully enter the realm. Chapter 75. The indomitable guardian Han Xiaoyan turned back, pondering the identities of those behind him. With a heart resigned to fate, he felt little turmoil upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words. However, curiosity compelled him to steal a glance over his shoulder, and that fleeting moment left him utterly astounded. Chimai was equally taken aback, truly astonished by the turn of events. Xiaoyan Yu, a young woman clad in green, appearing to be around 30, gazed at Han Xiaoyan with eyes wide in disbelief. I couldn't believe it. Is it truly so? Captain, I have returned. The echoes of Captain brought moisture to Han Xiaoyan's eyes as he staggered toward the 6 individuals. Seeing Chun Mai's tightly clenched grip on his knife, Huang Shengyuan hurriedly reassured him. It's all right. The soul contract has been nullified. Taken aback by this revelation, Chun Mai cast a glance at Han Xiaoyan, now encircled by 6 others, and let out a resigned sigh. Brother, Yinziyu, you have come as well? Yes, I accompanied Instructor Yuan, Yinziyu explained. Shengyuan, Xia, are you both unharmed? Bai Li Pang scrutinized Huang Shengyuan and Lin Xia from head to toe. Bai Li Ban. Yinziyu, Shun Qingzhu. Xia, what has happened to you? I suspect some little rascal attempted to abduct you. Tell me who it was, and I shall show him my magnificent sword. Lin Xia looked at Bai Li Pang, speechless, but upon noticing Huang Shengyuan wielding a brick behind him, he fell silent, swallowing hard. Pang, whom did you call a little rascal? Certainly the scoundrel who bound Xia. He is a blight upon the earth, worse than swine or dogs. Huang Shengyuan ground his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. Originally, Lin Xia was merely a bit noisy, but you, Pang, you shall face consequences. After hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, Bai Li Pang froze, glancing between Lin Xia and the others, then at Huang Shengyuan holding the brick. Brother Shengyuan, please allow me to defend myself. No, let me explain. I had no idea it was you, the illustrious and invincible hero, blessed with longevity. Huang Shengyuan replied, I was not particularly angry, but with those descriptors, I shall ensure your demise today. casting a glance at the brick in his hand. Huang Shengyuan noticed the familiar sealing tape, and Lin Xia felt a sudden surge of joy, his expression betraying his anticipation for the unfolding drama. 1 minute later, comfortable, they beheld by Li Pangpang, thoroughly wrapped in sealing tape and affixed to a utility pole. Chimai, Ongying, Gaojuan, Shun Qingzhu. Lin Xia, I suddenly find this quite agreeable. Yanziu, brother, I do not like it. Former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch team, now the 13th seat of the believers, Han Shaoyan, you have fallen into our grasp. For the remainder of your life, you shall repent in the fasting institution. I confess, I shall heed your commands. Yuan Gang, clad in immaculate military attire, stood before Han Shaoyan and his comrades. As for you all, Yuan Gang gazed at the figure, once thought to be deceased, now standing before him. At a loss for words, their identification had been revoked. To reissue it might frighten them to death. Chief Instructor, please wait a moment. Huang Shengyuan, is there something you wish to discuss? I propose we allow Han Shaoyan to atone for his past misdeeds. Yuan Gang, with a serious countenance, replied, No, that is against the rules. Moreover, he is no longer a night watchman. If the Chief Instructor has any requests, feel free to voice them. I shall take him. At that moment, Chimai spoke assertively. No, Captain Shun, this matter is beyond my authority to decide. Huang Shengyuan pondered for a moment before suggesting. Since the Chief Instructor cannot make a decision, let us consider an alternative. What if I were to kill Han Shaoyan and then reshape him into a body of a different gender and appearance? Would that suffice? Chunmai, is that even permissible? Yuangong, nonsense. You foolish lad. What I desire is the person, not merely the body. So the Chief Instructor seeks the physical form. Han Shaoyan. Other team members. Yuan Gang's eyes twitched in frustration. You insolent brat. When you return, I shall deal with you properly. Chief Instructor, if you seek personal revenge, I shall inform the Night Goddess, claiming you wish to meet her and invite her to your home. Yuangong, who do you think you're fooling? She is a deity. Do you think she would come simply because you ask? Huang Shengyuan muttered under his breath, then suddenly adopted a demeanor of great grievance, plopping down onto the ground. Mother, someone is bullying me. The others were taken aback. However, sensing the disturbance from the mental institution, Lin Xia's lips twitched. Lin Xia, you truly summoned our mother. In the next moment, a beautiful lady clad in a starry black gown appeared before them. Holy moly, she really did come. Yuan Gang suddenly felt his legs weaken. Han Shaoyan. So, I was courting death just now. How could the ancient God Church lack news of a divine agent capable of summoning deities? Who dares to bully my child? Yuan Gang and Chun might quickly tighten their grips on their weapons. Your Grace, Night Goddess, this is merely a misunderstanding. We engaged in a trivial dispute with your agent. Furthermore, you should not indulge your agent so. My child is blameless. Yuan Gang, what to do when encountering a deity who regards their agent as their own child? Lin Xia, how pretentious. Had I known, I would have let the snake lady experience it earlier. Wait, Xiao Yuan invited Nix, which implies a rather mischievous undertone. Lin Xia revealed a grin reminiscent of a cunning merchant. Instructor Yuan, what do you think of my earlier proposal? If it proves unfeasible, I shall invite the celestial Chang'e as well. No. Yuan Gang's voice rose several octaves. Please send this esteemed guest away first. Then we can discuss matters calmly. Mother, why don't you take a moment to rest? I shall see if this gentleman is amenable. Nix gazed kindly at Huang Shengyuan, then with a swift movement, vanished before everyone's eyes. Once Nix departed, half of those present collapsed on the ground. You little rascal. Today, I, Zhao Kongsheng, have truly witnessed the source of your audacity. It seems the divine truly regards you as a favored child. Little Yuan, please refrain from such actions next time. I cannot bear it. Hong Ying gasped, catching her breath. Chapter 76, I suffer from motion sickness. The following afternoon, in the old town, Huang Shengyuan sat atop a rooftop, gazing at the eye of God at his waist, lost in contemplation. Thus, I have become an unconventional agent of divinity. The eye of God, resembling a piece of jade, emitted a faint ethereal glow. Huang Shengyuan gently closed his eyes, immersing himself in the experience. The breeze around him seemed to transform into countless silken threads, tangible and within reach. The eye of God. Perhaps I should bestow a name upon the ability granted to me by Wendy, for the eye had yet to manifest in the Great Xia. The power bestowed upon me by Wendy, both formless and yet substantial, manifesting in the gentle caress of the wind, shall henceforth be known as echoing breeze in harmony with shadows. Brother, Ziyu? Huang Shengyuan turned his gaze downward to see Yin Ziyu clad in a black windbreaker. Over this period, Yin Ziyu's hair had grown considerably, the ends flaring out like the bristles of a wolf's fur, embodying a wildness intertwined with a solitary maturity. The wind appeared to take shape, as Yin Ziyu finally uttered a phrase before leaping gracefully to Huang Shengyuan's side. Brother, what are you pondering? Nothing in particular, merely reflecting on the fact that the holiday is drawing to a close, and I have some lingering thoughts about New Year's Eve. Brother, were you happy this year? Am I happy? Huang Shengyuan was momentarily taken aback by the question. He couldn't pinpoint a reason for happiness, yet to claim he was unhappy felt equally unfounded. Had he ever truly been happy? Yin Ziyu furrowed his brow and sat cross-legged beside him, gently taking Huang Shengyuan's hand. Brother, are you unhappy? Not exactly, Huang Shengyuan mused. Even now, he found it difficult to reconcile his feelings regarding his journey, becoming a divine agent, or successfully rescuing Han Shaoyan. Happiness seemed elusive, with only a fleeting sense of accomplishment as a warrior bringing him a momentary joy. Moreover, after all these experiences, he felt an inexplicable disquiet, yet he could not articulate it. Ziyu, are you happy? Huang Shengyuan returned the inquiry to Yin Ziyu. Do you truly wish to know the answer? Yin Ziyu's expression remained composed, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he slowly asked Huang Shengyuan. If you say you don't want to share, that is likely untrue. If you prefer not to speak, that is perfectly fine. I'm very happy. Upon hearing this, Huang Shengyuan felt a surge of confusion. Is it because of meeting me, or perhaps seeing me again? Do you not recognize me at all? Yin Ziyu remarked, placing a hand on his mask and slowly peeling away the covering he had worn for nearly 6 months. The mask fluttered down to the ground below with the breeze. As Huang Shengyuan beheld Yin Ziyu's handsome visage, his pupils constricted slightly. It's you. I remember now. In the hospital, my brother mentioned your name. However, I had forgotten. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon hearing your name. Brother, it has only been a few days, and you have already forgotten me, Yin Ziyu said, exasperated as he rubbed his forehead. Why? What do you mean, why? Why should one join the Night Watch? Your abilities, if not deliberately exposed, would likely go unnoticed. The Night Watch is fraught with peril. Huang Shengyuan turned his head away and spoke slowly. Yin Ziyu inquired why. The answer, of course, lies in finding you. But then, have you not also joined the Night Watch? In truth, I had no intention of joining. I harbor no fondness for violence. The reason for my participation is perhaps a reluctance to squander the abilities I possess, and even more so, to disappoint the one who bestowed these gifts upon me. As a proxy of the Great Xia deity, I must shoulder the responsibility to fight for my country, even if it leads to my demise. Huang Shengyuan articulated softly. That won't happen. Yin Ziyu suddenly raised his voice, startling Huang Shengyuan. Forgive me, brother, but trust me, with me around, those final words of yours will never come to pass. Huang Shengyuan, upon hearing Yin Ziyu's declaration, did not take it to heart. Who among us has not faced death? Since the moment we enter this world, we are all on a path toward our end. Death, in itself, is not something to fear. I am not afraid of it. Having faced it before, never mind. Brother, let us not dwell on such topics. After Huang Shengyuan finished speaking, Yin Ziyu continued, Brother, do you have any unfulfilled desires? Or is there something you wish to do, but have yet to experience? Unfulfilled desires? Indeed, there are many. However, the one I long to do most is no longer possible. Presently, my sole wish is to spend a day by the seaside with my dear ones and friends. Throughout my life, I have yet to truly see the ocean. Beyond the endless mountains, there are only rivers. I yearn to experience what it feels like to walk barefoot on the sand and to swim in the sea, even though I cannot swim. Yin Ziyu nodded silently, secretly cherishing Huang Shengyuan's words in his heart. In the afternoon, Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu were the first to arrive at the boarding location, with Yin Ziyu once again donning his mask. Brother Shengyuan, you are first again, exclaimed by Li Pangpang, his face beaming with innocence. Huang Shengyuan explained, I suppose I'm just accustomed to being a student. What are you waiting for? Get on the bus. Huang Shengyuan suddenly felt embarrassed. He truly did not wish to board. Had it not been for those missiles, he would not have taken a bus at all. Although the camp was far from the city, one could still walk there without rest in a day, especially with the forbidden ruins not posing much of a challenge for a day's journey. He had suffered from motion sickness since childhood. No remedy seemed effective, and no method worked. Who could understand this plight? In his previous life, he was the type to avoid riding unless necessary, opting instead for a motorcycle or electric bike whenever possible. Well, how should I put this? I plan to walk back. Bai Li Peng Ban. Lin Xia. Gao Duan. Shun Qingzhu. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Huang Shengyuan felt at a loss for words. Was it truly necessary to be so shocked over merely walking? Xiao Yuan, are you certain? Lin Xia asked incredulously. I suffer from motion sickness. Last time, had it not been for my luggage, I would never have taken a vehicle. Even if you were to incapacitate me, I would rather crawl than ride. Is motion sickness really that dreadful? Lin Xia inquired. Brother Shengyuan, how about I lend you my sword? No, I have a fear of heights. Bailey Pang Pang remarked. I didn't see you exhibit any fear when you were singing on the rooftop before. Lin Xia added, what about when you were up there with me? You didn't seem afraid then. Yan Ziyu, however, remained silent, lost in contemplation. Xiao Yuan, why not endure a little? The journey is quite long. I cannot endure. I must make it clear. If I feel even the slightest discomfort in the vehicle, I will undoubtedly overturn it. Let be. Your safety is paramount. Brother, how about no? You will ride in the vehicle. Yan Ziyu contemplated saying more, but upon seeing Huang Shengyuan's unmistakable reluctance, he ultimately relinquished his argument. But what if you encounter danger? At this moment, Chao Yuan interjected, we are still unsure about the ancient god sect. Yan Ziyu immediately recalled this concern, his gaze now resolute. That will not happen, and as long as the ancient god sect remains part of the cosmic species, they cannot harm me. Shen Qingzhu remarked, I've never seen such audacity before, but I find this character appealing. Ziyu, obediently follow them. How would you assess your current state? A bit weak. You may struggle to keep pace with me. Even if danger arises, I can handle it myself. Brother, I will not be a burden. I never implied you were a burden. I simply dislike Huang Shengyuan endeavored to explain. Brother, I am not weak. Yan Ziyu's voice rose significantly. Alas, I understand. But please accompany them. Allow me a moment to clear my mind. Yan Ziyu wished to argue further, but Huang Shengyuan merely exhaled softly, and he found himself, like a balloon, uncontrollably floating into the vehicle. All right, everyone, hurry and board the bus. Seeing that Huang Shengyuan had made up his mind, Lin Xia and the others refrained from further persuasion. After watching the bus depart, Huang Shengyuan proceeded in the direction it had taken. Chapter 77. Bestowal of Honors in the inky darkness of the night. Huang Shengyuan walked alone on the path back to the training camp. How dark it is, Huang Shengyuan mused, recalling that just moments ago, the sky had not yet fully surrendered to night, only to realize he had forgotten his fear of the dark. Yet, he did not complain. After all, he had made his choice and could not regret it. At that moment, Lin Xia's voice resonated through the confines of the psychiatric hospital, reaching Huang Shengyuan's ears. Where are you, my little ancestor? What's the matter? I still have at least 5 or 6 hours before I arrive. What on earth? Why is this happening? What exactly is going on? Don't you know? Instructor Yuan was absolutely furious upon discovering that you chose to walk instead of getting on the bus. Now, all the new recruits and instructors are lined up at the gate waiting for you. Huang Shengyuan replied, well, that certainly sounds like something the instructor would do. There's nothing I can do. The moon is obscured. Otherwise, I would have arrived much earlier. He gazed helplessly at the sky. Just a few days prior, the moon had been brilliantly bright, yet today it was nowhere to be seen. Summoning the moon would consume an excessive amount of mental energy, which hardly seemed worth it. Huang Shengyuan felt a sense of helplessness. This was indeed a case where plans could not keep up with changes. Brother, I'm calling you brother, all right? Just choose the divine ability of the night goddess. I truly cannot take the low road. Consider this a token of friendship from me to you, all right? I refuse. Why not? You're not sleeping, but I don't want to owe anyone anything. I will not owe a debt, even in death. Well, fine. Just give me 5 minutes. Without waiting for Lin Xia to speak again, Huang Shengyuan decisively severed the mental link with the psychiatric hospital. Despite the madness of the moment, he thought to himself, I shouldn't sustain any serious injury. Huang Shengyuan promptly removed his outer jacket. With a flick of his wrist, he invoked the mystical transformation of the Shen spirit, and the jacket visibly morphed into a winged suit in his hands. He quickly donned the suit, and suddenly, a fierce wind whipped around him, lifting him into the sky. A colossal whirlwind enveloped Huang Shengyuan, propelling him to an altitude of 10,000 meters, where he clumsily controlled his descent towards the training camp. At the entrance of the training camp, a row of instructors and new recruits stood rigidly. Before them was Yuan Gang, whose heart was filled with urgency. Previously, he had dispatched individuals down the mountain, only to receive reports that none could be found, or that it was too dark to see anyone at all. Xia, it's so late. Do you think Shengyuan will be all right? Bai Li Pang whispered, lowering his voice conspiratorially into Lin Xia's ear. Stop saying foolish things. He will be fine. At that moment, it was not only Yuan Gang who was filled with concern. Yan Ziyu's nails had dug deeply into his flesh, with each passing moment tormenting his anxious heart. Just as everyone awaited in trepidation, a tremendous sound erupted from within the training camp. What is happening? Could it be an enemy attack? Yuan Gang's expression shifted, and he said, let us go see what is going on. Instructor Hong rushed towards the training camp. After a brief passage of time, Instructor Hong hurriedly supported someone, uttering not a word. As he made his way outside, upon seeing the individual being assisted by Hong, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Yan Ziyu, swift as the wind, dashed to Hong's side. Brother Ziyu. Huang Shengyuan found himself at a loss for words, having never anticipated such an outcome. While soaring high above, everything seemed safe, yet a mishap occurred during the descent. If others were to learn that he was knocked from the sky by a bat, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. In that moment, Huang Shengyuan appeared quite disheveled. Crimson blood trickled from his forehead down his cheek, a steel rod protruded from his right shoulder, and his clothing lay in tatters. Yan Ziyu's expression darkened as he inquired, who did this? What? Brother, who caused these injuries? Cough, cough. It was an accident. Yan Ziyu retorted, brother, you are not being truthful. I truly fell by myself. There is not a hint of exaggeration. I merely encountered a minor mishap while flying. Yan Ziyu replied, it seems my brother is not lying. If only he knew what was brewing in Yan Ziyu's mind, he might have acquired another nickname. Subsequently, Huang Shengyuan felt utterly awkward, glancing around the hospital room at the multitude gathered. He genuinely could not fathom what to say. Shouldn't patients require peace and quiet? Wouldn't such a crowd disturb them? Was his training camp truly legitimate? Xiaoyuan, please explain what happened. Lin Xia inquired with a grave tone. Upon hearing Lin Xia's words, Huang Shengyuan's face darkened. He directly communicated through the psychiatric ward's intercom. How dare you? If it weren't for the instructor and your antics, I would have opted to soar through the skies unprotected. I would have mingled with the bats and plummeted freely. Lin Xia responded, alas, I'm the true instigator. Cough, cough. Well, I never anticipated you would take such a turn. Do not utter another word, or I shall send you flying to the Pacific Ocean. Lin Xia. By the following morning, Huang Shengyuan finally found a semblance of tranquility. Lin Xia, a chatterbox, Bai Li, a jovial spirit, Yuan Gang, a sharp-tongued maternal figure. Instructor Hong's neighbor, Shun Qingzhu, a rebellious student, and Yan Ziyu, a caring boyfriend, all took turns attending to him. Huang Shengyuan found himself utterly overwhelmed. Reality indeed diverged from fiction. In novels, Lin Xia was depicted as a fierce individual who spoke little, deeply patriotic, responsible, and helpful. Yet his loquacious nature had not been mentioned. Yan Ziyu's attentiveness was almost too much to bear, excessively considerate and affectionate, aligning perfectly with the standards one might expect from a girlfriend. However, Huang Shengyuan had no desire for such care. He had initially thought Lin Xia to be the most problematic individual he had encountered since the founding of the nation. Yet Bai Li surpassed all expectations, bombarding him with questions at an alarming rate, more curious than a child. Although Huang Shengyuan appeared to be gravely injured, in reality, there was no significant issue. Had it not been for his frail physique, he would not have been so vulnerable. Gazing out the window, he found himself disliking the confines of the hospital, as he felt an incessant chill permeating the air, even when wrapped in blankets. Moreover, certain treatments administered within those walls were truly torturous. Just as Huang Shengyuan pondered the myriad tribulations of life, the door creaked open. Upon seeing the visitor, he was taken aback. Did Yuan Gang not mention having prior engagements this morning? Yet here he was again. Yuan Gang seemed to perceive Huang Shengyuan's confusion and slowly began to speak. I have come for but one purpose today, to bestow upon you an honor. Oh, Huang Shengyuan replied, seemingly underwhelmed. Yuan Gang, slightly taken aback by the response, admonished, What do you mean, oh? Young man, this is a serious occasion. I understand, Huang Shengyuan replied. However, why do you appear so unfazed? The goddess of the night informed me that today I would encounter fortuitous events. Yuan Gang's lips twitched, reflecting his thoughts. He truly regards his agent as if he were his own son. Chapter 78. The vanished body gazing at the star medal in his hand. Huang Shengyuan wore a complex expression, sharing the same merit as Lin Xia. He did not truly believe he had accomplished anything. His abilities were bestowed by the goddess Nüwa, and it was ultimately Wendy who dealt with Huang Shengyuan. Chief Instructor, what material is this badge made from? Why ask that? Are you curious about its value? I plan to present it to the fairy Chang'e later. Yuan Gang retorted, What nonsense! Bestowing honors upon deities. You little rascal, what are you thinking? Do you believe the gods would care? Perhaps, considering our deities in Great Xia are quite amiable. Yuan Gang was hearing such descriptions of deities for the first time in his life. They truly seemed like a nurturing mother or an elder sister. Perhaps only you would regard the gods as motherly figures. Enough of these idle thoughts. Huang Shengyuan fell into contemplation while looking at the badge. If grandfather were still around, he would surely be delighted. Kid, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. Suddenly, Huang Shengyuan, adorned with a silver bracelet on his wrist, leaned against the wall and retched. This training is specifically designed to target me, without a doubt. Abruptly, he trembled and performed a perfect front flip, hanging himself on the horizontal bar. I refuse to participate. Xiaoyuan, are you all right? Lin Xia observed Huang Shengyuan, who flipped several times before retching again, unsure whether to laugh or offer comfort. I don't want to talk. Please refrain from questioning me, Huang Shengyuan replied with a hint of desperation. No way. I shall dismantle this bracelet and turn it into a toilet. Lin Xia remarked, Brother Shengyuan, such a small hand would hardly suffice. Bai Li Pang Pang, with utmost seriousness, added, As long as one can control their mental energy, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. I understand, but I feel dizzy now. Ugh. Yin Ziyu, observing Huang Shengyuan's intermittent retching, expressed concern. Brother, perhaps you should come down? Hanging like this must be uncomfortable. Upon hearing her words, Huang Shengyuan exerted force in his core, settling onto the horizontal bar. He surveyed the current state of the training ground, which could only be described with 8 words, a sight too grim to behold, a chaotic dance of demons. Why don't the instructors set a representative example? As the saying goes, the emperor and the commoner share the same punishment. Che, Pang Pang, Chaoyuan, Ziyu, do you think the instructors should join us in our trials? Huang Shengyuan said with a smile that was almost mocking. Lin Xia suddenly felt an ominous premonition. In the next moment, a green butterfly appeared on the pad of Huang Shengyuan's finger, which soon transformed into countless butterflies that fluttered slowly towards the office. Chaoyuan silently lit incense in his heart for the instructors. Approximately 5 minutes later, the windows of all the offices were suddenly flung open by a fierce gust of wind. And 1, then 2, burly men were swept into the sky. Ah, we are under attack. Oh my goodness, I have a fear of heights. Looking up at the sky, some instructors are bare-chested, some wielding watering cans, others holding hair dryers, all caught in a whirlwind. Lin Xia felt a sense of numbness, while Bai Li Pang Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Chaoyuan pressed his palms together, murmuring a prayer. Yanziu gazed at Huang Shengyuan with a hint of indulgence. observing how the pallor of his face transformed into a more pleasant hue with his uplifted spirits. What on earth is happening? Yuan Gang hurried to the training ground, and upon witnessing the instructors being tossed about by the fierce winds, the veins on his forehead throbbed. What in the world is going on? You all, what are you doing? Commander, we have no idea. I was just about to use the restroom when a strange wind suddenly blew, and then I was lifted away. I don't know anything else. Instructor Hong exclaimed, despair evident in his voice. Impossible. How could anything so mysterious dare to wreak havoc here? Yuan Gang's chest heaved with agitation. Get down from there. We can't come down. A chorus of instructors shouted in desperation. Shun Qingzhu, extract the air from this place. A sly smile crept across Shun Qingzhu's face as he snapped his fingers. Instantly, the gale ceased. Yuan Gang stared at the instructors still suspended in the air, his heart sinking. Quick, summon the military doctor. In the afternoon, under the blazing sun, Huang Shengyuan, Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, Bailey Pangpang, Chao Yuan, and Shen Qingzhu were all balancing basins of water on their heads, bricks in their hands, and maintaining a horse stance. Brother Shengyuan, why did you take action while we are the ones being punished? Lin Xia cast a resentful glance at Huang Shengyuan. Yin Ziyu coldly remarked, over 20 instructors are either unconscious or injured. Shen Qingzhu let out a chilling laugh, slowly replying, I've seen that height. There shouldn't be any serious issues. They'll recover in 2 or 3 days at most. Lin Xia's expression contorted in distress. What kind of predicament have I stumbled into? Little Yuan, could you at least say something? Huang Shengyuan offered no response. Suddenly, Yin Ziyu, Lin Xia, and Chao Yuan sensed something amiss. Little Yuan, brother? Yet, Huang Shengyuan remained silent. At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down Huang Shengyuan's forehead, his eyes tightly shut, and his brow furrowed in concentration. Shen Qingzhu's heart skipped a beat as he abruptly dropped the brick he was holding, overturned the basin atop his head, and approached Huang Shengyuan. Hey, what's wrong? Seeing Huang Shengyuan with his eyes closed, Shen Qingzhu quickly called for assistance, removing the brick and basin from Huang Shengyuan's grasp. Goodness, the person has fainted. And what good is punishment now? Lin Xia, Yin Ziyu, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Pangpang hurriedly discarded their burdens and rushed to Huang Shengyuan's side. Xia, what is wrong with Shengyuan? Is it heat stroke or low blood sugar? Bailey Pangpang anxiously inquired of Lin Xia. I'm not a doctor. Quickly, get him to the infirmary. As Lin Xia turned to speak, Yin Ziyu and Shen Qingzhu had already vanished from sight. Lin Xia, the efficiency is remarkably swift. In an infirmary, the military doctor conducted a thorough examination of Huang Shengyuan, his brow furrowed in concern. Shen Qingzhu, with an air of urgency, implored, Doctor, what exactly is wrong with him? Please, speak quickly. This is driving me to despair. The doctor's expression was grave. His condition is peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it. It is neither hypoglycemia nor heat stroke. Doctor, what is truly ailing my brother? Yin Ziyu's voice, unusually agitated, echoed in the tense atmosphere. I apologize, but I'm at a loss. I have utilized all the available machinery in the training camp. Whether it be ultrasound, brain scans, or x-rays, I cannot ascertain the cause. A wave of dread washed over Yin Ziyu. At that moment, Lin Xia, accompanied by several instructors, hurried into the infirmary. What is going on? Yuan Gang inquired directly upon entry. Shen Qingzhu regarded him with a troubled expression. Chief, I cannot determine the child's condition. How can this be? Yuan Gang's pupils contracted in shock. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Huang Shengyuan began to emanate a soft golden light, and his body slowly started to fade into nothingness. The eyes of everyone present widened in disbelief as they witnessed Huang Shengyuan's impending disappearance. Chapter 79. The Willow Deity Doctor. What on earth is happening? Yuan Gang exclaimed, unable to contain himself. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon, Lin Xia responded, his gaze fixed on the half-vanished form of Huang Shengyuan. His mind raced, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He hastily connected with the mental hospital using his psychic energy. In the next moment, the figure of Nix materialized before the onlookers, leaving Yuan Gang in a state of shock. Your Excellency, the goddess of the night. What brings you here? Yuan Gang stammered. Nyx scanned the assembly, her expression shifting to one of alarm upon seeing Huang Shengyuan lying on the bed. She rushed to his side, her voice trembling with emotion. No, my child, please. Not again. You are enemies. Are you leaving your mother? As she spoke, tears cascaded from her eyes like pearls set loose from a broken string. Oh, my son, why must you endure such suffering? Why? Nyx's heart-wrenching cries resonated through the heavens, causing the once bright sky to darken ominously. Lin Xia, gripped by disbelief, felt the last vestige of hope within him shatter. He had anticipated that Nyx's arrival would herald a turn for the better, yet the scene before him was anything but. It can't be. Little Yuan cannot be gone. Lin Xia's chest heaved with anxiety. He hurried to Nyx's side, urgency filling his voice. Mother, what has happened to your enemies? Choking back tears, Nyx gently grasped Lin Xia's hand, her voice quivering as she revealed, Donatus, your brother. He? Her tone wavered, but she managed to articulate Huang Shengyuan's precarious state. Your brother is still too weak to exist within the re-emerging laws of divinity. He will merge with the essence of all things in this world. My child, what does merging with all things mean? Yuangong interjected, his urgency palpable. My child's soul is still far too fragile to endure the laws. His body and spirit will dissipate, merging into the fabric of this world. Yuan Gang's pupils constricted, and Yanziu felt his body weaken, barely managing to steady himself against the table. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan's entire form had become utterly transparent, slowly beginning to dissolve. Yet, just then, a verdant willow branch pierced the void. Another divine presence. Yuan Gang swiftly drew his blade, but at that instant, every person present felt as though their bodies were frozen in time, including Nyx herself. The emerald willow branch gently encircled the already translucent Huang Shengyuan, enveloping him in a resplendent green light. A voice, ethereal and delicate, emanated from the branch. A young man's ambition should strive for 1,000 miles, not cease at a single step. The path lies ahead, and one must endeavor to tread upon it. As the emerald light gradually faded, Huang Shengyuan's form began to revert to its original state, though a green totem appeared upon his forehead. With these actions complete, the willow branch vanished, and normalcy returned to the gathering. What has happened? Bali Pang Pang asked, bewildered. Yuan Gang surveyed his surroundings, recalling a willow branch that seemed to have flown in moments before he lost consciousness. Could it be that I am experiencing hallucinations? He mused. Look, he has returned to normal, exclaimed Shen Qingzhu, brimming with excitement. As Huang Shengyuan's voice resonated softly, he beheld a poignant scene. Nyx's, tears glistening in his eyes, stood by his bedside, while Bailey Pangu sobbed uncontrollably, a flood of tears streaming down his face. The entirety of the ward regarded him with peculiar gazes. What is the matter with me? Why are they all staring? Huang Shengyuan questioned, perplexed. What transgression have I committed now? You finally awakened. I didn't realize you were so frail. Just a mere punishment nearly cost you your life. Yuan Gang retorted, exasperated. Huang Shengyuan responded with a bewildered expression. What do you mean I nearly perished? My dear child, just moments ago, you were on the brink of vanishing from this world. Nyxis interjected unexpectedly. So what exactly happened to me? Huang Shengyuan pressed, his anxiety palpable. What transpired just now? Everyone, could you please provide me with some answers? What exactly occurred? He implored. Enough. Now that your brother has returned, let him rest properly, Yanziu interjected. Huang Shengyuan felt a surge of frustration, having received no answers despite his inquiries, leaving him in a fog of confusion. He glanced around the medical room, his surroundings still unclear. Surely my body cannot be so delicate that I was admitted due to low blood sugar or heat stroke from a punishment, he pondered. After the individuals in the ward had given their various instructions to Huang Shengyuan, they exited the room, leaving him in contemplation. Why do I always feel as though I frequently visit hospitals? In a psychiatric hospital, Huang Shengyuan donned a white coat as he traversed the halls, spotting a man clad in a blue robe. Without hesitation, he approached the individual. Sensing an approach, the man lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. You have arrived. Huang Shengyuan, puzzled, inquired, "You knew I would come?" "I performed a slight divination and anticipated a visitor today," the man replied. Huang Shengyuan nodded thoughtfully. "Lord Merlin, allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Huang, and I am Huang Shengyuan. I have urgent matters to discuss with the vice director. Might we sit down and converse?" Subsequently, Merlin guided Huang Shengyuan to his office. "Director Huang, may we speak now?" "Lord Merlin, previously, Xia mentioned that you are in pursuit of the true world. I hold a differing perspective on this matter." Upon hearing the phrase true world, Merlin's expression grew animated, his eyes sparkling with an unusual fervor. "What is your perspective?" Huang Shengyuan smiled slightly before responding. "I believe that this world harbors no absolute truth or falsehood." Curiously, Merlin inquired, "Why is that?" "As the saying goes, the vastness of heaven and earth transcends time, and how few mortals seek the divine. Our world evolves according to such principles, and for us, the inhabitants, it constitutes the real world." Merlin shook his head and remarked, "You are being one-sided." "One-sided? I once heard an elder say that beyond this world lies another world, and above the strong are stronger beings. Perhaps for those outside our realm, our existence may seem illusory. However, for us, it is undoubtedly authentic. This is the land of our birth. The reality of the world is inherently subjective. The quest for the unknown is a yearning of the human spirit, and it should not encompass your entire existence. By pursuing the real world as your ultimate goal, how do you know this is not merely a form of complacency? What you seek today may one day become your fetter, dear Merlin. The sea of knowledge is boundless." After Huang Shengyuan spoke, Merlin fell into deep contemplation and silently exited the room. Indeed, the words of the Willow God are most effective for enlightening others. No, I must provide feedback to Huasheng. While the Willow God remains in Stone Village, I must seek further counsel or perhaps exhaust the knowledge within his mind. This is what constitutes a diligent student. Yet at that moment, a brief line of text appeared before him. Merlin's healing progress. 5. The conditions for reward acquisition have been met. Begin selecting Merlin's divine abilities. By my word, this is too higher than Lin Qia's healing progress. Just then, Lin Xia appeared behind him. "Xiao Yuan, you are impressive," Lin Xia said, his gaze fervently fixed on Huang Shengyuan as if he wished to devour him whole. Lin Xia resolved firmly to confine Huang Shengyuan within the asylum. "As for treating Merlin, I currently lack any clear direction. I originally intended to consult Instructor Gu." Huang Shengyuan's lips twitched as he turned his head slowly, speaking softly. "Did you inquire about him? Is Instructor Gu well?" "Cough, cough, that is not important. What matters is that this time, it is you treating Merlin, so you must have a choice, right?" "Choice? No need. Consider it a mere assistance, an insignificant task." "No, if you do not select, I shall feel uneasy." Lin Xia quickly interjected. Huang Shengyuan was at a loss for words. He had never witnessed someone refusing a gift. "Fine. First go and draw your reward. If you do not choose, I shall not draw it." Huang Shengyuan felt his fist clench involuntarily. "Are you threatening me?" "No, do not speak nonsense," Lin Xia hurriedly denied. "Stop rambling, draw quickly." Lin Xia trembled, and an ethereal wheel materialized before them. An array of abilities dazzled their eyes. Mastery of fire magic, transformation magic, summoning magic, space magic. The Eye of Wisdom, mastery of dark magic, and mastery of shadow magic. Ultimately, Huang Shengyuan's gaze settled on summoning magic, for if he must choose, this is the spell he desires most, yet he restrained the yearning within his heart. In the next moment, the virtual spun rapidly. Under the gaze of the two individuals, the pointer halted above a few lines of fine print. Mastery of summoning magic. Subsequently, the information regarding the mastery of summoning magic not only manifested in Lin Qia's mind, but also simultaneously appeared in Huang Shengyuan's consciousness. Mastery of summoning magic. Acquire the comprehensive knowledge of summoning spells from the Mage Merlin, transforming oneself into a being of extraordinary affinity for summoning magic. The casting time is reduced by 50. The materials required for casting are diminished by 50. The mental energy needed is lessened by 50, and the difficulty of casting is lowered by 50. Huang Shengyuan was already somewhat aware of these details and understood that this magic was categorized into 3 types. It must be said that he found himself quite captivated by this magic, and after a moment of contemplation, Huang Shengyuan resolved to seize the opportunity. Chapter 80. The Turbulence of Transmission. What is it? Lin Xia asked, his expression tinged with confusion. I desire this spell immensely. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Yet the moment was swiftly doused by Huang Shengyuan's words. However, I owe you nothing. After speaking, a crimson light emitted from Huang Shengyuan's fingertips, piercing into Lin Xia's forehead. This precious technique, you must comprehend it yourself. When you reach a certain level of understanding, you may truly harness the power of the Golden Crow. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, overwhelmed by the astonishing gift bestowed upon him by Huang Shengyuan. The Golden Crow technique can incinerate everything in an instant and traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Why have I never seen you employ it? Naturally, is my trump card. Lin Xia observed the complexity of Huang Shengyuan's expression, realizing he was genuinely averse to being indebted to anyone. Huang Shengyuan, after imparting the technique, immediately chose to acquire mastery over summoning magic, with a few lines of shimmering text flowing into his own being. Once these matters were concluded, Huang Shengyuan had just exited the mental health facility when Lin Xia called out to him. Xiao Yuan, wait, what is it? Huang Shengyuan inquired, puzzled. I understand your reluctance to owe anyone a favor, yet today you have aided me. Why not select a divine ability from the night goddess as well? This way, I can feel more at ease. No need. Even without me, you would have successfully treated Merlin. No, the gift you provided is far too precious. It is worth more than an entire divine realm. Yet you have only chosen one divine ability, so please select another. Do not forget that you also call her mother, right? Lin Xia spoke without deceit. The Golden Crow technique indeed originated from the ancient myth of the Fusong tree and the solar deity, the three-legged Golden Crow. Although the flames he could wield were likely unworthy of comparison to the divine fire of the sun in the world of slaying gods, it could certainly rival a supreme deity's divine realm. Very well, then I shall choose the flickering night sky, the ability the night goddess granted you upon your departure from the training camp. However, I will not select any further divine enhancement abilities. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Farewell. As the four characters dissolved into Huang Shengyuan's body, he exited the mental health facility. That night, Huang Shengyuan sat cross-legged on his bed, while Yin Ziyu slept soundly. Quietly, he rose. After all, magic is still magic. The old man in Jackie Chan Adventures often said that one must use magic to defeat magic. Huang Shengyuan had first encountered the allure of magic during that time. Unlike Lin Xia, summoning magic posed little challenge for him. With the materials he possessed in the sacred land of mountains and seas, he could likely summon what he needed, considering the myriad of ancient herbs that could cure ailments, such as the legendary thousand-year ginseng. Huang Shengyuan even pondered whether Nüwa had truly emptied the realm of myths. Most importantly, within the sacred land, all flora and medicinal herbs thrived at an extraordinary rate, exponentially greater than the so-called Eye of Ice and Fire. As for the designated summoning, it suffices to merely step upon the ground. The random summoning is merely the icing on the cake. After rising from his slumber, Huang Shengyuan plucked a single hair from his head and placed it upon the floor, subsequently conjuring a brush to inscribe a magical array around the strand. Such simplicity, a mere rudimentary array sufficed. Within mere seconds, after completing the drawing, Huang Shengyuan infused it with his spirit, and the delicate hair was enveloped in a radiant blue light. Whoosh! The hair vanished into thin air, yet there was naught but silence around him. Huang Shengyuan was left in bewilderment. Lin Xia had at least summoned a mosquito, whereas he could not possibly have summoned nothing at all. Had he summoned merely air, oxygen, or carbon dioxide, that would be of no value at all. Just then, an unknown object descended from above, landing directly atop Huang Shengyuan's head. With confusion, he reached up to grasp the object, and upon discerning what it was, he nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. In his hand was nothing less than a damp diaper. Hastily, Huang Shengyuan dashed towards the washroom, clutching the diaper. I am utterly exasperated. Suddenly, I no longer desire this. After a warm bath in the dead of night, Huang Shengyuan felt a measure of relief from his previous discomfort. Perhaps it was best to refrain from testing summoning magic for now. He recalled a spell for the twinkling night sky, if memory served. It involved merely contemplating it within his mind. As he muttered to himself, he summoned his mental energy. In the next moment, his form vanished from its place. Meanwhile, Yin Ziyu, in the depths of slumber, was abruptly jolted awake by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Upon seeing Huang Shengyuan sprawled across his chest, he was momentarily dazed. Huang Shengyuan, in an awkward position, was embarrassed to the core. He hastily lifted himself up. "Ziyu, are you all right?" Huang Shengyuan stammered, lifting the covers to inspect Yin Ziyu from head to toe. Yin Ziyu's face flushed crimson. Huang Shengyuan had not anticipated that such proximity could facilitate teleportation. He had merely intended to return to his dormitory, but inexplicably, thoughts of Yin Ziyu, still asleep in the dorm, had surged in his mind, and suddenly, he found himself crashing onto him. The impact was certainly not painless. "Ziyu, I apologize. It was unintentional. I was merely experimenting with my—" "Oh dear. I don't even know why. Well, farewell." With that, Huang Shengyuan's figure vanished once more, leaving Yin Ziyu blushing furiously. Why is this happening? At that moment, Huang Shengyuan was plummeting rapidly from the sky. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation on his arm, and turning around, he beheld a figure clad in gray, adorned with a mask resembling a king. Huang Shengyuan was taken aback, and at that moment, even the masked figure appeared bewildered. "What are you doing here?" The voice of the whirlpool sounded from his other side. "I was merely testing the powers bestowed upon me by the goddess of the night. But inadvertently, I transported myself here. Where's this place?" As the whirlpool beheld Huang Shengyuan's expression of terror, it spoke deliberately, of course. "It is the sky that perplexes us. Thus, we are curious as to how you managed to arrive here." Huang Shengyuan was rendered speechless, bewildered as to why he had thought of them in the first place. However, it was unexpected that even a divine agent harbored a fear of heights. The whirlpool remarked with a tinge of schadenfreude. At that moment, Wang Mian, with a serious demeanor, slowly inquired, "Can you return now?" "Return? Ah, indeed. Well then, thank you for your rescue. Until we meet again." With that, Huang Shengyuan's figure vanished once more. Witnessing his disappearance, the whirlpool exclaimed several times in disbelief. Chapter 81. Reckless Lin Xia. At this moment in the office, Huang Haoshuan and Huang Shengyuan exchanged incredulous glances. "Brother, what brings you back?" Huang Haoshuan's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. "I wanted to try out the abilities bestowed upon me by the night goddess, and somehow ended up here," Huang Shengyuan replied. Huang Haoshuan could hardly suppress a chuckle as he affectionately ruffled Huang Shengyuan's hair and slowly spoke. "Does this imply, dear brother, that you possess the freedom to venture wherever your heart desires?" After a moment of contemplation, Huang Shengyuan nodded in agreement. "Well then, do you wish to spend the night here or return?" Huang Shengyuan pondered briefly before shaking his head. "I think I should go back. Otherwise, the chief instructor will surely lose his mind." Huang Haoshuan nodded in understanding. "By the way, where are Qin Sheng and the others? They are on a mission. Our squad is quite unique, so we always need to leave someone behind. This time, it just happens to be me." Huang Shengyuan mused about being part of a team where every member could flawlessly execute tasks without needing direction. What an extraordinary experience that must be. "Brother, what's wrong?" Huang Shengyuan asked. "I'm hungry," he replied, looking at Huang Haoshuan with eager eyes. Huang Haoshuan sighed in exasperation. "This is the office, and besides, it's late. The restaurants are closed. Do we have instant noodles here?" Huang Shengyuan nodded. "Just a moment." After 7 or 8 minutes, Huang Haoshuan returned with 2 bowls of instant noodles, handing 1 bowl of spicy ribs to Huang Shengyuan. "Enjoy." Huang Shengyuan happily accepted the noodles and began to indulge. "I didn't expect you to always have instant noodles at the ready. You know the peculiar nature of our squad. Sometimes we might just return from a mission and need to rush to the company. It's essential to have something to eat on hand, or else it would be quite unbearable." Huang Shengyuan felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting that he had nothing to offer his brother in return. If only he were adept at formations, he would surely set up a teleportation array to make things much easier. After finishing the noodles, Huang Shengyuan bid farewell to Huang Haoshuan and returned to his dormitory. Watching Huang Shengyuan's departing figure, Huang Shengyuan let out a resigned sigh. In the dormitory, Huang Shengyuan gazed at himself sitting on the bed, feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had managed to grasp the usage of the night sky flicker this time. He was fearful of accidentally transporting himself into a toilet pit next time. Where is Ziyu? After returning to the dormitory, Huang Shengyuan noticed the absence of Ziyu. Just then, the dormitory door creaked open, revealing Ziyu, bare-chested and wrapped in a towel around his lower half. The contours of Ziyu's abdomen were sharply defined, resembling a meticulously carved relief. Each muscle's outline was distinctly visible. His skin was taut and smooth, gently rising and falling with each breath, droplets of water cascading down the grooves of his muscles. Huang Shengyuan could not help but swallow hard. "Hello, brother." I never anticipated that Huang Shengyuan would return at such an unexpected moment. A faint blush colored Ziyu's fair visage once more. "Ziyu, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Did I truly hurt you?" Ziyu hastily shook his head. "By the way, what are you doing up so late?" "Taking a shower," Ziyu replied succinctly. Huang Shengyuan was momentarily bewildered. It was the dead of night, and hadn't Ziyu just bathed before going to bed? However, he refrained from probing further. "Ziyu, why are you still standing there? Hurry and get into bed, lest you catch a chill," Huang Shengyuan reminded him, noticing Ziyu's dazed state. Ziyu weakly nodded in acknowledgement. Huang Shengyuan mused, "Why does this little one seem so peculiar? He resembles a timid, bullied wife." Though perplexed, Huang Shengyuan tidied up and lay down on the bed. The following day, in the cafeteria, Bailey Pang regarded Huang Shengyuan and Chao Yuan with an odd expression. The two were utterly baffled by the scrutiny, while Ziyu wore a displeased countenance, almost visibly inscribing his unhappiness. "Shengyuan, how could you engage in such behavior? I truly misjudged you. But why did you have to?" "What?" Huang Shengyuan's confusion deepened. And Chao Yuan, "I never anticipated that beneath your seemingly honest exterior lay such peculiar tendencies. Moreover, it seems you two conspired to conceal everything here with me. If word of this spreads, my reputation will be—" Bailey Pang lamented dramatically. Huang Shengyuan's chopsticks snapped with a crack, crumbling into a pile of powder in his grasp. Lin Xia. Huang Shengyuan was still perplexed about Lin Xia's early morning absence, only to discover he had been waiting here for him. Pang, I assure you, whatever you have hidden beneath your bed has nothing to do with me. Go ask your Qixia, and I have no unsavory habits. Shengyuan, how did you know there's something under my bed? You truly. Huang Shengyuan's expression darkened, his countenance brooding. Lin Xia, I curse you to encounter misfortune in the restroom, to eat instant noodles without a fork, to choke on water, to be frightened in your sleep, and to be poisoned at mealtime. The other recruits dining in the cafeteria fell silent, their demeanor resembling that of cautious cats, casting wary glances at Huang Shengyuan, even their swallowing motions noticeably subdued. Bailey Pang and Chao Yuan were so frightened they dared not breathe. Bang. Yes, sir, Commander. Relay every word Lin Xia said about me and Chao Yuan without omission. Bailey Pang swallowed hard, then slowly recounted Lin Xia's remarks from that day. Chao Yuan was utterly astonished. Huang Shengyuan felt not only his fists hardening, but also that Lin Xia's existence was becoming increasingly unnecessary. Lin Xia, you scoundrel. You are the deviant, the one who enjoys pilfering others' undergarments. Bailey Pang was utterly paralyzed with fear, for the current Huang Shengyuan was utterly terrifying. This was the first time he had witnessed Huang Shengyuan resorting to such vile language. Ba. Chao Yuan slowly rose to his feet. Chao thief, where are you going? Bailey Pang inquired cautiously. As the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of a monk. After uttering this, Chao Yuan began to mutter incantations, and Bailey Pang perceived that the golden ring around Chao Yuan's neck had loosened slightly. He silently offered a prayer for Lin Xia, and, upon witnessing a verdant butterfly fluttering into the grassland, trembled uncontrollably. Lin Xia, you are tarnishing my reputation, aren't you? Rest assured, the news of your marriage and impending fatherhood will echo throughout the entire training camp. The information network beneath the bridge is no mere child's play. Chapter 82. The trial begins. I truly am not married, and I certainly do not have a girlfriend. I am merely 17. Lin Xia, with a face tinged in shades of blue and purple, felt a profound sense of despair. In just one afternoon, a rumor had spread throughout the training camp that he had already married and fathered children. How could a naive sophomore like him possibly be wed? What on earth was happening? Huang Shengyuan, seemingly indifferent, whistled nonchalantly, while Bai Li remained silent, pretending to be uninvolved. Yan Ziyu maintained his quiet demeanor, and Xiao Yuan merely observed the one he was inclined to flatter. Is it you, Xiao Yuan? You are truly ruthless. What did I do? How have I been ruthless? I am merely a force of nature. Lin Xia muttered, that is quite unkind. Throughout that day, numerous instructors regarded Lin Xia with peculiar glances. He had never felt such emotional exhaustion as he did at that moment. Well, once the hype dies down, things will settle, Yan Ziyu remarked coldly. The following morning, Huang Shengyuan awoke bright and early. Logically, today marked the day of the assessment, the so-called day of revelry for us rookie soldiers, as the instructors had dubbed it. Huang Shengyuan's pupils gradually turned white as he soon sensed something amiss. Truly, she is a little spider spirit from the Pan Sea Cave. So many people are sleeping so peacefully. As he contemplated how to rouse the still sleeping Yan Ziyu, the latter's deep voice suddenly broke through the silence. Awake and aware, Yan Ziyu sat up abruptly. Huang Shengyuan, taken aback, internally marveled at how a single phrase had accomplished so much. Ziyu, you're awake, brother. I'm relieved you're okay. Yan Ziyu silently exhaled in relief. He then jumped out of bed, and after putting on his shoes, the two exited the dormitory. Brother, what's going on now? Do you recall what Xiao Yuan mentioned about the assessment yesterday? I suspect the instructors have prepared something for us. Yan Ziyu nodded thoughtfully. Let us hurry. Xia and the others may have already begun their mission. After all, they woke up before 6, and you and I are merely exceptions. By the way, did you notice anything unusual? Yes, while I was falling asleep, I found myself bound to a massive spider web with a large spider nearby. Upon realizing this, I sought to awaken myself. Outside the training camp, the instructors exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? How could these two wake up so quickly? Instructor Hong was visibly astonished. It's nothing. Huang Shengyuan managed to effortlessly resolve even the soul contract of the ancient divine church. This speaks volumes of his mental fortitude, far surpassing the mysteries we have introduced him to, Yuan Gang explained. Moreover, let us not forget that Yan Ziyu and Huang Shengyuan share the same dormitory. Do you truly believe you would lack a means to resolve this? Not to mention, Yan Ziyu's forbidden realm remains an enigma to this day. We only know that the boy's martial skills are sufficient to deal with ordinary foes. His inherent strength is formidable, and he hardly needs to resort to the forbidden arts against certain adversaries. Commander, are you sure that Huang Shengyuan won't cause any trouble? Last time, we suffered greatly at his hands. My backside still aches from that encounter, remarked an instructor while rubbing his posterior. Yuan Gang's expression darkened. This was indeed the greatest humiliation they had faced since becoming instructors. How can you even bring it up? Being bested by a few green recruits is utterly disgraceful. I have witnessed a sight I never thought I would see. Our instructors being toyed with by newcomers. I will leave him here. It should solely be our privilege to play tricks on these fledgling soldiers. Chief Instructor, is it really necessary to state it so plainly? Commander, it seems we forgot to confiscate Huang Shengyuan's equipment. Yuan Gang. What the hell? At this moment, Huang Shengyuan, armed with a long spear, walked alongside Yan Ziyu towards the storage facility. Hurry and choose your weapon. I'll keep watch outside. If anything happens, just call for me, he urged. Yan Ziyu looked at Huang Shengyuan with some concern. All right, go quickly. I'll be fine. After a brief hesitation, Yan Ziyu dashed toward the warehouse. Huang Shengyuan surveyed his surroundings, his mental energy slowly unfurling, his pure white pupils scanning the area. In no time, Yan Ziyu emerged, gripping a long halberd and a compound bow, along with a quiver of arrows. Approaching Huang Shengyuan, he handed the compound bow over. Huang Shengyuan was perplexed. This is for you. My brother is skilled with a bow. Huang Shengyuan was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the compound bow and quiver from Yan Ziyu, slinging them across his back, an inexplicable warmth blossoming within him. Ziyu, Where should we go now? Yanziyu blinked in confusion and asked, "Are you asking me?" Huang Shengyuan nodded. After pondering for a moment, Yanziyu pointed toward the cafeteria and said, "Brother, let us go there. I think I caught a faint whiff of blood when we passed by earlier." "All right, I'll follow your lead." With that, the two hastened to the cafeteria, which should have been preparing breakfast, fragrant and inviting. Yet today, the cafeteria remained eerily silent. Yanziyu discreetly positioned himself behind Huang Shengyuan. Upon entering the cafeteria, they scanned the environment. Suddenly, Huang Shengyuan was enveloped in darkness. A warm sensation caused him to freeze in place. "Ziyu, why are you covering my eyes?" "Dirty eyes," Yanziyu replied slowly. Huang Shengyuan was left in a state of bewilderment, attempting to pry Yanziyu's hand away, but it felt as unyielding as steel. "Ziyu, you don't need to cover my eyes. I can see through you, remember? Instead of blocking my vision, you might as well let go." Yanziyu, somewhat disheartened, lowered his hand. Huang Shengyuan scrutinized the man ensnared at the center of a web before them. The man's limbs were grotesquely contorted, his flesh a gruesome tableau. A horrific gash extended from his chest down to his lower abdomen, nearly bisecting his body, with his internal organs conspicuously absent, as though he had been partially dissected by a deranged killer. The thought of dissection inexplicably reminded Huang Shengyuan of Shaoyuer. Wang Mian had not broken his word. From time to time, he would receive a mysterious corpse, all of which Huang Shengyuan had dispatched to Qingyu through certain peculiar methods. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber reeking of blood and decay, a youth clad in a white lab coat surveyed the bodies encircling him with a maniacal grin. The sight of those corpses was chilling. Yet, the boy seemed unaffected and appeared to revel in the morbid scene. "Ha ha ha! How fascinating! How utterly delightful! But it's a bit scarce. Over 200 isn't quite enough for me in a month. Next time, I must request more." My anticipation grows ever stronger. And Qingyu's laughter was eerily unsettling. Chapter 83. The demolition of the training camp. This individual is a fabrication. A fabrication? Yanziyu was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the figure before him was nothing more than a blend of silicone and paint, certainly not a corpse. Yet, one could not deny the craftsmanship. Yanziyu fell into contemplation and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "What is the purpose behind this, instructor?" Huang Shengyuan shook his head in resignation and countered, "Ziyu, have you ever watched a horror film?" "I have. It was rather mediocre," Yanziyu assessed. "And what do you believe is the essence of horror in such films?" Yanziyu pondered, his expression reminiscent of a first grader grappling with a difficult problem. Gradually, he replied, "The environment and the atmosphere." "Bingo. It is about creating an ambience akin to the background music in horror films. This is how everyone will engage earnestly in this assessment and showcase their true abilities." Yanziyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan extended his hand towards Yanziyu, causing him to shudder slightly. "Ziyu, I am aware that during our battles against the mass squad and the attacks we faced during the mock period, neither of us has exerted our full power. How about we unleash our strength together now? I believe the instructors would be very eager to witness your capabilities." Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan's words, a sweet smile graced Yanziyu's previously indifferent face. He then grasped Huang Shengyuan's hand in return, his deep, husky voice resonating in Huang Shengyuan's ear. "All right." Yanziyu extended his hand, brushing it by his ear, causing his mask to gracefully drift to the ground, revealing a handsome visage that left even the instructors in the monitoring room astounded. Holding Huang Shengyuan's hand, Yanziyu turned and strode towards the exit of the cafeteria. "Ziyu," Huang Shengyuan called from behind. "After the assessment, the higher-ups will allocate us our roles. Soon, we will graduate. Let's boldly pursue our endeavors. I have so many things I have yet to try." As they exited the cafeteria, Yanziyu declared loudly, "At this moment, the training camp shall be leveled." In an instant, all structures disintegrated, reducing to dust that gently settled upon the ground, transforming the training camp's location into a barren expanse, revealing the situation in its entirety. Huang Shengyuan, somewhat perplexed, recalled that in the original narrative, the cafeteria had already been destroyed by Shen Qingzhu. However, the cafeteria, he observed, now bore little resemblance to the description in the original story. After a moment of reflection, Huang Shengyuan suddenly understood. Someone was covertly reconstructing the scene. Outside the training camp, the display screen was filled with swirling snowflakes, and the entire training camp had vanished without a trace. The instructors were left bewildered and in shock. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause echoed as many instructors sporting bright red handprints stared in disbelief at the vanished training camp. Swallowing hard, "Chief, this. At this moment, Yuan Gang stood in a state of shock, gazing at the training camp that had been utterly obliterated in an instant. His heart raced violently as he hastily retrieved a satellite phone from his pocket, his hands trembling as he dialed a number. In Cangnan City, the phone rang in an office. A middle-aged man picked up the receiver and pressed the answer button slowly. "This is the night watch station team in Cangnan City. I am Xiaopinga. Who am I speaking with?" "Xiaopinga, it's your mother. Both you and Chunmai are insane. A couple of utter fools." Xiaopinga was momentarily taken aback, still reeling from the shock of being verbally assaulted. However, the tirade continued unabated on the other end. "Xiaopinga, have you lost your mind? Are you out of your wits? Are you hiding from your ancestors?" One after another, "It's bad enough, but we, the prestigious training camp, couldn't even uncover the details of a group of fresh recruits." Yuan Gang gasped for breath, his heart racing due to the intense atmosphere. "Are you Yuan Gang?" Xiaopinga asked uncertainly. "I am your mother." Yuan Gang shot back, his temper flaring at being insulted again. "What the hell? If anyone's lost their mind, it's you. You call me out of the blue just to berate me. Do you think you have too much free time? Well, Xiaopinga, do you not understand that Huang Shengyuan and Yin Ziyu have completely flattened the training camp? To be precise, those two recruits have annihilated the entire camp, leaving nothing behind." Xiaopinga was once again left dumbfounded. Every word made sense, yet the overall meaning eluded him. "What do you mean? Stop playing dumb. What benefits did Chinmai give you? Did he offer you money or gold? Or have you two become close and conspired against me? Huang Shengyuan is better at shooting and physical skills than I am. Yin Ziyu is a force to be reckoned with. You all failed to clarify that. And now, one word from him has leveled the entire camp. Now it seems this assessment resembles an open book exam. Anyone with eyes and hands knows where the mystery lies and where the cuts should be made. What is the matter? Where is your secrecy department? This secret is so confidential that even I, the chief instructor, am unaware of it." "Stop. Let me gather my thoughts. Are you saying that those two children, who haven't even turned 17, have reduced the entire training camp to rubble and left nothing behind? Is that what you're saying?" "Oh, no more playing dumb." Yuan Gang replied sarcastically. "Are you awake? Or am I still dreaming? Can those two children really turn the world upside down? Are they emperors or deities, capable of single-handedly obliterating your entire training camp? Just look at the nonsense you're spouting. Oh, you Xiaobapi, if you still doubt this, come on. Go tell the secrecy department over there what you've seen and boldly declare it. I'll take the responsibility for you." As Xiaopinga continued, he was met with the cacophony of 20 distinct voices recounting the scene of the training camp being razed, leaving him with no choice but to believe it. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Xiaopinga spoke. "Xiao Gang, dear Gongzi, given your many years of experience as a veteran, I am certain you can resolve this minor issue. Am I right? I have faith in you, and I believe you will surmount all obstacles, navigating through the winds and waves with grace." "What? Fu Pingye. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later." "Sorry." Beep. As he stared at the disconnected call, Yuan Gang's expression shifted from pale to tumultuous, and in a sudden outburst, he cried out to the heavens, "Xiaopinga, just you wait. I won't lodge a complaint with the commander. I shall bear your surname instead." Chapter 84. Each person has their own on the flat ground. Lin Xia and a group of new recruits stood in stunned silence. "Xia, what is happening at the training camp?" Bailey Pang Pang asked, somewhat awkwardly. After a moment of contemplation, Chao Yuan calmly responded, "Perhaps it is an illusion." "An illusion?" Chao Yuan was momentarily taken aback as a slap mark appeared on his face. Turning his head, he found Bailey Pang Pang gazing at him with eager eyes before asking, "Does it hurt?" With a slight movement, the knife in Chao Yuan's hand was partially unsheathed, prompting Bailey Pang Pang to hurriedly retreat behind Lin Xia, plaintively exclaiming, "Xia, save me." It was he who claimed it was an illusion. "It's not my fault." Lin Xia's lips twitched. At that moment, two figures approached hand in hand. Xiao Yuan, Huang Shengyuan, and Shun Qingzhu exchanged glances before their eyes landed suspiciously on the hands they held. "Xia, we're sorry for being late," Huang Shengyuan said with a smile. "Brother Shengyuan, what's the situation now?" Huang Shengyuan, his eyes twinkling with mirth, glanced at the tall figure beside him. "Look who he is." The crowd turned their gaze towards Yan Ziyu. Lin Xia paused. Bailey Pang Pang wore a bewildered expression, while Shin Qingzhu felt an odd sense of familiarity with the person before them. "Brother Shengyuan, who is this handsome fellow beside you? Where is Ziyu? Surely he isn't." Bailey Pang Pang suddenly grew despondent, gazing sorrowfully at Huang Shengyuan. "Tell me, is Ziyu in grave danger?" Huang Shengyuan. "Yan Ziyu." Lin Xia rubbed his forehead in exasperation, while Mo Li felt her fists clench. Shin Qingzhu averted her gaze. Taking a deep breath, Huang Shengyuan fixed Bailey Pang Pang with a forced smile and said, "Pang Pang, should I commend your farsightedness or send you to the ICU for a membrane surgery?" "Brother Shengyuan, you flatter me," Bailey Pang Pang replied with a silly grin. At this point, Huang Shengyuan was utterly speechless. "By the way, what is the current situation? I thought I was in a disordered space?" Lin Xia inquired, puzzled. "Of course, it is the handiwork of our little Ziyu. A single phrase resolves everything." Lin Xia's eyes widened in astonishment. "Now let me introduce you all. Yan Ziyu, 16 years old, a legitimate practitioner of words manifest reality." "Wow." Shun Qingzhu uttered an expletive. Lin Xia's jaw dropped slightly. "So, resolving everything with a single phrase is not as painful as it seems." All eyes were now captivated by the tall, handsome youth beside Huang Shengyuan. "At first, I thought you were just joking when you called Xiao Yuan brother. I didn't expect you to be younger than us," Bailey Pang Pang said earnestly. Lin Xia and the others looked at Bailey Pang Pang with complex expressions. Yan Ziyu, lost in thought, murmured, "So, this is truly my name in the Forbidden Ruins? Xia, it is time for us to counterattack." Lin Xia revealed a confident smile. "Huh? How mysterious." At this moment, the new recruits present were filled with confusion. After the training camp was laid to waste, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The instructors played their cards well. Having deemed the entire training camp unsuitable for us, they simply shifted their position. "We shall act separately tonight. Ziyu and I will take one route, while you and Fatty lead a group in another direction. Chao Yuan, Shun Qingzhu, and Molly will take a team into the forest to search. The instructors wish to assess our strength, so let us perform to the best of our abilities today." I was already prepared, ready to sharpen my blades against the unknown. Molly hoisted the kitchen knife on her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After the arrangements were made, the group of recruits split into 3 paths, venturing into the woods. As the moon hung high, casting its sparse light, Ziyu spoke, "We've been searching for quite some time, yet we've seen no signs. Do you think we've taken a wrong turn?" Huang Shengyuan voiced his uncertainty. "That shouldn't be the case. Apart from this forest, they have nowhere else to flee." Ziyu whispered softly into Huang Shengyuan's ear. A flicker of realization shone in Huang Shengyuan's eyes as they walked hand in hand through the dense thicket. Huang Shengyuan followed closely behind Ziyu, like a shadow, not out of an inclination to escape, but due to a genuine fear of the dark. "Brother, please check the surroundings. Something feels off." Ziyu suddenly halted and spoke quietly. Huang Shengyuan's dark pupils transformed into a pure white as he surveyed the area. "Ah, what is it, brother?" Ziyu, feeling Huang Shengyuan's trepidation, gently patted his back, reassuring him, "It's all right, just take your time. It's about 100 meters over there." Huang Shengyuan managed to calm himself enough to respond. Yet his inner thoughts screamed, "Oh heavens, what were we doing wandering aimlessly in the dark?" Once they had a clear direction, Ziyu positioned herself protectively in front of Huang Shengyuan, cautiously leading him towards the indicated spot. Each of Ziyu's movements was deliberate and silent, akin to a predator navigating the forest. Huang Shengyuan took a deep breath, his pupils returning to their pristine state. "Ziyu, it's approaching us," he whispered. Ziyu halted, then guided Huang Shengyuan behind a large tree. "Brother, If you're afraid, let us not look, she said, placing her hands on his shoulders. Ziyu, you know some challenges must be faced. For now, let us devise a plan to confront that mysterious entity at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm. Had I not perished once, and had my body reshaped, this would not be so troublesome. Ziyu's expression darkened in surprise as she gazed at Huang Shengyuan. He swallowed nervously and cautiously remarked, "If I claim I said nothing just now, would you believe me?" Taking a deep breath, Ziyu replied slowly, "Brother, what do you think? Is it feasible to proceed this way? Besides, I seem to be quite well at the moment." Huang Shengyuan looked at Ziyu with eager anticipation. Ziyu endeavored to suppress the flicker of fear within him. In a sudden motion, he pulled Huang Shengyuan into his embrace and swiftly sidestepped. The next moment, a massive tree behind them crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. After rolling on the ground several times, Ziyu managed to stabilize their position. The two of them quickly rose, each grasping their weapons, and launched an attack against the headless man. The long spear and halberd struck fiercely against the headless figure, sending it hurtling several meters away. "Oh no, another one is coming," Huang Shengyuan exclaimed in astonishment. Ziyu furrowed his brow in response. At that moment, Huang Shengyuan proposed, "Ziyu, why don't we each take one? I can handle the hunter, while you deal with that injured brute." "No, I shall confront that one," Ziyu insisted. "Trust me, I'll be fine. It's just a Chuan realm adversary. Besides, don't the instructors wish to witness our true capabilities? If we both tackle one, they may not observe what they hope to see. Let us unleash our full potential. You know, I have many hidden abilities yet to be revealed. But if I can't win, I can always call for help," Huang Shengyuan replied with a smile. Chapter 85. The Golden Crow Spell, words manifesting as law in an instant. A raging inferno enveloped Huang Shengyuan, with a serpentine flame coiling gracefully around the spear. With a sudden thrust, Huang Shengyuan directed the weapon towards the Sound Hunter, evoking a palpable sense of dread. The Sound Hunter was consumed by overwhelming fear as radiant flames erupted around them. A piercing cry resonated through the heavens, heralding the emergence of a colossal firebird soaring above the forest canopy. This magnificent creature, adorned with 3 legs, illuminated the entire woodland with its searing flames. The Golden Crow Spell, the Divine Sun Flame. Accompanied by another clarion call, a multitude of fireballs descended upon the Sound Hunter, leaving charred remnants in their wake. Enraged, the Sound Hunter charged fiercely at Huang Shengyuan, underestimating his resolve. "Do you truly perceive me as a soft target?" Azure Scale, Eagle Spell, Mulberry Tree Spell. In an instant, Huang Shengyuan's speed transformed into a blur, darting between the trees with the swiftness of lightning. Countless fiery mulberry leaves cascaded down, unleashing a mesmerizing display of flames that coalesced around him. Huang Shengyuan raised his right hand, revealing a magnificent red-golden fire lotus. The Great Sun Golden Lotus. He gently cast the fire lotus into the air, watching as it expanded, engulfing a radius of several hundred miles. Suddenly, the entire lotus morphed into a colossal fire vortex. The Sound Hunter was swept into the swirling inferno, their fate uncertain. The rock rises on the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Amidst a gust of fierce wind, Ziyu ascended into the sky, gazing down upon the headless man below. With an icy stare, Ziyu spoke again. "A stubborn stone falls from the heavens, while the stars dance across the Milky Way." In that instant, people across the nation witnessed the breathtaking spectacle of meteors streaking across the sky. Yet, the commanding officers at the training ground exchanged alarmed glances. "My goodness, those meteors are heading straight for us," Commander Hong exclaimed in terror. "Such a forbidden realm truly exists in this world. It's as if words have manifested into reality." Shouting song, Yuan Gang roared skyward. Instantly, dozens of small meteors plummeted to the earth, raising clouds of dust throughout the forest. Ziyu hovered above, observing the cratered ground below, his chest heaving slightly as fatigue washed over him. He then leaned backward, as if about to plummet to the earth. Ziyu, seeing the figure fall from the sky, Huang Shengyuan's pupils dilated, and he quickly activated the Azure Scale Eagle spell, leaping to catch Ziyu. "Ziyu, are you all right?" Huang Shengyuan asked with concern etched on his face. Yin Ziyu, noticing his brother's anxious expression, replied softly, Brother, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Huang Shengyuan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had merely exhausted his mental energy. Why must you be so reckless? Next time, take care of yourself. While your words may bear power, your own well-being should not be overlooked. Yin Ziyu managed a weak smile. But my brother is truly amazing, and Lu Xing is really beautiful. Huang Shengyuan praised without a hint of hesitation, as it was, after all, the first meteor shower he had ever witnessed in his lifetime. Upon hearing Huang Shengyuan refer to him as my Ziyu, Yin Ziyu's face flushed uncontrollably. This time, Huang Shengyuan detected something amiss. Ziyu, why is your face so red? I'm not. Yin Ziyu retorted, his temper flaring. Indeed, look at how your ears are reddening now. Feeling Huang Shengyuan's warmth, Yin Ziyu was engulfed in a wave of heat. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Since we've settled our matters here, shall we join Taiyi and the others? Okay, Yin Ziyu replied hoarsely. I'll carry you, Huang Shengyuan declared, and without waiting for Yin Ziyu's reply, he draped one of Yin Ziyu's arms over his shoulder and effortlessly lifted him onto his back. The bow Huang Shengyuan had wielded was already damaged during the skirmish, for it was merely an ordinary bow. Sensing Huang Shengyuan's slender frame, Yin Ziyu quickly protested, Brother, I can walk on my own. The weight of Yin Ziyu, given his stature, was somewhat burdensome for Huang Shengyuan, yet still within tolerable limits. Not at all, as long as I'm standing. My stamina and mental fortitude will be replenished endlessly. Brother, Enough, be quiet. I don't want your opinion. I only want my own. Huang Shengyuan interjected with a slightly domineering tone. Yin Ziyu felt his face grow even warmer, burying it against Huang Shengyuan's shoulder. Thus, Huang Shengyuan carried Yin Ziyu towards Great Xia and the others. After about 10 minutes of walking, Huang Shengyuan encountered two individuals. Shengyuan, Brother Ziyu, have you resolved your situation? Li Pang inquired with curiosity. Yes, it's settled. Great Xia cautiously asked, Xiao Yuan, what was that fire tornado and the meteor shower earlier? Upon hearing Great Xia's question, Huang Shengyuan cleared his throat and replied, It was my doing. You know I possess the ability to manipulate wind. And then I added fire to it. You are aware of Xiao Ziyu's abilities as well. Great Xia was taken aback, astonished that a mere skirmish could create such a commotion, as if they intended to flatten the entire mountain. Is he all right? Is he injured? Great Xia pointed towards Yin Ziyu, whose half-hidden face was buried against Huang Shengyuan's shoulder, and asked with concern. No, as long as I am here. I won't allow him to be harmed. He is merely fatigued from excessive exertion. He is just a bit weak. Li Pang glanced at Yin Ziyu being carried, and then at himself, suddenly feeling envious. He then discreetly shot a glance at Great Xia, who was looking back at him with a puzzled expression. What are you staring at? Li Pang finally spoke, but Huang Shengyuan felt as if his ears had been sullied. Xia, you must be tired too. Will you carry me as well? Huang Shengyuan responded. What should I do? My ears are no longer my own, as he abruptly glared at the man who had transformed into a white lotus. Great Xia's expression darkened as he spoke. Word by word, why should your exhaustion concern me? I'm not your father. Li Pang, sensing the fiery glare from Great Xia, recoiled slightly. Then, with a foolish grin, he remarked, Cha, even the slender Shengyuan can carry such a robust individual. Surely, your physique cannot be weaker than his? Yin Ziyu thought to himself, this is a provocation. The three words slowly surfaced in his mind. Li Pang protested. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? Great Xia felt as though he might choke on his indignation. Do you have no shame? One weighs over 110 jin, while the other weighs between 140 to 150. How can you even suggest that? Moreover, one possesses a physical strength of 100,000, while the other is merely an ordinary person. It is absurd for me to carry you. Huang Shengyuan was equally speechless, especially since his physical prowess was not as formidable as it once was. Reflecting on this, he too felt a wave of dejection. Sensing the shift in Huang Shengyuan's mood, Yin Ziyu recalled the words spoken by him earlier, and his gaze darkened as well. Chapter 86. Carnival Day and Doomsday. At this moment, Molly suddenly turned to Huang Shengyuan and inquired, "By the way, have you dealt with the Sound Hunter?" "Indeed, it has been resolved, though the louder it becomes, the more powerful it seems, which is rather troublesome. It appears to grow stronger in the face of strength. Nevertheless, it is no match for me." Molly responded, "By the way, I noticed that the mystery you encountered was a colossal cube, correct?" "Eh, how did you know, Xingyuan? Have you forgotten that Xiao Yuan possesses the ability to see through things?" "Ah, indeed." Observing the vacant expression of Bailey Pang Pang, Huang Shengyuan felt an urge to laugh. He was unable to fathom how this individual could be the renowned supreme Ling Bao Tianzuan. "Aside from that massive cube, did you encounter anything else, Qi?" "A foolishly large spider," Bailey Pang Pang interjected eagerly. Huang Shengyuan understood that Lin Xia had acquired yet another caretaker, and possibly a son as well. Contemplating this, he uttered a statement that left Bailey Pang Pang utterly astonished. "Consequently, you have gained another son." Bailey Pong Pong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression revealing his excitement. Lin Xia's countenance darkened. "Wait, that doesn't seem right. What were the others, the Drapers, dealing with?" Huang Shengyuan pondered, recalling that the mysterious entities introduced by the instructor were limited in number and had nearly all been accounted for. What were the Drapers assessing? Just as Huang Shengyuan was engulfed in confusion, a group approached them. Upon closer inspection, it was Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan along with their companions. However, they appeared somewhat disheveled, with Shun Qingzhu's upper body drenched in blood, as if inflicted by a sharp weapon, and a faint scratch marred Chao Yuan's face. A streak of crimson also marked Molly's side. As the group drew nearer, Lin Xia and Huang Shengyuan noticed that Shun Qingzhu and Chao Yuan each bore a giant mantis on their shoulders. Huang Shengyuan couldn't help but smirk internally, speculating that the instructor must have somehow summoned two more mysterious entities into their midst. Unlike the previous spider, the mantis was inherently formidable. Yet Shun Qingzhu and her companions proved themselves to be exceptionally skilled, capable of handling adversaries even one rank higher than themselves. "Draper, Chao Yuan, Molly, well done. You have successfully dealt with two Chuan-level entities. We were just about to seek you out," Huang Shengyuan expressed, still somewhat astonished. Truly, they were commendable, one of Su Zong's favorite characters. The reason was simple. Draper's character mirrored that of his childhood friend. Honest, brave, loyal, and, crucially, both possessed superior physiques compared to him. Not bad, though we can't be certain where those meteors originated. We encountered